What's wrong?
I got in an accident.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Okay, did you call the police yet?
Yeah, I did.
I'm gonna call an advocate and you can tell us both at the same time, okay?
Hey, Sarah, your dad told me that you need help.
So, is there anything that I need to do? Or...
Just focus on getting better.
With an advocate on your side, you're never alone.
Today's the day. And look who I just met.
Hey, Dad.
You deserve a worry-free recovery. You deserve an advocate.
This is The Monty Show, the truth in sports talk streaming. When you want unbiased opinions about your favorite team without the spin, all you have to do is find The Monty Show, streaming live and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on YouTube. And now, here's Monty.
Hey, The Monty Show, live on your YouTube machine on Monday, March 10th, 2025. Dr. Ed Scott, the athletic director at Memphis, will join the show coming up. That'll be 2 hours from right now. 7 Pacific, 8 Mountain, 10 Eastern. It's gonna be amazing. You're gonna absolutely love it. How excited are he is? Do you guys understand that Dr. Ed Scott is not the average guy? I feel like he's a very different dude.
Yeah, I think, when we look at like leaders in collegiate athletics, I think Dr. Ed Scott is dynamic. I think that, he's someone, and we've talked about him before, right? I mean, he's someone that really brings sharp, well thought out points. And I think, college athletics needs as many Dr. Ed Scotts as we can get, because I feel like he's, a forward thinker, someone who really considers all the ramifications of the decisions he makes before he makes them. And I think that, he never seems to just sort of speculate. He always seems to be, just having a plan or understanding what he's trying to say. And I think so often, we hear leaders in college athletics kind of speculate and just sort of, just kind of ramble on. And it's no shade to them, no disrespect to them. But I just, when you hear someone sharp speaking, it when you hear it. And he's definitely one of those guys.
Yeah, and I think Memphis, obviously, having another great basketball season. I think there's no doubt they're one of the most valuable G5 brands in the country. And I'm curious, is the Pac-12 still on the table? What is his commitment? What is Memphis's commitment to the AAC? Is the current financial model that G5 teams are working in sustainable? And when you look at the news last week that Tim Pernetti and the AAC released, that the minimum commitment to student athletes per university is $3.3 million a year. Mm-hmm. Where does Memphis fall in that range? I mean, obviously $3.3 million a year in financial commitment is not enough to compete at the highest levels, even at the G5 level. So I think Ed Scott is the exact right guy for the conversations we've been having. I think his background is spectacular. Trust me when I say, you're going to be blown away. If you've never heard Ed Scott speak, you listen to him talk about A, Memphis athletics, B, his student athletes, his commitment to the well-being of everybody in his sphere is remarkable.
Yeah.
I think you will absolutely be blown away. Dr. Ed Scott from Memphis joins us 2 hours from right now on the Monty Show, as always, presented by the Advocates. Let's go. Today's the day. We will be watching Jake pass out while giving blood. He will faint violently and smash his skull into the pavement.
Yeah, so what's for lunch today, man?
Jake and I will be at the Advocates office in Murray, Utah today. To donate blood, and I implore you, whether you are in the great state of Utah or not, donate blood today. I am telling you that it is imperative. Every 3 seconds in this country, somebody needs a blood transfusion, and let's hope it's not you. But with car accidents, illnesses, with the way the world works, blood is quite literally the beverage of life in this country. And I think I have always given blood. My wife, her family, her grandfather used to collect, if I'm not mistaken, used to collect these Red Cross pins
Uh-huh.
that the Red Cross would give you when you donated blood. This cat, who used to lift big block engines with his bare hands, I'm not even kidding, would donate blood on a regular basis. He would collect these pins from the Red Cross.
Do you even
And I
lift?
remember many years ago when Mrs. Monty and I had first gotten together, and she actually thought I was a cool dude. When her grandparents moved out of this condo that they had, and her grandfather had this collection of Red Cross pins that was amazing. Like, it was something, it was that in his magnet collection. You want to talk about a dude that had magnets. This motherfucker had magnets like you can't even. Anyway, the point is, you should donate blood today. It is a worthy cause. Come out and see Jake faint and smash his face against the pavement in Murray today, because he's scared of needles and he faints every time he gets blood. That will be scintillating activity today. We will do that at 12:30. The Advocates, Murray, Utah. UtahBlood.org. It is not too late for you to sign up. They have a few slots open. We'll be there at 12:30. And if you walk up to us and say, hey, I watch your show.
Hey, Monty.
We'll give you a $100 Amazon gift card. Just be the first one to do it. All right. Should we get into bracketology?
Yes. 'Tis the season.
'Tis the season. The regular season is over. I can't believe it's already March 10th. Conference championship week, one of the best weeks in the entire year. And I think BYU might be playing the best basketball, arguably, in the country, inarguably right now in the Big 12. But is BYU the best team in the Big 12? The answer is no, they are not. Houston is the best team in the Big 12 when it comes to basketball. I think we all can agree on that. But there is no question that BYU basketball is playing some of the best basketball in the country. I think they are playing the best basketball in the conference. Now, to do that in the postseason, to do that in a tournament style atmosphere is a very different beast than being hot to end the season. But Jake, I think this BYU team has captured people's imagination, and I think they're going to be wildly entertaining to watch in the Big 12 tournament.
Absolutely. And I think that, the run that BYU has gone on athletically, is been nothing short of scintillating. I think, you had a great season in football. Now the basketball team is doing what they're doing. And I think the story recently has just been the depth. Like, the bench has really started to come through. When you watch BYU basketball, you begin to understand that offensively, yes, they are dynamic. Yes, they can adapt. Yes, they can beat you in a lot of different ways. But it's not just the first unit. It's the second unit coming in and still executing at a high level. And I think, when I look at college basketball teams, the good teams, and I guess this isn't rocket science, but the good teams always have that second unit that can come in and be productive. And I think when you've got a guy at the helm like Kevin Young, who has NBA experience, understands how to look at a game and say, okay, this is how they're trying to beat us, or how they're trying to slow us down offensively, or maybe this is the matchup they're looking for, or trying to take advantage of, and being able to adapt to that on the fly. I've seen them do that repeatedly over the last 10 days. And I think it's why they're having success. I think it's why they're able.
I'm sorry, wait, did you say this is why?
This is why Cougar Nation is having success on the basketball court. Yeah, I just think that you look at this team, and you can look at any individual player you want to. I mean, everyone's got a different story, but I think as a team, the magic of BYU right now is that they are playing that team style of basketball. We're not seeing the individual, like, hey, I'm just going to go off every night and, throw up 25 and that's how we're winning. Like, there's a lot of ball movement. They're playing team basketball, and I think that's what lets them be successful against these better teams.
Well, I think the fall off in the Big 12 this year has been pretty steep. I mean, you look at the bottom of this league, who's the worst team? Colorado, probably. Colorado, Arizona State, who doesn't seem to have healthy players anymore.
Right.
Utah, obviously Utah with Alex Jensen. I think at the bottom, Cincinnati's going to be a very interesting piece of 2025 Big 12 basketball lore, because I think if Cincinnati doesn't make this tournament, it's a very, very bad for the Big 12. Because you look at the top of this conference, who do you think are the 5 best teams in the Big 12? I think Houston's number 1 until they're not.
Right.
And I think With the way that LJ Cryer's playing, I don't know how you don't take Houston. And then if we're doing power rankings, I think you have to put BYU second.
Mm-hmm.
I think Texas Tech, pew, pew. I think Texas Tech has had a shockingly good season. I know we all thought Texas Tech was going to be good. Top 5 good, sure. The second best team in this conference. A lot of people have them better than BYU. Now I'm going to lean towards BYU.
Uh-huh.
I mean, with the way that Ryan Smith is shooting his shot right now with these $1 million checks to the DeBances of the world, I'm going to take BYU. You know,
So I said, yeah.
Qualtrics be damned.
Right.
I'm going to take Ryan Smith and BYU second, Texas Tech third, and then I think very clearly it's Iowa State fourth. I think if Keyshawn Gilbert were healthy, we'd be having a different conversation.
Right.
You look at being a 5 seed. I think in the tournament, I think they're a lock to be a high seed in the NCAA tournament. And then there's Tommy Lloyd in Arizona. And I don't know if you guys saw what Tommy Lloyd did to Arizona. I like Tommy Lloyd. He's a nice dude. Why are you ripping McHale Center? Did you guys see what Tommy Lloyd said about fog and, oh, these buildings are amazing. Boy, the McHale Center's got work to do. Bro, you're the head coach at Arizona, and you're essentially calling out the fans in the building. And I don't know how you...
Probably not your best idea, dude.
Are you out of your damn mind?
Yeah, probably not your best idea, especially when, you're not exactly having the absolute best season that Arizona's ever had.
And the crazy thing is, I live in, as many of you know, I live in Salt Lake City. I'm walking my dog yesterday, right? I'm out walking the dog after an abysmal round of golf. I'm out walking the dog, and there's an Arizona basketball flag down the street. In Salt Lake City. Arizona basketball is without a doubt a huge brand.
Yeah.
But if somebody wants to explain to me what Tommy Lloyd is doing, and if you heard it, get in the comment section right now. Is there any disputing that Tommy Lloyd ripped McHale Center? Is it because there is some discussion?
Well, Monty. It
No,
was
well,
how
Monty
he phrased it, okay? It was this verbiage that was, he didn't rip them. He just was making a strong suggestion, Like, come on.
Bro, I don't know what Tommy Lloyd was thinking. I think they're 5. I think Kansas. What's amazing to me is Hunter Dickinson showing up. Where have you, where has he been? Where have they been? This is one of the most disappointing seasons in Kansas basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And I think maybe that's emblematic of what's going on in the Big 12.
Well, look, I think what's interesting too with Kansas is you're looking at being projected to be the 7th seed in the Midwest, and I think that Kansas is a team that definitely gets I wouldn't say a free pass, but definitely gets some leash in terms of being a tournament team. When you look at their numbers, you look at how their season's gone, it hasn't exactly been definitive that they should just be some, auto bid into the tournament. And, I think that the question I have, whether, it is Kansas or, BYU or Tech or, whoever you want to look at, Arizona, can you execute in these bigger moments? Because that's the thing that I look at for, a team like BYU, let's say, and this would apply to a lot of teams, but BYU, because we're talking about them, BYU's has played in some bigger games, right? And that's great, but things change when you're playing in a huge building, with a lot of pressure. And you need to win a ball game. Like you look at BYU's numbers, and they tell you a story of a team that shoots, very streaky from 3. They're never going to be a 40%, 38% from 3 kind of team. You look at the numbers; they're typically anywhere between, on their worst nights, they're going to be 31%. Their best nights are 34%.
They won 8 games in a row.
I know, but that's my point. So my point is that they're not going to win games by shooting the lights out. They're going to win games by grinding on you and by executing, half-court possessions. And I think that's why people are so excited about what they can do in the tournament. That's why they're excited about BYU. But like Kansas is a team that just for whatever reason this year has this propensity to lose to teams and not really show up in a lot of games. Now, I would be surprised if Kansas didn't show up in a tournament game, but if they lose in shocking fashion,
I would not be surprised.
If Kansas loses in shocking fashion to, whoever you want to look at here, Arkansas, who would be surprised? And that's the problem for the Big 12.
I think the problem for the Big 12 is you're capped at 8 teams, and I think you might not get 8 teams in the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I look at Baylor. And it's not like Baylor is exactly lighting anybody's world on fire. Is West Virginia getting in? I have to think West Virginia gets in. Blowing that lead the other night to, who was that? UCF, I think, is not good. They're on the bubble. There's no question. Baylor, I mean, I look at that Baylor's lost 4 of 6. How do you lose to Colorado, right? The worst team in the league. And I've been saying this about K-State all year. How is K-State this bad? This league in the Big 12 is capped at 8. And I think when you're struggling financially, you better get all 8 of those teams in, because I'm not convinced that all 8 get in. I think West Virginia and Baylor have to have strong showings in the Big 12 tournament. Mm-hmm. I think they have to. And I mean, you can look at Kansas, to your point.
Yeah.
Kansas is playing their best ball at the right time, right? Are you telling me that Baylor and West Virginia are playing their best ball at the right time?
No.
Cincinnati. Is Cincinnati, this league really needs 8 teams in financially. And I think it's going to be fascinating to see how this Big 12 tournament goes. I think it's one of the most compelling tournaments of the week, because you cannot have a flub at the bottom of this league, especially West Virginia and Baylor. And if I look at Lenardi right now, he's got 13 in from the SEC, 10 in from the Big 10, and 12 from the 8 from the Big 12. And you look at Baylor and West Virginia, and I thought over the weekend, ESPN had a really interesting question. Are you a lock if you don't win 20 games?
No.
Because I think most of us, you weren't even boiling in the bag at this point, but most of us remember if you won 20 games, you were in the NCAA tournament. And I don't know that that's the case anymore.
Well, I think last week we talked about, I think it was last Tuesday on the show, I think, when we talked about that the good teams at that time were 20 plus wins already. Yeah. And so to me, I think you're this week. Yeah, you got to be, I think probably 24, 23 at least. You
had better.
I don't think 20 wins right here today makes you a lock for the tournament at all. I think if you're a 20-win team right now, that means that you've lost some games that you definitely should not have lost as a typical tournament team. And I think that, again, to your point, it's all about who's playing their best basketball now. And so if you're, let's say you're at 20 wins right now as a basketball team, yeah, you're going to have a really strong showing in your respective tournament. You are you can't just like you bring up Baylor. Baylor's projected to be a 10 seed in the tournament in the Southern bracket.
But you better perform in the Big 12 tournament.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of room for error there.
I mean, I look at Lenardi's got Boise State. Can you imagine if Boise State misses a tournament? What would that make? 3 teams from the Mountain West in? Oh my God. I don't think Colorado State's getting in. I could be wrong. But you look at the fact that San Diego State is one of the last 4 in. I think that speaks volumes about how important these games are financially for leagues like the Mountain West. I think the Big 12 has got to find a way to get all 8 of those teams in.
100%.
You got to do it.
I mean,
and
is it strong to say that the Big 12 is struggling financially? I mean,
you're not competitive financially, though.
Yeah.
This, not to go backward, but isn't this why the ACC settlement was so huge?
Yeah. Because
you are in a situation now where Clemson and Florida State can compete at the $100 million level, if you believe some of the calculations, that are coming out. I think Clemson said there's a route where they could make $120 million.
Yeah.
Now, they probably did that on the back of an envelope. I would think.
Yes.
Back of
the envelope calculations.
I could be wrong, but they're talking about being $100+ million unit. That's a lot of money. But if you are looking at bracketology and you say to yourself, well, the ACC is only getting 3 teams in. How is the ACC? That's wild to me.
Yeah, the path that you're referencing from the ACC that these teams are looking at is through the CFP in football. $4 million for the first round, $8 million for the second round, $14 million for the semis, and $20 million for the natty. And so it's this whole deal where it's like, whether we're talking basketball or football, making that deep tournament run is gonna be crucial. It's gonna be everything. Like again, this would be another question that I would have for Dr. Ed Scott, which is, hey, like we heard Lori Navarra say that basketball is about 20% of a media rights deal in the Mountain West. So I'm really curious for the AAC and for Memphis specifically, how important is it to make a deep tournament run? I mean, obviously you want to make as much money as possible, but is the AAC or the Big 12 or whoever you want to look at in a place where they're desperate for that money, or it's just nice to have? Those are two different mindsets to have. And I think when I look at the tournament, there are so many teams where I'm like, yeah, man, West Virginia, you really need to make the tournament, man. San Diego State, now would be a real nice time to go ahead and get to the Elite Eight again.
Yeah.
It'd be a real nice time.
Yeah, and you're looking at a guy in Penny Hardaway at Memphis that just put up a 26-5 season.
Right? See, so again, your 20-win point, right? Memphis has 26 wins. They're in a great place.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Anyway, the ACC and the Big 12 are clearly down, and I think you start looking at this. That's why this BYU basketball conversation, I think, is critical. When I look at BYU and we look at the finances of this league, if BYU somehow, because right now, where would you put BYU as in a tournament bracket, NCAA tournament bracket? 4, 5, 6?
Yeah.
That's probably where they end up. I mean, we're talking about big money.
Yeah, right now they're sitting as a 5 seed.
Yeah.
They moved up to 5.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, Lopes fan Gabe, 20 games is like, okay.
Neat.
Yeah, you did your job. Congratulations, bud. It doesn't feel winning 20 games, like Penny Hardaway winning 26 games, that's a big win. That's a big season.
It's good numbers.
Right? But what is he done? If I'm not mistaken, has Penny Hardaway won less than 20 games? I think it is now, in my opinion, the minimum bar to achievement, which is the crazy thing, considering the way that we've seen college athletics change. Is Cooper Flagg coming back for another year? He's not.
Well, Monty, he's not, in the NBA and all that, come on.
Right. But my point is, I think when you're looking at the way, Memphis doesn't win less than 20 games in basketball. So I feel really good that 20 wins is the minimum bar, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But hey, is what it is. The SEC has 11 teams with 20+ wins. It's a great league. It is. I think it's the best basketball league in the country right now.
I mean, I think the 20-win, number is a good benchmark when it comes to depth. I mean, 11 teams with 20+ wins. I mean, that tells
phenomenal.
You how deep the conference is. I think, when you talk about making the tournament, I think, if you want to make the tournament, you need to be ideally 24 wins plus. That would lock you in the tournament, in my opinion. I think 22 wins probably you're kind of a bubble team, right? You're a team that is good. People know about you, but it's going to depend on your tournament performance, right? Your conference tournament performance. So I just think that, again, the Big 12 and the ACC find themselves in a position where, like in the ACC, like UNC, it's a really mid-year for UNC, and they're going to need to find a way to tell a story. And missing the tournament for UNC is obviously, not something they do often, but I just think conferences
Man, is that
right
frustrating.
now. Yeah, it is frustrating. And conferences right now go through this where bigger brands in their conferences sometimes miss. It's rare, but sometimes they miss. So will that happen this year?
Yeah, Penny Hardaway's never won less than 20 games. And that was 2020, 2021, and they won the NIT tournament that year. So he's gone to the NCAA tournament 2 straight years. It'd be nice if they won a tournament game this year.
Yeah.
And then, I just think when you're looking at where basketball programs are and you're looking at where leagues are, 20 wins, I agree with Lopes Van Gabe. That feels pretty middle of the road. If it's not already, BYU is going to be a flagship school for the Big 12. I'm telling you, BYU is the best athletic department in the Big 12 right now. I don't even know how you argue it. With the success and growth they're seeing in football, with the recruiting, the growth, NIL, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And then you ask, well, what is basketball doing? The exact same thing. You have a young coach who's got NBA connects that is able to recruit players, and you have got a donor base that's willing to pay those players. That is the formula for success right now. And I think when you look at the Big 12, there's no doubt that both football and basketball, this was a down year. With the failings of Utah and Oak State in football, the inability of BYU to close, oddly enough, I think BYU not making the playoff really damaged the Big 12 in football financially. Colorado, them both losing to Kansas. And maybe that's what good leagues do. Good leagues eat themselves, right? Like you are cannibals. And I think we saw that in the SEC. I think we saw it in every league. But the disappointment in Big 12 football and now the disappointment in Big 12 basketball, you got to raise the bar. And I feel like we're talking about the same programs, by the way. I feel like we're talking about West Virginia. We're talking about Baylor. We're talking about Utah. Utah's bad in football and basketball.
Yeah.
You can't have it. Now, you made complete changes in both programs, which is almost inexplicable. That Utah Athletics fired the basketball coach in the season, and you hire Alex Jensen, I think the only guy that you could have hired, because he is the exact right fit. And you get this endowment at Utah for women's sports. And so it's going to ratchet up pressure on women's athletics. And then you look at football at Utah, and you completely change the way you do business offensively. It's wild.
Yeah.
So I want to know, if Baylor misses the basketball tournament, there should be severe repercussions there. But they didn't make changes in football. Why would you make changes in basketball?
Right. Yeah.
Like, yeah. I think you've got to get West Virginia and Baylor. Dude, they have to get in. Right? They have to get in. Bailey Dietrich, Myles Garrett's massive contract. I don't know. That's not really a question. The participle and we'll talk NFL coming up in 31 minutes. Welcome to the nightmare. Big 12 definitely having a down year, which isn't great with football not dominating either. Exactly right. Exactly right. TTU hopefully gets a second seed, Texas Tech. I think that'll be interesting. How much respect does Texas Tech as a basketball program have right now?
Well, 24-win team. I think they've got enough respect.
It's not accidental. That's a good basketball team.
Yeah.
So Baylor's
an 18-win team, man. I mean, come on.
It's not good enough.
Come on.
It is not good enough. Honest question about BYU athletics, though. Did anything more come out of the NIU payment snafu? It didn't. It didn't. What?
I mean, it just, I think that Yeah, nothing more came of it. I think that
Their books are closed. It's private,
yeah,
by the way.
it's private, so like nothing more is going to come of it. I just think that it's nobody wants to talk about it, and that's how business is done in this state. Nobody wants to talk about anything. They don't want to have, so it's fine. It's fine.
Bailey Dietrich, Myles Garrett's massive contract extension with the Cleveland Browns, ?
What about it? Like the guy chose money over winning. He's never going to win a Super Bowl there.
We'll see. Well, NFL free agency coming up in 30 minutes. TCU Big 12. Who cares? Who cares? Go ahead.
Stay hard.
You guys all go ahead in the comment section. Let's start talking women's college basketball. All right. Show's over. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding? We're having a conversation. Did they build a new IPF for women's college basketball at TCU?
Business ops building.
They're building a new business ops building for TCU women's basketball now, right? Come on, man. Maury Alvarez, a member of the program for 26 months. BYU is the class of the Big 12, and Utah is chasing. Well, they're not close right now because BYU dismantled Utah basketball the other night. I think that Houston's the best basketball program in the league. BYU is the best athletic department in the Big 12
Program.
Welcome to the nightmare. So bricked up for women's college basketball.
Stay hard.
How could you not be?
Eric
Wasikowski has a question. Women's tournament, is that a thing?
Yes, it is.
It is, but just not in the middle of a conversation about bracketology. And you continue. Okay. Nacho Libre. Women's basketball is fun to watch, but doesn't really move any needle financially. I don't disagree. Women's basketball is significant. Not in the middle of a bracketology discussion about the Big 12. And it's probably my fault for reading the comment. It is probably my fault for reading the comment. But, best basketball team in the country right now. If you had
Auburn.
You think it's Auburn?
Yeah, it's
still?
Auburn. Yeah. I think, you look, I watched Auburn, I think it was 2 weekends ago, played Georgia. Georgia had them on the ropes at the half, and then Auburn found a way. And I think that, Bruce Pearl is someone that obviously is a veteran. Obviously has been here before, been around the block, not their first time. And I just think that, when you look at teams and you're like, hey, which teams are playing their best basketball? Auburn's lost their last two. So obviously not their best basketball, but if you said, hey, Auburn's going to play whoever, who would you rather have? I'd
rather have Cooper Flag. I'll take Duke.
Yeah, they're going to have to prove that. He's going to have to show he can win big games first.
What?
Yeah.
He's
never played in the tournament, dude.
Who cares? That's college, but
dude.
That's college basketball.
No.
He's a freshman who's a one and done.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh wow. I think Duke is one of the hottest teams in the country, and obviously they've had the great pleasure of, going through a league where they've played Miami, Florida State, Wake, North Carolina, and now they don't play again for 3 more days. So the pooper's going to be pretty rested.
Yeah.
I think that right now, I mean, what is Duke's last? Your point is not invalid. Their last great opponent was Clemson, and they lost that game. But if I look at the rest of,
and you beat Auburn early in the season, like you did.
Clemson or Duke?
Duke did. Duke.
No, I mean Clemson. Who do you? I would take Duke.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to take Duke. I think, I would agree Cooper Flag is the best basketball player in the country, but I also agree that when it comes tournament time and you're on a huge stage, like, I think Auburn has a lot of ways to win ball games. It's not just about Cooper Flag.
Yeah, we'll see. BT Raider. OU and Texas are bubble teams at 17 wins. Well, Texas doesn't belong in the tournament. Texas does not belong in the tournament, in my opinion. They don't. Wasikowski, Michigan State. What about him? Don't come in here and disgrace yourself. Don't do it. Don't do it. Roy Wall, Duke is better than Auburn. They played this year and Duke won. That doesn't mean they're better than Auburn. Okay, listen, in basketball, especially basketball, just because you beat a team head to head. And when was that game? I think Duke Auburn was like their 10th game. I want to say that was in November, December 4th.
Yeah.
And that game was in Durham at Cameron. So I'm not saying that, well, Duke beat them, and I don't necessarily believe that means Duke is better than Auburn. At least in my opinion. Auburn losing to Alabama and A&M, not the best right now.
No, well, that's my point, is that they're not playing their best basketball right now. And that's kind of what I was saying. But I do think that Auburn is a team that you should not sit here and say, hey, they are, it's them or Duke. You're not going to sit here and convince me that like Houston is a great team, but I would still lean Auburn if they were playing each other. I still think that again, when you have a veteran head coach, someone who's been there, knows his team, remember where they're at in the cycle, man. They're not a young team loaded with freshmen. They're a team that have veteran players who have been here before and know how to turn it on. And I'm telling you, that matters when it comes to the tournament.
Yeah, I don't. I'm taking Duke. I'm taking Duke, and it is not. Yeah, I don't know that it's close. Jay Chapman, did any team have a worse collapse down the stretch of the season than Nebraska? And losing in double overtime and losing, 7 of 8? Like they're not in a good place. Jeff with one F. Hefe? Hef?
Bro.
Yef? Okay. Hypothetical, UH versus Auburn, best of 7. Who wins? Jesus. I don't mean Jesus wins. I mean, boy, that's tough.
I don't live in a what if scenario.
That is, that's tough.
Yeah.
Right now, when I look at Houston, 14 straight road wins. They won 19 Big 12 games. It's going to be tough for me to take anybody over Houston. And LJ Cryer is playing some of the best basketball in the country right now. I don't know how you would bet against Houston in any realm. I said 19 games in the Big 12. 27-4.
Mm-hmm.
Their losses are to Auburn. Well, Auburn's better than Houston.
Yeah, obviously.
Well, there you go.
Idiots.
Auburn, Alabama, San Diego State, and Texas Tech. Those are their losses. They lost one game.
And that loss to Tech was a 1-point game.
And it was
That's how close that was.
But remember, again, that was the Heartbreak Hotel, right? That was at the Fertitta Center, and that's brutal. Absolutely brutal.
Yeah.
And I would say that Cryer didn't exactly play his best basketball in that game. So I would take Houston. The Chad Carter gifts.
Okay, let me get back over here. Okay.
Attaboy. Appreciate that.
Nice.
What happened to Colorado and ASU in basketball? They're not good. Bobby Hurley, I think, needs to walk the plank. He's done some things that 60 Minutes had an interesting feature on Dan Hurley. And I just think Bobby is, bro.
Hey, Bobby.
Come on. The stadium guy. But what if Duke ponies up 8 to 10 million in NIL? Would Cooper Flagg stay at Duke? No, it makes zero financial sense. And we've talked about this. The money that you're offsetting is not the money he gets in his rookie deal. When's the paycheck for Cooper Flagg? The 5th-year extension. The extension of that rookie deal. So every year you stay in college, all you're doing is pushing off the bigger payday. So $8 to $10 million when you sign your rookie extension, is that really that much money? It's not. So, and they're not going to. Yeah, he's going to go to the NBA, and his partnership, his branding sponsors, New Balance particularly, wants him playing in New Balance, which he cannot do at Duke. I don't know how many do people know this story. He's got to deal with New Balance, and he cannot wear New Balance on the court. So he needs to move on. So Damian Fowler, hard to go against an SEC team. I'm telling you, Houston's got the cajoles. They've got the gabagool. You know what I'm saying? Eric and Durham, not just a Chad Carter, the Chad Carter. That's exactly right. Welcome new members.
Yeah.
Michigan State are outright champions, #1 seed, says a guy who claims to be a Michigan
Bro, you're
fan.
a Michigan fan. What are you talking about,
Don't show up here
dude?
with this.
Get the hell out of here.
Good Lord. Roy Wall, so you agree with me then about what?
No, we don't agree with you that Duke is a better team than Auburn. We agree that just because you beat a team
doesn't mean you're better than
them. Early in the season doesn't mean you're better than them. I think that it saying that just lacks all context for what kind of basketball they're playing.
Yeah, I think that's tough. Whoa. Bailey Dietrich, Eric Wasikowski, what was up with the brawl at the end of the game against that team up north? Exactly. My name is Jeff. LOL Jefe, Pocio los Sebis way.
Go ahead.
Soy el jefe de jefe senores.
Can we Google translate this?
Senors.
Yeah,
Senoritas. El jefe. The gorditas.
Such as in like.
Entonces.
Right. Such as in like.
I don't speak
U.S. Americans.
a lick of Spanish. I don't. They didn't understand the senior day tradition. Okay. Danny Kiger. Please be respectful because Nebraska's a volleyball school now. Go Big Red.
Monty, we're playing volleyball games in the football stadium, Monty.
Well, you have Patrick Mahomes Light as your quarterback.
Yeah.
How weird is that?
Wannabe.
Am I the only one who still can't figure that out? Like, was there some swapping of DNA in that house?
Apparently.
Had
to be.
Rayola's Mahomes like
biologics?
Yeah.
Biologics.
It's weird, in my opinion. Whoa, Charisse. I would say Houston is the best team in the Big 12 right now in college basketball, not BYU. I would tend to agree with that. I would agree with that. This time of year, I'm conference
Get
just
the
like
hell out of here, dude. No, you're not. No, you're not. And I'm not letting you do this today. You are a Michigan fan, and you are not going to get off that leash. Take your losses and go home. You are not a Michigan State fan. And I don't want to hear, any excuses or Monty's or anything like that, dude. You are a Michigan fan. You've died on that hill for years on this program. You don't try to run from it now that you lost the game. Come on, dude.
Bro, really?
Don't fuck.
Come on.
Come on, dude.
Come on.
And by the way, I'd also point out, not only did you lose to Michigan State, you lost in NFL free agency because you didn't get Myles Garrett. So I understand it's a rough day.
Like, how on earth are you sitting here defending Michigan? You're a disgrace.
Come on, Eric.
You move to the sanctimonious country, and now all of a sudden you're a Michigan State fan. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. El Jefe says it means you already know, bro. I'm the boss of bosses.
Yeah, you're the boss.
Sir.
Yeah, didn't you get boss the other day?
Sir, yes, I did. First of all, not one, but both of my key fobs now their batteries are dead. So that'll be $32 out the window. And then I go to get smog and sticker for my Jeep Grand Cherokee, and I roll up. And he's like, "Hey, boss."
What can we do for you today, boss?
Jerk. Jefe means chief or boss. Okay.
So wait, that's Jefe, not Jeffe. Is that right? See how
my name is Jeff.
See how it's spelled? That's not Jeffe?
That's Jefe.
Okay, my bad.
And
Sorry.
Jones. Eric Wasikowski, Michigan is number 2. Not bad. No.
Dude.
It's a soft person tendency.
Yeah.
What are you doing, dude?
This isn't see, this is what I don't understand. And listen, I know we don't do DEI in this country anymore, but is that what this is? Is this making sure that there's inclusion for everybody? Have you become, I never thought I would say this. Eric Wasikowski now is a champion of DEI.
I just try to stand strong.
I really am proud of you, man. Like,
I'm still a human.
That you stepped outside of your microscopic dickweed world to become a champion of DEI, to include the sexual assaulters and their medical staff at Michigan State. I mean, it is something special.
It is, dude.
Probably too much.
Yeah,
but,
it is.
Damn. Jake got that roller gas station taquito this morning that put fire under his ass.
Wasikowski off the hook here, dude. You're a Michigan fan. Don't try to jump off the bandwagon when your basketball team blows, because we know that's what this is, dude.
No, Michigan basketball is
Selectively aggressive.
They're probably a 15. They'll get in.
So as I said,
what are they, 15th in the country right now? I think. So they'll get in they'll be in a good spot. BYU's having a great run. Yes, they are. University of Washington finishing last in the Big Ten's hilarious. It's going to be a transition. Dan Lanning got paid, so how bad can it be?
See, but like, this is on brand right here. This is a Washington State fan hating on Washington. That works. See that?
I like
works.
it.
See?
I like it. $32 for a 50-cent battery in the fobs. Yeah, dude.
It's a convenience charge, bro. Come on.
I could do it myself, but I'm not a guy. I'm not on the tools, as they say. I'm not that guy. Listen, I know my limitations. Okay. You want me to hit a golf ball? I can't do that either. But
F around and find out.
I know for a fact I cannot fix a key fob, and I'm not willing to.
I'm
not willing to do it. Don't worry about the Cubs season tickets, Morty. You can always root for St. Louis. Exactly right. As a Notre Dame fan, why don't I just root for USC?
Well, the obvious translation here would be that other team that plays on the south side of Chicago that, I'm not sure still exists every year. That would be the obvious inference. Oh, the Cubs suck. Let me just go ahead and shift my allegiance to this other team. That's what that is.
Yeah, I think it is wild to me that we are less than a month away from hot dogs and glizzies at Wrigley Field.
Yes.
I'm excited. Nacho Libre, Eric, that would be like me rooting for KU as a K-State fan. That's what I'm talking about. You can't do that. But again, now Eric Wasikowski, DEI champion. So
DEI king.
Yeah, El Jefe. Right. He's El Jefe of DEI.
Yeah.
And
such as in like
and stuff.
Right.
Wow, this is
show up.
Eric should be rooting for KU. Yes, my bad. NC State ex-coach Kevin Keats into the portal. Yeah, they jettisoned him. He didn't enter the portal. They entered him into the portal.
Pack everything up. We're out of here.
Goodbye, sir. Go Fighting Irish. Amen to that.
Right.
Do we have a basketball program still? I think we replaced it with hockey.
Hey, that's fine.
Notre Dame hockey's amazing. We don't play basketball ever. UW fan Jim, at least UW has a media deal. This is true. See, this is called rivalry.
Yes.
F-U, no F-U. Hey, we are on TV. Are you guys? No, you're not, losers. Like, that's what this show's about. The comment section on this show, I feel like we're just pushing it earlier and earlier and earlier into the show where somebody like Wasikowski comes in here and comes out as a DEI advocate.
Yeah.
The El Jefe of DEI.
Yeah, dude.
Yes. Which is fine.
He is him.
Brandon Butler, the only tool Marty knows how to use is attached to him. That's exactly right. Just ask your mom. That's right. El Jefe of DEI. I'm being consistent, Monty. After October, I'm a conference guy. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Quote,
stop.
I'm a conference guy.
You are officially for inclusion.
Yes.
And I'm here for it. You know that I'm a big believer that everybody should have the equal playing fields. So I'm with you on that.
Selectively aggressive.
You move to Florida? I would move to Florida. You're the DEI guy.
Yeah. DEI king, dude.
I'm El Jefe, please. I am a conference guy.
After what was the date? What was the date here?
October.
After October.
You know, they still play football in October. So,
Yeah, so what do
as
you mean?
long as somebody wins the Michigan State game, I'm happy.
Okay, dude. Okay. Right.
I don't, again, as a Notre Dame fan, I don't have Michigan State. I don't have BYU, Utah, or USC, UCLA. I'm not the guy that walks around with half a Michigan State jersey. I'm not that guy. I don't believe in that. BYU fans and Utah fans do it all the time where they're like, oh, the blue and red show. No, sir. No, sir. They're October.
Come on. I mean, that timeline doesn't even add up, dude.
What are we doing? Danny Kiger. The worst part about the state of Nebraska is the Jayskers fans. Is that a real thing? Jayskers? That's Jayhawk and Husker combined? Do you know how ugly that child is?
I mean, Eric, what is it like? What is it like to support two programs that have both sign stealing and iPhone scandals with Mel Tucker happening? What is it like for those to be your two programs?
Whoa, they were buying cheeseburgers from
Right.
That wasn't. No, you're confused. That wasn't his meat. That was cheeseburger meat on Mel Tucker's
and it was
phone.
all captured on the Ray-Ban glasses by sign stealer guy. See?
So
it all adds up.
All meat is not equal.
Right.
You know what I mean? Mel Tucker, the meat on Mel Tucker's phone.
Yeah.
I mean, you're Eric. Listen, Eric, you're the Michigan State fan. You know the meat that was on Mel Tucker's phone.
DEI King.
Hefe. You can root for more than one. Says the guy who's a fan of like 11. Well, TCU. Dude, I don't lose. There's certain Saturdays where like, Texas Tech is playing Texas and TCU's playing Baylor. And the only way I lose is if Oak State's playing a game that day because they never win anything.
And that doesn't even consider women's basketball.
And, and then I'm just, going to roll over to Texas State where have you guys seen the pickleball team at Texas State?
I'm not too familiar with that.
We got to be serious now.
Hi, this is James. Welcome back. Bodix is playing well. So.
Oak State James is I can't even call him Oak State James anymore. I can't because he's not a fan of Oak State. I love these guys who are like, oh, okay, I'm a fan of Oak State. They're terrible. Man, that Baylor, I'm so excited for Baylor. My third cousin's best friend's wife's mother's aunt's co-worker's mechanic, cafeteria worker. He graduated 75 years ago from Baylor.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a Baylor fan.
Obviously.
Not because.
Whoa. We're having problems.
What?
We're glitching.
Jake.
Sorry,
great.
dude. I ruined the take. That's
anyway,
fine.
I'm a Baylor fan because my parole officer is you'll find any excuse if dude, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Can you guys still hear us?
Jake, did you do it, Jake?
Can you still?
You did do it. No, we're good. I just think that the
I don't know. I didn't hit anything. It just isn't. Nah, it's not working now. Like, great.
Yeah, you didn't. You did something. Jake did something because we're all frozen up over here.
Great.
But you can still hear us, which is great.
Okay,
So,
well, I guess. All right. Well,
all
right.
Let's see. Stadium guy James, it's hard to have logical discussions here. As bad as Oak State is in basketball this year, I still showed up at Baylor games and wore orange and black. But you're a Baylor fan, a TCU fan.
Just stop at you married a Baylor fan as an Oak State fan. I mean, that's commitment, bro. That auto bids you into Baylor fandom.
That's what I'm saying. Eric, in Raleigh, you picked up the entire landmass of Florida and moved it, Wasikowski. There you go. Damian Fowler, logical discussions. Whose fault is that, James? Yeah, James, that's your fault. I'm not the one. It's hard to have logical discussions. Okay. James is a fan of all these teams, but not his wife's looks. And
it's facts.
And I was saying that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, James, do you understand your track record of logical discussions or lack thereof of logical discussions? Not sure I want to participate in the Red Ass Monday, but if you can't change a battery in a key fob, that says it all. It's not can't.
Okay, wait, hold on. Did you just call Monty stupid?
He did.
Is that what I'm getting
It's
here?
not can't. It's more won't.
Yeah.
It's more
It's premise based.
Choose not to.
Right.
You know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. It's premise based.
And stuff and like.
Yeah, such as
that's all I'm saying. You know. Well, I think it's one of those things where I understand what I am good at and what I'm not. I don't work on cars. My guy Preston is my mechanic. I went to Grease Monkey to get my smog and sticker the other day, and they're like, dude, your car's in great shape. They do this, when you go to somewhere that's a mechanic shop.
800-point inspection.
Yeah, they're like, you need to do all this stuff. Here's the entire list for $10,000, right?
Right.
The guy from Grease Monkey, after he was done calling me boss, gives me the inspection thing, and he's like, "Nah, your oil's good. It looks like it." He's like, "The only thing we need to do is replace your windshield wiper blades." And what did I say to him? "Nah, I can do that myself." He's like, "Well, you know what? We'll do it for just the cost of the blades." All right, done. I can do it. Why do I want to do? I don't want to do it.
Right.
I've noticed I don't work on cars.
It's a want-to situation.
I'm not a doctor. I don't do heart surgery.
Yeah, I can respect that.
Right?
Yeah.
Monty isn't stupid. Boy, where is this going? He just has better things to do than change batteries and key fobs. We may not always agree, but I still respect him.
It's not a disrespect
It's
thing,
not a
dude.
disrespect
It's just a
thing.
premise conversation. It's like people roasting me for eating taquitos off the roller. It's a premise thing.
Yeah. Notre Dame's men's basketball swept Calford this weekend. Oh, yeah, they really? Okay.
Yeah.
So we're doing things.
Yeah.
Sharice, I don't think Ohio State basketball will win anything until they get a new head coach. Remember when Ohio State basketball was good?
Dude.
Jim Jackson, remember that? Did you get your ice cube machine fixed this morning? Because again, I don't fix appliances. I hire guys to fix appliances.
Yeah.
I don't do heart surgery. I hire guys to,
right.
Yeah.
Oh,
look at that. Calford gives 50 Monty Show membership.
Nice job, dude.
Let's go. Growing the nation.
Yeah. Nice job.
Can't play the drop for you.
No.
Would love to. You want to just restart your machine?
No, it's not the machine. It's the mixer. We've been through this before.
Oh, have we?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
it does this sometimes where I don't know what it does. It just glitches sometimes. So it's fine.
Yeah. Keelani, to be fair, those CR 2032s have two sides. So that confuses a lot of noobs men. What's a 2032? I don't know what that is. Lopes fan Gabe, Morty 2 fobs doesn't change wipers either. Sheesh.
Morty 2 fobs.
Well, I'll tell you what. No, it's
that's great, dude.
The buttons don't work either.
Morty 2 fobs.
Okay. I did last winter. I put new wiper blades on.
While it was snowing outside.
Can Monty at least change his own oil? Oh, I can. I won't. Wait, you want me to get on the floor under a car?
No, I'm good. No.
I wash my own car, unlike certain other people. Some people that you may know, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. Some people you may know don't actually ever wash their car, but then all of a sudden they pay a guy $275,000 to detail his car.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
I don't change my own oil for sure. The Monty Show more like the Poverty Show. It is.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Nacho Libre. I've worked in food safety for 16 years. Jake, stay away from roller food. 2 words, fecal matter. It's about the same as eating gas station sushi. Nah, bro. You've been in the business. How bad is the roller food? Because just remember, when you have food on a roller like
We're
hot
getting
dogs.
food advice from an account named Nacho Libre.
Yes.
I just want to point that out.
Yes. And you know what the amazing thing is? All those construction workers, all you dirty hyenas that reach your hand over the roller. Because how many actually hand sanitize after you do your business when you get up and squat and stuff?
Nobody gets up and squats, dude. This is not a team stand show.
Says the team lean guy.
Come on, dude.
You know, UW fan Jim, I know it's Danny Sprinkle's first season, and we need a complete culture change. Okay.
Danny Sprinkles.
Midweek Coug, they have car washes and mobile detailing for a reason. People need jobs.
Agreed.
And key fob changers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Jake, go for the pizza at Quick Trip instead of the roller food. We roll up to this dude's house for the weekend.
Hey, man.
We roll up to this guy's house over the weekend. And giving the mother-in-law a tour, you know. We're walking out, and what shows up at the front door?
Lunch, dude.
What did you order for lunch?
I ordered pizza because I was doing stuff, had things to do.
This bro orders delivery pizza. Was it like the pie at least? No. It was Morningside Mike's Pizza, whatever the hell it's called. I've never heard of it.
Mountain Mike's.
Mountain Mama's Pizza, right? Like, and you gave me a slice. It was not terrible. But I just thought it was funny. And then where did we go 4 hours later?
Ruth's Chris.
So you ordered pizza before we went to Ruth's Chris.
Yeah, I needed something to hold me over.
Oh, that was you don't hold you're going to Ruth's Chris. The whole point is not
right.
You don't
but I hadn't
order
eaten
pizza
since like 8.
What? Okay, you ordered pizza before we went to Ruth's Chris. You know, what did I have for lunch that day? I don't think I had really anything for lunch that day. I may not have. Who knows? I can't recall. Sharice, I am a diehard Ohio State fan. I don't pretend to be a fan of other teams like Eric Wasikowski
Yeah, dude,
does.
that's poser behavior, dude.
You're a fan of one team.
Yeah, you get
That's
one
it.
team and that's it.
And if you want to disavow that one team, you can't do that either.
Yeah.
You know, midweek Coug, paying a dude $2 million for nothing is funny. Okay. The Washington State rivalry is huge on this show. Eric and Raleigh, steak pizza. Exactly
Right.
All right. 1 hour from right now, Dr. Ed Scott, athletic director at Memphis, will join the show. Looking forward to that. Hour number 2 of the show is always presented by Prize Picks. Jeez Louise. Did I have a weekend on Prize Picks? Not 1. Not 2. 3 for 3 on PGA Tour golf. And I would remind, such as in like, even though Colin Morikawa choked, and how?
Big time.
Because he did, to lose the Arnold Palmer, he still came through with 3.5 birdies or better yesterday to seal what was an undefeated weekend on Prize Picks. And it does not happen often. Prize Picks is not the easiest thing in the world to win, but I got to tell you, it started with a Friday 3-pack of Wyndham Clark, less than 71.5. This is how you know you're living right.
I gave you the Wyndham pick.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
You never give me anything. What'd you give me for my birthday this year? Wyndham Clark, 71.5, more or less strokes. I went less, 71. Colin Morikawa, 4.5 birdies or better. I went less, 4. Ludwig Aubert, 70.5 strokes. I went more, 71.
Right.
Nailed it. We are again, after dipping below $500, I believe we were at $489. We are now pushing $1,000 in the Prize Picks account again. We are in business, my friends. We are absolutely in business. Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app. Use the promo code Monty. You deposit $5, they'll give you 50 more. Here's what I got tonight. NBA's hot. I think Isaiah Collier, 24.5 points, rebounds, and assists, more. They're playing, well, it is Boston, so 24.5 points, rebounds, and assists.
Yeah.
He's done that 2 of his last 5 at Philly and at Washington. I think you're probably more there. Jason Tatum, 43.5 points, rebounds, and assists against the Jazz. More or less. I think you probably go less. Maybe you stay away from the Celtics.
Yeah,
How long are they going to play?
Stay away from that.
You know. Did you guys see LaMelo Ball? Somebody took video of him on his rooftop penthouse driving a go-kart around the roof of his penthouse.
Okay.
Is that living your best life?
I would guess, yeah.
How did you get that thing up there? I mean, obviously.
How does anything happen?
Helicopter?
Yeah, pay somebody.
I have no idea. You paid somebody to replace your key fobs.
Yeah.
It's fine. Download the Prize Picks app. Use the promo code Monty. College basketball. Boys, college basketball and Prize Picks, amazing.
By the way, the new update for Prize Picks,
oh, it's beautiful.
Aesthetically speaking, is incredible.
It is beautiful. I am 100% in on it. I'm telling you that well, let's do women's college basketball because Oak State James is here. Maya Blake, I'm not sure who she plays for. 17.5 points, rebounds, and assists, more or less.
I'm going Demon.
You're going. Stop it. All right, before we get to NFL free agency, a couple more of your comments. LOL Monty said strokes.
Yeah.
So, Nacho Libre, I was a health inspector for 7 years and have worked in the private sector for 9. Eating roller food is a gamble smart people don't take. That's what I'm saying. I did my undergraduate degree at Oak State, going for my doctorate at TCU. Yes, I can root for two teams. No, you can't.
No, dude,
They're in the same league and they are competitors. No, you can't. No, you cannot.
That's not proper.
That's like making up this BS that you're a Chiefs fan. And it just boils his blood when I say that. I bought a Kansas City Chiefs jacket in 1932. Okay?
Off of eBay, Monty.
Yeah. I don't know. Eric and Raleigh, thin sliced filet mignon with a light glazing of tomato sauce and generous helping of fresh mozzarella.
Big glaze guy, huh?
Okay. Grow up. What are you talking about? What do you? Oh, Aaron Wilson has.
No.
Go ahead, play the drop.
Can't do it.
Go ahead.
I can't.
How come?
Because it's not working.
Jake's drop machine is broken. Aaron Wilson gives some Monty Show membership.
Nice.
Yeah, I'll clap by myself. Danny Kiger, is today blood day? It is. Imagine getting the infusion of 2 shakes blood just to end up with cravings for gas station roller food and cheap pizza.
Yeah, dude.
See what I'm saying? That's exactly right. Aaron says, oh no, I think Aaron only donates memberships so that you'll there you go. That's how we're using the drop machine. Amazing. I'm here for it.
Do we do what we can on this program, okay?
We do. They did what they did.
Yeah.
Which, again, don't forget Ed Scott, athletic director at Memphis, coming up in 50 minutes. That will be at 9 Central, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific, right here on the Monty Show. Let's go NFL free agency because I think, are you guys surprised that the Seattle Seahawks trade DK Metcalf to Pittsburgh? And they didn't get a first round pick for him.
Right.
They traded him and got a second round pick and pick swaps. I feel like Pittsburgh ripped off Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a little light. There's no question about it. I think that, DK is one of the best receivers in the league. And, any team picking him up instantly becomes better. There's not. DK Metcalf is definitely one of those names. You add DK, your offense is clearly better.
I think this is nothing short of a coup for the Steelers. And now DK got a huge extension there, right? Like that you paid him $150 million. But I don't feel like Seattle got enough for DK Metcalf. And if we start looking at what the AFC North looks like, Pittsburgh will win 10 games last year with a receiving core that is George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth, and Calvin Austin III. If you put DK Metcalf on one side or in a bunch with George Pickens, is this offense, is it better? Yeah, I'm going to say it's way better.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it is way better. And here's the other question. Aaron Rodgers now has been linked to the Pittsburgh Steelers with Sam Darnold as well in that mix.
Mm-hmm.
If you're the Steelers, which one of those two do you want?
I mean,
I know who you're going
Well,
to say.
here's the problem. I don't like either of them as a candidate. I think the problem is Aaron Rodgers is drama, right? There's a lot of risk with Aaron Rodgers. With Sam Darnold, the problem is people are questioning, was it Kevin O'Connell or was it Sam Darnold? And was that a flash in the pan or is this who Sam is? Nobody knows. You're taking a huge risk either way.
Ooh, I totally disagree. I think that Sam Darnold's the right guy there. Aaron Rodgers, I think, is the risk. He's old. Not even drama. They don't do drama in Pittsburgh. I think when I look at their quarterback options, Aaron Rodgers, Sam Darnold, both are better than Justin Fields. There's no question. If there's a better fit for Justin Fields than the New York Jets, I don't know where that will ever be. Right? I don't know. I think when you look at these QBs and the quarterback market, I don't think there's any doubt the quarterback market is heating up.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys know how humble I am, right?
Right.
You guys know that I would never arrive on set of the Monty show and tell you I told you so.
Yeah, but it's Monty told you Monday.
Anybody see Geno Smith got traded over the weekend? What did we tell you on Friday? I told you Geno Smith was not going to be in Seattle.
Yeah.
And now you're looking at a situation where you have a lot of clubs looking for quarterbacks. I think Geno's a great fit in Las Vegas. He's a good stopgap there. Where does Sam Darnold go? Is there a better fit than him in Pittsburgh or Seattle? I think he fits in both those places. I don't know where Aaron Rodgers fits. I don't know. My guess is I think he ends up in Pittsburgh. They like veterans. They facilitate the development of veterans. I think when you look at Cleveland, Myles Garrett, did you guys see that Myles Garrett is staying in Cleveland? He gets $123 million guaranteed. So what was all this nonsense about you wanting to win? This was a ploy to get you paid.
Yeah.
Right? That's what you're saying. This was a ploy to get you paid. This is one of the most disappointing outcomes to a trade demand that I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that you took the money instead of winning. You simply traded being a $100 millionaire for winning a Super Bowl, which is fine, but don't try to convince me that you want to go somewhere and win. Don't be out in the media or having your agents say that, oh man, I don't win here and these guys aren't serious about winning, so you need to trade me, only to sign a really lucrative deal with that team in that same team that's not going to win anything. Like, I just don't understand it, dude. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
I don't either. And my biggest question is, if you're the Detroit Lions, did you do everything you could do to get Myles Garrett? Because you need him. You need him in ways that I just think that you really, really needed him. I mean, am I making too much out of that? No,
I don't think you're making too much out of it. I think he was definitely, a player that could have been game changing for certain teams. The Lions obviously being one of them. But again, this is the point: is that you had opportunity. You could have gone to the Lions. You could have forced the Browns to traded you to a better situation, taken less money, but played for something that mattered. Like, I don't want to hear this dude complaining that they don't win in 2 seasons. You chose this route. You made your bed, and now it's time to lay in it. And I think that, it's not on the Lions that dude just wanted to get paid. I'm sure the Lions did what they could to try to get him, and it just wasn't happening. So I just was shocked, man. And frankly, I was a little disappointed in that decision out of him.
I think one of the most fascinating situations is this Justin Fields deal, because I think it's very clear Pittsburgh wants Justin Fields back. And as Adam Schefter just tweeted, Justin Fields put a photo on Instagram of himself in Dubai. And it does not seem like he's in a hurry. He is, according to Schefty, he is choosing between the Pittsburgh Steelers and the New York Jets. He cannot make a Jets decision until he sees the offer on paper, which cannot happen until this afternoon. So it'll be interesting to see where this all plays out. And I think Justin Fields cannot be the starting quarterback, in my opinion, in Pittsburgh. I don't think you spend that kind of money on DK Metcalf.
Right.
To get a guy who does not have unquestioned success throwing the football in the National Football League. That's Darnold or that is Aaron Rodgers.
Mm-hmm.
If you are the Jets, I think you have time to develop Justin Fields. And I think you want a more versatility in a quarterback. Aaron Rodgers showed you what he cannot do, but he also showed you what he can do, and that's get the ball down the field. I think Aaron Rodgers is a great fit in Pittsburgh, but
yeah,
I don't know ultimately how that ends up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Pittsburgh doesn't do drama, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Aaron Rodgers isn't going to cause problems because he is. That's who he is. Like that's who this guy has been. His track record has shown it repeatedly over and over and over again. And so I don't know, man. If I'm Pittsburgh, I'm not sure that I'm willing to take a flyer on a 41-year-old quarterback, 40-year-old quarterback who has this Achilles thing, isn't the same guy he was, Yeah,
but now don't you have, if you're Cleveland, don't you have a really important choice at quarterback now? Right? If you are again Pittsburgh, I think you're choosing between Aaron Rodgers and Sam Darnold. I don't believe that you can go with Justin Fields.
Mm-hmm.
And if you are Pittsburgh, now don't you have the most dynamic receiving duo in the NFL? T. Higgins or DK Metcalf? I'm probably taking DK Metcalf.
Probably. Yeah. I mean, we haven't been able to see what DK can be in a great offense, with all due respect to Seattle. You haven't had, I like Geno, but Geno's not, some, MVP caliber quarterback. And I think that's what the Steelers are trying to figure out is can Aaron Rodgers, be the guy for one more year? Can he actually show up and play most of the season?
I don't know.
Or can Sam come in here in a defensive-minded organization and be a bright spot on offense? Like that, I'm telling you, that's a serious question. People are not just going to sit here and be completely sold. I'm not saying that Sam didn't have a good year. I think what people are really concerned about is that you had a great regular season and then this postseason happened and you look like the guy you used to be, not the guy in the regular season. That's the problem.
I agree.
So if you're the Steelers, what is the win-win for you here? Is it, hey, we got Aaron Rodgers, and then if it doesn't work out, people will say, yeah, well, it just didn't work out. He was an older guy, can't blame me for making that decision. Or is that the Sam Darnold route? And that's what defines organizations, which way you go here. Or is there any opportunity that there's a dark horse that nobody knows about too? Because I think that what the Steelers have shown us over the years is they're always willing to look at every opportunity. They have shown that over and over and over again.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's interesting what happens to Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Obviously that's a name we're not talking about much here, but I think this this situation with Aaron Rodgers and Sam Darnold as the quarterbacks seem to be heating up now, I just think you have to take advantage of dynamic receiving talent when you have it. That's the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
That's Aaron Rodgers. I much more like in Cleveland. I mean, you've got talent in Cleveland. Darnold's probably the best pick in Cleveland. I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting. And then you look at Devontae going to the LA Rams on a 2-year deal, Devontae Adams. I mean, that's a really nice pickup for them, I think. He more than replaces Cooper Kupp, right?
Certainly. And I think that, I got to say, I mean, with all due respect to Cooper Kupp, I love Cooper Kupp. It's just time for them to move on and getting a motivated Devontae Adams on your squad.
Ooh.
That's great news. And I think that, what I said last week, I think holds true with the decision he made here with the Rams, which is you needed to go somewhere where they had a great offense. They had a gunslinging quarterback. And I think I'm just speculating, but I'm guessing this is why Stafford decided to come back, because he saw, hey, if I come back and then we can go make a run at either DK or Devontae, ends up being Devontae, we're going to be in a lot better of a spot. And so then you can have Devontae and Puka, and then if you can figure out a run game a little bit, you're in a great spot. So again, I just think
disagree with that.
There's a lot of these guys right now, whether it's Aaron Rodgers, Matt Stafford, Kirk Cousins, Russell Wilson, who are in this spot in their career where they're on the back end, still have gas in the tank, can still contribute at a high level, but they have to be in a good situation. They can no longer make up for Jimmy Nobody, and his lack of talent, right? They can't do that anymore. What they can do is they can deliver the football from the pocket, provided you have a wide receiver that's outbeating his assignment. And that's what I think you're saying right now.
Yeah, and I think when you look at there's just so many variables here. Again, free agency starts at noon Eastern. I think it is going to be remarkable. What are we, just 3 hours away? It's going to be a remarkable run through free agency.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Danny Carger, Darnold is better choice at this point in their careers. Mayfield survived changes in the team and coordinators just fine. Rodgers hasn't. Well, maybe there's truth in that. I think you cannot waste this wide receiver talent. And you just paid DK $150 million. So I don't
get someone to feed him the ball.
You got to have a good quarterback.
Yep.
Ferris Khan, nobody cares. I don't know what Ferris said because he got filtered. So good luck, Ferris. Damian Fowler, what about the felon Kansas City Chiefs wide receiver? Well,
and there's this.
If you guys didn't see, Xavier Worthy got arrested for felony domestic battery. And it is ugly. The details on this, I mean, I don't even know how you explain this.
Yeah, I mean, the story goes that he was in a relationship, and clearly this relationship, devolved into whatever. And the woman would not leave his house. And his lawyer, through a statement through his lawyer's claiming that the story goes, hey, over the last couple of weeks, we had asked her to leave. There was a private investigator that Xavier Worthy had apparently hired, who has allegedly, on video evidence, the woman destroying a room and hitting Xavier Worthy, and they allegedly have photos where of a dreadlock that the woman pulled out of Xavier Worthy's head. And, so his defense is that, hey, I tried to get this woman out of my house for several weeks. And, one thing led to another as I was trying to get her out. And now we're here. And his defense is that it was essentially self-defense. That's what he's saying. And that she's made baseless claims against him in an effort to not move out. That's what they're going with.
Now, the important thing to point out here is no charges will be filed. The district attorney declined it. I have no idea what that loud bang was. The district attorney declined the charges. But again, I look at this situation with Xavier Worthy and I say to myself, what are these guys doing?
Yeah.
What are these women doing? If you're in a situation where violence happens, you have to immediately get out of it. If you're in a situation where violence is hinted at, you have to immediately get out of it. I don't care if you're Jimmy and Joe or if you are Xavier Worthy. I don't care why. You got to get out of it. And we see these situations end so poorly so many times.
Mm-hmm.
And I look at a guy like Xavier Worthy. He's got everything going for him. He is one of the best young players in the NFL. He is paid. He is healthy. You cannot put yourself in these situations.
Well, and I think there's a piece with the Kansas City Chiefs as well. The Kansas City Chiefs now, I think the number was 7 or 8 of these guys now over the last 2 or 3 seasons.
Well, and I don't want to say these guys. I want to be I don't presume guilt on Xavier Worthy. This is not Javon Belcher. This is not all these other situations, Tyreek Hill's situation, all of the domestic violent player situations.
Mm-hmm.
I think Xavier Worthy is a victim. If I had to give my opinion based on the facts that are publicly known. So, but this is your 7th or 8th domestic violence situation on your roster.
Yeah.
That I'm comfortable saying. I just don't think that you can continue to live your life like this. This to me is a big red flashing light. Somebody needs to intervene on his behalf because this is ugly. This is really, really, really ugly. So, let's see who else. Adams will be a great fit with Puka Nacua as well.
Puka Nacua.
I would agree. That's going to be very dynamic. I think Miami should try and get Russ on a backup deal because Tua's past injuries. Yeah.
I would not mind that at all.
I don't know where Russ goes because he says he's not finished, but, we'll see. Blue Turf. Is Russell Wilson still being paid by Denver? If so, Pittsburgh will keep him. I want to say he's a free agent. Is he not? Russell Wilson's contract situation. We'll see. Pittsburgh Steelers. No, I don't believe he's coming back there. Yeah, I think that Russell Wilson, he's just not, was Russell Wilson terrible there?
No.
He was not. He was not. But was he dynamic? Was he good? Did he drive the ball down the field? He did not.
Yeah, he's an unrestricted free agent, bro.
Yeah, he's
not being paid by anybody.
Yeah, his contract is over.
Yeah.
And I think when you look at his situation, I don't think that you are going to be able to justify bringing Russell Wilson back because Sam Darnold's a better option than Russell Wilson. That is what it is. That is where he is. So, and I think when you look at the arms race happening this offseason in the NFL, and it's absolutely an arms race.
Yeah.
You look at the way that players have changed, whether that's Debo or Myles Garrett now getting paid or Devontae Adams or I expect there to be a lot of motion in free agency today. And I think that noon, we're going to get a lot of clarity on these situations very quickly. Because I think if you're an NFL team that doesn't have a quarterback, you're not really competing. Right. I've said this. How many times did I say this about the Bears?
For years.
The Bears have never had a franchise quarterback until now. And you look at how they have transformed that roster this offseason because they're not worried about the quarterback. They're more worried about the offensive line. And it's what you have to do. There's just no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Dude that abides. It can be assumed at a high level medically, I'm sure. But I'm not. What are you talking about? I'm confused.
Yeah, what are we talking about there?
This ain't a scene. It's an arms race. That's exactly right. CTE testing needs to be initiated by the NFL when impulsive behavior. Yeah, you can't do CTE testing until they're no longer among the living. Because you need to take the brain out of their skull and examine it and test it. And
yeah.
You can't do that fully and with certainty until you are expired. The player dies.
Yeah.
Right. Now you can do a myriad of imaging. You can look at hotspots. You can do all kinds of things, but you cannot definitively test for CTE until they are passed, unfortunately. So it just is, it just is what it is. I think it is going to be a very interesting day. This is the most shocking headline of the weekend, in my opinion. Not even the DK and Geno trade. I think Myles Garrett getting $123 million to not win, because I agree, until they win, they're not winners.
Yeah. I mean, I think that Myles Garrett is making a choice here, which is, hey, I want a payday versus I want to play for, an organization that's got a winning track record, and I think that the hard part is that, now you've sent the message that kind of what you were saying earlier, like you only said all those things just so you could get paid. And that's the hard part is I don't want to. My biggest thing here is 2 years from now, we're going to hear Myles complaining about that they don't win. That's my biggest concern. And again, my main point is, hey, you signed on the dotted line to be a part of an organization that's proven to make silly decisions, with all due respect. Like, that just is what it is.
I think Kevin Stefanski is an amazing coach. I just don't know. You look at the Deshaun Watson situation. Did you guys also see he renegotiated his contract, which made this extension possible? He's now been paid all the guaranteed money on his deal. Deshaun Watson. So there's no more guaranteed money on his deal. This is it for him in Cleveland. And you'll remember he tore his Achilles last year. And then I think it was first week of January, he re-injured it.
Do we ever see him in the league again?
No, I think he's done.
I think he's done.
He's done. This was a complete and abject failure in Cleveland.
Yeah.
He was not good. He is not healthy. And whether, I don't know, did he rehab properly or not? I have no idea. But whatever happened there, it did not go well.
Yeah.
It did not go well. That awkward guy, is Aaron really better than Wilson? You really don't think that Aaron Rodgers is better than Russell Wilson? Listen, I think it is. We can do all this stuff if you want. We can have a lot of conversations. Do you really want to make the case that Aaron Rodgers is beyond his days as an NFL quarterback?
Well, I think there's a strong conversation to have about his availability the last 2 years. I think that's a major concern.
He played. Let's fact check this. Aaron Rodgers played games last year. Now, did he play well? No, he did not. Was he the dominant force that everybody expected him to be? No, but the guy played 17 games last year. Let's not forget that. He threw for 3,897 yards, 28 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions. The dude can still throw the football. The problem is he was sacked 40 times. 40 times. Now, my guy in Chicago, Caleb Williams, Mr. Nail Paint, got sacked 68 times.
Mm-hmm.
So, is Aaron Rodgers a mobile quarterback? By no measure. But let's not write it off like Aaron Rodgers just is old and can't perform anymore. The guy threw for 28 touchdowns and 3,897 yards. And he completed the problem. Here's another problem. He only completed 63% of his passes.
Well, and I also think, like, when you think about the division, think about it from a division standpoint, the AFC North is savage. I mean, that's one of the toughest divisions in football. And, again, while we're sitting here talking about Myles Garrett, like, you got a bunch of dudes like that in that division who are get after the quarterback guys. And, again, both of these guys, Aaron Rodgers and Sam, are, quite frankly, Sam, it's not like Sam is some great mobile quarterback. He can run a little bit, but it's not like he's prolific or anything, So I don't know, man. I personally have major reservations about Aaron Rodgers. I'm not.
But you don't like his off-field stuff.
I think the locker room stuff. I think the media stuff. Like, if you want to go on podcasts and stuff, that's on you, bro. Like that, we can leave that out of this conversation. But the way
the Pat McAfee stuff is a problem. I agree.
But like that, like the media stuff, his media availability, immunized thing, that type of energy. I'm not saying he would do that same thing again. But we just know who he is. You know what you're getting when you sign with him, man. Like,
yeah, you should watch a couple of episodes of that Netflix series he has, because it's fascinating. He doesn't try to hide any of it either. He does not try to hide any of it.
So then if we're all on the same page about who this guy is, and we know that he can play, but you can't tell me that you're convinced that this guy's got another
2 years.
Awesome.
I think he's got 2 years at a very high level. And if you put him on that offensive line, and if you put him in that offense, and you allow him to play in a system that's made for him, I think they would win. They can win that division. They can win that division. He is not a guy that you look at Darnold's numbers last year. 4,319 yards, 66% completions, 35 touchdowns, 12 interceptions, sacked 48 times. They're very similar quarterbacks. Very similar quarterbacks. And I would remind you, Darnold had one of the best wide receivers in the NFL. And they both played 17 games last year. I think people forget that Aaron Rodgers played 17 games last year. Yeah. It's not like he's injury prone. All I am saying is Aaron Rodgers, I think the malaise of BS off the field taints his performance. There's no question about that. That all goes away in Pittsburgh. If I were Pittsburgh or anybody else signing Aaron Rodgers, but if I'm Pittsburgh, I mandate he doesn't go on Pat's show.
I don't know that he'll sign with you if you do that.
Well, then he's not going to play in the NFL.
I'm curious, if you're Aaron Rodgers, would you agree to that type of clause?
Yes. Yes, I would, because if he goes to Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers with that wide receiver core and that defense has an opportunity to win a Super Bowl. If Aaron Rodgers goes to Pittsburgh, they are Super Bowl contenders. They will contend in that division. He's shown you he can stay healthy in that division. He has shown you that he can stay healthy, or in the AFC East, he's shown you he can take a beating, because he took a beating in the AFC East. Is he Josh Allen, who got, I think, 260 guaranteed? No.
No,
but is Aaron Rodgers on a 1-year deal with a second-year option worth the risk? Yes. Yes, he is. Because I think he's still an elite NFL quarterback in the regular season.
Yeah, and that's where I think we just disagree on this one. I don't think that he's worth the risk. I think he's not a fit culturally in Pittsburgh. I think that Pittsburgh, while I agree, is a no-nonsense organization, and they don't put up with that stuff. And we've seen them, the Le'Veon Bell thing, we've seen them deal with guys. Antonio Brown, obviously, we've seen them, work with drama, as I call it. Whatever
Ben Roethlisberger.
Ben Roethlisberger, certainly. We've seen them deal with things like this, but I think that it's not typically, something that they go out and get that guy. Those were Roethlisberger was a staple of the organization, so they chose to put up with it, right? When AB was there, he was not the guy he is now. He was a great NFL wide receiver,
and they still cut him.
So my point is that if we know that about Pittsburgh, I'm just not convinced that they're going to go out or, even make a 100% effort to get Aaron. I agree with you. I think that they would they would say, hey, if you want to play in this organization, we'd love to have you, but under these conditions. And that is either going to make or break the deal. And I don't know that Aaron Rodgers is willing to not be the center of attention in the media. I just don't think you're not going to sit here and convince me that this guy just all of a sudden is like, nope, not going to do Pat's show. Nope, not going to be a problem in the media. Not going to play the game. Not going to have all the antics. And that's where I just think we disagree, because I'm also not convinced that you believe that he has 2 good years left.
I
him.
do.
I don't believe
and
that.
I think you structure it financially year by year.
Well, yeah.
With Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I think you structure it year by year financially. And I think you do everything you can do if you're Pittsburgh to get him, because he is an upgrade to what he's certainly an upgrade to Russell Wilson. I think, and here's the Schefter tweet. I think that Mike Tomlin would immediately have Aaron Rodgers' respect, which I don't think ever happened in New York. And I think Aaron Rodgers, you look at what's the difference? Aaron Rodgers went to New York and everybody viewed him as a savior. He got hurt on the first drive.
Mm-hmm.
Never the same. Aaron Rodgers now has to prove he's still that guy. And I think it's exhausting for him to hear people questioning him like you're questioning him.
Wow.
And I think he would go in there and I think he'd be motivated. And I'm telling you now, you put a professional like Aaron Rodgers on a level where you say, yeah, you're not good anymore. Special things tend to happen in those places.
Yeah.
And I think Aaron's got the opportunity. I don't like, this is the Myles Garrett thing. I don't understand this, because all you did, in my opinion, is you cost the Dallas Cowboys money with Micah Parsons. I don't understand this deal. I don't get it. I would love to. I don't understand what Myles Garrett was doing, demanding a trade and then signing a $123 million contract after you said you want to go and compete for Super Bowls.
Yeah, and that's on the heels of what Max Crosby did, which was, I feel like at the beginning of Max's process, there were hints of it. It wasn't, so slap you in the face as Myles was with it, but there was still a lot of conversation about whether Max was going to be there. And if, he was going to be in demand, like he's a great player, obviously. And then, sign the extension. So I think that, I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of the process for Myles. Was it a thing where they couldn't get a deal done because like they wanted too much value or whatever? Or because remember, the Browns also said at the beginning of that process that they were not going to trade him. They said that publicly.
Never had a desire.
Yeah, they were not going to trade him and they would figure it out. And now here we are, and they did whatever they did, and Myles acquiesced. So
we did what we did.
I'm not sitting here saying I've lost respect for Myles Garrett. What I'm saying is that I just don't think that the guy wants to win bad enough where he would be willing to be that stubborn about it.
It's an interesting question, man, and I'm here for it. I love this. I love the NFL back and forth on it. But yeah, rock and rant. Aaron Rodgers is exhausting.
Yeah.
This is probably the best Aaron Rodgers point. There is a circus around Aaron Rodgers.
But it's the Steelers, and the Steelers have shown this ability to shut that down.
Yeah.
So who wins in that scenario?
And I think one thing that where are the Detroit Lions? Like, I'm waiting for the Lions to go and get Myles Garrett, Hendrickson, the best available pass rushers, Max Crosby, Khalil Mack, Joey Bosa.
Yeah.
They have to be in the market. But if you're Cincinnati, what is Cincinnati going to do with Hendrickson? Are you really telling me? Are you really telling me that we're going into a situation where you think that somehow they're going to allow him? I just can't. I can't believe that. I think Trey Hendrickson is an unbelievable performer, and the idea that what is he looking for, right? Like, you're looking for a payday. You want Max Crosby money. You want Myles Garrett money. Myles Garrett's the highest paid non-QB in the NFL.
Yeah.
That's a lot of bread, dude. I mean, Crosby, $35.5 million per year. Hendrickson due at $16 million. You're making less than half the money that Crosby's making.
Yeah.
Right? And you're back-to-back 17.5 sack seasons. That's a lot of sacks. I don't know who's willing to pay that, because he's also 30 years old. And if you're Detroit, are you willing to trade and extend Hendrickson at 30 years old? I think that's a huge question mark. It's a huge question mark.
Yeah, and obviously they did not have any involvement in the DK thing or the Devontae thing. So,
because you'd have thought they would.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, at some point, like, you're either going to spend money on defense or offense, and not doing either is probably not the best idea.
Yeah, I just look at some of the monopoly money being thrown around, and I am shocked by it. I want to. Justin Fields tweeting or putting a picture of him drinking coffee in Dubai is as gangster as it gets. I love that. He's happy to be in Dubai making a decision on his future.
Mm-hmm.
That's amazing to me. That's amazing to me. And I think Like, what do you do if you're the Giants? Are the Giants unquestionably drafting a quarterback? Are the Giants at all in play for Aaron Rodgers, Russell
Yes.
Wilson, Sam
Aaron
Darnold?
Rodgers, I think. Yes.
Is that like Jimmy Garoppolo as somebody being linked to the Giants? That's a backup quarterback. He can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
Right? I think it's going to be very interesting.
This is why I say, like, it comes down to what these organizations want to do. If the Steelers want to get Aaron Rodgers, then they'll go get him. They'll give him an offer that's above and beyond what other teams are offering him in the market. I mean, again, I think you guys got to remember that none of this is secretive, right? Like, none of it is like, classified, if you will. Everyone knows, like, the Steelers know what the Giants are offering. If they're offering, these different teams know what they need to do to close a guy. It's whether they want to do it or not. That's the thing. Like, the Browns did not want to trade Myles Garrett. So what did they do? They acquiesced. They got it done. They paid him what he wanted to be paid to put an end to that narrative and storyline. So like with Aaron Rodgers, I think the Aaron Rodgers thing is hard because it's not just like, hey, who does Aaron want to play for? It's so situational. He can't just go anywhere. He's got to go. This is the Devontae thing. Devontae couldn't just go anywhere. He's at a place in his career where you weren't going to burn another 5 years in a garbage organization. You needed to go somewhere where you had an opportunity. That's why he went to the Rams.
Aaron Rodgers, maybe it's what Rock and Rant said. Aaron Rodgers is it's exhausting. The whole thing is exhausting.
Yes.
Chewy, Will Howard to New Orleans. We'll see. He had a terrible combine.
Yeah.
Terrible combine. Kim Coulter, been listening since 8:04 Eastern. From BYU to Aaron Rodgers, most wide-ranging show on YouTube. Good morning from driving range in Orlando.
Nice.
Trying to decide the Christmas trip. We were going to we're going to Paris for Christmas.
Right.
We were going to end that trip in Rome. And the flight is stupid to come back home. Like, it's 3 stops. You got to go to LA or Seattle to fly back to Salt Lake. Not feasible. Then we were originally going to Brussels and London. And now we're looking at like West Palm or Miami. And like, how often are you in the European side of the world? To the point where should you spend New Year's? I think we need to figure it out because flights are not cheap. Flights are super expensive. We need to figure out where we're going. But Orlando wouldn't be the worst thing. Hawaiian golfer Myles Garrett wants to continue to set up his family for financial success for decades to come. That's not what he said.
Yeah, that's not what he said, dude.
It's not what he said. Maybe Garrett wanted to leave, but they just found his price. Could be. Myles is a headache. Good, but a head case. A head case, excuse me. But good, but a head case. I would agree with that. Was this a good or bad year for Myles to ask for a trade due to the poor QB draft? Interesting. Mac, Bosa aren't drama queens. Wouldn't be surprised if they get signed by the end of the day. Have to. I don't know if Khalil Mack still has a lot left in the tank. He's viewed, I can tell you this, he's viewed as damaged goods.
Yeah, I think he's on the Von Miller trajectory. Von went through the same thing.
He got cut in Buffalo the other day.
Yeah, but like before, leading up to that, like, he had his time in Denver, and like there was definitely a downward kind of arc with him.
I think here's an interesting question. What do you make of are you a fan of the Josh Allen contract?
I mean, I just don't think they had a choice. I think Josh Allen there's no question you're signing him. Like, you're going to pay him, and you're going to pay him a lot of money. And I think that, in this league, you either have a quarterback or you don't. And I think Buffalo is in this terrible situation where you just gave the guy a 6-year deal worth $330 million and $250 of it's guaranteed, and you haven't been able to beat Kermit and company to get to a Super Bowl. So it's like, yeah, you had to sign him. You didn't have a choice. You were always going to do it. And it was always going to be a high value deal because Josh Allen, with all due respect, is worth that for sure. The problem is that deal now changes your cap, obviously, and forces you to make other decisions in other areas. And I just don't know that it's going to, help you in the long term. I still think that we're in this scenario in Buffalo where you either are going to have to make a move on the coaching side, or you're going to have to make a move and go out and get more weapons, because that's ultimately what limits them. How many times are we going to sit here and talk about Josh Allen having to cover up for the weaknesses of the wide receiver core, and the defense, holds Kansas City to 24 points or whatever, and they just don't have enough firepower to get over the hump? That's been the story in Buffalo. So I like the deal. You needed to do the deal. Josh Allen's on your team forever now, but I don't know that this helps you win more games that matter.
Yeah, Memphis Athletic Director Dr. Ed Scott joins us in 10 minutes on the Monty Show. You know what? I think you better go and get him help now. Mm-hmm. You had better go and get Josh Allen help. You paid him, what was it? $260 guaranteed?
$250 guaranteed and $330 overall.
Dude, that's a lot of jet.
On a 6-year deal.
For a guy who has consistently not performed in the biggest games. Take the excuses for those poor performances in big games, and maybe poor performance is strong. Take the excuses for lack of winning in big games away.
Yeah.
Get him the secondary he needs. Get him the wide receiver talent he deserves, and then go win. And then if you can't win, and I think what this does is this puts Sean McDermott, it's squarely in the jackpot now.
Yes.
Because now you paid your quarterback, and there's no getting away from it.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't get to have it both ways. I mean, you've got, an MVP caliber quarterback playing for you in his prime. Like, you're as a Buffalo Bills fan, you're sitting here watching the Bills, with all due respect, waste Josh Allen's prime. Like, Josh Allen is a guy that should be winning you Super Bowls, but I genuinely feel like the first 2 times they got to the postseason, Josh, didn't have great games, right? Threw the interceptions, didn't take care of the ball. We all know that part of the story. And then he's evolved now and is taking care of the football, is carrying his team, is running for touchdowns. He's in my opinion, Josh is playing well now in the postseason. But that's been an evolution for him.
You buy into that?
Yeah, I think he's playing fine. Yeah, I don't think he's the reason they're losing. I think they're losing because they don't have, wide receivers that make the catch when they need to. I can't remember the guy, Gabe Vincent, in the end zone.
Come on, man. Come on, boy.
Gabe Vincent in the end zone. Sorry, it hit you in the hands, dude.
There's a lot of other quarterbacks I want than Josh Allen playing for a championship.
I don't know that the word is a lot. I think
there are many.
2.
Caleb
maybe.
Williams, and who else?
Not Caleb Williams. Hell out of here with that. Come on now.
I think this was the only move possible for Buffalo.
Yeah.
End of discussion. You got to start looking at the head coach if they don't win a Super Bowl this year. I think that's it. You don't spend that kind of hundreds of millions of dollars on a quarterback and lose. Oh, I don't know, like Deshaun Watson.
Mm-hmm.
You can't. Are you Cleveland, or are you something other than what you've been in Buffalo? Because I think, and I'm going to again say this, and I know that this is crazy talk. I'm telling you right now, you better have an offensive coach if you're going to pay your quarterback $250 guaranteed.
Yeah.
And Sean McDermott's not that dude. He's not that dude. And I think that if they do not win this year, there can be no more excuses. I understand. Somebody was saying the other day that this is Jordan and the Knicks, that Patrick Ewing didn't win because it's Jordan and the Knicks. No, I think Patrick Ewing didn't miss because he finger rolled, or didn't win because he missed a finger roll. I think there's a reason people don't win. And I get that there are constant battles, and I understand Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady kept a lot of people from winning Super Bowls, but you need to be better than them.
Well, I also think that what we're not, I mean, you were kind of alluding to it with McDermott, but Andy Reid's been kicking the hell out of Sean McDermott for several years now. And that's part of it. And I guess that's really what I'm trying to say is I don't feel like now it's all on Josh that they're not winning. I feel like those first 2 postseason appearances, he threw interceptions, didn't take care of the football. That cost them those games. They had those games. He lost those games. But it's not on him anymore, man. It's not.
I think you need when you spend significant money on a quarterback in the NFL, and I think this is now NIL, college football, I don't care. When you invest the kind of money that these teams are investing in players, You can't go and be the Dallas Cowboys, right? You can't build these awkward rosters.
Yeah.
You can't draft Caleb Williams and then try to force him into the same Mitch Trubisky, Justin Fields equation, right? You can't. So I look at a guy like Josh Allen, go get him wide receivers. I look at, you went and got DK Metcalf, go get him a quarterback who can get him the football. You have to build systems to help your people thrive.
Yeah.
That's in corporate America. That's in sports as a team. Build a system to help your people thrive. Do the Dallas Cowboys do that? No, they do not. Do the Kansas City Chiefs do that? Yes, they do. The Chiefs are a dynasty. The Cowboys are a laughingstock.
Yeah.
What are the Buffalo Bills? You have a quarterback that's an NFL MVP who just can't get it done. My opinion is there's some of that that's on Josh Allen. There's a lot of this that's on a lack of quality skill position players in Buffalo.
Yeah.
And I guess we can sit here and we can rage back and forth, but I just don't know how do you take the excuses away?
I think by adding weapons. I think that's how. I think that, you haven't had, who's your best wide receiver there? Can you even name him? You had Diggs at one point and that flamed out.
It did. And then now he's injured.
So I look at it, and if I said to you, hey, your quarterback, because the way I view that investment in Josh Allen, it's you're filling up the gas in the car, dude. You got to have him. And that's what the market demands. He's not going to take less. You're not going to disrespect him by offering less. You just had to do it. It is what it is.
I just want for once in my sports fandom. And again, you guys know I'm a Chicago sports fan. I don't deserve nice things, right? I think we know that. We have talked about this.
Right.
How do I say this? I want philosophy where, okay, I'm going to go and acquire this commodity, this talent. I'm going to go and acquire this talent. And then I'm going to build a system around this talent that helps him survive and thrive, not just survive.
Right.
Josh Allen needs, right? And again, I'll just stick with the Bears. You drafted 3 quarterbacks in Trubisky, Fields, and now Caleb Williams. And for the previous generations of Bears, head coaches, general managers, you did nothing to support those quarterbacks. Now you draft Caleb Williams. Last year, you went and got him a ton of wide receivers. But he got sacked 68 times or whatever it was. So this offseason, what have you done? You've invested in the offensive line. You have a quarterback that now has a head coach who supposedly is a quarterback guru. If you're going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars that you are absolutely, without question, going to pay that player, build a system around him.
Yeah, what? Shane Waldron wasn't good enough with Caleb, bro? Come on, dude.
Please, please.
Which, again, brings us right back to the conversation of defensive-minded head coaches struggling to win championships in the NFL. And, again, it's this whole situation where Andy Reid and company are offensively, from a game plan standpoint, gifted. And what did they do? They went out and got Spags to run the defense. That's what they did.
Yes.
So this is not rocket science. So my point is I don't mind the Josh Allen contract. Yes, it's a lot. I don't know the percentage of the cap it is, but it's obviously a lot of money. And you have to go out and you have to make a tough decision on Sean McDermott, because ultimately, this is a guy who typically has a really good defense, but can't get the offense in a good enough spot.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a really interesting conversation. It is. And I think when we sit here and we look at what today represents in the NFL free agency opens today at noon in 3 hours.
Yeah.
Right. So, or 2 hours now.
This is the time of year where Super Bowls are going to be won and lost for certain teams. It is.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by it. I think the Aaron Rodgers thing, I think the Giants are a sleeper. If I'm Pittsburgh, I think Aaron Rodgers. If I'm Aaron Rodgers, I'm doing everything I can do to get to Pittsburgh because he has to win another Super Bowl for him, not for legacy. Because I don't necessarily believe in what the public thinks his legacy is, and the whole I'm immunized thing. Okay, totally get it. Aaron Rodgers and Mrs. Monty and I have been watching his documentary thing.
Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers talks a lot about his legacy, a lot about what he has not done. A lot about wanting to win, and he believes he can still play at a high level. Aaron Rodgers, and he don't watch this show, I'm sure. Aaron, if you're watching, go to Pittsburgh. If they say you can't do the Pat McAfee show, don't do the Pat McAfee show. That I just think it's so critical for guys to not get to your 50s and be like, damn.
Yep.
What if I had? Oh man, can you?
Well, I mean,
how much regret does Brett Favre have right now?
Oh, a ton.
Oh my God.
I think, but if you're Aaron Rodgers, I think what you're comparing yourself to in terms of path and decision is what Tom Brady did, because Tom found a way, and you can also find a way.
Just please, if you're the Chicago Bears, the Buffalo Bills, the Pittsburgh Steelers, if you're gonna spend this amount of money, do everything you can do to build a system to support your players. Don't spend $250 million on Josh Allen and then not go get wide receivers.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. And there he is, the man we have talked so much about on this show. Dr. Ed Scott, the athletic director at Memphis. Dr. Scott, now is it Ed? Now, you've worked hard to be a PhD, so is it doctor? Like, where are we going here?
Ed is just fine, guys. My wife calls me a lot of things, and she doesn't call me doctor. I can tell you that.
Can you imagine if she said, "Hey, doctor, breakfast is ready"?
I'd be concerned. I'd be really concerned.
That is awesome. Well, good to see you. I know that you are somebody that is in high demand around the world. So let's get right to work with you. Obviously, you're somebody, and you don't know this, but we've talked about you a lot on this show. I thought the interview you did several weeks ago on 92.9 was really enlightening. I think your voice has brought so much energy to Memphis. So when you look at the grand picture of Memphis, Ed, what is your role in the success of Memphis Athletics?
Honestly, I think I'm just the steward of Memphis Athletics, right? You know, the athletic department was here long before me. The university was. It'll be here long after me. And I had the privilege of working with Tony Bennett before coming here. And I think you heard it in his retirement speech, that if we look at these opportunities as if they're on loan to us and our job is to make them better, then I think we'll leave the place in better position than we found it. And so that's my only goal, is to be a voice for Memphis and to stand up for Memphis in a way that I don't think people really have in the past. And so far, we've been pretty successful at that.
Well, I also think one of the interesting things is that you're coming into a time where the business of college athletics has completely changed. And I mean, it's changed in a very short window of time. And you look at your, and I mean, no disrespect when I say secondary sports, look at your experience at Memphis and look at your background at Virginia now. And you look at you've gone from a small school to Virginia now to Memphis. You're uniquely qualified, in my opinion, to lead Memphis into this new world of finances and in college athletics. Do you agree with that your history, your track record, your background qualified you pretty uniquely to lead Memphis?
Well, it sounds a heck of a lot better when you say it than me, right? From a humility standpoint. But, you know, I'm reminded, and I tell my staff often, I'm reminded of the Steve Jobs commencement speech. I think it was at Stanford, where he said, you can only connect the dots looking backwards. And I think working in a city like Baltimore, in a low resource institution like Morgan State, and having to stretch a dollar and be really creative, you know, in that type of demographic, and then going to a place like Virginia that has old money and history and tradition at the highest level of college athletics, I think I have a set of experiences that allow me to walk into any situation that Memphis is facing and feel at least comfortable that I've been exposed or I have some experience in these areas. And so I'm excited for this new iteration of college athletics. I think those of us who embrace it will be successful, and those who don't will have a difficult time.
And when you talk about embracing, the way college athletics works now, obviously the AAC just rolled out this minimum investment program. How do you feel like that helps, Memphis move forward and work with its student athletes to be successful in college athletics?
So simply put, it helps the league, right? And I think the better the league is, the better it is for Memphis. Look, you guys have talked about it extensively. The bracketologists are talking about it. We're at a disadvantage because our basketball program is so good right now, but the league is not as good. And so I think a rising tide lifts all boats. You saw it with our women's soccer program. Everyone wants to talk about basketball or football, but look at women's soccer, who was in the top 20 for almost the entire year. They lose one regular season game to Tennessee by 1 goal, and then losing a golden goal in overtime in a championship, and they can't make the tournament. So my goal for the American is to get better, because if the American gets better, it helps Memphis. And I think that's how we should look at it, as a good partner to the conference.
But let's talk brass tacks then. How committed to the American are you? And we've heard all about this flirtation of Memphis is going to the Pac-12, right? Like we've heard that. I've heard you talk about it multiple times. And I think the question that I would ask you, Ed, is are you in a place, A, where you're still available to the Pac-12? Does that interest you? And have you spoken to, or do you have a continuing dialogue with the Pac-12 right now?
I appreciate the directness of the question. We're committed to the American because it's the only home I have, right? It's the only home we have as a department. We don't have any other offers. We don't have an additional offer from the Pac right now. And Teresa and I only had that one conversation after everything transpired, and I did that press scrum, which I really appreciated my conversation with her and her approach. So right now, and I'm sure you're going to ask this, our focus is really on just winning and winning at a high level, because that's what we can control. I'm less worried about the Pac-12, the Big-12, and I'm more worried about making sure we compete at the very highest level we can. As a competitor, I want to compete against the best in the country. And if that's in the, whatever league, then that's where we want to go. So it's nothing about disdain against the American, but it's about how do you position yourself as an athletic department to show off your university against the best competition in the world. And that's our goal. I've never been shy about that from day one.
No, well, that's certainly true. No, you have not. And I appreciate that. I think we try so hard not to talk directly about things. We try to talk around things. And I just think one of the things that I would directly ask you is, did you, when you talked to the Pac-12, obviously you guys got back together as a conference, and your commissioner has talked about the stability in the conference. Mm-hmm. Did you sign a new agreement? Do you have a long-term grant of rights? Like, what is your contractual situation with the AAC?
Our contractual situation has not changed at all. It's the same before the offer from the Pac. So nothing has changed as far as the circumstances surrounding our membership to the American Conference. And I will say this, because, I think Tim gets hit pretty hard. Tim Pernetti, that is, gets hit pretty hard. He's got a tough job, because in our conference, you have a wide spectrum of institutions with varying levels of investment. And so he's got to herd everybody. It's like herding cats, right? He's got to herd everybody and get them rowing in the same direction. So I don't envy the job that he has, because the goals that Memphis have could be very different than someone else in the conference. And I think Tim has got to find a way to bring everybody together. But to answer your question directly, because I don't dance around anything, we do not have another offer. And we're committed to the American, because that's where our home is. And I can't worry about something I don't have.
Well, I also think it is, and damaging might be dramatic to use as a term, but it's damaging these conversations about leaving, staying, going, money, what we're willing to commit to. Like, how sustainable are these conversations, realignment? Because you guys feel to me, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you feel to me as somebody that wants to be at the highest level of college athletics. I don't care if it's football, basketball, soccer, but it doesn't make sense to me that we continue to talk about Memphis going here or Memphis going there when you guys have simply said, hey, we want to play at the highest level. Does that mean that your aspirations are to be in a power conference? Does that mean that you want to win the college football playoff every opportunity that you guys get? Like, when you say I want to be at the highest level, what does that mean?
Yeah, it's really circumstantial, and here's why. right? We're ranked 16th in basketball in both polls right now, right? Hoping to move up a couple spots today. Football finished in the top 25, right? And we're one of only 6 schools in America to do that. So I would argue that our program right now is as good as anybody comprehensively, especially on the revenue sports side. And so if there's a path to get to the CFP and a path to get to a Final Four and for our Olympic sports to get in the NCAA tournament, then that to me is the highest level. If that path is in the Big-12, if that path is in the Pac-7 or 8 or whatever the numbers are going to be, or if that path is in the American, I'm fine, right? I'm less worried about everyone else's concern. But I think what we hear all the time and what you're really alluding to is the fans. There's the rational argument and there's the passionate argument. And as the athletic director, I have to have the understanding of the difference between both. And so I understand why folks are passionate about getting out of the American. But I've actually listened to you guys speak before, and I thought you did a wonderful job characterizing why we did not take the offer from the Pac-12. Even if that gives us a chance to compete at a higher level, it could be at a detriment to us financially, which ultimately doesn't give us the chance to compete at the highest level, right? And so I have to wade through that information when trying to make the best decision for Memphis Athletics.
You talked about travel, and I think that's a big deal. I think the mental health of your students, I think the well-being of your students is always paramount. You've said that. How big is that travel piece? And if we're talking about the Pac-12, I mean, Corvallis, Oregon is not an easy place to get to. Going to the Palouse is not an easy trip to make. Like, how significant is that to you?
It's really significant because, look, the other set of experiences that I have is I played baseball in college, and I was fortunate to play a little pro ball when I was done. But I know what it's like to be on buses for 6-7 hours. That's not fun. And I don't want to put anyone's son or daughter in that position where they have to take a 2-stop, commercial flight to Pullman, Washington. And so that's very real to us. Look, we have to do a better job telling a better story at Memphis. Everyone wants to talk about how successful we are athletically, but what folks aren't talking about is a 3.4 GPA as a department or 58 student athletes earning a 4.0, right? So these young people, and 79% of our department earning a 3.0, 333 individual student athletes at a 3.0 or better. So I owe it to them to be able to pursue their academics at the highest level as well. And I still don't think you have to sacrifice the academic component for this pro model of sports that we're going into, because we're still dealing with 18 to 22-year-old young people. And my job is to give them the best experience. And I didn't think putting our Olympic sports in the Pac-12 for the amount of money they were offering certainly was not the best option for those young men and women.
And I think when you talk about competing at the highest level, I think we hear so much in the media and in conversations about this NIL piece. And I think this new program the Americans rolling out, where this new program gives you guys 3 different ways to benefit student athletes. Like, I was looking at the Alston payment portion of it that deals with academics, like you were just kind of talking about. I mean, is that something that you guys can be more aggressive with? Because Tim Pernetti talked about how the $10 million number is just a minimum. So do you feel that Memphis can be more aggressive with this and that can help you guys win at a higher level? Or where do you kind of come down on that?
Yes, exactly. I think you hit it right on the head. I do think that we can be more aggressive in this space. FedEx has been a tremendous partner of ours and given us that $5 million over 5 years, so $25 million, which gives us a base of $5 million to start from. There's a matching component to that. We have to raise $2.5 million in order to get that full $5 million. So that puts us at 7.5 just to start. Right. And that's before we, garner other support. So I think a niche for Memphis in this new space of college athletics is that we have great donor support and phenomenal corporate support. And I think that allows us, while we may not have a budget as big as some of our competitors in the top 25, we can pay student athletes in this new model better than a lot of schools. And I think that's a niche for Memphis, right? It allows us to try to retain a PJ Haggerty or do what we did with what Ryan did with Seth Hennigan and retain a star quarterback who started for 4 years. So I actually think that's our niche, and we're going to try to exploit that. I think in any market, you got to figure out what you do the best, and then you go at that 100%. And I think we right now, especially at our level, can take care of student athletes from a name, image, and likeness and a revenue share standpoint where a lot of other schools in America can't. And we're going to exploit it.
Do you buy into this idea of breaking college football away into, call it whatever you want, a super league, a new entity? We've heard so much about that because I don't feel like, again, and I'm not speaking for you, when I look at Memphis, I don't think it's just, your situation's not sustainable. Is this ridiculous? You're winning too much for your fellow members of the AAC. Like, I think you guys you're in not a dissimilar situation to what we saw with Clemson and Florida State. And I think it's very interesting where you guys are.
Yeah.
Can a new football entity help you? And do you support that? Do you buy into that being the future of college football?
Honestly, I'm wide open, right? You know, I tell our team, I don't think in a box, because when I look outside my window, I see the entire world. I don't see a box, right? So if we have to bifurcate our athletic department, meaning if we take football one direction, whether that's a super league or a certain conference, and we were to go in a different direction with basketball and our Olympic sports, if that's what's best for Memphis, then that's what I'm going to do. I think for so long, we've tried to be traditionalists, and we've seen in the courts that the traditional model is not working anymore. So I don't, it doesn't matter to me as long as it gives our football program a chance to compete at a high level, and we're building this or renovating this beautiful stadium. We got to fill it up, right? And we got to generate more revenue from football. And if it's best for basketball and others to go in a different direction, then so be it. What I don't want to do, and I'm careful when I answer these questions, I don't want to lock us into something that I don't know doesn't exist. I think good leaders, as I said before, I call it situationalship. Leadership is situationalship. Laird was in a different situation than I was. Tom Bone was in a different situation than Laird. So I think you look at the situation and you say, what is our goal? If our goal is to compete at the highest level, well, if they present me an option that allows me to do that, and it doesn't have football and basketball in the same conference, so be it. The goal is to win. And if we can win at a higher level doing that, then that's what we're going to do at Memphis.
Is private money attractive to you guys also? Because I think whatever private money is, donor money, we hear all about these investment firms that are $1 billion. Like, all the big numbers are great, but there's always the unintended consequences. So are you guys looking at private equity? Are you guys looking at ways to enrich yourselves that are not in all-state stadium kind of thing? Or because it just doesn't seem like, and I don't mean to be redundant, but it just doesn't seem like this financial model is sustainable. And I don't care if you're in a P4 or a G5, the numbers are getting more and more difficult to add up. And it seems like everybody's talking about private equity.
Yeah, people are. We've done some exploratory conversations about it. Listen, I'm going to be very vulnerable here. As you guys know, I'm transparent. I grew up without a lot of means, well below the poverty line. I struggle borrowing money if I don't know how I'm going to pay it back. And I still don't know that anyone has a full grasp on what the return on the investment of private equity money will be. And for me and for our department and for President Hargrave and talking with him, that's just something we got to learn more about. Until we know the ins and outs of it, I think it's a speculative market. And it's kind of like the Pac-12 deal with the media deal, right? It was speculative. I don't need to speculate right now. Is it sustainable long-term? Probably not. Is it sustainable for us in the near future? Yes. So that gives me time to be deliberate, judicious, and really discern, what's going to be best, and try to understand. Because let's say it's a 9%, 10% return on private equity. Is it better to get a loan at 4 or 5%, right? So I think, I just don't want to get enamored with the new and the shiny. I want to do what's right. And that sometimes it's best to be first, and other times it's best to be right. And I think where we're going at Memphis and what we're trying to do athletically right now, it's best for us to be right and not necessarily first.
All right. Last question I'll ask you is about Penny Hardaway, because one of the fascinating things I heard you talk about was leadership conversations about who's at fault for winning and losing. And I thought that was one of the best answers that I've ever heard you give. So let's talk about Penny and basketball, and how important is it to win games in the tournament versus just going to the tournament? And what are your expectations for Memphis basketball over the next month?
Yeah, I'll take it backwards. My expectations are for us to try to make a deep run in the tournament. We're resourced like a Power Four in our basketball program. We always have been. That was my initial conversation with Penny, right? If I take his resources and put them up against Virginia and some of these other blue bloods, you'd be surprised how well Memphis stacks up from a facility standpoint, travel standpoint, and then just resources around the young men in the program. So yes, my expectation is that we make a deep run. Now, I also have to understand Penny's still growing as a coach. He's been very open and vulnerable about that, which I'm so proud of him for. So, you know, what that looks like this year, I don't know. But I tell you right now, I don't think anybody wants to play Memphis in the NCAA tournament. I'm disappointed about where our seed is. So I have to, you know, potentially is. So I have to take that into account. But unequivocally, the goal at Memphis in men's basketball is to make a deep run in the NCAA tournament. And just to watch Penny grow over this year, you know, for me has been a joy to watch how the city has re-embraced him and to watch how a native son of the city has re-embraced the city and reinvigorated it in my first year, man. I'm just so grateful for the success that he and Ryan and Brooks in soccer and Richard has had in soccer. You know, God has given me more grace than I deserve, and I'm just trying to absorb it right now and support Penny and the guys, because if we get the right matchups, you could see us in late March, early April, making some noise in the NCAA tournament. And I'd love to do that for Memphis, for this city and this university.
Do we understand how important Memphis basketball is to Memphis? Do we understand? I don't think people understand how important your athletic program is to Memphis. Do you think people understand that relationship?
Man, I'm so excited you said that and you threw me this alley-oop. And if I miss this dunk, it's on me. Look, there's two things I underestimated coming to Memphis, right? Putting all my cards on the table. Number one was the media attention. We have a lot of beat writers in a small space, and they're all trying to carve out elbow room. And so it's awesome that people pay that much attention, but they also regurgitate a lot, right? And so I have to be mindful of that and how I handle that. The other thing I underestimated, not just basketball, and you saw that against South Florida. We had over 14,000 people at a game against South Florida. Right? We average almost 12,000 people at men's basketball, which is more than the majority of the country actually seats in their arena. But the other thing I didn't realize is how important Memphis athletics is to this university and this city. And I'll give you an example. If the university is trying to raise $45 million this year, the responsibility of the athletic department is $25 million. So what other schools does the athletic department raise about 60% of the actual funds that go to the institution? And by far, we are the biggest marketing arm for the University of Memphis. We had 21 games, men's basketball games on ESPN, one on CBS, and we had 12 games on ESPN for football linear. These are all linear. I'll put that up against most P4s in the country. So at the end of the day, I underestimated how important my role is to further the university and the city. And that's why I say I'm very grateful, because it's an awesome experience, both in fun and in size and scope of responsibility. So thank you for that alley-oop, but you couldn't have laid that up there any better for me.
Hammer it. Dr. Ed Scott, the athletic director at Memphis. Ed, really nice to meet you. I appreciate you coming on the show.
Thank you guys for your time, and you've been very kind to me over my tenure. I've heard some of your comments, and I really appreciate it. So go Tigers.
You bet. There you go. Wow. Lived up to it.
Awesome,
it is very rare that you have you get an interview like Dr. Ed Scott, and then he goes and lives up to it. I think the relationship that Memphis athletics has, and we talked about the importance that athletics plays to enrollment in fundraising.
Yeah.
I think in places like Memphis, it's critically important. You have to have, they play at FedEx Forum. Remember that.
Yeah.
They play in a big building, and that building's not empty. And I think when we look at things like Penny Hardaway or Deion Sanders, for instance, can you imagine Penny Hardaway and the relationship he has with that city not being successful? And the funny thing is, I don't think people understand that he's been a really good head coach at Memphis.
Yeah.
He's never lost or won less than 20 games in a year. And now I understand that 20 win bar is not what it used to be, but that's pretty dang good at a G5 like Memphis. I think it is really important that we all understand the place that a Memphis or a G5 live and how important winning is to resources. And I don't mean better flavors of Gatorade.
Yeah, I mean, when your athletic department is responsible for raising 60% of the funds of the university,
What is their budget? $62 million, I think.
I would have to look, but yeah,
Man.
I mean, that's a lot of responsibility. I mean, I think the point is really solid. Like you take a job and you take that job knowing that not only obviously your goal is to win, right? Of course, but as part of winning, if you don't win, you're going to struggle to fundraise. You're going to struggle to raise money for the. Again, I want to make this clear. Dr. Ed Scott didn't just say that they're responsible for 60% of the athletic department budget. He just said they're responsible for 60% of the university's
budget.
Dude.
Money.
Like, that is a massive responsibility.
Look at Arizona.
Man.
Look at that.
That kind of mistake happening
God.
at Memphis would be
crippling.
It can't happen.
Crippling.
And so the point just is that people, I feel like sometimes ask, hey, well, why did Memphis or any other university hire this person to lead their athletic department as an AD? And it's very clear to me after having him on the show right there why they did. And it's because he's forward thinking. It's because he's got the right type of energy. It's because he's listening to that interview. It's very clear he's a massive advocate for being transparent and being open. And
how about a guy answering direct questions?
Yeah, like he's being transparent and is cool with having the conversation. So I just think that the question about, hey, like Memphis is in a similar position to what Florida State and Clemson were dealing with in the AAC, I think is a really interesting conundrum if you're the American, because you can't, obviously they're not at risk of losing Memphis. I don't think after what he just said about their relationship with the Pac-12 right now, I don't think Memphis is going anywhere. But if you're the American and you're Tim Pernetti, you got to take care of Memphis and you got to make sure that relationship stays strong.
I also think Memphis has to find a place where other people are going to win games, because I think they just don't have enough competition. They don't have enough people. He said what I always say: a rising tide raises all boats, and they don't have the rising tide. They are the rising tide. Yeah. They are the boat.
Yes.
Right. They are. And I
thought his point about too. Let's not skip over the fact that he just said that their starting base with this new program is $7.5 million, not 3.3, and that's partially through sponsors and other things that they're doing. So they're definitely a program that's being aggressive with it, which was great to hear.
Yeah, I love that he answered questions directly. Yeah. It's so hard, and you guys know we don't do a lot of interviews, and maybe that's what this will transition us into. Big changes coming to the Monty Show. So we'll end the show today telling you that we are, in fact, moving back to our afternoon time slot, April 1st. It's not going to be an April Fool's Day joke. Because I know everybody's going, oh, hey, Monty.
Oh, well, Monty.
We will be moving back to afternoon starting April 1st. 3 to 7 Mountain, 2 to 6 Pacific, 5 to 9 Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to do more interviews. It's very difficult to get people of note like Dr. Scott or Gloria Navarez, or we don't ask Jimmy, the beat writer, to come on the show.
Right. We could. We don't.
We don't. It's just we don't see the greater good in that. What we do is we try to talk to principals and athletes. We try to talk to people who impact your sports world. Dr. Ed Scott, perfect example.
Right.
That's why we don't do a lot of interviews. In the afternoon, we will be doing a lot more interviews. Those people are more readily available in the afternoon than they are in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Number one. Number two, it gives us an opportunity to go and do things like Big 10 Media Day, Big 12 Media Day.
Yeah.
It gives us an opportunity to go to bigger events. It gives us an opportunity to broadcast from different locations, which for us means we can drive more revenue through the show. We can, there's just more things that we can
available
do
to us.
So that's April 1st. That is,
and our first show in the afternoon will be the 7th, I believe it is.
Yes, it will not be April 1st.
Yeah, because we have some travel, unfortunately, the first week of April, but
our first show will actually not be, it will actually be April 1st. Will be our first show, because then we are in Chicago from the Friday the 4th.
Oh, right.
Through Sunday the 13th. So we'll be off that week. And then our next show will be April 14th.
Right. Okay.
So we take our first week off of the year, essentially the second week of April.
Yeah.
So starting April 1st, and I guess, heck, maybe we're doing that. Are we doing that on? I really hate when the month ends on a Monday.
That new. Yeah, so probably the last day of March will be.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Yeah, we'll figure that out.
Yes, we are, in fact, moving back to afternoons. That will happen. And hey, listen, if you're a morning listener and you struggle to listen in the afternoon, I hope you'll stay with us. I do. I see all of your comments. Yes, Kim Coulter, Dr. Ed Scott's a star, but what I got from the interview is that Memphis has piss poor alumni participation. No, I would disagree.
I didn't get that from the interview at all. Dude.
No,
I
I think that they're drawing 12 to 14,000 fans in an NBA arena is pretty dang special.
Yeah.
For their basketball program.
Yeah.
Dr. Ed could go and do anything he wants in the world. Dude could run for president. He's that good. He's very, very smart, very well spoken, very well thought. It's not that you speak well, because before you speak, you have to have the thought.
Yeah.
And you can see his mind's in the right spot. No performative political answers. Nothing from him. I love the fact that he didn't just talk around things.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. Interview was fantastic. Thank you. Please have him back. We will. Ed is a good guy. Great interview. Appreciate that. Thank you. Mike Smith, Mountain Mama, on the road again for VA appointment. Have a good day, gents. Mike, travel safely.
Yes.
There you have it. The Monty Show, as always. Can't play the exit music. The Monty Show, as always, presented by The Advocates, theadvocates.com, Murray, Utah, today at 12:30. Jake will pass out giving blood.
Yes.
I hope you don't. I joke. I probably shouldn't joke about that.
Yeah.
We will be donating blood today, 12:30 at the Advocates office in Murray, Utah. No matter where you listen to the show, coast to coast, the best injury attorneys in the business are available to you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year at theadvocates.com, or you can chat with an injury attorney live online, and it won't cost you a dime. That's where you get clear, risk-free advice, theadvocates.com. Until tomorrow, say goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye, Jake.
Dad,
Honey, what's wrong?
I got in an accident.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Okay, did you call the police yet?
Yeah, I did.
I'm going to call an advocate, and you can tell us both at the same time, okay?
Hey, Sarah, your dad told me that you need help.
So, is there anything that I need to do? Or...
Just focus on getting better.
With an advocate on your side, you're never alone.
Today's the day. And look who I just met.
Hey, Dad.
You deserve a worry-free recovery. You deserve an advocate.
This is The Monty Show, the truth in sports talk streaming. When you want unbiased opinions about your favorite team without the spin, all you have to do is find The Monty Show, streaming live and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on YouTube. And now, here's Monty.
Hey, The Monty Show, live on Tuesday, March 11th, 2025. As always, we are presented by The Advocates, theadvocates.com. Those vampires over there at The Advocates. Yes, we gave blood yesterday, and it was amazing. Great turnout. Jake did not faint and fall out of the bus. I was a little disappointed in you for coming through like a champ, kid.
Yeah, sorry I didn't pass out, man. I know that was something you were looking for. So
it was, actually. Nutter butters or Nilla wafers?
Well, typically I'm a Nutter Butter guy, but I saw the Nilla wafer and I went right after because I hadn't had them in years.
That kind of hurt my soul. The blood drive was a raging success for The Advocates. You guys, you get into an accident, it's one of the worst days of your life. The Advocates know that. That's why they give you clear, risk-free advice at theadvocates.com, where you can chat with an injury attorney 24/7, 365, and it won't cost you a dime at theadvocates.com. And I just cannot say enough. The program that they have coming for April is one of the most important initiatives that they have for the community year in and year out. I am so thrilled to be partnered with the quality of humanity that you get at the Advocates. And listen, no matter where you are, just opened a new office in San Diego. They're in Seattle and Washington, Las Vegas, Phoenix, Salt Lake City. Anywhere you're listening to this show, you get the Advocates at theadvocates.com. A wild day in NFL free agency yesterday, which is where I want to start. I continue to be amazed at the money that quarterbacks are making. And I think one of the most shocking moves is Sam Darnold to the Seahawks on a 3-year, $100 million deal that has $55 million in guarantees. I absolutely hate this move. Sam Darnold could have gone anywhere he wanted to go, and he chose Seattle.
Mm-hmm.
That's head scratching to me.
I mean, I just think that Sam is not a guy who wanted to play in a big market. There's no other way to. There's nothing else to attribute it to. You can't tell me that there weren't other options. We know there were other options. You can't tell me that there weren't better options, right? Because there were clearly better options. And so the fact that you went to Seattle, and again, it's nothing against Seattle, but Seattle is not a market in the NFL where you're going to have just all kinds of media attention on you and you're going to be the story of the league every week. And like we know that. And I have to say, Geno Smith and Sam Darnold every year except last year were essentially the same dude. And Geno was a little better. So to me, I look at this move and I say, yeah, Sam wanted to go somewhere where he could get paid, where he didn't have to play the whole media game like he did in New York. And he wanted to go somewhere where there probably isn't just this immense amount of pressure to win at a high level. Not to say that Seattle doesn't want to win, but just that there's not this expectation they're going to go out and win a Super Bowl, this year. So I think for Sam, that's probably what this is about. He wants to be somewhere that's comfortable, that he gets paid and he can just do a job. And again, I want to make it clear, I have no problem with that. I actually don't have any type of issue with that. This is not the Myles Garrett situation where you said you wanted to be traded because the organization was never going to win anything and you wanted to go and win, and that's why you play the game. Sam has not said any of that. Sam has just said, hey, man, I'm going to be available and I'm going to go and make my bed here. And that's exactly what he did.
I think this is one of the worst decisions on both sides of the football. I look at moves like the Lions signing DJ Reed, A+ home run.
Yeah.
Everything that you want. And then we go to Sam Darnold, and I don't know what you do here. You're not Baker Mayfield because you don't have the weapons. That's the thing that continues to stand out to me. You invest $100 million, and if we're being honest, it's 55 in guarantees. I hate this move because who is he going to throw the ball to?
Mm-hmm.
You just traded DK Metcalf, so you turn around and invest $55 million guaranteed in Sam Darnold? That doesn't make a lot of sense. Why not just keep Geno at that point?
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to trade your best weapons, Lockett's gone too, remember. This just does not make a lot of sense to me. I'm flabbergasted
I think
by
clearly
it.
That, and I would agree with that, but I think part of it is too that the Seahawks must have a plan for what they want to do to add weapons. I mean, they must have some type of plan moving forward where, they're going to go out and add some weapons. I mean, with all due respect to, Jackson Smith and Jigma, you're not a number one. You're a secondary receiver. And the crazy part about his situation is he gets drafted there. He's 23 years old, I believe now. And all these veterans and dudes that he looked up to when he got drafted are now all gone. And so for him, this is a total change in day-to-day operations as well. And so that's why I'm saying, there must be, if you're the Seahawks, you're not going to ship all those guys out and make all these changes, then sign Sam only to not add any talent. That to me would be really surprising.
Yeah, and then I think a deal that I told you was going to happen yesterday on the show, Justin Fields, as you guys hit the like button, please hit the like button. signs with the Jets on a 2-year, $30 million guarantee. This makes a lot of sense. You're in a transition if you're the Jets. I think you still have some really good talent there. And I think he actually is going to be a very good fit in an offense that I think is going to be a lot more conservative than they were in the past, especially replacing Aaron Rodgers with Justin Fields. I think you're going to be a lot more conservative. This one I actually really like.
Yeah, it's hard because I feel like the Jets are this organization that, you just hired this new head coach. You've got all the, fresh blood in the building, as they always say. And now you have a quarterback in Justin Fields that is okay. Like, he's all right. But the reality of the situation is he's not your long-term solution. He's just for now. And so my question for the Jets is just simply, okay, if you're going to sign Justin Fields to this deal, what is the mission of the organization while he's here? Because if, as you said, they're in transition, well, what do you have to get done in the transition? Well, who's going to be the guy that actually is going to take you back to the playoffs? Because I don't know, is that Justin Fields? Can they give him enough? Can they put enough around him? Like, I just feel like this is
still have Garrett Wilson, who they played together at Ohio State, remember?
Yeah. And that's
that
great.
Matters.
And that matters. That absolutely is important. But if I ask the question of, hey, like, is this a playoff team or even a wild card team? Even a team that could just be, if it comes down this coming season that the Jets in the final month of the season are right on the bubble for a wild card spot and they pull that out and then they lose in the wild card round, that's a great season. That is a phenomenal season that I would be really happy with. But if you come out and you're a 5-win team again, that's just going to be, I don't know what you do with that.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I think Breece Hall is a hell of a football player, and nobody talks about him. Garrett Wilson's got to get off the pot, if you will. See, yeah. I would see. Are you proud of me?
I am. I mean, that was a really good effort right there. That was really solid.
Garrett Wilson's got to step up now and be one of the best wide receivers in the NFL because he's capable of it. And I think he's got amazing chemistry. Those two like each other. They're supposedly very close friends. I have to think that they're far from done. Alan Lazard has permission to seek a trade. So I think the overhaul of the Jets roster is just beginning. But I look at some of these quarterback moves, and I'm very curious to see what's going to happen with the Cleveland Browns. Like, maybe it's not even that the Seattle signing sucks so bad. Because it really doesn't. It's not that much money. Right?
Really not.
The money in Seattle with Sam Darnold's not the issue.
The question
how does he not end up in Cleveland?
Well,
how?
Because I don't think Cleveland's an attractive opportunity. Like I don't know how much more, what else we got to look at here. I mean, ownership is garbage in Cleveland. Like, we know this. We know that players who go there don't have success. I mean, how many Jarvis Landrys are going to go through that organization before people realize that it's not a good organization right now? And again, I like the Browns. I think typically they're that underdog team that puts up a fight and just can't seem to get over the hump. But again, if you're in Sam Darnold's position, why the hell would you go there? There's no.
But are you in a better spot in Seattle?
Yes, I think at least in Seattle, there's not all this dysfunction and all this negativity and all this terrible experience. At least, I mean, because again, I don't disagree. It's not like Seattle's miles better or anything. Like, it's not like Seattle is just a superior football team and Sam's going to have the opportunity to win a Super Bowl there.
Well, and that division's winnable because right now.
Well, and that's the other part of the conversation. Yeah, that division's a lot weaker, no doubt.
Yeah, with what the 49ers did you guys see what the 49ers did? Like, it is wild to me. If you look at what San Frog's Disco did this week, is somebody like, are they going to fire John Lynch? Is somebody like scared for their job? Because when you're not a good team, I think behind the scenes, and I've heard this story 1,000 times, behind the scenes, the conversation usually is, hey, shape up or we're firing your ass, right? Like, that's usually the conversation. Here's what the San Francisco 49ers have done. Okay, Kevin Givens, you don't know who that is. 5th round pick for Debo. Okay. Goodbye to Dre Greenlaw, Elijah Mitchell, Josh Dobbs. I think this whole list, I don't even need to go name by name. That's called a transformation.
Yeah,
that
I'm not
is,
talking about that.
I mean, you cut Kyle Juszczyk. His wife makes cool clothes. How can you cut him? You cut Kyle Juszczyk? What? Like, I'm not. I am stunned by it,
man. I don't. What's the spin going to be? Hey, we're just trying to correct our cap. Is that what the spin's going to be? You know,
is that not? And in the comments section, I would love to hear from you guys on this. Is the San Francisco 49ers burning that thing to the ground not one of the most shocking moves of free agency? Cutting those dudes, trading Debo. The Debo thing, people are making a big deal out of it. He's got to prove to me he's available.
Yeah.
He's got to prove to me he can play.
Hurts his trade value.
Yeah, tell me you can play a full complement of snaps in 17 games a year. But guys like Dre Greenlaw, Kyle Juszczyk is shocking. He is a leader in that locker room. That is shocking.
Yeah.
George Kittle being upset on Twitter last night, shocking that they cut him. Are they doing what has to be done, or I think very clearly that Brocktober was the guy that they were focused on.
Mm-hmm.
Getting a deal done with Brock Purdy, okay, totally get that. You're going to remake. I think their problem started with the Brandon Ayuk situation. I think huge mistake.
Well, I just think that you had this sort of buildup financially where you paid a lot of these guys, right? And you could only do it because Brocktober was on a rookie deal. And we all knew that eventually the Ayuks of the world, the Debo Samuels of the world were going to have to move along and not be on the team anymore because you can't afford them, right? You don't have enough room. And so at some point you knew the roster was going to change, but I think that, it's always a shocking thing when you can put a list together in one off season and all of those All-Pro, Pro Bowl caliber talents are on the list. And that's the hard part is we don't know the vision that the John Lynches of the world have for the roster. I guarantee you John Lynch isn't out here cutting people without a plan for, hey, what is cutting this particular guy help us do moving forward? It's the Seattle thing, right? Hey, if we're going to trade these guys and, if we're going to get rid of Geno, Tyler Lockett, and DK Metcalf, and then we're going to go sign Sam, what is the plan moving forward? These guys have plans and everyone's agreed to it, but that doesn't mean the plan is actually going to work. That's the problem.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see is Robert Saleh's back as their defensive coordinator, right? I wanted to make sure you had the title. You can't tell me this isn't him remaking this defense because you whack a bro like Dre Greenlaw and you start asking yourself, Javon Hargrave, Dre Greenlaw, Talano Hufanga, those are all key contributors on defense.
But even the secondary guys, I mean, guys
Charvarius Ward.
Ward is a key contributor.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this feels like a move to remake the defense and give Bobby Saleh what he wants. Now, the offense was a shit show to begin with. You had to, in my opinion, remake that offense. You had to re-energize it. George Kittle can't be the focus of it anymore. You need guys who can play.
Mm-hmm.
What is the excuse on defense? There's only one, and it's Bobby Saleh wants a different group of dudes. And I think that's exactly what this is. This is either going to be unbelievable, and they are going to completely, I think, bring in younger guys that fit the systems they want to run, or they're going to be bad for 5 years.
Yeah.
You don't cut the quality. And that's the thing that should stand out to you. It's not even, these are quality contributors.
Yeah, Elijah Mitchell is someone that you probably don't know, but is someone that contributed for them quite a bit.
I think when you look at some of the guys on this roster,
yeah,
and I think Elijah Mitchell's an interest. Now they've churned through running backs, right? But Elijah Mitchell,
he was clutch, man. I mean, they had injuries and he stepped in. That's a guy that worked.
And again, where did he end up? The Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
With those scumbags in Kansas City.
First time all domestic violence team with 7 or 8 guys now, that team.
Bro, you cannot put Xavier Worthy in that conversation.
Well,
actually, I can.
I can.
And hey, breaking news. Breaking news.
Sued or whatever.
Two Holes just did so.
Yeah.
Deal with it.
I don't understand. And we could talk about this. Why are we so? Why is it that we're just assuming that he is a victim because his lawyer put out a statement? I don't think that we know what happened here. What I know.
I think we know what happened. When the cops and the DA are like, yeah, no, we probably shouldn't charge, bro. You don't think that's significant?
Yeah, I think it matters. But the reality of the situation is that every offseason for the last, probably 3 or 4 at least, the Chiefs have this problem. And it's not just a Xavier Worthy problem. It is the Kansas City Chiefs, for whatever reason, have dudes that can't seem to stay out of trouble in the offseason. And Xavier Worthy is one of their most important players. Even though he's got a lot of development he still needs to do, he's one of the most important pieces on the offensive side, man.
I get it. I totally understand it. But I'm telling you, and if you don't know the Xavier Worthy story, let's recap it. Jake rushed to judgment, and he believes that Xavier Worthy should be in prison for the rest of his life.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's what you said.
With all due respect.
Death penalty, I think is what you said.
Firing squad, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Firing squad. In all seriousness, you have a situation where Xavier Worthy and his living girlfriend allegedly break up. The girlfriend won't leave the home. Now, Xavier Worthy's side is that the girlfriend attacked him, ripped out his hair, battered him, then called police and claimed the exact opposite and said that Xavier Worthy attacked him. And you'll remember that Worthy was arrested Friday, booked for assault against a family or household member by impeding their breathing or circulation, a third-degree felony. This is a heinous accusation. This is long suspension. You're probably going to either have jail or pretty significant ramifications. Right? The assumption is, well, Xavier Worthy choked that girl. Almost immediately, the DA said, yeah, we're not going to pursue charges here. Well, what do you mean? He choked her and, he impeded her breathing or circulation. Well, because any time, and this is just, again, my experience covering crime, anytime a district attorney, right now says, nope, we're not prosecuting. I don't want anything to do with this case. In a domestic violence situation in the state of Texas with a famous athlete. That tells you, and I say that because famous people in Texas do not get a free pass. And domestic violence in Texas is actually handled very harshly. It is not something that is easy to get on. Williamson County Sheriff's Office quoting, after further investigation by the Williamson County Sheriff's Office and further discussion with third-party witnesses, Mr. Worthy and his attorney, this case is being declined at this time pending the completion of an investigation. Mr. Worthy and his lawyers are fully cooperating with the investigation. And there are, now obviously Worthy's side's not saying much other than this is complete BS, we didn't do this. But the reports are he immediately went to the police station. He got his attorney, and they immediately started talking and cooperating. Again, if you just precluded somebody from breathing and circulating their blood, you are accused of choking her. Are you immediately going to police station? Are you immediately cooperating? Probably not. I think domestic violence is heinous. And I've said on the show before, I think if you are found guilty of domestic violence, you should be banned for life in any professional sport. You should not be allowed to play again. And I think Xavier Worthy got railroaded here by this girl. And if I'm Xavier Worthy, I am aggressively pursuing her for such, because he'll never get away from this. You search Xavier Worthy's name for the rest of his life, and this will come up, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually believe him. And I don't often side with guys accused of domestic violence, because usually they did it. Usually they're guilty.
Yeah.
And in this case, I don't believe that he is.
Yeah. Even if he's not guilty, it's still another Chiefs player who's in some kind of trouble. Some kind of something's happening. And the Chiefs need to figure that out. And again, I'm not saying it's their responsibility to babysit, but at some point, these guys need to stop going, need to stop speeding, need to stop getting in trouble with their significant others, need to stop. Like it would be cool if the narrative around the Chiefs in the offseason was that, they added a player or something like football related. We should still be talking about the fact that, fat ass Travis Kelce's coming back, instead of talking about, whether Xavier Worthy is innocent or guilty and whether he, interrupted homegirl's blood flow. Like, that's the problem.
And again, this goes back to, if you think of the worst of these cases, you can usually tell right from the jump. Like Trevor Bauer. We had, for our long times, we went round and round about this Trevor Bauer thing. And we were on vastly different sides of it. I always felt like something wasn't right. Go back, watch the shows, you can see it. I always felt like something wasn't right. But what did Trevor Bauer do? Trevor Bauer, and not in question, had sex with a San Diego Padres fangirl.
Yeah.
Trevor Bauer made a mistake there. What did Xavier Worthy do? The complainant was recently asked to vacate Mr. Worthy's residence upon discovery of her infidelity. She had refused to do so and made a number of extortive efforts. She tried to get money from him prior to resorting to this baseless allegation against Mr. Worthy. Usually, what's our biggest problem in life? The people we surround ourselves with.
Yeah, someone's got to get to Buddy and have him make better decisions.
I would agree. But if you look at this situation, the thing I agree with you is, I call them the scumbag Kansas City Chiefs for a reason. Go look at Patrick Mahomes' brother. Go look at the sordid laundry list of domestic violence, the parking lot incident. They're the scumbag Kansas City Chiefs for a reason.
Yeah.
And you're right. I don't disagree with you. This is another Chiefs player involved in a domestic violence
and
incident.
by the way, I hope that he's not, like, I don't disagree with anything you're saying about what the police are saying about this. I mean, I hope that, I like Xavier Worthy as a football player. I don't know the dude. I don't know him personally. I've never even met the guy. Like, all I'm saying is that I really like the skill set. Love the combine moment he had in the 40-yard. Loved what he did for the Chiefs this year. Like, the guy as a football player is phenomenal. But what I don't want to do is, as both someone who talks about the NFL pretty much every day, but also as an NFL fan, I don't want to have another guy that I got to sit here and be like, yeah, hey, there's number one. Hey, remember when he choked that girl? I don't want to have to do that again. Like, how many times do we have to do that in sports? How many times do we have to watch a game where there's another guy who did something dumb or did something ridiculous? And I got to think about that instead of thinking about, how his 40-yard how his 40 is impacting, the end around that he's trying to run. Like, that's my issue.
Brandon Lopez, I live in Williamson County where he lives. They don't play around with this stuff. Don't say that he's guilty without all the facts. She was the aggressor and cheated on him. She made false claims. And she tried to extort him for money, and then she ripped his hair out.
Yeah, maybe I got ahead of it. Yeah, sure, okay. I was wrong.
I don't think you got ahead of it. Your opinion just is that he doesn't deserve the benefit of the doubt. And I can't even say that I disagree with that.
I don't think that. So here's my thing, and a lot of people disagree with this, but my whole thing with these type of situations, whether it's domestic violence or anything else, something that happened in your house, whether it's you're being accused of beating on someone, a gun went off, whatever. I don't know. It's different every single time. The reality is what we get is he said, she said, then there's an investigation. And then the day after the investigation, we kind of have a good idea about which way this is going to go. And all I'm saying is that when it comes out the other day that, hey, you're being charged with this and you were booked for this, it's immediately not a great look. And so
that's right.
9 out of 10 times, the what is it, Williamson County sheriff or whatever county you're in doesn't come out and say that they're not going to prosecute the case or they're not going to move forward with it because it doesn't look like, you did something.
Again, I'm telling you, and I think Brandon as much said so, they don't play around with domestic violence.
Which, again, is another thing that Xavier Worthy's people should be saying to him, like, hey, dude, you happen to live somewhere where this type of stuff is not to be trifled with. Like, make better decisions with all due respect.
Yeah. I think the hard part is men don't get the benefit of the doubt. That's a different show. I totally get it.
But I think we've seen that play out over a million times over.
Xavier Worthy, if this in fact goes all the way to the line and Xavier Worthy was proven to be a victim here, again, I would go after her legally and civilly as much as I could because he's never going to get away from this. This is not, who's another NFL player? Von Miller. This is not like pick your guy. Xavier Worthy, to me, you don't rip a guy's hair out.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Eric Wasikowski, did y'all believe the Duke lacrosse story at the beginning? This is nothing to do with
yeah, it's just a terrible comparison.
Yeah, the Duke lacrosse story was racially, explosive. I was on national radio at that time, and I can tell you straight away, everybody, at least everybody on our show that I was doing at the time, everybody was like, this doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, I just think that it's a terrible comparison.
Yeah.
One has nothing to do with the other. Eric and Raleigh, apparently being accused of domestic violence gets your career cut short. See Trevor Bauer.
Well, no. That's not why Trevor Bauer's career was cut short. Let's be very clear about why Trevor Bauer's career was cut short. Trevor Bauer's career was cut short because the nature of the conversation was heinous and uncomfortable, and nobody wanted to be seen to do business with somebody who was doing that in his bedroom.
And Trevor Bauer, while I 100% agree with the courts, Trevor Bauer was the victim in this case.
Yeah.
Whether you want to embrace this or not, how did we even get here? Whether you want to embrace this or not, when you have those kind of tendencies behind closed doors and people shed a bright light on them, guilty or innocent, you're guilty and you're going to pay a price. And he's playing in, I think, Korea again this year because of it.
Yeah, I just think that nobody in Major League Baseball wants the headline of, hey, Cincinnati Reds sign, formerly accused Trevor Bauer. Like, nobody wants to do that, dude. Nobody wants to be part of that energy.
I agree. No, see, Eric? No, they don't. Domestic violence, I'm not even.
Should have known better.
Von Miller would be a nice fit for the Chiefs. Stop. Old Tatanka. As much as I hate the cheats, I don't know you can hang this on them. Well, I don't think we're hanging this on them. What I'm saying is it's not coincidental that you have organizations, the Dallas Cowboys,
right,
who are more willing to bring in guys with questionable character. Now, is Xavier Worthy of questionable character? I don't think so. He's never proven to be that. But was Xavier Worthy involved in a domestic violence situation? Yeah, he was. Have the Kansas City Chiefs had a horrendous laundry list of dudes involved in these and worse? Yes, they have. It's hard to get away from it.
And the other thing that comes to my mind about any of these situations, not unique to Xavier Worthy, but do you understand that, like, for a domestic violence situation to bore out, do you understand how heated things have to get? Like, you're talking about, like, the report literally talks about how she allegedly rips out his dread. Like, what?
She ripped a dreadlock off his head.
Do you understand what has to take place for it to get to that point? Like, that's
love.
What I'm
love
saying,
does terrible
man.
things. As men, we have to be really careful with the women that we choose, because we all make choices in life, and we have to be held accountable for our choices. There's no doubt. The Duke story is completely different. 100%.
Yeah, I just think it's not
100%.
Yeah.
It's a terrible analogy.
Yeah.
In Bauer's case, it helps your case if you aren't a general douche to begin with, like Trevor Bauer. Well, and if you're a Major League Baseball player, you shouldn't be out dating women who have hooked up with other major leaguers, including some of your best friends.
Yeah.
And who is a known, when you pitch for the LA Dodgers, she's a known San Diego Padre fangirl.
And yet you still did it.
And you still did it. And the things you put in those chats and donuts. Good morning. J2S is right. The court of public opinion is a hard thing to overcome.
Well, and that's
impossible.
The thing, like for Trevor Bauer, he's never getting over that. But then again, it's you just said this 5 minutes ago. Like Xavier Worthy, probably for the rest of his life. When you Google him, this is going to come up. Now, it would help. It would help if Xavier Worthy and the Chiefs won a few more Super Bowls and he flew below the radar off the field, and then on the field was a star. And if he just, this is what I always say to guys. And I feel like we say this every time. If you have money, like that kind of money, you have to be really careful with what you do. And all you got to do not to mess it up is just be a football player, dude. Be in the facility every day. Take 2 vacations every year with your family and move on with your life.
I think it's incredibly important for all of us. And I say this every time. We talked about this during the Trevor Bauer thing as well. Talk to your sons and daughters about this.
Yeah.
If you're a parent who's raising a teenager, especially, and now that number gets younger and younger. But if you have somebody that's 12, 13, 14 years old, you need to be talking to them about relationships and using things like the Xavier Worthy situation as an example of, hey, these are things we need to understand. Talk about relationships, volatility. I just think there are opportunities to have real world discussions with our kids.
Yes.
And I think it's really important. We used to talk about this all the time when Jake was a kid. Chewy Gonzalez. In other news, Rams are no longer in the pooper for Cooper Cup, but they are in the.
So let me get this right. And I saw this yesterday. I thought it was really funny. So Rams go out and say, "Yeah, we don't want to re-sign a 32-year-old wide receiver in Cooper Cup," only to go out and sign Devontae to a deal, and
a multi-year deal.
So. Again, with all due respect to Cooper Kupp, the Rams, this was just a preference choice. This was, hey, we would rather have Devontae over Cooper Kupp. We feel Devontae's a better, or maybe has a higher percentage of staying on the field, which I can respect. So, again, if you're Cooper Kupp, and this kind of alludes itself to what we were talking about earlier in the show, you got to get to a good situation, right? You got to find, and maybe not the Chiefs, but like the Bills have a huge need. Obviously, like the Vikings would be a decent spot depending on what kind of quarterback.
And
JJ
he is a slot possession receiver.
Yeah,
I don't think if Cooper Kupp is a guy you're bringing in to be that explosive guy he's been, you're sadly mistaken, because I don't think he can stay healthy. But the funnier part about the LA Rams with Devontae is Puka Nacua saying that he's going to have to figure out what to do with the number 17 because Devontae is going to want Puka Nacua as number 17.
Hey, man, you better pull the Juan Soto, Devontae. Buy dude a car or something, man.
Yeah. Eric and Raleigh, there's a reason Jim Rome said all those years ago, less of you and more of me makes for a better show.
Well, that's facts.
That's facts.
Yeah. With all due respect.
That is facts. Did Monty ever have dreadlocks? I did not. Decisions we make dictate the lives we lead.
Yeah,
yes,
the whole dreadlock thing, it just really stood out to me. Like, you're literally sitting here describing a situation where she pulled a dreadlock out of dude's head, and he didn't have like short dreadlocks.
No,
like Xavier Worthy has longer, thicker dreadlocks. Like, it's just crazy.
I'm just begging you guys, don't put your hands on women. Don't do it. And if women are violent with you, leave. Or you leave.
Yeah.
Leave. If they're throwing things around the house, it's time for you to go. Like, I just don't put yourself in. Violence is never the answer in a relationship, ever.
Yeah.
And it never, and donuts. That high school basketball game in Penn is incredible. Parents, bro, did you hear about the father who shot a coach because of his son's playing time. You marked a coach because of your son's playing time.
Dude, come on, bro.
You can say...
Come on.
You can say a lot about... Anyway, it's fine. Eric and Raleigh, you have 148 watching live right now. No, try like 670 something. And only 30 likes. Come on now. Yeah, if you're watching on X, Facebook, TikTok, wherever you're watching, Spotify.
Migrate to YouTube and hit the like button.
Come on over to YouTube. Give us a subscribe and hit the like button.
Yeah.
Let's get back to NFL free agency because heavens to Betsy
save
should
us.
we actually talk. Real quick, let's reset and tell you I think this now is the most fascinating story in all the NFL.
Is Russell Wilson not just a backup plan for teams now? Like Aaron Rodgers is in the driver's seat, is going to decide where he wants to go. And to your point, Flowers, hey, you're amazing. You're the best ever. Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers looks like it has a great opportunity of happening. And now Russell Wilson is going to go be an afterthought with whoever, not named the New York Jets. So are you telling me the Giants are in on Wilson now? I
think there's some belief that it's going to be really interesting to watch Minnesota. What do you do at quarterback in Minnesota? I think Russ is a fit for the Giants. I think that Aaron Rodgers is the only fit in Pittsburgh. The only fit. I don't know. You don't spend that much money on wide receiving talent like DK Metcalf, where you spend $150 million. Mm-hmm. You still have several top performers on defense who you don't expect to be top performers for 2 more years. You have a 1 to 2 year window here to win a Super Bowl. And I think you don't look at that division, and you're in a division with Baltimore and I think the AFC on the whole, right? You look at Cincinnati. Cincinnati is offensively gifted. You've got to have an arm in Pittsburgh. And Russ showed you last year. I don't know. Were you at all impressed with Russell Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Russ showed he's still got some left in the tank. I think the problem was that you had this dynamic in Pittsburgh between these two guys where it was like Justin Fields was this younger, real energetic quarterback that could make a lot more plays with his legs and kind of just injected energy into the offense. Whereas Russell Wilson gave you more opportunities to win, but was much more of like this veteran guy who, wasn't as energetic and like young blood mentality kind of guy. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that Russell Wilson can still be a guy in the league. I still think he can play, but again, it's not like, hey, you look at this guy and say, yeah, we can win a Super Bowl for whatever reason. Again, call me an a-hole if you want to.
You're an
People
a-hole.
Look at Aaron Rodgers and think you can still win a Super Bowl. Okay, cool. Go knock yourself out. The next time Aaron Rodgers gets close to a Super Bowl, I don't know what I'll do because I don't think that's happening. But the Steelers clearly think that that's a thing. So for Russell Wilson, you know, he's got to get to a situation where he can just be somewhat successful, like meaning you're not a terrible team. Like when you think about Russell Wilson, you think about what happened to Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. You think about what transpired for him and how bad they were. That can't happen for Russell Wilson.
I think several things are very clear here. The Pittsburgh Steelers want to throw the football. That's why you let Justin Fields go.
Right.
Justin Fields is arguably the second best running quarterback in the NFL behind Lamar Jackson. And you look at the numbers that are put up. When Justin Fields starts a game, his teams average the second most rushing yards in the NFL behind Lamar Jackson.
Right.
That's not who the Pittsburgh Steelers are. You know that already. Too many turnovers running the football, including Russell Wilson last year.
Yeah.
They want to throw the football. You don't go trade for DK Metcalf to be a run-first offense. Now, Mike Tomlin, always going to run the football a lot, which is fine. But when you have that kind of dynamic wide receiver, you look at Russell Wilson's numbers last year, 225 yards a game, 16 touchdowns, 5 picks on only 33 sacks. Those are not good numbers. And I look at George Pickens, that's a 1,000-yard wide receiver waiting to happen.
Right.
You add DK Metcalf, You've got possession, explosiveness. You've got one of the better tight ends in the league. I don't think there's any doubt Aaron Rodgers is not a great fit. He is the best fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
So I don't have any, I have no doubt about it.
You think they can win a Super Bowl with him?
I do. I think they can win. They are, and they're going to have to, in my opinion, they're going to have to make significant moves to bolster their defense. And if they do that, I think that they will be fine. And I think the biggest issue there is you were in games you should have won last year. And when you end the season the way that they ended the season, and you only score 14 points against the Ravens after absolutely falling apart, you got to be better offensively.
Right.
Down the stretch, they scored 13, 17, 10, and 17. That's not enough. So what did you do? You just got more explosive. You just got one of the best deep threats in the NFL, and you paid him $150 million in DK. Now you got to get a quarterback who can give him the ball, and that's not Russell Wilson. I love Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
If it happens.
Yeah.
I think it will.
Do you feel like, because ESPN has been talking about it all morning, that I think, or the verbiage Orlovsky used was, it's increasingly likely that it happens, I think is what they had said.
They're waiting on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, they're waiting on Aaron Rodgers to make a decision. And again,
God, you hate Aaron Rodgers so
here.
much.
Let me go ahead and say it. Let me be that guy. Let me be the guy that loves to hate on Aaron Rodgers. Here we are again, yet again, talking about Aaron Rodgers and everybody and their mom waiting on Aaron Rodgers to make a decision.
The NFL's on hold again.
Here we are again. So, again, he's not even on your roster and you're waiting for him. Now, this is what's going to happen. Dude's going to sign with the Steelers, let's say. Next story that comes out is, hey, he didn't show up to training camp on time. You just write that down.
But when has he ever done that? He's not that guy.
Okay, well, listen, man.
Has he been that guy? No.
At some point.
Did he go to Burma or wherever the hell it was last year?
Some hole in the ground to take a dump and get high and feel better about himself? Cool, dude.
But he didn't take a dump and get high.
Whatever it is.
He went to Egypt on wasn't it Egypt, you guys, on like a spiritual journey?
Okay, so he went into the pyramids to do it. I get it, dude. I understand that dude has a process in place. I understand.
And it wasn't training camp. It was OTAs.
Oh, sorry.
Who gives a rat's ass?
Oh, I give a rat's ass because he's the quarterback of the team. He is a new quarterback in the organization, and you need to build relationships. You need to be, if you want to be the leader of a team, you don't just show up during week one and think that you're just going to come out and everything's going to be perfect and then complain about it when Mike Williams runs the route the wrong way and, all of a sudden isn't running right when he should have run left. Well, maybe if you'd done OTAs with Mike, and maybe if you were in training camp the whole time, and maybe if you were fully invested, you wouldn't have had those issues.
Did I fail you as a parent?
No,
I feel like I failed you as a parent.
No, you didn't fail me. You gave me everything I needed to have to hate on Aaron Rodgers because I'm not giving dude a free pass. And when they flame out as a 9-win team with their Lamborghini of a quarterback on a busted up Achilles, then what are we going to do? We're going to talk about
wait.
how this dude is not living up to it.
How did Sam Darnold do post-Jets?
Not great, honestly.
What?
Not great. What are we sitting here talking about with Sam Darnold? What are we talking about?
That he was one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL last year?
And then he couldn't get a new contract because he flamed out in the playoffs.
Wow.
Wow, dude. It's
I'm
what
not
happened,
saying
bro.
When he left the Jets, he was a better quarterback. Was Aaron Rodgers a good quarterback last year? Yes. Yeah, actually he was. I'm not talking about taking a dump in a dark hole, getting high. I'm not here to talk about that with Aaron Rodgers because that dude does that. I totally agree. Is Aaron Rodgers a normal dude? No. Is Aaron Rodgers likable? No. Does his family hate him? Absolutely. Does that mean he sucks as a quarterback? No. Stop. You can play fart zippers all you want. What I'm telling you is Aaron Rodgers is still a hell of a quarterback. Now, is he the same NFL MVP caliber quarterback that he was? I don't know is the answer. If we're talking football only, I want Aaron Rodgers. If I'm the Pittsburgh Steelers, Aaron Rodgers is the only guy.
He's got no class.
Well, that's not the point. You're such a jerk. Tell me Aaron Rodgers, 3,897 yards, 28 tutties and 11 picks, sacked 40 times.
Mm-hmm.
Aaron Rodgers had a good year last year on a really dysfunctional football team. And taking a dump in a hole while high was part of the dysfunction. I agree with that. He had a good year last year. He still plays quarterback at an elite level. And in my opinion, he would be transformative for Pittsburgh.
What's a great year in year one in Pittsburgh?
4,500 yards and 30 touchdowns. Okay. And I think he's more than capable of that. With that offense, with Freiermuth alone, I think he would have a chance to break.
Who is their offensive coordinator?
Your mom. Arthur Smith, I think, right?
Is it Arthur Smith?
Yeah, I think that when you have a guy in Aaron Rodgers, again, you guys, I'm just going to keep going back to it. You do not pay DK Metcalf what you paid him and just let
I agree with that. I think
Russell Wilson be your starting quarterback.
Yeah, what you paid for him definitely insinuates that you believe you're going to get Aaron. I mean, that just makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Oh, God. Mayor McCluskey's here early today. That's usually not good news. Being a good QB makes everyone around you better. Rodgers doesn't make the offense around him better. I disagree. You can't judge him. The Jets are dysfunctional. Did anybody see where Hot Mom's milfification son went?
Oh, anytime, any game, anytime, anywhere, Monty. Anytime.
Banged my mom's friend is now the backup quarterback in Miami. The MILF Hunter.
Dude. Oh, by the way, while we're on Miami, I forgot to bring this up and get it. Anybody see Tua with the gut on the boat yesterday? Anybody see that video come out, dude?
See, now I knew because you're a terrible person.
Yeah.
I knew you were going to bring this up today.
Ain't no reset.
And I'm tired of you fat shaming people.
Wow. Dude looks pudgy, dude.
Who are you, Zion Williamson?
What are you, Luca?
Hey, Luca. Bro. Hey, Luca. Nice job being a quarterback of the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting here talking about, the all-pro Ozempic team here, and they're all on boats and not performing, dude.
Hey,
come on,
listen,
bro.
Tua, you on the needle? Because you used to be.
Come on.
I remember when you looked like you were 37 pounds.
Are we playing the National Flag Football League or the NFL? Dude, at some point, your ass needs to get in shape, dude. Come on. Gosh.
Oh, I knew you were going to bring that up. I think Zach Wilson's a great backup quarterback.
He's going to get time there, man. Tua has not shown to play a full season.
And I still maintain that Tua Tagovailoa is not an NFL franchise quarterback. Jeremy Bolton, did Tua join the all-fat pro team with Zion, Harden, CJ Miles, and CC Safathia? I don't know. Did he? You guys are so mean.
James Larden.
Listen.
In the fat suit.
Listen, Larden has a glandular issue.
Oh, my God.
Aaron Rodgers must have the hyperbolic time chamber in his mind and all those shrooms in ayahuasca he does, dude.
Yeah. You've come around on him since watching the documentary, bro.
No.
The documentary changed you, bro.
I understand him now.
Okay.
I understand.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers, I don't like Aaron Rodgers. As an owner of the Chicago Bears, he's failed us. Never mind. My point is, I don't like Aaron Rodgers. I'm not a fan of Aaron Rodgers.
That's bullshit.
I am not, but I understand him. I understand Aaron Rodgers now.
Okay, what does that mean? You understand him?
I didn't understand why you were such a miserable SOB.
Okay.
I didn't understand, what makes a guy that's performed at his level fail so miserably in the only moments that matter. Because that's Aaron Rodgers, right? If we're truth-telling about Aaron Rodgers, he has failed in almost every moment that has mattered on the football field. The Super Bowl, awesome. Look at the precipitous decline in big moments for Aaron Rodgers throughout his career. Hey, my ankle hurts. I'm injured. I'm limping around. Like, there's always something.
Mm-hmm.
My family hates me. I smash the hottest chicks in Hollywood and then break their hearts. Like, what was that miserable component? What I have learned about Aaron Rodgers through this documentary he does on Netflix is he understands that that's who he is. So why did he go into the hole to take a dump? Because he wanted to understand why he was that guy.
He needed a reset. We understand.
Hey, ain't no resets, man. All I'm saying is I understand him now.
Ain't no reset.
It doesn't mean he's a nice guy. It doesn't mean he's a high character guy, because I don't think he is.
So
it doesn't mean he isn't a conspiracy theory loon, because he is.
Well, yeah.
But what I'm telling you is I don't care about any of that as long as he throws for 4,500 yards and 30 tutties for the Steelers next year. And I think he's very capable of doing that.
Yeah, I guess you just have more belief. I'm still struggling to understand. So I'm struggling to understand. You're saying that, okay, you're able to relate to him and his struggle. You're able to understand why he struggles.
Yeah, because I as somebody who has some contempt for self, which I do, I have battled myself for a good part of my life. I've always, I hate certain things that I have battled in my life.
Mm-hmm.
You have to take proactive action to address those issues. And I give him credit. He chose hallucinogens. Do what you do, man.
So just so we're on the same page, you feel like because he's done that, he's gone through that process, and that's how he chose to go about it. You feel like that's kind of now put him in a position where he could, once again be, the 4,500 yard, 30 touchdown.
No, I think he can be the 4,500 yard, 30 touchdown guy because he's a year removed from his Achilles tear.
Okay, so you think because it's year 2 off of the injury?
Yeah,
that
I think and we can sit here and we can joke about ayahuasca, and the guy had one of the worst injuries a quarterback can have on one of the worst franchises a quarterback can play for. I think Aaron Rodgers is the exact right fit in Pittsburgh. I don't think he's like some statesman and a nice human being now. I don't.
No, I think what I struggle to understand with, and it's not just you, like with people who think that Aaron is going to bounce back and be this, he's got those 2 years left that we always talk about with athletes. This is not unique to Aaron Rodgers, right? We talk about it with, LeBron. We talked about it with Tom Brady when Tom was still playing. Like, hey, how many years
Tommy.
does LeBag and Tommy have?
LeGrants.
Yeah, LeGrants, LaFlag Bearer, James have left at a really high level. And the problem is that the difference between those two guys and Aaron is those two guys didn't have the major Achilles injury or a major injury that is holding them down. And that's where I struggle to believe that this guy is going to come out here and have a great year. Now, is he the best quarterback they will have had in quite some time? Yes. He's probably, to your point, I think you said it yesterday, he's probably the best quarterback they've had since Ben Roethlisberger.
He is.
And so for the Steelers, you understand that.
And he's a workout warrior. And he's a consummate professional.
Yeah.
And he's a guy who, what did he do when he went to the Jets?
You don't want to ask me that question, bro.
Before that fateful injury, he had built incredible chemistry with that offensive line and his skill position players. And how did he do that? He flew them out to California. They spent a lot of time together. He absolutely, for everything that Aaron Rodgers is not, he's actually a really good teammate. For everything he's not, he understands how to connect with his guys. And you look at the way that Pittsburgh has suffered, they need an arm, and he is still an arm. And if he goes to Pittsburgh, all things being equal, staying healthy, 4,500 yards and 30 touchdowns should be the minimum expectation. And I think he can deliver that because he is locked on one thing, and that's winning another Super Bowl. And is there a better place to do that than Pittsburgh? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yes, hit the like button, please, right here on the Monty Show as we We'll get into SEC, and really we want to get back to that Ed Scott interview because a lot of people asked the same question that we asked about Memphis and the AAC, but please do hit the like button. Noel Ramirez, Aaron Rodgers must have the hyperbolic chamber. I read that one. Tua just signed a deal with Ozempic. You guys are heartless.
Dude, it's a terrible look, though. You can't skip over this. Dude being on a boat, looking intoxicated, looking really extra tan and glowy and vibing, only to have a gut and look out of shape is just not a great look, especially when you're coming off of a season where you had the concussion and like it just wasn't great, man. And now this dude, you know, thinks cool. And again, in his defense, I don't know who this woman is taking the video, but the woman taking the video, it just kind of finds him in the background, you know, I guess we'll call it dancing.
Finds them in the background.
Yeah, like, bro, you can't.
Should we show the picture,
dude? We can't have.
Should we show the picture? I don't.
He earned it. You put yourself on video, dude. You earned it.
Upper right hand corner.
Yeah,
he's got a pot belly, and he's hammered. It looks like, and he's on a boat with hot chicks. I get it. It's only March. This is his winter body. He's insulating. I understand it.
This is his winter body, bro.
He does not look in shape. He looks fat. He looks like he's got a pot belly. And he, to me, is somebody that, how do you allow, I feel bad for Tua. It's never going to be good enough. The guy is going to live a tortured life. And
you don't see Aaron Rodgers doing this.
No.
And I will give Aaron Rodgers credit for that. You don't see this out of Aaron Rodgers. There's not a...
Because Aaron Rodgers is a health nut.
You don't see Aaron, and again, in Aaron's defense, you don't see Aaron Rodgers not in the walking boot making out with his girlfriend on the side of the road when he should be in a walking boot.
And then re-tears the Achilles tendon.
Re-tears the Achilles tendon
What
because
you see on the, and again, this is why I think I have a little better perspective than most people on Aaron Rodgers. This is why. The Aaron Rodgers took that rehab of his Achilles like it was life ending. And we all joke, but the guy rehabbed 24/7, traveled physios with him everywhere he went. Right? Like, and then there's Tua doing this, and it's just a bad look. And then they sign the MILF hunter to replace him. It would appear, right?
Oh,
and he's going to get that cougar tail on South Beach,
bro.
You know, I heard that Justin Fields just got traded to the Jets. No, he's a free agent. He signed with the Jets on a 2-year deal. Chewy, Tua is about to go into hibernation. Let him eat.
Right.
Tua is in hibernation mode.
Yeah, it's his winter body.
You know, it's fine. He's cultivating mass.
You know what it is? You know what Tua's excuse is? Wow. He's bulking right now. That's his excuse.
He's bulking season.
It's his bulking season.
I'm
right?
lifting. I haven't done cardio because I'm putting on muscle here.
Yeah, you know, he's in the bulk portion.
Do you even lift?
And I ran out of Ozempic a month ago.
Yeah, so, you know.
You guys are such jerks. Oh my God. Jeremy Bolton, who will have better stats? Aaron throwing 30 touchdowns or Tua eating 35 by 5s at In-N-Out? Wow. Wasikowski, Jake lets personal decisions cloud his judgment. Could be.
How so?
You don't want to know. You don't want to know. You know. Wasikowski, I'll let you know if I run into the MILF hunter. Be careful.
Right.
Be careful. Because, you know, it's the Luka Doncic look. Just not into working out and taking care of himself. And that's what it feels like.
Yeah, you know, Luka Doncic. You know, that guy?
You're such an ass. Oh, hookah. My name is Hookah.
Dude.
I smoke on the second floor.
My name is Luka.
I smoke on the second floor. Oh my God.
Stay hard.
No, Rock and Rant. He did not eat the Dolphins. Wow. He ate the. This show is not nice.
Oh my God.
Tua hitting the roller food hard.
Stay hard.
That fecal matter will put pounds on you.
Yeah, you know.
Do you guys? We're not nice people.
They don't get the benefit of the doubt. Their only job is to be in shape, bro. That's it. That's your only job.
And Jake and I have talked about this in the past. If our only job was to work out and hit golf balls, dude I would have a six-pack.
Yeah, like honestly.
You know, it is what it is. Jeremy Bolton, the all-fat team is signing Luka as a free agent. There you go. How are they going to get to back up Ozempic Tagovailoa?
Yeah.
Well, Luka Doncic is available. Wow. Tua will play himself into shape. It's the Barkley plan.
Right.
Remember Charles Barkley on Round Mound? You know. You guys playing golf today? No, we are not. I live in Salt Lake City where it's always winter.
We're always in hibernation mode.
I don't want to hear it. Eric and Raleigh. Tua's brain swelling causes the belly puffiness.
Okay, too far.
Come on, man.
Too far.
Tyreek dumping on Tua is rich. Tyreek's another one.
Yeah.
That it's fine. All right. Hour number 2 of the Monty Show. Jake asked for time to make a presentation to the audience. So
I'm not doing it today. Absolute, just complete failure in Prize Picks last night. Still have, $850 in the account from all my winnings before, but just an awful look last night. So, I think I'm going to have to retire and take a break and then unretire. And, that's what I'm going to have to do.
Don't fuck.
You don't listen to me. You don't listen to me. How did I do on Prize Picks last night?
I don't know. How'd you do?
I didn't play.
Oh.
I had other things happening. I had to give blood and,
Right.
But I will tell you tonight, did you guys see the Lakers lose without LeBron? This is the problem with fat ass, is that Luka Doncic is not, and all the Maverick fans and all the LeCap haters.
Yeah.
You have to own it. You have to own it. That team is LeBron James or not.
Yes.
Luka Doncic is not going to. God, I hate that you said that. Luka Doncic, who smokes on the second floor, is never going to lead that team to a championship.
Right.
They're just not. Jake is pulling a Tua in Prize
100%, dude. 100%. Yep. Gotta get back on the winning ways here tonight. I don't know.
I think Asur Thompson, 19.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Take less. Although it is the Wizards. He did Brooklyn and Utah and then didn't do it against the Clippers, Golden State, and Portland. So I think that's an interesting one.
The thing that's interesting, I didn't notice this till right now with this. Prize Picks had a major update over the weekend, and they totally revamped
Beautiful
the app.
app
And it looks
now.
amazing. But the other thing that they did that I really like here is they're giving you, it used to just be they'd give you one goblin or demon, a goblin being a real easy win that pays a little less, demons being much harder to win but pays a ton more. So risk versus reward proposition that you have to choose between. And now they're giving you like 3 or 4 goblin and demon numbers and saying, hey, if you pick the middle, that's going to pay you a certain amount, or you pick the low one. Like, I love the options they're giving you. I feel like you don't see that a lot.
I totally agree. And I think when you look at the NBA tonight, I think that you have to, like CJ McCallum is a very interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
CJ's got a 24.5 points, rebounds, and assists number. His Goblin's 19.5, which pays less. His Demons are 34.5. I think probably a goblin. He can win that one.
Yeah.
Zion, 29.5 points, rebounds, and assists on a goblin. His demon is 40. I would tell you not to take the demon.
And who is this? Clippers.
Clippers.
I
think 35.5. I think I'm going more on that one.
Right.
Because I think Chubbs is actually in really good shape. And then there's James Larden. And I think you got to go more. So my 3 tonight, Donovan Mitchell, more than 31.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Zion Williamson, more than 35.5 points, rebounds, and assists. And Larden, more than 41.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Going to do a $20 flex play, which means I'm going to take those 3, and only two of 3 have to hit for me to win.
Okay, I'm going with you on the Zion pick.
Here we go.
More than 35.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Taking Kawhi Leonard, Goblin, 3.5 rebounds. That should be a gimme. And then I'm going to demon Derek Jones Jr. for 1.5 3-pointers made. He's got more than 2 in his last 3 games. He's been shooting it well. So $20 flex play to win a hundo.
Charisse and Eric Wasikowski going back and forth.
What are we doing?
So Charisse is a noted Ohio State fan. Eric Wasikowski, the resident Michigan State fan.
Right, yeah.
Charisse says, yeah, Justin Fields just signed a 2-year, $40 million deal with the Jets. Eric Wasikowski, the resident Michigan State fan. Wow, really, Charisse? That's like 24-hour-old news. Not wrong. To which Charisse says, Eric Wasikowski, you're literally a Michigan fan pretending to be a Michigan State fan. So I would be quiet if I were you.
Oh, yeah. Got him.
Oh, I
love it, dude.
You know,
I love it.
I think this is what the show is. Phenomenal Hebrew. Monty, can you get the AD from Tulane and ask why he keeps linking up the institution he's supposed to represent with Memphis? I mean, it's possible we could get him. Let's talk about this situation with Memphis yesterday. Because you know that Dr. Ed Scott was on the show, and he kind of lit the world on fire yesterday with some of the comments he made. And this one about the Pac-12 really caught people's attention. Are you in a place, A, where you're still available to the Pac-12? Does that interest you? And have you spoken to or do you have a continuing dialogue with the Pac-12 right now?
I appreciate the directness of the question. We're committed to the American because it's the only home I have, right? It's the only home we have as a department. We don't have any other offers. We don't have an additional offer from the Pac right now. And Teresa and I only had that one conversation after everything transpired. And I did that press scrum, which I really appreciated my conversation with her and her approach. So right now, you know, and I'm sure you're going to ask this, our focus is really on just winning and winning at a high level because that's what we can control. I'm less worried about the Pac-12, the Big-12, and I'm more worried about making sure we compete at the very highest level we can.
Do you like what he said there? Do you agree with him? What did you take away from that comment from Ed Scott?
Well, I mean, the first thing is that it's definitive. I mean, there's not any type of like, there's not any wavering. There's no like hemming and hawing. There's no sort of this back and forth. It's very definitive. It's very clean cut. Like, we're committed to the home we have. I'm less worried about the Pac-12 or the Big 12. And I'm more worried about winning here and being successful here because this is our home right now, and so my takeaway from that is just that, Dr. Scott is very clear on where Memphis is at. And I think, I think that's really valuable. I think that there's a lot of institutions and leaders at these institutions that I feel like are not super clear on what the plan is moving forward, not fully committed to, hey, like where we are, where we're trying to go or what we're trying to do. And I think that's something that plagues college athletics, administrators not knowing exactly what they want to do moving forward. And so my takeaway is just that, he does know where, what he wants to do moving forward. He does know what they should be prioritizing. And right now, if you go back and listen to the interview, we talked all about this. Right now, the priority is winning college basketball games in the tournament, making a deep postseason run in the tournament with Memphis basketball, and understanding that if they do that, they're going to make a lot of money and they're going to be in a good spot. So that is my takeaway. That in the interview is, littered with this type of energy, which is, hey, here's the question. Here's a super direct answer because I know where we want to go. And I think that's why Memphis is growing. I think that's why Memphis is not a school that is constantly just in these, media narratives. Like, I think when he speaks, he gives you the answer and is very clear on that. And I think that's, for me, what I take out of that, definitely.
Well, I think that there are some interesting things happening. And I think, for instance, because I think this is a huge talking point, and this is something we talked about in the interview with Ed Scott yesterday. Think about how much money programs like Memphis spend on things like travel. How big is that travel piece? And if we're talking about the Pac-12, I mean, Corvallis, Oregon is not an easy place to get to. Going to the Palouse is not an easy trip to make. Like, how significant is that to you?
It's really significant because, look, the other set of experiences that I have is I played baseball in college, and I was fortunate to play a little pro ball when I was done. But I know what it's like to be on buses for 6-7 hours. That's not fun. And I don't want to put anyone's son or daughter in that position where they have to take a 2-stop, commercial flight to Pullman, Washington. And so that's very real to us. Look, we have to do a better job telling a better story at Memphis. Everyone wants to talk about how successful we are athletically, but what folks aren't talking about is a 3.4 GPA as a department, or 58 student athletes earning a 4.0, right? So these young people, and 79% of our department earning a 3.0, 333 individual student athletes at a 3.0 or better. So I owe it to them to be able to pursue their academics at the highest level as well. And I still don't think you have to sacrifice the academic component for this pro model of sports that we're going into, because we're still dealing with 18 to 22-year-old young people. And my job is to give them the best experience. And I didn't think putting our Olympic sports in the Pac-12 for the amount of money they were offering certainly was not the best option for those young men and women.
Now, let's be clear about something. He never at any time said Memphis was not going to the Pac-12.
Right.
A lot of people took that out of the interview we did with Dr. Scott yesterday. At no time did Dr. Ed Scott, the athletic director at Memphis, ever say they were not going to the Pac-12.
Right.
What he said was he has not talked to the Pac-12. And I asked him specifically, have you spoken to the Pac-12? And he said he had not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he didn't say, I haven't talked to Teresa. He said, I have not talked to the Pac-12 since Teresa and I had that one discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Teresa Gould, the commissioner of the Pac-12.
Right. Yeah.
So has he talked to their mercenaries? He has not, in my opinion. Is Memphis still a target for the Pac-12? Absolutely. Because I also think that the answer about how they did not sign any new contract with the AAC, the contract remained unchanged. If they want to leave, there's a buyout, which is huge. If they want to leave, they can pay and they can leave.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that's going to happen? I don't necessarily get the idea it's going to happen. And what was interesting is Ed Scott multiple times yesterday mentioned the Big 12. And talking to sources around the Big 12, Memphis is a very attractive brand for the Big 12. I have not been able to ascertain, and man, now I wish I had asked, have you reached out to the Big 12? Nobody in the Big 12 that I talked to wanted to answer that question. And I think one thing is very clear out of the conversations I had after that interview, the Big 12's not close to done. And I don't think Memphis is going to sit on their hands and wait for the AAC to raise the tide so all ships, right? They're not going to sit around and wait to do that. There is no question being in the AAC is detrimental to Memphis as things are currently constructed. And if Memphis wants to move and compete to the highest level of college athletics, the Pac-12 likely is not the place to do that. The Big 12, that move would make a heck of a lot of sense for the Big 12 and for Memphis. But I don't know that that's possible. But what I do know is when we look at the financial numbers that are currently being shaped and the revenue and the implications of this stuff, I want to put up this, I don't even know, this bomb that Iowa State's athletic director this morning just tweeted this, and let that sink in. The athletic director at Iowa State tweeted this morning, Jamie Pollard, about a gift that Arizona State Athletics got from the university. $51.7 million of a gift Arizona State gave to its athletic department. ASU reported $144 million in total revenue and $144 million in total expenses for fiscal year 24, with institutional support and student fees accounting for more than 1/3 of that revenue. The $51.7 million subsidy included $40 million in institutional and government support, and student fees accounted for 36% of the revenue. Let that sink in. Let that sink in. I think when you look at that $40 million number, that's more than twice the amount ASU provided its athletic department over the previous 2 years combined. Of that $40 million, $37.6 million came via direct institutional and government support and $2.4 million in indirect institutional support. To which the athletic director at Iowa State said, not going to get any easier to remain competitive when the schools you compete with can do this, meaning Iowa State cannot. Not sure that's sustainable, but the reality is that is $51.7 million more than we received. That's a lot of bread. And when we talk about these financial numbers and you look at all of the educational money that comes into these schools, that's now a pivotal part of recruiting. You look at the money that they're getting from their media rights deals. It's now a pivotal part of the operations of an athletic department more than it has ever been. And I will continue to drive this point home. It's not how much money you get, it's how much money you make. Just because you got $50 doesn't mean that you made $50, because expenses are climbing precipitously. It's getting more expensive to play football and basketball. And comments like this, donations, funding athletic departments like this is not sustainable. I agree. This is not sustainable. But you listen to Ed Scott talk about going to the Pac-12. Does that sound sustainable to anybody?
No, I think that, it's a situation where, this is the type of behavior that would take place in pro sports if you didn't have, salary caps and you didn't have rules and regulations around, how much money you can spend. And, that's what would take place. And I think this is why you need, some regulation around how all of this works. But I think that what you can't do right now in a time when there isn't regulation is sit here and operate from a position of, weakness or, from an inferior place. I understand that Jamie Pollard feels like Iowa State can't compete on that type of level.
That's a big deal.
That's a big thing to say about your athletic department. And I think that obviously, Iowa State had a really good year on the football field last year. There's no doubt about that. Now, it flamed at the end. You didn't quite get done what you wanted to get done, but you still had one of the best seasons in the Big 12 last year. And so to me, I sit here and I look at this and I say, okay, well, number one, Arizona State has a ton of professional athletes that went there and support the program. I mean, the James Harden donation, like 3 weeks ago, I think it was, is one. Now you have this, like, obviously we've talked so much about what Utah got, that $14 million, gift, I guess is what you're calling it, into the athletic department. So like, listen, man, at some point, these institutions have to change the way they do business. And Iowa State is the next one that needs to fall in line. You have to generate more money.
And I think, and as much as everybody mocked me for this yesterday, go read the comments section. This travel thing is a big deal. It is a big deal. The financial implications of it, the mental health and well-being of your student athletes, you look at Mick Cronin, the head basketball coach at UCLA, talking about how teams don't want to come to Los Angeles one time when he's got to go back east 4 times.
Mm-hmm.
When you're Stanford and you're Cal and you're repeatedly taking 10-day trips to the East Coast now. I mean, you look at USC last year. Look at USC's travel last year. And that's not going to improve. So if I'm Memphis, Tulane, USF, UTSA, because of where they're geographically located, the impact is less, but not dissimilar. I think you have to really make pragmatic choices here. I think joining the Pac-12 is a mistake because it does not improve your financial situation. Memphis has a $62 million budget. If you join the Pac-12, you're probably going to have to up that budget.
Mm-hmm.
So that's cool. You're making more money, right? That you're getting more money, but you're not netting more money. You're bringing in maybe a little bit more money in media rights. That doesn't mean you're netting more money, because now I'm paying more educational infrastructure. I'm paying for more buses. I'm paying for more planes. My kids are like, I think his comments yesterday, am I the only one that noticed Ed Scott bring up soccer multiple times?
Yeah.
They have an elite soccer program that doesn't get into the NCAA tournament. How is that possible? How are they still ranked 16th in the country in basketball? Because it's Memphis, and their strength of schedule is not good enough to be a no-brainer, even though their soccer program's elite. And I think their basketball program's very good. But you're in a place now where you're the one raising the tide, and all the ships aren't coming with you because they won't fix their holes, so their holes are full of water and they're sinking.
Yeah.
I think it's a very tough place to be in the American. And I think this is the exact same thing with the Big 12. If you are not willing to be all in to win every athletic contest you can, especially football and basketball, if you are not capable, willing, and able to do that, maybe this isn't the place for you.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Memphis needs better than what the AAC is currently offering.
Oh, and I think it's so funny how many money-based conversations we're having in college football, because, the ACC settlement happened, right? And we had that whole conversation, and then we were able to talk to Dr. Ed Scott and hear what he has to say, and then this conversation about what schools are more important in the ACC in terms of where they would go and what they would do pops up.
Yes.
And so we've got this, you guys see the headline, this SEC expansion thing, and Paul Feinbaum had a lot to say about this. And I think that, this conversation about, and it was so funny to hear, Dr. Scott talk about this in the American, because if it's happening in the American, it's obviously happening at the Power 4 level.
I think so.
And hearing what Paul Feinbaum said about, hey, this new settlement in the ACC puts schools like Virginia specifically in a really tough spot, makes you wonder, hey, how does at the conference level, what is actually the best way to go about it? Because it seems like appeasing Florida State and Clemson may not actually have been the best decision by the ACC.
But if you look at what the SEC has done in recent years, they just went out and got Texas and Oklahoma, the premier state school, and that's important to remember. North Carolina is standalone. It's a preeminent university, but it also has good athletics and it used to have good basketball. Virginia doesn't have that, but they do. They are a brand, and I think if you're sitting there with 16 SEC presidents, they would much more likely gravitate to North Carolina and Virginia, who I believe also are drafting partners, to use a NASCAR phrase, as opposed to Clemson and Florida State, which for all their football prowess, and they are the last two ACC schools to win national championships, they don't offer very much in anything. They're the secondary. Clemson is inferior to South Carolina as an academic institution, and then you have the same situation with Florida State. They are behind the other state schools and as well as private schools in Florida. So I don't think either one of them have much to offer. And quite frankly, Greg, I'm not really sure why the Big Ten would want either one of them.
There you go.
Tough, bro.
McElroy and Kubelik, ESPN Radio, with the credit there. Paul Feinbaum. It's a good point though. When you look at the SEC, and I know that I'm the only a-hole in the room, because again, how long have I been telling you the SEC is not out for blood to get Florida State in that league?
You're a homer is the first part.
I will just continue to tell you, Florida State and Clemson, they're not overly attractive to most of college athletics. And you look at North Carolina, and again, I will continue to beat this drum. The heartbeat of the ACC is Tobacco Road. And I think the most compelling schools in that league are North Carolina, Duke, and Virginia. As I have been telling you for years now.
Yeah, and I think to that point, one thing that hadn't really, like, it makes sense when you say it, but it's not something that really hit me until it's been talked about recently. That the reason that the heartbeat of the ACC is Tobacco Road is because those were what the term Feinbaum used was writing members of the ACC, founding members of the ACC, not members that were added to the ACC.
Not Florida State, who surpassed the SEC because they thought the ACC was an easier route.
Yeah.
To a college football championship.
Yeah, which now has some weight in the conversation.
And I think when you look at who is really attractive, if we look at the SEC, who is really attractive in the ACC? I'm telling you, it's Duke and Carolina. And thirdly, Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Those three continue to say it. But I have heard repeatedly that North Carolina wants to go to the Big Ten.
And by the way, to that point, all of you people who say that academia doesn't matter and academics don't matter and, it's all about what you do on the football field. I agree. Winning matters now more than it's ever mattered. I've always said that. But the idea that Paul Feinbaum, and love him or hate him, he's still Paul Feinbaum, just said in that bite that the Big Ten, he's not sure why the Big Ten would have interest because Florida State and Clemson do not live up to it academically, should tell you everything you need to know about how much academics matter in expansion or realignment scenarios.
I'm good looking, right? Like, I'm an attractive guy.
Yeah.
How many times are people going to say exactly what I've been telling you, hyenas, for how long? Academics matter. It's a lot of money, right? And again, we'll see what happens with the restructuring of education, and academic money matters. You were talking to Ed Scott yesterday about the way that
Alston payments,
the Alston payments are used.
Yes.
Right? Like, academics matter.
Yes.
And so when we're looking at what's like, if we truly ask ourselves, who would the SEC expand with? Memphis or Florida State? Well, they're probably taking Florida State. Right? But we're not talking about Memphis or Florida State. We're talking about North Carolina, Duke, Virginia, or Florida State.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no question, if the SEC had its way, they'd take Carolina and Duke over Florida State and Clemson every single day.
Yeah, and I think part of it, there's many reasons why that would be the case, but I think the most obvious reason would be that the SEC is obviously the most dominant football conference, top to bottom. They've got that taken care of. And they've been on this train the last 2 years, I would say, of making sure that basketball comes along, and it has. And so if the SEC had Duke and Carolina, I mean, you're just not going to dispute that the SEC is the best college athletics conference in the country. With all due respect to the Big Ten, you're not as deep on the football field, and you're certainly not as deep on the basketball court. And we haven't gotten to the other sports yet. So,
yeah, as you guys hit the like button here on the Monty Show, I would just simply tell you that there is no question that football is going to change. Is Florida State and Clemson, Duke and Carolina leaving the ACC now? No, they're not. But if a Super League does not happen, and I think that would be, I don't even know circumstances that would allow that not to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if a Super League does not happen, and I think we'll know that, because this is all 2027 through 30.
Mm-hmm.
So the world will be different anyway. I don't think there's any doubt there will be an arms race to raid the ACC. If a Super League does not happen, if college football does not break away into a new entity from the NCAA, I think there will be an arms race to raid the ACC. And at that point, I think Florida State's going to be in a really bad spot. And I just think Clemson's an afterthought.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Dabo is a weird guy. I think
God's name, image, and likeness.
He doesn't like NIL. He doesn't like the portal.
We built this program on NIL.
Frankly, I think that means that you can't compete in college athletics.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's weird. I think Florida State has not a... Beyond the fact that Florida will fight tooth and nail to keep Florida State out, what is really attractive about Florida State to the SEC? I don't know either, because they already have a huge footprint, or Florida State and the SEC rather. They already have a huge footprint in Florida with Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree that Miami and Florida State are not ideal fits in the SEC. They are not. They don't perform at a high level on a consistent basis. Neither one of them do. You have whatever is going on at Miami with basketball, whatever is it in Mario Cristobal we trust? Not really. Not really, until he can show. Mario Cristobal needs to win the ACC championship.
Right.
He needs to put the Hurricanes in the college football playoff. That's when we can say, hey, but until he does that, no, I don't know how many people believe he can. But when I'm looking at value, North Carolina and Duke make me money. That's the bottom line. Florida State and Clemson make themselves money in the ACC. But do they really compete, especially in a place like Tallahassee, Florida, when you are surrounded by SEC schools already? It doesn't expand your footprint. It doesn't bring you exponentially more revenue. So I don't think they're a great fit in the SEC, Florida State. But why is the Big Ten, again, a conference built on academics and making money? Why is Florida State an ideal fit in the Big Ten? I don't know. We'll see. I think it'll be very interesting to see how all this plays out.
I just think that people thought Florida State was going to leave, or was going to have this real easy path out to greener pastures in 2031. And I understand initially how you may have come to that conclusion, but when you start looking at who would want them and what they'd have to take to get into those conferences,
and where are they a really good fit?
Yeah,
where is Florida
does it
State?
make sense?
Florida State's not, like, I can point to Miami would be an unbelievable fit in the Big 12. Louisville, North Carolina State.
Mm-hmm.
I even think Duke could be a great fit in the Big 12. But you don't have academic partners to run with Duke in plentiful fashion in the Big 12.
Yeah.
You're not an academic powerhouse. If if Duke had its pick between the Big Ten and the Big 12, it's not a conversation.
Nope.
Right? I think Virginia Tech, great fits in the Big 12. I think the Big Ten will take Virginia tomorrow if they had the opportunity.
Yeah, see, to me, I think that Virginia's a Big 10 school and Va Tech's a Big 12 school.
I would agree
you
with
look
that.
at both of those, and it's very clear who's going where.
And all I will say is, let's go back to Memphis in the Pac-12.
Yeah.
Is Memphis a perfect fit in the Pac-12?
No.
It's not.
No.
It is awkward. It is a square peg in a round hole because of logistics.
But again, why is it that this is even a conversation? Memphis and, the other American schools that we've talked so much about. Well, it's only a conversation because the Pac-12 doesn't have other options. And this is kind of the point. Again, whether it's Memphis in the Pac-12, whether it's this SEC, ACC dynamic that's at play clearly, or whether it's the Big 12. I mean, any conference looking to add a school has to check a variety of boxes, logistically speaking. Travel is the first thing. I think what is the geographic setup? Are we going to have to fly, a ton more to make this work? Memphis in the Big 12? No, you wouldn't have to fly a ton more. That works perfectly fine, right? That logistically speaking, the Big 12 works fine. But the Pac-12 obviously is a whole different scenario. So that's number one. You've got a ton of added costs there. Dr. Scott told us that as much, and we've all known that. And so then it's like, all right, well, if you're the Pac-12, from the Pac-12 side of the conversation, well, you're on the West Coast, man. Who else are you going to go and add? Because you're not going to add back Calford. You don't have a chance to add back the Washingtons and Oregons and all these other schools. So that's why I keep saying, and I saw all the comments yesterday on our channel from all the Pac-12 people listening to Dr. Scott talk about this. Oh, well, yeah, we're still going to add them, and this isn't going anywhere. And it's like, dude, you have to understand you can't just add whoever the hell you want to add.
No, you can't.
There's circumstances that have to play out here.
Hey, real quick, somebody forgot to tell the Vikings they're not a good football team. The Vikings just added Javon Hargrave from the 49ers in free agency. So you're going to have Hargrave, Allen, Grenard, and Van Ginkel across the front.
Dude, the NFC North is becoming maybe not the best division in football. If it's not the best, it's the second best. Like,
jeez Louise, the Vikings got better. And this is, again, and they got Will Freeze. Oh, my God. They're spending money it's endless. And Minnesota is going to be good. So, again, I ask, is J.J. McCarthy your starting quarterback?
Apparently.
Let's get to your comments here. And I really want to, this Memphis to the Pac-12, that's a huge conversation. Because I think if Memphis, Tulane, USF, UTSA, if they're willing to go to the Pac-12, the money's got to be spectacular. Because I don't know any other reason you would do it. I truly do not. Eric and Raleigh used to have good basketball. Yeah, North Carolina. Well, we have not been good. I'm a North Carolina basketball fan, and we have not been good.
They haven't been good, really like the same team for several years now.
Yeah. Kealani, isn't UVA usually the top 10 in the Directors' Cup? They are. I would agree with that. Feinbaum is Sankey's scrotum.
Okay, cool.
I actually don't think that's biologically possible. I could be
biologics.
Yeah, I don't think scrotums have voice boxes.
Human or non-human?
I could be wrong. Eric and Raleigh, none of the ACC schools offer even good value. Well,
that's not true,
get carried away.
See, that's where you go wrong. That's not true.
Let's not get carried away. Wasikowski, UNC Duke leave in 2030, the conference collapses. Well, I've been saying for years, if UNC leaves that conference, it's over.
Mm-hmm.
It's over. So, conundrum, SEC is now the basketball conference. Better add UNC, Duke, and UVA. It would be huge to add them. So
I'm not convinced that UVA would prefer the SEC over the Big Ten, though. I think if you're Virginia, you're an academic powerhouse and you have a good basketball team, and you're not really a football school.
I think Virginia is not a football school at all.
So I understand the connection to the SEC. I get that, but if you're Virginia, I think it would be Big Ten and then SEC if from their side of it.
I would agree. Big Ten and equals Notre Dame and UNC or Stanford. I think, man, it's going to be a long 4 years for Stanford and Cal. I don't even know how else to.
There is no other. That's just what it is. Like,
man, it's going to be tough.
But again, I'll keep saying it because everyone's bandied about whether that was a bad decision to go to the ACC at the time they made the decision. If that decision leads to you getting into the Big Ten, it was not a bad decision.
I would agree. And the pain was worth it. Eric in Raleigh, academics shouldn't matter in the Super League, and they probably won't. They probably, if we're being honest, they probably won't. Big Ten in 2030, UNC, Duke, Virginia, and Stanford. Could be. Keelani. Bigger doesn't mean flagship. Otherwise, UCF would be the Florida's flagship. Ain't that the truth? Bigger does not. I agree with that. Loner Phone has decided to join us today.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show. Good to see you. Boyd Lake, academics only matter when they matter, meaning they get used as an excuse in conversations like this one. I don't think that's the case, Boyd. I think people don't want to talk about academics.
Yeah.
And this was all during the Pac-12 meltdown as well. Every yahoo in the world was like, nobody cares, Marty. Turns out they cared. Turns out they cared a lot.
Well, I just think that, so again, it's this sort of rubric that you have to fit into to get into a conference, right? So like the Big Ten prides itself on academics, right? The Big Ten is a conference that says, hey, like we're really, really strong academically. That's one of their key pillars in describing themselves. So when you look at the Big Ten, you know, I disagree that it's an excuse. It's part of what you have to be if you want to be a member. So like Virginia is an obvious fit because of their academics, right? They share that same, you know, philosophy about academics. And the thing is that it's not like, you know, academics is just 100% solely responsible for everything a school does. But it's one of only two sections a school has. You've got academics and you've got athletics. Everything falls below those two umbrellas. You're either on that side or on this side. And so when you talk about the Big Ten adding schools, the Big Ten doesn't want to be seen to do business with a school that doesn't pride itself on academics or maybe doesn't have as high a standard as most of the other members in its conference. Because if the Big Ten is just out here adding, you know, and again, it's not to slight Florida State, but it's just the reality of it. If you go out and add Florida State or Clemson, schools who you can go out and get an education there, obviously, but they're not these just juggernauts academically, then what does that say about your conference?
But I also think when you look at Iowa State, Texas Tech, Kansas, Utah, like the R1 research institutions, the Big 12 won in expansion in that area.
Mm-hmm.
You look at a list of the like, when did Baylor become R1? 2022? Like it meant, why do you think these institutions are trying so desperately to become R1 research institutions? Why do you think it matters to Arizona State? Why do you think it matters to Baylor that both Baylor and the Baylor College of Medicine are R1 research institutions? Because it makes them more money.
Yeah.
It makes them a hell of a lot more money.
And again, the point remains that athletics in the overall university's budget, the athletics is just one line item.
Yes.
Like it's not, you know what I mean? Like, and that was the other thing that I think maybe people just didn't like latch onto with the Dr. Ed Scott interview we did. He said that Memphis uniquely, their athletic department is responsible for 60% of the overall school's budget, that they have to, as an athletic department, raise 60% of that total budget. So again, that's these one-off situations that Memphis has in their setup. You know, schools have unique circumstances. And that's why I'm saying, like, it's not an excuse. Academics are not an excuse. They are a part of the conversation.
Is Duke an R1 research institution? Is North Carolina an R1 research institution? Yes. Do you think they want to go to poverty programs that are not? No. And this is, anyway, I'm probably too far off the reservation. I'm telling you.
No, I think it just speaks to the point of again, like with the Big Ten, and the SEC has some of this too, but more the Big Ten.
Yeah.
You know, the Big Ten prioritizes schools who are R1, you know, accredited.
But look at what Ed Scott said yesterday.
Yeah.
Hey, FedEx gave us a huge donation, and we have to go raise our portion of it to get 100%.
Yeah.
Like, Memphis has to raise money. They have to go out and find money. And I thought one of the more fascinating parts of that conversation yesterday was his thoughts on private equity.
Mm-hmm.
What was his answer? I grew up poor. I don't like taking loans without knowing how I'm going to pay them back.
Yeah.
And I think that's a very pragmatic point. Schools like Memphis that are, I think their athletic budget, forgive me if I'm mistaken, is $62 million. Ohio State's got hundreds of millions of dollars, and Memphis is $62 million. We're playing in different,
but still performing at this level in basketball.
Right. And again, I think when you look at why it matters, I think it matters because you look at Memphis as a product, R1 research institution. They have the ability to raise money in multiple different channels. Memphis is unquestionably an attractive property.
I think
Tulane is unquestionably an attractive property.
I think that, and this hadn't really crossed my mind with the Memphis Pac-12 thing until just now we're talking about this. I am genuinely curious if you're the Pac-12, like the R1 thing, R1 accredited universities, I'm not sure that's even a consideration with where you're at with things.
Can it be a consideration?
Can it even be a consideration? And if you're Memphis or, you know, any other R1 accredited school who does really well athletically and is looking to take that step up at some point, that's another reason why you wouldn't want to go to the Pac-12, because again, you've done all this work. Like I'm not going to pretend to know the entire process off the top of my head about how you reach R1 status, but you've done all this work. You've gone through the process, you know, you've put in all the legwork and the time only to go to an opportunity that doesn't reward you for that, only to go to an opportunity that doesn't reward you athletically, you know, financially through your athletics. Like it does not make sense for Memphis or probably really any of the American schools to take advantage of the Pac-12 situation at this time. And that's why I say like when you know, Dr. Scott plainly says, hey, I haven't talked to Teresa Gould about that one time. It speaks to, hey, like we're not aggressively pursuing that opportunity mainly because of, so let me get this right, just off the top of my head. Travel is a problem. You're an R1 accredited university, and I'm not sure that you're going to get your flowers for that going to the Pac-12. Then we got to talk about the college football playoff if Memphis has aspirations of that athletically at some point down the line. And we got to talk about the basketball tournament. Like, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
So that's why I say everyone dying on the hill of, gosh, the Pac-12 is going to go and get these American schools and they're going to get back to, like, I'm not so sure that that's just rubber stamp. Bro.
You added Boise State. Is Boise State an institution of higher learning? No. Fresno State? No. So obviously Washington State and Oregon State are R1. But I just think it's very interesting what you can do.
Yeah.
And what you need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Memphis needs a better situation. They've got to find a way to get into a conference situation. They either need to get the people in the American moving forward, or they need to get into a group that has their shared vision.
Well,
and I think it's going to be tough because I don't know that going to the Pac-12 solves their problems, frankly.
Well, and I don't think that a move is going to happen anytime soon for the schools in the American when you consider the 2030, 2031 timeline in the ACC. Because again, just like we talked about with the Pac-12 stuff before, right? When the Pac-12 melted down, in order for schools to move, all the chess pieces on the board have to be moving. So like an ACC meltdown would be a catalyst to schools like Memphis and their situation getting to bump up into the Big 12. The Big 12 isn't just going to say, you know, hey, Dr. Scott, yeah, it looks like today's the day, right? You got to have a reason. There's got to be a process in place and an opportunity for that to happen. But I do think one thing that's very clear out of that interview is Dr. Scott knows how to talk to people and knows how to build relationships. So what will be very interesting to see is, hey, when the time comes, where do they go?
Yeah, and I think they're a great fit in the Big 12.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, with all the R1s there, with all the money that's being made there, with all the innovation that's being done there, I would love nothing more than to see Memphis bump up. Obviously, their basketball program,
valuable,
without question. I think what Penny's done there, what they continue to do to support that program.
And geographically, it goes without saying
it's a great fit.
Yeah.
It is a great fit. All right, less of us, less of you in stuff. Oak State James.
Okay, now I have to say, yesterday after the show, again, looking at the comment section, a lot of people talked about near TCU comment and, all that. So let's see what you do today. Let's see what you do today. Let's see if you can bounce back today. And
Memphis would be a much better fit with the Big 12, but who else do you bring in? I would say Tulane. I mean, Tulane's fantastic, but that's a big step up for those programs. And I don't think it's easy to do that. You're seeing the struggles of a Cincinnati. You're seeing the look at Houston.
Mm-hmm.
Houston, another R1 institution.
You feel like Houston's struggling, you would say? I mean, I feel like Houston...
I think there's a big ramp-up period. I look at Utah going to the Pac-12. Obviously, I covered Utah going to the Pac-12, and it's a big ramp.
Yeah.
And it's what's so spectacular about BYU and the Big 12. Now, BYU was an independent. They operated as a P4 even before then, so maybe they're different. But I think it's a big ramp-up to compete from a G5 to a P4. I don't think it's easy at all. I mean... I think Memphis would be a home run ad for the Big 12. I agree with that. Tiger Jeb. Schools without a medical school attached have a harder road to hoe when it comes to big money grants. I would agree with that. There is a medical school in Memphis, but it's a branch of University of Tennessee. Medical research is
massive. Endless.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally agree with you on that. Jeb, welcome to the show.
Yeah.
UW fan Jim. What are the Seahawks doing? I think the Pac knows they should not expand east of Texas. I think that is a big, big, big conversation happening in those circles. Geographically, what's the right thing to do? Because I don't think there's any doubt if the Pac-12 focused on the Rockies West, they could be an absolute dominant brand. But I don't know that they have the perspective required to do that, because they also are concerned about TV money and being able to maximize their media deal if they only stay regional.
I don't know how you come back to being a conference without merging. I'm going to keep saying it.
I don't know either.
I don't know what that process looks like. I don't know how you get to, as the great John David Wicker said, back to 10 teams after this media deal allegedly is going to get done at the end of the month. I'm not sure what that process looks like.
I don't know.
For you to do that when you consider all these different options, man. I'm not sure how you do that.
End of next month, we will have the MOU done for our television deal. So we will know what our TV deal is going to be, who our partners are going to be. I will say this, they're entities that you're familiar with, that you would recognize. We're going to get great exposure, and the really good thing is we're going to get more exposure. It's not just going to be football and men's basketball, but it's going to be all of our sports are going to have the opportunity for this increased exposure. It's going to be increased revenue, which is a big thing for us. So that's really the next big piece. Once we know that, then we can go recruit that 8th football playing member. We need one more football playing member that has all of its sports to meet FBS rules or NCAA FBS rules. And then after that, we'll figure out if we're adding 1, 2, or 3 more schools, and whether they're coming in all of their sports. They might be coming in some of their sports.
Why do people like J.D. Wicker, that's the athletic director at San Diego State, talk off the top of their head? I'll never understand it. It's March 11th, and not a cricket coming out of the Pac-12. We'll see. Does that change? Is it happening soon? It might be. Are you moving in the right direction? I believe they are. Will they get a media rights deal? Yes, they will. But you have to kind of find this place where one person is talking. J.D. Wicker needs to stop talking. Because why put a deadline out there like by the end of March we'll have? I'll never understand it. I will never understand that at all. Jimmy Otson, time to build some truck stops in Memphis. Could be that you can fly over, and stuff. Boise is a JUCO. They only need a 2.25 GPA to be accepted there, but they're moving towards better academics at Boise. I think they are going to have a reputation to overcome. Conundrum. Tulane and Memphis would make a nice Big 12 pair. I think Tulane and Memphis are wildly undervalued.
I think it also depends on when that would happen. It has the Big 12. Would they be some of the first schools to enter the Big 12 in expansion? Would Louisville and Pitt and Va-Tech have already joined the conference? And that, again, it's all circumstantial.
Pitt is really interesting.
Yeah.
I just don't think as an athletic brand, Pitt has a lot of value. And I've talked about this ad nauseum. West Virginia and Pitt will forever be a great game. But what does Pitt bring to you athletically beyond that? I don't know. And I think that's a big question a lot of people ask. So Big 12 don't want Memphis. I wouldn't go that far. Arizona's struggling financially in the Big 12, but has nothing to do with the Big 12.
Yeah.
Arizona's struggles are not related to being a member of the Big 12.
They are related to awful accounting.
Yeah, in part. USF would be good ad once they get an on-campus stadium and bring back the War on 14 with UCF, and that stadium's coming. So, Tiger Jeb. FedEx made a big play with the sponsorship money for the Big 12 5 or so years ago, and everyone took a huge dump on that. Okay, welcome to the show. But SMU bought their way into the ACC, and everyone applauded. I don't disagree with that.
Who are you, the Joker, dude?
I don't disagree with that. I don't think that SMU has any business being in a power conference.
Yet here we are.
Schemers trying to control their little worlds.
Boise was very close to being R1 in station in 2024, but does it close count? You are or you're not? Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Jeremy Bolton. Harder Road to Hoe was the name of my high school band. I heard that. And you could play a lick on the guitar.
Right.
Okay. Pac-12 needs to expand downward with the Dakota schools in Montana, but they got to jump up. And that's really tough, man. Rock and Rant, San Diego State Athletic Director should take an internship under the Memphis Athletic Director. Bro, J.D. Wicker just should not be saying this stuff in public.
And it's not personal to him. I don't think anybody should be talking. I think Teresa Gould should be the one that makes comments about this stuff, and that's it.
Yeah. Yes. Check it out. Be honest to Memphis and Ed that they ain't going to the Big 12. I'm not saying they're going to the Big 12. I said they would be a great add to the Big 12. Maybe the ACC when teams leave and run away. I think that Memphis has a lot of what you like. They have a good TV market. They're good in athletics. They have good sponsorship dollars and support. They have good academics. Memphis is attractive. I think the next 5 years is going to be very telling. The next 2 years, you better be getting all your ducks in a row, man. Yeah. Good God, JD is painful to watch. Yes, he is. TJ Beck, he flies in airplanes. JD Wicker is Rogue One without the success. Dude is a loose cannon.
I don't think we didn't put Wicker. See what he did there?
JD Dicker. The kicker?
Right.
I just glossed right over that. Harder Road to Hoe was the headline after they added a police station on 4th Street. Okay.
How is that a thing, dude? How did this turn into a thing on the show? Like, you guys are incredible some days.
Tiger Jeb certainly understands the way this game is played. And by the way, Memphis is getting 2 Buckies and a few in and outs, so we got that going for us. That's exactly right. I mean,
no, so I just want to point out all the references here. By the way, that's the first reference. By the way, and then you've got the Buckies portion of the
with
conversation,
capital TWO,
right? With TWO,
guys. Listen. We're getting not 1, not 3, but 2 new Buckies. And what we were talking about is we're going to put them inside of an IPF that Memphis is going to build on the upper deck of their football stadium.
Stay hard.
So we're in good shape, FedEx bitches. JD Wicker, I personally believe that U.S. America.
Dude, I personally believe
that U.S. Americans are able to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps.
This is fucking America.
I personally believe that we will have a media rights negotiations, signed MOUs and such as and like, at the end of the month.
This show never fails to deliver.
That's such a good troll right there, dude.
It just never,
U.S. Americans.
It never fails to deliver. And I love every one of you professionally.
So good.
Delaric, Memphis to the Big 12 is basketball only initially. Not going to happen, I don't think. They would never do that. That would be detrimental. Norge Coog. This has to be a BYU take. You don't want to have more than 20 schools in your conference. Big 12 has to prioritize ACC schools when it breaks up.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think in the traditional model, you don't want more than 20. But I think when you start, considering this Super League or new entity that is, being cooked up, if you think about, all right, well, if football, breaks away into its own thing, then having 20 schools or that number, that benchmark can change.
Guys.
20
schools, including BYU, who is the school.
I want you to listen to me.
Because we're the Monty Show presented by the Advocates at theadvocates.com. The best injury attorneys in the business. You get into an accident, you get hurt at work. They're great with workman's comp. The thing I love about the Advocates, they employ empathy, and it's such an important trait on the worst day of your life. And we play the commercials all the time, whether talking to you on FaceTime or iPhone or whatever you need, telephone, in person, online chat, get to the Advocates. There's never a consultation fee. There's never a retainer. It costs you not a penny to chat with an injury attorney right now. 24/7, 365 at theadvocates.com. You've been in an accident, you got hurt, slip and fall, no matter what it is, get to theadvocates.com. So want to reiterate, big changes coming to the show. April 1st, we are going to be moving back to afternoons, 3 to 7 Mountain Time. And I know there are some of you who are not going to be able to join us there. We appreciate all of you who have watched our show and who participate in this show. But starting April 1st, we will be moving back to afternoons to facilitate some other things that we are working on. 4 hours is better than 3. So we're excited to be doing it. And I hope that you'll follow along on Twitter. X. Did you guys see that X got hacked yesterday big time?
No, I did not.
I was trying to figure out yesterday afternoon, like, why can't I access my Twitter account? Why is my live video not playing? Because they had a massive, what X called a terrorist attack on their infrastructure. But all of you who watch on Spotify, all of you that watch on YouTube, obviously, Facebook, TikTok, X, we appreciate your support, and we'll hope you'll join us in afternoons coming up on April 1st. Conundrum. So you are facilitating morning golf.
No.
Could be. Steely says Twitter was down half the day. Yes, it was. That was a rough day. Daniel Dixon, good. Afternoons was too good. Afternoons was too much better. Okay. Okay. Noel Ramirez, I doubt UCF would go in with USF to a new ACC after USF tried to keep them out of the Big East all those years ago. Rivalries. All right, couple of things before we get out of here today. Stephen A. Smith got paid $100 million at ESPN. I said 100. Stephen A. Smith got paid $100 million to run for president at ESPN. Your thoughts?
Well, I thought it was hilarious that this news came out last week, and the next day LeBron's on the court. Le Dad, Le GM, Le Flag Bearer is out on the court telling Stephen A. Smith to his face to stop talking negatively about Bronny. And so this whole contract thing with Screamin' A totally got buried by that. And I thought that was very fitting for Screamin' A, because he, obviously had been talking so much about getting the contract and getting that done. And look, man, I'm not a Stephen A. Smith guy. It's not I don't think he's a bad guy. It's not personal.
I don't think he's entertaining.
I don't think he's all that entertaining. That's the problem. And, I think that, clearly he's got value to ESPN. Clearly you were never going to allow Stephen A. Smith to work anywhere else in his career after what he's done at the network. So, I get it, but that's still just a ton of money, man.
$100 million.
So much.
$100 million. I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine that. It's wild. 50 million after taxes, maybe. 100 million.
So much.
Based on what? On what? Freaking LeCarron. He's the one who put LeCarron Light into the spotlight.
Yeah.
See, that's a Bronny James LeCarron Light. Why do we have so many issues with Bronny James being on the Lakers? Why is that a problem? He's not on the Lakers full time. He has clearly become a better basketball player. He is dominating in the G League.
The problem is that you're not going to run from he got drafted where he got drafted because of Bron. That's why people don't like it. He did not earn that draft selection at that spot. I do think he was good enough to get drafted. I'm not the guy that says he would have just not been drafted and he only got drafted because of LeBron. I think he only got drafted at that spot that high in the draft because of LeBron. Now, the thing that nobody wants to talk about is when you were selected, I think 55th overall, there were guys, he's been producing more than other guys around him in that same general area. So, I agree he's gotten better, for sure. But there's no question that Bronny gets hated on because of the father-son thing. There's no doubt. And again, it hasn't really happened in the NBA. We haven't seen that dynamic very much at all. And I think that, LeBron doesn't really do anything to get in Bronny's way, but Bronny hasn't played great since being in the league. It's not like he
with the Lakers. I would agree with that, but he's gotten better. In the G, he averages 20 points a game, 20.6, 2 steals a game, 5 dimes, 5 rebounds, shoots 50% from the floor and 36% from 3. It's developing as a player. And I think if you're LeBron James, you earn the right. You're one of the greatest players in the history of the NBA. You are arguably the greatest player in the last decade. Probably not arguably. Inarguably, you are the greatest player in the last decade. If you have the ability to put your son on your team and play together, why would you not do that?
Because I don't think they play together very often. I mean, we don't see them on the court almost ever. It's always Bronny's on the bench because that's where he's at in his career. And Bron's doing what Bron's doing. And yeah, I do think that there was some, hey, I'm LeBron James. I won you a championship. You're going to do this whether you want to or not type material happening in that draft. And that's fine, I guess. I guess Bron's earned that. But I just think that ultimately, when you ask, hey, why do people not like Bronny on the Lakers? That's why. Because I'm not sure they would have selected him there.
I'm certain they would not have. And I still don't have a problem with him being on the Lakers.
Well,
I think
you're the one then, because I think that's why people hate it.
So is Dalton Connect a complete bust? No, they got a good rookie. They've developed off Austin Reeves. They traded for Luka Doncic. Like, what is I just don't have a problem with it.
It's the premise. It's the premise of it.
Right, which I don't have a problem with.
Well,
LeBron has earned that, in my opinion. So, LeBron drafted his son. That's why. And why is that a problem? Why is that a problem? If you were in LeBron's shoes, what would you have done? If he was still in Cleveland, what would you have done? You'd have drafted your son. What would I have done? I would have drafted my son to make history as the first father or son duo in the NBA. To play with my son, history or not, I would have drafted him.
Yeah.
And I don't have a problem with it. I don't care if it was the number one overall pick.
I think
don't
it
care.
would help if Bronny didn't struggle so much at the NBA level. I think that he just hasn't looked good.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody thinks he is an NBA All-Star. I think he's good enough to be on the end of a bench. It's not like he's playing 25, 30 minutes a night for the Lakers.
No, but I think that's the point, is that if he was that kind of player and it was him and Bron, people would be like, oh, this is crazy cool. Like, Bronny's the next generation. He's dominating.
He wouldn't have been available to them.
Well,
he would be on another roster, right? Like, I don't know. I think we don't like LeBron because it's LeBron. We don't like Bronny because it's LeBron. And I just don't have a problem with it. Noel Ramirez, LOL, I like how Stephen A told Kendrick Perkins to shut it when he was about to bring on the whole Jokic MVP thing again. Kendrick is a very interesting personality. Conundrum, 100 million, a nice round number. Certainly was. TJ Beck, Stephen A got the pro rata 100 billion. Good Lord. JD Dicker probably will announce a joint venture with the Pac-12 and Stephen A. I think it can happen. Could happen. Jeremy Bolton, I have no issue with Bronny one bit. I have issues with LeCarron strong-arming the Lakers to draft him. Do you think he had to strong-arm them to draft his son? I don't think he had to strong-arm him at all. I really don't.
They wanted to draft him.
I think they want, I don't have any idea if they wanted to. I think they had no problem doing it. He is the Lakers. They were terrible last night without him. He is the Lakers. They lost to Brooklyn last night. LeBron is the Lakers. There's no doubt. There is no doubt. Bronny looked like a late round prospect. It's not like they took him in the top half of the first round. Right? Where did they draft him?
55th, I think.
55th or whatever
I believe
it was.
55th.
Why do we care? Right? That's the thing I don't understand. He's 20 years old. I think we also forget that he's 20 years old. And I'd like to I don't want to
think
understand.
it's the antics, man. It's like, if this would never happen if it was anyone else besides LeBron. Okay, well, it is LeBron, so that's not a fair point. Okay, fine. It's LeBron. Okay, cool. So LeBron tells the Lakers, hey, and let's presume that this conversation about Bronny took place, after the bubble championship, when it became more clear that Bronny was definitively going to get drafted by somebody. Okay, Bron goes to the Lakers and says, hey, I want to make this happen. This has been a goal of mine my whole career. Okay, cool. The Lakers acquiesce. No problem, Bron. We'll do this. Okay, you draft Bronny. You guys have your moment together. Okay, cool. But then I think it got worse when the LeBron thing happened with Stephen A. Smith on the floor. When that
doesn't help. That's for certain.
When Bron wants to go to Stephen A. and say, hey, like, stop talking about Bronny negatively. Stop being so hard on him. Like, it's just not a great look. Like, the media is the media, bro. Like, so LeBron going into full, dad parent mode is not great, man. That's not what you need to be doing. Like with all due respect to Bronny, he's earned the criticism.
He was drafted 4th from the bottom. 55th out of 58 total picks, because the Sixers and Suns didn't make their picks at the end of the draft. He was drafted 55th out of 58 picks in the NBA draft this year. Why do we care? That is as late round pick can get. You understand there's only 2 rounds in the NBA draft, obviously. I just think we make way too much out of it. Anyway, I'm probably making too much out of it now. All right. Main Event says, once LeBron retires, Bronny will no longer be on any roster. I think you're completely wrong. I think you look at he's 20 years old, and he really didn't even play a full season of college basketball. He's 20 years old. He can already compete defensively. And he's already dominating in the G League. The idea that he just can't play at all is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's kind of ridiculous. All right. I don't know why I am fascinated with the firing squad story in South Carolina. Somebody needs to explain to me, and I hope I'm never in this situation. I have no idea why you chose firing squad as the manner of your death. I would love to understand this. It's the first firing squad execution in 15 years. This person who was convicted of killing his ex-girlfriend's parents,
Buddy,
I'm not going to say his name.
Yeah.
He chose the firing squad over the chair or lethal injection.
Well, I understand why you didn't choose the chair. I get that. That's rough.
I would not want anything to do with that. I am amazed by this. I don't want to know the choice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to ever have to make that choice. What would you choose? Could we even put ourselves in that realm?
No, I don't think so. I mean,
you don't think you could?
Dude, imagine you wake up one day and it's your final day on the planet. Your final day of life. Because and I don't know how many days he had known what his execution day would be, but let's just presume it was a week ahead of he knew. Just for conversation's sake.
Mm-hmm.
For a week leading up to this, you knew that on this day at this time you were going to die. And all you could do is sit in a box and wait. Do you know how horrible that is? And I'm not saying he's a victim. I'm not. He earned that. But what I'm saying is I'm just trying to sit here and be like, man, I'm sitting in a cage because I killed what did you say it was? His wife's
parents with a baseball bat.
His
girlfriend's parents.
You bludgeoned your girlfriend's parents with a baseball bat. And now your life is going to end because of that. And you chose firing squad. So is that because you want it to be quick? I'm assuming they shoot you in the head. I'm just a guess.
No, they shoot you in the heart. The way it works is they put a metal chair in a brick box. They strap the prisoner to that chair. They put a hood over his head. They put a target on his heart. And they have 3 prison employees that one of them has a live round, the other 2 do not. And they all fire at the same time. And the prisoner is executed.
Yeah.
So it is.
Why does this fascinate you? What is the whole, just the decision or like
just the whole thing? Like you're in a brick room. There is a partition between you and the guy's firing the gun, and there's a slat in the partition. Like, just visualizing it is terrifying to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, can you imagine putting a hood over your head knowing you're about to die?
Do they count it down? Does it just happen?
I don't know.
Like,
the chair faces a wall with a rectangular opening 15 feet away. 3 firing squad members are behind the wall with rifles facing the inmate through an opening. The rifles in open portal will not be visible to from the witness room. All three rifles will be loaded with live ammunition. Okay. The inmate will wear a prison-issued uniform and be escorted to the chamber. The inmate will be given an opportunity to make a last statement. The inmate will be strapped to the chair. A hood will be placed over his head. A small aim point will be placed over his heart. After the warden reads the execution orders, the team will fire. After the shots, a doctor will examine the inmate. After the inmate is declared deceased, the curtain will be drawn and the witnesses will be escorted out. Members of the firing squad are voluntary employees of the prison, and they must meet certain qualifications.
Good Lord.
That's
I don't know. I mean,
crazy.
I guess the whole concept here just would be you want to go quick. I mean, right? That's what it is.
I would think you can't tell me it's not painful, though. Isn't it incredibly painful to get shot in the heart? I don't know how long you live after that.
I don't know, man. That's in what state was this in now?
South Carolina.
And does South Carolina not offer lethal injection?
They do. He chose firing squad.
Did choose. Okay. Yeah. I mean,
he chose it.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Maybe he wanted to go out with a statement. Maybe that's why. Maybe he wanted to make the news.
Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't
really
know.
don't know.
I think it is. It just, I don't know why it fascinates me. I don't know.
Well, I think when you consider the perspective of you're sitting in a chair with a hood over your head and 3 rifles pointed at you, like, you'd be terrified. Or maybe he wasn't. Maybe this guy was calm and was like, today's the day. I finally get to move on. Maybe that's what it was for him. I don't know. But for me, I'd be terrified. 100%. I would be completely like, yeah, this is not good. This is going to be crazy.
Yeah, that's wild.
Honestly,
I don't even know how you come to that choice.
I would probably be shaking in the chair, legitimately.
I would assume you would be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Do you want to be one of the guys firing the guns?
No.
I don't think so either.
I don't want anything to do with that. I don't want to be there. I'm happy to say this. I don't want to have to kill anybody in my entire life.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to do that.
But imagine volunteering to be one of the 3.
Well, I
because it's completely volunteer.
I can understand if you worked in a jail, and you're I don't know what their official title is, but a cop in the jail or whatever, like you're one of those people. I guess I could understand
a corrections officer.
A corrections officer. Thank you. And if you're a career corrections officer and you're tenured and this is something that is important, I guess. Okay, cool. But I'm not, I don't know, man. It's hard sometimes with these, different topics, these unique situations to be able to relate. I can't relate to somebody in that position.
Do you think he did it as one last remember my name thing?
Probably. Yeah.
I was listening to Howard Stern yesterday, and that's what Howard said. Howard said he did this so he could be famous one more time.
I would guess. Yeah, probably. I mean, again, I don't know. I would love to ask somebody who has gone through these proceedings, about like, hey, does the inmate, feel pain when you go through this? I mean, there must be a moment when that happens, because if you shoot someone in the head, lights are out. It's over. Like that's going to be instant. But if you shoot someone in the heart, there must be a window in time and space where
you're still alive.
You're still alive. You feel it, but you're dying quickly. Whether that's 5 seconds, 3 seconds,
man,
whatever. Right? We've all seen it in the movie. Someone gets shot and it takes them 3-4 seconds to kind of lean over and they're done. Like, I don't know. That's tough.
I'm not here for it. I am here to shop at Costco instead of Amazon or Target. Let's wrap with this story today. Where do you guys shop? So I'm a huge fan of Costco. I think the price alone, the price of their produce makes it worth it for me. I get every week, I get everything from lettuce, peppers, potatoes, berries, like bags of romaine.
Yeah.
Like I get it all at Costco. And I think if you're one of those scumbags who shops at Target, I just think that you're there for the social interaction.
I don't really get it.
Nobody wants to go to a packed big box store.
Unless it's Costco.
Unless you have a significant reason to go there. And I think at a place like Target, you go there for coffee and whatever it is you like to pick up and put down and shop. And like, I go to Costco because I need ground turkey, produce, energy drinks, butt wipes, Impossible Nuggets back at Costco because I need Impossible Nuggets. Right. So for me, I'm in and I'm out. Now, most of my shopping is generally done on Amazon.
Mm-hmm.
I go to my local grocer, Harmon's, ketchup, a loaf of bread perhaps once a month, right? Because I don't eat much bread. Mini bottles of orange juice. I drink a bottle of orange juice every day. Stuff like that. I go to Costco for the bulk of my food. And what do I get on Amazon?
Golf balls.
Golf balls occasionally. I get my oats, my Bob's Red Mill oats. I'm trying to think what else we get. Electrolyte tabs. Like, it's dwindling.
One-off stuff.
Yeah.
That not like Amazon. I was never the guy that was doing my grocery shopping on Amazon. That was never me. I like to go to the store. I like to experience that. I like to it's just, I like doing it. So I was never getting my apples off of Amazon. Amazon has always been, hey, I've got a Prime membership when I need something. Okay. If it's not a grocery item, let's say if it's a one-off thing, a GoPro mount, some golf tees so I don't have to drive 20 minutes to the golf store, like just stuff like that, like one-off
golf
stuff.
tees for sure.
Yeah, like one-off stuff. Okay, Amazon, cool. Like groceries, yeah, I'm the thing is with Costco, like it's really interesting for me. Like, yeah, I go to Costco every week and I get my couple of items, but I'm not spending like $200 a trip at Costco. Like it's only ever like $70, $80, like it's not like I need a ton of stuff, but I like walking around Costco. And I think that's the thing for Amazon that people, I don't know if, I think it's tomorrow is 5 years since the pandemic was announced as a global thing.
Wow, is that all?
Yeah, I think it's 5 years tomorrow. I saw was the anniversary of day one where COVID was announced as a global pandemic. And so I don't know if people are just graduating out of this now and are back in the place where they want to be in person a lot more and like are kind of like because COVID put us into this place where stuff like Amazon was vital, and ordering online and using delivery services. And now we've kind of left that. And now we're sort of slowly but surely trudging our way back to in-person normalcy. And I feel like maybe that's part of this because you were saying that people are kind of burned out on like the subscription and
the subscription stuff. The biggest, so this was a big deal that people are more comfortable shopping at Costco than they are at Amazon or Target or Walmart. And one of the things, the subscribe and save frustrations that I deal with on a pretty regular basis, people hate that. The fact that there's overcharged or items, like you can't put your hands on the item, it gets delivered and it's damaged. People are frustrated with that. But if I look at what I buy on Amazon, Bob's Red Mill oats, Cosequin for my dog, I buy deodorant. My deodorant gets shipped to me because Costco doesn't have it. Fish tank stuff. I have a 50-gallon fish tank. I bought my filter. I bought my aerator.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Like those one-off items are what Amazon is great for.
The wrist brace I wear for golf. The recovery gummies that I eat. The like just all this one-off stuff. You're right. I don't have much subscribe and save stuff on Amazon. That's with like I buy my bucked up creatine. I get it on Amazon.
Yeah.
Right? Like those are the things that I buy. I am not going to Walmart. I am not going to Target.
Mhm.
I hate going to Walmart. I hate it. I hate the parking lot. I hate the people. I hate the frail old man that stands at the front door. I hate the whole thing. I hate Walmart.
Yeah.
I know. I'm the scourge of the earth for saying that. Okay, let me be the guy then. I hate Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
I hate Target because of the people who shop at Target. Let me go get a Starbucks and, let me go look at all the different colors of Crayolas. Screw you.
Bro.
Noel Ramirez, Amazon is for those moments if you just randomly order something in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Haven't been to Walmart in a year, and the first time back the other day, a dude went in and broke all of the cash registers.
Nice, dude.
That's what I'm saying. It's that stuff.
Bro, if you work at Walmart, I would love to talk to you about the daily nonsense you have to put up with.
I'm saying. Sharon Eccles, good morning. Costco is really good at making you buy something you didn't plan on buying.
Yes, they are.
What have I bought there I didn't plan on buying? A floor mat. One of those rubber floor mats for my kitchen sink.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Interesting. Do you guys ever, I do not, I grocery shop once a week. That's it. Because I control my budget. It helps me not buy bad food.
Mm-hmm.
Like once a week, that's it. So I'm pretty rigid. I have the same route that I walk through Costco. I walk straight down the main aisle, go right into produce, walk right over, get my ground turkey. Usually I'll swing by if I need the mango salsa that I get there. Then I go back. Then I get my Monster and my Celsius. My wife drinks Celsius. What else my dog food, my fresh pet dog food. They sell it at Costco. I buy that there. We go around. We get the Impossible Nuggets if they have them. Peanut butter, the all-natural peanut butter, maple syrup, seasoning aisle, vitamins, and then we go home. That's my route through Costco. That's it. You will not find me in the center aisle looking at clothes. You will not find me looking at books.
The center aisle.
You won't. Stay out of the center. Dude, stay out of the center area at Costco.
You didn't buy a TV at Costco. You bought a TV on Amazon.
I did. Multiple TVs on Amazon. Multiple TVs. Can you imagine what Walmart would look like with a bar in it? Oh, my God.
Get it right. It's a Buc-ee's, please.
I'd pull up a stool and just watch. That would be incredible. Mr. Preston. Oh, whoa. Comment dump. Target has terrible produce and meat.
Yeah, you shouldn't be buying food at Target, dude. That's not what Target's for.
I'm telling you, it's cheap. The produce prices at Costco are really good. It's one of the main reasons I shop there.
Mm-hmm.
Blueberries, for instance, are so much cheaper at Costco than they are my grocery stores, Harmon's. It's so much cheaper to get blackberries and blueberries. Red grapes, seedless grapes, so much cheaper at Costco.
Mm-hmm.
Romaine lettuce in a bag. My wife loves this Asian Chinese salad mix thing. She gets bags of those.
A big.
So much cheaper at Costco.
Yeah.
It's not even close. Monster Energy, so much cheaper at Costco.
Yeah.
Not close. Not even close. Trader Joe's is a great store. I haven't shopped at a Trader Joe's in a while. Fat Jesus. Wait, I can't open drink in Walmart? Oops. Exactly. I think the whole thing, this whole idea is fascinating to me.
Yeah.
It's fascinating to me. There you go. Interesting mix of the show today. Jake all in on Sam Darnold sucks. We'll keep you updated on NFL free agency tomorrow. Thanks to our friends at The Advocates, theadvocates.com, where you never pay a penny to talk to one of the best injury attorneys in the business. Until tomorrow, say goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye, Jake.
Injured in an accident, you need a lawyer, and you deserve an advocate, because every accident has a ripple effect. It affects your time, your health, your ability to make money, everything. That's where the Advocates can help. Speaking with an attorney is simple and 100% free. We're available 24/7 for your convenience, and we'll take on the claims process so you can rest easy, because you're not just a client to us, you're a person, and you deserve the best help you can get. You deserve an advocate.
This is The Monty Show, the truth in sports talk streaming. When you want unbiased opinions about your favorite team without the spin, all you have to do is find The Monty Show, streaming live and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on YouTube. And now, here's Monty.
Hey, The Monty Show, live on your YouTube machine, as always, on Wednesday, March 12th. 2025. And before the show, I want you to know that we get after it, right? And whether it's LaFather, LaDad, LaGroin, James, Stephen A. Smith, who Jake now is a huge fan of all of a sudden. Much like John Cena, Jake has turned heel and actually become a Stephen A. Smith fan. And I think as we, as men come together every morning to talk about sports, and then Jake shows up and he feels out of place because now he's all worried about whether or not LaGroin has hurt his image by talking to Stephen A. Smith, who for some reason now you're a huge fan of.
I'm not a huge fan of Stephen A. Smith. But
do you want to confess, or do you want to... I don't know. Do you want to come clean or rinse your soul of that disgust that you displayed in the pre-show meeting?
No, I don't. I think, LeBag, LeGM, LeDad, LaGroin, the flag bearer, James. I think he was out of line in this situation. So.
You really do?
Yes.
Why is okay. Maybe this is what we're going to do today. Maybe that's what we're going to do. First of all, I don't give a rat's ass about this story. I don't understand how Stephen A. Smith, Larry David, did you see the story? Stephen A. Smith signs what is by any means a massive contract with ESPN. 5 years, $100. That's a huge amount of jack for this dude. Because can you honestly sit here and tell me that he brings enough viewership to ESPN and the family of networks that you're willing to give him $100? They gave him $100 million, Stephen A. Smith. Okay, forget all of that and my jealous envy. It's fine. But then LaDad decides in the middle of a Laker game that he wants to, as Stephen A. Smith described it, confront him about what he said about LaBust Bronny James. That's probably too far.
But it's fine.
And everybody thinks this is some huge story. Is this really that big of a deal?
I thought it was weak. I thought it was some bullshit. But in the moment, I knew that I was listening to a father.
He just pisses me off. I feel like I can say that. Stephen A. Smith just pisses me off. I don't know why. You know how there's just those, like Jake is this for me.
Right.
Where you just show up in the room and I want to scratch your eyeballs out.
You just have to like snap out of it a little
right?
bit.
Like I just need to get past that.
Right.
Stephen A. Smith annoys me. Like it, and then it's the pause where you're staring off because you're thinking, shut up.
He's a bum.
Just spit it out, right? Just tell the story. This didn't need to be a minute and a half.
I thought it was weak.
What's with the chain? A turtleneck and a chain.
We did what we did.
I
thought it was weak. I thought it was some bullshit. But in the moment, I knew that I was listening to a father. Here's what happened. I'm sitting courtside, and I stand up, and then I got my head turned. And then I turned back around, and a lot of people thought this was the end of the game or something like that. This was in the third quarter. Apparently, LeBron had walked out of the timeout, and I turn around, and he's right here in my face. He said, yo, you got to stop talking shit about my son. You got to stop fucking with my son. That's my son. That's my son. And I was like, what? When I went on the air the next morning, first things first, believe it or not, I know this is shocking for people to believe, but I didn't have any intentions on talking about it. The boss is at ESPN. Now you got to talk about it. This is you and him. It's a nationally televised game. The cameras are rolling. And I'm like, if I do anything, this is going to be a scene. Now, we can sit up here in front all we want to and act like we don't work for somebody. Damn it, I work for Walt Disney. And if I had gotten into some shit with him at courtside right there at that moment, no matter how right I would have been, it would have been wrong.
You are not the father.
I understand LaDad James going over and talking to Stephen A. Smith.
Right.
Was it the right time and the right venue? Probably not. But did LeBron blow him up? No, he did not. And obviously the clip is copyrighted or we would play it for you. LaDad went over there and essentially said, hey, keep Bronny's name out your mouth. Right? He went full Will Smith on Chris Rock.
I was going to say, come on.
And I understand it. Why is this a big thing? Because Stephen A. Smith is making it a big thing. That's why. And he goes on, Gilbert Arenas' podcast.
Underdog Fantasy podcast.
Where Nick Young clearly needs somebody else to buy him pants because they're way too short. So that's Gilbert Arenas, Nick Young, Stephen A. Smith. Like, they're sitting there chopping it up, which I'm fine with. But you're making this into something that it is not. There's nothing wrong with what LeBron James did, in my opinion. I think this is Stephen A. Smith trying to be relevant when he's not.
Yeah, I think that LeBron, there's no reason to do it on the floor like that. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts. It's an unprofessional look out of LeBron James. If you want to have Maverick Carter reach out to Stephen A., bring him out to LA.
Unprofessional.
Yes, it is unprofessional. You're doing it. You're making a scene at a Laker game, bro. You're going up to Stephen A. You're cursing at him. Number one.
Who cares?
Well, I just don't understand. Like, how you say who cares? Like, this is LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith. And whatever you think about Stephen A. Smith, the guy is now the highest paid dude at ESPN in terms of personalities. So, like, he's a figure for sure.
The cursing thing, I think, is irrelevant, does not matter. So if he hadn't told him to not effing do effing this and effing, you'd have been okay with it.
I would have been a little more okay with it, yeah.
We're grown-ass men. We curse. It's what we do.
Okay.
How many times a day do you curse?
That's not the point, dude. The point is you went up to someone and cursed at them. I can say, yeah, that's BS. The light turned red. And nobody's going to make a scene because I'm not talking to another human.
Yeah, I guess I just am. I am so. Listen. I understand LaFather, LaDaddy, LeBronny.
Yeah.
I totally get it.
Yeah,
I have no problem with this. I don't care. LeGroin has to do what he has to do.
But he didn't need to do this. That's the point. There was no need to do this.
Yeah, I think it's amazing to me.
You're being a helicopter parent. You're getting in the way, dude. Bronny is a professional. You don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to have your kid drafted, and then when people talk about him, get in the way and confront them on the court. That doesn't work, dude. That's a bad look,
but
bro.
he's also a human being, James.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
like, he is a human being. This is Stephen A. Smith, who Stephen A. Smith is not on my radar at all. Like, I never watch Last Take. I never watch his show. I can't stand him talking NFL or boxing. So it's probably been a solid year since I've seen anything that Stephen A. Smith has done.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't, he's not my slice of entertainment. I could not possibly, it's not possible for me to care less that LeCap did this to Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's fine. But you don't confront somebody on the court. You've got so many other opportunities to talk to him behind the scenes. Like Bron wanted to make this a thing. And that's what I feel like we disagree about. You went after a dude
there's something
on the
in
court, dude. You wanted to be in the middle of it. And by the way,
he wanted to be singing.
He wanted to be seen doing it. And
talking.
by the way,
I don't disagree with that.
This happened on the heels of Kevin Love. I think 2 weeks ago it was. Went on a podcast. I don't remember the name of the podcast. Went on a podcast and told a story. It was him and I think D Wade, and they were talking about how when Bron was in Miami with Wade and Chris Bosh, him and Pat Riley got into this whole argument or beef because Pat Riley apparently told staffers on the team plane to take Bron's cookies away on the plane. So LeBron James, likes cookies legitimately. It's not a joke. So on the team plane, he always has cookies. It's one of the things that it's just in his routine. And Pat Riley apparently had staffers take those away from him, and that's what led to the beef and allegedly him leaving Miami. And so it's just one thing after another, and it makes it seem like it at least at a minimum portrays the image with Bron that it's his world and everyone else is just living in it. And I got news for Bron. It's not your world and not everyone's just living in it.
Wow.
Like yes, you are the best of your generation, but that doesn't mean
I could make an argument he's the best player in the NBA still.
Okay, sure. Best player in the NBA still.
When
sure.
He's not LeGroin James.
Yeah, right? Like, I just don't like the fact that this dude thinks it's okay to go up to the media in a public setting and number one curse
But it wasn't the media. See, this is, I think, you're either working or you're not. He went up to Stephen A. Smith, and I agree with you. I think it was calculated. LeBron doesn't make a mistake.
He would never do this on accident.
He was making a statement. That I think you're totally right with. I still don't have a problem with it.
Why don't you have a problem with it?
Because I think it is a nothing burger. The idea that F-bombs were involved and that makes it a problem. Come on. I that is irrelevant that he cursed at him. At the end of the day, is it unprofessional? No, I don't think it is. Are we really saying that LeBron telling Stephen A. Smith, he essentially walked up to Stephen A. Smith and said, "Don't talk about my son like that. You're making it personal. Stop making it personal. Don't talk about my son like that." But because he said, "Don't effing talk about my son like that," people, it's so unprofessional. Come on. I think if this had been little Jimmy Nobody, if Dalton Connect had been like, "Hey, okay, I could understand that." It's not like LeBron went over there and dapped him up and was like, "Dude, yo," like, it's not like he was over there for and I would also point out this took 3.5 seconds. It's not like they were standing there for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
There was no argument.
We just look at this differently. I feel like you want to give Bron a little bit of a free pass on this because it's Stephen A. and because, you don't care about that he cursed at him. And what I'm saying is that LeBron James has a responsibility to handle things a little more professionally than this. And the guy had, like, you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to be the best player in the NBA and be the first player to have your kid drafted and do all these awesome things and then get a free pass when you want to. And we need to talk about this. Like, you're saying it's not as big a deal because Stephen A wasn't working, right? Is that your point? That
Yes,
Stephen
he was sitting there courtside just talking to people. He was sitting there as a fan. He was in the front. He was in courtside seats on the baseline, and I should get a picture of it because it's not like this was some shoving match.
No, it wasn't a physical altercation, but I don't know. I'm a little surprised that you don't think it's a big deal that he went up to him like this in the middle of the game.
Yeah,
like,
I could not care less. I just don't think that this is. I just don't think that this is something.
If he did this to someone else, would it be a bigger story?
No,
if it wasn't Stephen A.
No.
Yeah, I'm shocked by that.
Why do we? It's everything. It's everything. And this is probably the best one. Fadeaway World had which is where I originally saw the video, by the way. So I give them credit for that. But I just don't think this is a big deal. Here is from Fadeaway World. This is probably the best photo of it. On the left side of the screen, you see LeBron James walking up to Stephen A. Smith. On the right, you see LeBron and Stephen A. Smith talking. This lasted, I think, quite literally 5 or 10 seconds. That's as heated as it got. And I agree with Stephen A. He probably would have taken heat had he escalated it.
Right.
But it's LeBron James. You're not escalating anything. And I would also remind you that LeBron James and Stephen A. Smith actually have a very good relationship to the point where in warmups, because Stephen A., it's not rare for him to sit courtside, right? As a basketball guy. And I think we all would agree when you go to games, Jake and I have sat courtside. It's where you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's where the cool kids club is, right? So it's not like this is the first time they've ever talked, but does anybody make a big deal out of it when LeBron goes up and daps him up or shakes his hand?
No, because there's nothing to make a big deal about with that.
And there's nothing to make a big deal out of this.
And that's where we just disagree.
I think it's absolutely a nothing burger.
Yeah,
It's two guys talking at the end of the day. Were they arguing? No. Was it heated? No.
I just disagree. It was heated. He cursed at him. He yelled at him. You can see it in the video that we can't play.
I don't know that he yelled at him. He was animated, certainly. LeBron was animated. There's no doubt about that.
LeBron James lives in a double standard every day. And this is one of those times. LeBron James wants to be able to say, no, I didn't do this. I didn't have anything to do with Bronny's his own man. I didn't facilitate this. That didn't happen. And then when people start holding Bronny accountable for not being an NBA caliber basketball player, at that point, then it's like, oh, well, now Bron's got to step in, and he doesn't want people to point out the fact that it's a double standard. So you can't be a dad and a basketball player in the same moment. You're either being a dad or you're being an NBA player. And that's my problem with this is that Bron, let me get this right. You left your team's timeout to go and do this in the third quarter in the middle of a game to go and confront Stephen A. Number one, that's the first issue I have with this. You shouldn't be doing this during the game. The game should be your sole focus. If it was that much of a problem for you, set something up. Like, it's not difficult. You've got an iPhone.
I'm sitting here watching the video, and it's just not that big of a... Nobody even turned their head when they were talking. Like, Stephen A. and LeBron are standing there on the court. Nobody's waving their arms around, or... It wasn't a confrontation. I think it was LeBron walking up to him. God forbid we used an adult language and saying, don't effing talk about my kid like that. I don't have any problem with it. And I think this whole thing's blown out of proportion. I think this was absolutely a ratings grab by Stephen A. Smith and ESPN. I think that his show is irrelevant on ESPN. I think he's sitting there talking about how he was with his agent and they were sitting there with Larry David and I had just gotten my new deal. This was all publicity. Do you at least agree with me this was a publicity stunt?
Yeah, Stephen A's choosing to blow it up. Yeah, but I don't think Stephen A didn't roll up to the Laker game planning to get confronted by LeBron James.
Yeah. Chewy says this is a LeBron segment sponsored by Chips Ahoy. Do you guys understand how we pick LeBron James apart? Like the cookie thing should not be on LeBron James. So you guys, you may know this or not. Do you understand that that kind of behavior is not at all abnormal? I have been on team flights. I have flown with NBA teams and baseball teams. And I can tell you the biggest names have their own seat and a lot like I guarantee you LeBron James has his own aisle on their charter. I guarantee you when LeBron James gets to his seat, his food and his beverage, cookies or whatever, and his drink of choice are already waiting for him.
And I don't have any issue with that. The guy has earned that.
That is not abnormal in any team on any flight. That is not abnormal.
Yeah.
And yet we're making it out like LeBron's some kind of a-hole because Pat Riley decided that LeBron needed to have his cookies taken away on a plane. That's a Pat Riley problem. This thing with Stephen A. Smith is a Stephen A. Smith thing.
Yeah, maybe this is just that we view LeBron James differently. You know, I'm not saying that the cookie thing with Pat Riley is on Bron. What I'm saying is that LeBron James wants to live in his own world and wants people to conform to how he wants things handled. Right. And I think that if Bronny was not drafted by the Lakers and was playing wherever, I don't even know, playing wherever, not in the NBA, and Stephen A was still talking about him, then I could understand being upset with it. But he got drafted. You got him drafted, in my opinion.
55th out of 60.
He wouldn't have been drafted if he wasn't LeBron James's kid. That's my opinion. I don't think he was good enough. I don't think he had the talent. He is a G League player.
Do you at least agree that being drafted 55th is no feather in your cap?
Yeah, it sounded like the guy was a top 5 pick.
The guy he is essentially mystery relevant.
But he's not.
When it's the end of the second round in the NBA draft, your chances of making an NBA roster are slim and none. I agree he's on the Lakers because he's Bronny James. I agree they drafted him because he's Bronny James. I agree he is a G League star, and he is not good enough to play in the NBA. He is good enough to be the last guy on the bench, which is what everybody is saying, which is how he's being treated. He's not being given starters minutes or even rotational minutes. He plays once a month in the NBA. He plays once a month. He's not being given special treatment. Was he drafted because of who he is? Yes. After that, have they done anything special or unique for him? No. We don't like it because we don't have access to the things LeBron has access to. But he's earned it.
I think he's earned everything up to being able to confront Stephen A on the court and handle it this way. I don't think he's earned that.
Yeah. Hey, listen, man. We can agree to disagree, I guess. I
guess my thing is I just don't like that he chose to go about it this way. Like, this didn't need to be handled this way. I'm cool if Bron doesn't like the way that Screamin' A is talking about Bronny. Okay, I can respect that. I don't have a problem with that issue per se. My problem is just that you chose to do it in the middle of a game, right after a timeout in the third quarter, in a public setting. Like, this didn't need to be this way. You could have easily just called him and said, hey, this, like, it doesn't need to go down like this.
But I, again, stick to your best point. LeBron was sending a message.
And that's where I say, hey, he hasn't, you don't get to just earn the right to scheme like this, right? That's my problem, is that, yes, he was trying to send a message. He didn't want to do it behind closed doors. So we're going to sit here.
But he also didn't do it on live TV. There's this belief out there that he did this on live TV.
Yeah.
They were in a commercial break. It was in the third quarter.
Yeah.
Like, if you go watch the video in the background,
yeah,
you can see they're still doing on-court entertainment. Like, it's not like he walked out of a huddle in the middle of a game or there was a foul called and he strolled over. That's not what happened.
Right. Yeah.
This was an irrelevant moment in the game.
Well, and Stephen A says, in his whole diatribe about this, that he didn't plan to talk about it on ESPN,
which I don't believe for a second.
And he only talked about it because he woke up and everything went viral, and then his bosses at ESPN allegedly told him he had to talk about it.
Yeah, I don't buy that for a second, but it's fine. We can agree to disagree. Where do you guys come down on it? Money is a hell of a drug. Smith must have good opinions because ESPN paid him billions. Hey, man, I don't begrudge the guy for getting paid. I think in media these days, it's hard to have a job, let alone get paid.
Right.
Jake, you can't see me, 2 shakes. Exactly right. John Cena, Jake has turned heel. That's exactly right. Exactly right. 100 million is a lot of impossible nuggies. It is. Good morning, Mr. Preston. How are you? Elaine Tran, good morning. LeBron James is the reason NBA ratings are so
that's
low.
That's just not true. That's not true.
There you go.
You're just hating on.
Yeah.
See, that's just hating on Bron.
Yeah, that's just being.
Yeah.
You're
being obtuse.
It's kind of ridiculous. I care about Stephen A. Smith and LeBron James about as much as I care about college basketball before the tournament, which is not at all anymore. I think there's a lot of people who would agree with that. A lot of people. I totally agree with Jake. Oak State, shocking. Those involved in intimate relationships agree with each other.
You got to get stroked.
LeBron doesn't need to cuss out Stephen A. Bronny needs to step up his game. I agree with 100% with Jake.
Well, I don't know that it's even about Bronny stepping up his game. I don't think that's the conversation, with all due respect. I think this is a premise-based conversation. You either agree with the premise that Bron doesn't have the right to do it the way he did it, or you disagree with that premise and you think that this is no big deal. Those are the two sides of the argument here. And I personally believe that U.S. Americans, you just don't need to go about it that way. And I just found it distasteful.
I don't understand this.
Yeah, that side of it,
LeBron is a bum.
Yeah, he's not a bum.
You're just at that point. You're either really unintelligent, or you just hate LeBron because of how good he is.
Yeah, LeBron is doing historic things. LeBron is. I would argue that the Lakers, and we haven't had a chance really in the last 2 weeks to really get into the Lakers, but I would argue that LeBron James is the only reason right now the Lakers are where they are. The Luka thing doesn't happen without Bron. The obviously the bubble championship doesn't happen without LeBron, and everything that's happened since Bron has joined the Lakers has led up to this moment and them being somewhat successful this year so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, it was at crypto. It was at LeBron's place. Now, Elaine, we can all agree on this. Everybody likes Little Debbie, right? I mean, when's the last time you had a Little
I don't
Debbie?
know, dude. It's been.
How about a Swiss roll?
I've
Can we
never
all
had-
just
I've never
agree
had a
Swiss roll? Yes, you have. You absolutely have. I know you have for a fact.
I don't remember.
Oh, they're amazing. UW fan Jim. Actually, Jake, he does get to have it both ways. He's a 1%er.
No, but see where that ends. See, here's the deal though. Where that ends is when you start asking media members to not talk about the reality of your kid's situation. And you don't get to have your kid drafted and then have the media not talk about it. That's the difference. You don't get to have that double standard. That's not how the world works.
I don't, but yeah. I think there's a double standard.
Which is fine. I want to say this. I don't have an issue with that.
I think LeBron, when people call LeBron a bum,
yeah,
that's called a double standard. You hate because you ain't.
Right.
That's why you call LeBron
they hate
a bum.
us because they ain't us.
I don't personally love LeBron. I grew up in the Jordan Kobe era. I happen to have spent a lot of time around Kobe when I covered the Lakers. I'm not a LeBron guy.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a ton of respect for what he has accomplished as a basketball player. And I have no issue with them drafting Bronny James.
Mm-hmm.
It's what they should have done.
But do you agree that and I would agree with that. I don't have an issue with the fact that they did draft him. That's not my point. My issue comes up when you start asking guys like Stephen A. Smith not to talk about your kid.
But
when
who's
he's been
asking
talking about you for decades?
I don't think that's what that was, but it's fine.
Well, what do you think?
I think Stephen A. has gone out of his way to criticize Bronny James. I do. I agree with most people, and I think if you've watched the clips online now because they're everywhere because of this story.
Yeah.
Why? Here's my point. If Bronny sucks so bad, and Stephen A. went out of his way to say Bronny cut me a look and he looks so sad.
Right. Yeah. That's all drama.
It's that kind of stuff where why are you going after the kid? He's irrelevant. Don't talk about him.
Do you think, and I think this is a really fascinating question, just inside this conversation, no matter which side you're on, do you think if you're LeBron James, it is a better, policy, if you will, if you're Bron, to just not acknowledge the media, not acknowledge the fact that Stephen A. is making it personal with Bronny?
It's not possible. It's not possible. Not today. Not when you have people saying LeBron's a joke. When you have people saying just purely hateful, spiteful, or you're just uninformed. LeBron's arguably still the best player in the NBA.
Yeah, I would love for one of these people who's like awkward guy or Elaine. What do you mean the guy is a joke? What does that even mean?
He is, again, inarguably one of the 3 to 5, probably 3 greatest players ever to play the game.
By anybody's stretch, he's one of the 5 best players to ever play the game.
He is doing things that nobody has ever done before. He is under enormous pressure to perform, and he not only performs, he outperforms. You don't have to like him as a guy. I don't personally know him as a guy, so I don't really care what he is at home. But the bottom line is, he's a dad sticking up for his son. Is it wrong? We can debate that. But when you say stuff like LeBron's a joke, you just invalidate your own opinion because you don't know what you're talking about if you truly believe that. And I don't think you do. I really don't. I like Jake's point about him having it both ways, but superstars have always gotten away with the stuff like this.
But
Very true.
When is the last time, and I think that's a fair point, when is the last time we saw a superstar level player, a guy that, so superstar level players, in my opinion, in today's game would be, Bron, KD, Steph, probably Jokic. We could throw Jokic to SGA, I don't really feel like we see guys doing this type of stuff too often to the Stephen A's of the world.
Well, when were there kids in the NBA?
Right. So my point is that is
never
precisely
happened.
The point. Is that Bron is saying, hey, I just did something that's never happened, which has got my kid drafted, which is, by the way, is an incredible accomplishment. I'm not taking anything away from that accomplishment on its own. That's an incredible moment. When they checked into the game together for the first time, incredible moment, dude. We're as NBA fans, we're never going to forget that. So I'm not in the camp that says Bron is a joke or this is, I'm not that guy. What I'm saying is that I just didn't like that Bron chose to go at it this way. I would have preferred, as a dude, as someone who tries to have respectful conversations. If I don't like something, I try to bring it up in a respectful way and say, I would have probably reached out to Stephen A. personally if I was Bron, because you can't tell me he doesn't have his number. I think Stephen A. even confirmed that he has his number.
They're friends.
And I would have just reached out to him and I would have said, look, we need to talk. We need to do this behind closed doors. We need to talk, but that's not how Bron chose to go about it. And that's my issue with this story. I agree. Stephen A. is blowing this thing up as much as possible. Stephen A. wants the ratings. He wants the conversation. He wants this to be a thing on an ongoing basis and probably isn't helping himself with Bron.
I would agree with that.
He's not helping himself, But I just think that it's really difficult for me to sit here and say, yeah, Bron's blameless or Bron, I don't have any issue with that. I'm just not that guy. I think that Bron, if you have an issue with a guy like Stephen A. Smith, because let's be real, no matter what you think of Stephen A., what he says has at least some weight. He wouldn't have got the contract if he is just completely irrelevant and doesn't matter at all, right? So if Stephen A is sitting on NBA Today before a game ripping Bronny or making comments, and Bron didn't like that, then just reach out to him. I don't understand why you got to do it on the court in front of 20,000 people. Like, it just doesn't need to happen.
I also think when we talk about has this ever happened before, again, this is where social media comes in. Everybody's got a cell phone.
Totally.
Everybody videotapes it. And I think it's why LeBron was very calculated in the way he moved himself.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't waving his arms or pointing in his face. I just think this is a nothing burger. But again, every time LeBron comes up, LeBron fans try to justify everything this fraud does.
What do you mean
How is
he's
he
a fraud, dude?
How is he a fraud?
If you're going to come in here and say stuff like that, if you're the guy today, right now in this comment section saying, stuff like he's a bum, he's a joke, he's a fraud.
LeBron is an overrated diva.
How?
How is he overrated?
Explain
How is
it.
he a fraud?
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy to me. LeBron C is for cookies. That's good enough for me. Oh, the cookie thing was always going to hang on, right? Chris Green, slow news day? Not at all. Not at all. We've got, this is what everybody's talking about.
Yeah. It's a great story.
It's trending everywhere.
Yeah.
And look at the response. I think LeBron is the first player of the social media era who you really see throughout his career created a divide.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it is you love him or you hate him. And you either are, if you're a conservative Republican, you hate LeBron James. He should shut up and dribble.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So he's got more. I think a lot of people resent LeBron for the reach and the impact he has and the ability to directly impact the lives of hundreds of millions of people.
Yes.
I think people resent him for that. To say like if this is not a story, I don't know what a story is.
Yeah.
I truly don't. UW fan Jim, might not be a big deal, but it was definitely unprofessional behavior. He was actually on the clock. Okay.
I just think, look, I think that Bron had a purpose here. Bron wanted to, and I don't quite understand this, to be honest with you guys. I don't understand, like, was the goal for Bron here to do this on the floor to make a public splash because you just wanted it to be a story? Is that, like,
I don't know.
Like, I'm sitting here thinking about it. I'm like, why would LeBron James? And maybe it wasn't as premeditated as we're making it out to be. Maybe,
I don't think it was.
Maybe Bron, like, it was on Bron's mind. He was like, yeah, I need to talk. I need to, not confront, but I need to talk to Stephen A. about
I need
this.
to let Stephen A. know how I feel.
I need to tell Screaming A about this. And maybe he just had a moment sitting on the bench after the timeout. Because there is, to your point, after the team timeout, there is a 10 to 15 second window there before TV comes back when the last commercial is playing, where you're just waiting for the TV to come back and they let you know and then you play. And that's when he chose to do it. So maybe it wasn't like, oh, Stephen A. sitting courtside right by the Lakers bench, I'm going to go and confront him. Maybe it was just he saw him and just did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
David Persons, I trust and respect very little that Stephen A. Smith has to say. I think there's a lot of people there.
Yeah.
Little Debbie peanut butter wafers. Oh, so good.
We gave blood with the advocates on what was that, Monday? And I had vanilla wafers for the first time in years, and they were incredible.
Excuse me?
Nilla wafers.
Thank you. That's exactly You chose Nilla wafers over Nutter Butters, which I was a little surprised about. Jake doesn't get enough credit. He makes the show interesting. It's good to hear both Monty and Jake's opinions. My guy, Anthony Eason, Little Debbie fudge rounds are better than the Swiss rolls. Oh, so you got out of bed and you decided this was your day, Anthony Eason, where you were going to come in here and you were going to say disrespectful, inflammatory things like fudge rounds are better than Swiss rolls.
Stay hard.
Okay. I understand. Disrespectful to
disrespect.
Respect.
Yeah, respect.
Okie Light James was the final nail. Monty wins. Thank you.
Monty.
I agree.
Yeah.
Mike Smith, when content is your lifeblood, molehills turn into mountains to
And
milk.
I
I
agree with that
100%.
100%, dude. He is milking this story. And the guy, dude, the guy is paid now hundreds of millions of dollars to make content, to be somebody, truly to be somebody at the 4-letter Death Star that keeps them relevant. That's his whole job. So, I think it's a really fascinating conversation because we've seen, if you step back and you get out of the NBA for a minute, if you think about other sports, like we see athletes and the media, George Pickens comes to mind, go at it after games all the time, and it's a conversation all the time.
I think people don't understand. In the NFL, this happens
all the time,
every game.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you how many times, and I won't mention names, when I covered the St. Louis Rams for several years before they moved to LA.
Thank God they moved to LA, by the way.
Yeah. On their concrete field in St. Louis, it was horrendous. I saw superstar players routinely, one player in particular, I'll never forget it, walk up behind a regional Fox Sports reporter for Fox Sports Midwest and grab that reporter by the back, like the nap of his jacket, and scream in his face about that game's production, because that reporter, who also did a radio show, had said that the Rams should move on from this player. And he not only did he physically grab him, but he screamed in his face. This, and I've seen it repeat. When I covered the Raiders, Rich Gannon and I got into a heated fight. I asked Rich Gannon, wow, I can't believe I haven't told this. I think I've told this story. I asked Rich Gannon if he believed Marcus Tuiasosopo was a better option for the Raiders.
Do you believe?
And he lost his made national TV, like just an innocuous Wednesday morning conversation with Rich. And I talked to Rich Gannon every week.
And this was in like media availability.
Yeah, this was 2004, something like that. I covered the Raiders every day when they were in Oakland, in Alameda. Yeah. And on Wednesday morning, the media goes to meet with the players. And Rich Gannon and I had we talked on a regular basis. And I was just talking to him. There were 2 or 3 other people standing there. We were on this this patio outside where you walk to the practice fields. And him and I were just talking, and Rich was struggling. The team was struggling. Marcus Tuiasosopo was the backup. And everybody was saying Marcus should be starting. I said it to him in a way like, come on, man. Do you really think Marcus Tuiasosopo is better for this football team? Like that. And he lost his ever-loving mind. And I want to say that they were talking to Jerry Porter, the wide receiver. Yeah. The media scrum was focused on Jerry Porter. And Rich Gannon lost his shit on me, and the media turned and everybody focused on him yelling. He was yelling and screaming at me and put his finger in like he actually hit my collarbone. Like, just like that. And I'll never forget Lincoln Kennedy walking over there, and his arm grabbed Rich around the shoulder and pulled him away. And Rich Gannon actually reached out to me after that and said, I just needed to vent. I'm sorry it was you. I needed to vent. It's not personal.
See? That's fine.
Players do. I'm telling you, it happens all the time in the NBA, in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I know factually in Major League Baseball, and we've been in Major League clubhouses.
Yeah.
It's not uncommon. It is uncommon that a superstar like LeBron James walks up to Stephen A. Smith and it's not a dap up or it's not a, hey, bro, congratulations on your new deal. Like, that's what was uncommon about this.
Yeah.
So that's why I just don't think that it is. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Zorbuline.
See, again, talking Bron and people come out of the woodwork.
Total miscalculation by Ladad. No problem with Ladad's issue, but private conversation would have been the best approach. And I can get down with that. We all know LeBron James is a fraud. For what reason? We all know that his name is actually LeCap James.
Right. Yeah,
Okay.
LeGroin, you know.
Okay. You know. Somebody said earlier, and I lost the comment now, but that LeBron's off-court behavior has damaged his on-court legacy. What exactly has he done off the court that's damaged his legacy?
Not enough, I guess.
Are you talking about founding and running a private school for underprivileged kids that hurt all the charity money that he gives away, all of the clothing he buys, all the shoes he buys?
Yeah, I mean, the work in Akron speaks for itself, dude.
That hurts his off. I'm confused about what you mean. Cursing and professionalism is difficult to navigate, especially in the classroom. Now, I agree. If Jeremiah Champion, who's a school teacher, walks into his room and says, hey, I heard that you were talking about me on the playground. Keep me out your mother effing mouth. Okay, that's probably not the most professional way to go about that with a child.
Stay hard.
Dude, the kid's 8. He's a full-grown adult. Come on.
I usually just tell my students that context is what dictates whether or not I'm going to be upset at them cursing. So on a basketball court, in an arena, when two guys who are actually friends are talking, even in a more, let's even say it was heated, because I don't think it was, but let's say it was heated. And there's an F this and don't effing do that. Is that really, that makes it wrong? How many times have we cursed at each other like that?
I don't know.
On a golf course, for instance. Hundreds of times?
But again, I think that's correct, sure. But I think that using that as a comparison is not a proper comparison. We're with all due respect to ourselves, we're not the stature of Bron and Stephen A. Like, we're not at ESPN talking about Bronny, you know. And I think that, you know, the other thing that stands out to me too is, like, you know, if he had done this, you know, on the road, like in Boston, would this have been as big a story? Probably. I don't know though. Like, I think it's because it was a home game in his building during a timeout in the middle of the game. Stephen A. standing there with all his boys. Like, it just has the goods to be a story. And yes, for the 10th time, I agree. For the people just getting here, Stephen A. is stretching this thing out. He is milking it. There's no question about it.
I would like to point out real quick, there's nobody standing with Stephen A. Smith. It's him and LeBron, because for context, it's not abnormal for LeBron to walk up to Stephen A. Smith.
And Stephen A. portrays it as his side story was, hey, I got up. It was a timeout. We stood up, you know, and I was looking. I think he said he was looking to his left. And then I turned back around and Bron was just standing there. So these pictures right here with where these two are standing are right in front of the courtside seats, maybe 7-8 feet in front of them.
On the baseline.
So, on the baseline, you know, and Bron approached him.
I thought it was weak. I thought it was some bullshit. But in the moment, I knew that I was listening to a father. Here's what happened. I'm sitting courtside, and I stand up, and then I got my head turned. And then I turned back around, and a lot of people thought this was the end of the game or something like that. This was in the third quarter. Apparently, LeBron had walked out of the timeout, and I turned around, and he's right here in my face. He said, yo, you got to stop talking shit about my son. You got to stop fucking with my son. That's my son. That's my son. And I was like, what? When I went on the air the next morning, first things first, believe it or not, I know this is shocking for people to believe, But I didn't have any intentions on talking about it. The bosses at ESPN. Now you got to talk about it. This is you and him. It's a nationally televised game. The cameras are rolling. And I'm like, if I do anything, this is going to be a scene. Now, we can sit up here in front all we want to and act like we don't work for somebody. Damn it, I work for Walt Disney. And if I had gotten into some shit with him at courtside right there at that moment, no matter how right I would have been, it would have been wrong.
First of all, there's the conversation he's talking about, right? Second of all, I do not believe Stephen A. Smith had no intention of talking about this.
And it also needs to be said that he's incorrect. The cameras were rolling.
Yeah,
it was in a timeout. This wasn't on TV, dude.
Yeah, I just think it is.
Come on,
it's wild. It's wild to me. The awkward guy says Diddy parties because you have any evidence that happened.
Yeah,
any evidence at all, any evidence whatsoever. You know, this is the stuff where I'm just like, okay, just say you hate LeBron, and
have some self-respect about it. Like,
I think it's remarkable. Anyway, no, and then guys like Jay Chapman want to say Hostess is greater than Little Debbie.
Yeah, I mean, come on, dude, you've lost all credibility.
I mean, it's you know. People don't like a rich billionaire talking down to them, especially when the billionaire made his money off of shoes made with slave labor. Kind of hypocritical. Then don't put on Jordans. Don't put on Adidas. Don't put on any shoes, essentially.
Yeah.
This is the hypocrisy that we all operate in. Don't talk on your iPhone then, because those are made in the Pacific Rim as well. Don't drive your cars. Don't ever get in a Prius. Don't get in a Toyota. Don't. Now, all of a sudden, LeBron supports sweatshops. It's wild to me that now it's LeBron supports sweatshops.
Okay.
I think the way I'll wrap this up.
Yeah.
I think two things come to mind. LeBron is always under a microscope. Everything he does is magnified. I think LeBron was talking to a friend, and I think this is about much more than if this had been a nothing NBA player, we wouldn't even know this happened. But because it's LeBron and people want to criticize LeBron and say that you support sweatshops. Oh, shut up. Like, come on. What are we even talking about? And I just think it's a guy walking up to a friend of his saying, hey, stop talking about my son like that. Like, I don't think that the cursing thing on its own, I think is wild, but it is what it is. All right. Let's get to the Big-12 basketball tournament because, as usual, are you engaged in college basketball now? Because I also think this is a really interesting time of year. I don't much watch college basketball, but certainly not before the new year.
Right.
At all. Usually not until the college football playoff's over. And if North Carolina is not good, because Notre Dame is never good. So if North Carolina is not good, I'm usually not that engaged until conference tournament week. This is the week I usually get way into college basketball.
Yeah, today will be the first day that I turn on games. Today will be the first day where I'm like, hey, like, we need to start watching these games. We need to start really kind of locking in and seeing what these teams are about. Because today's the first day where it really, really starts to matter in terms of, winning games and what your seed's going to be and all that. So for me, I think today is kind of day one of postseason college basketball. Really got to dial it in. And I also think it needs to be said, like, in my opinion, today is the first day where it's like enjoyable matchups. Like there's something to watch. Like it's not just, random matchup for no reason because that's what Buddy was able to schedule.
Right.
And I think that really matters. Like you talk about not watching college basketball until after the college football playoff is over. Not only do I not watch it, it's not even on my radar, bro. Like I don't have anything to talk about until we can start delineating between 20-win teams and 15-win teams. I'm not interested in talking about, well, hey, Houston's at 10 wins, but you see Auburn over here, 12 wins. Like, what are we talking about? It's too early in the season. So I think that right now, we're getting into that time of year where it's like, hey, here's the cut of teams that are in no matter what they do the rest of the way. Here's the cut of teams that need to, for example, for conversation's sake, need to win their conference tournament to go ahead and book a spot in the tournament. And here are the teams that are probably out. And I think that's where the heartbeat of college basketball really gets going, because then you can say, okay, cool. Now, what's on the line in this game? Depending on the team that you're a fan of.
Well, I think if you look at the Big 12.
Yeah.
I mean, Cincinnati, huge win last night. And I know people are going to be like, well, Oak State sucks. Don't disagree.
Doesn't matter. It's still a big win.
Cincinnati's a bubble team, right? They're an 18-14 team.
Yeah.
That had to have that win. And if you fast forward to today, if you're a Big 12 fan, aren't you rooting for Cincinnati to knock off Iowa State, which ain't going to happen? But if you're the Big 12, wouldn't you love to see Cincinnati go to the tournament final?
Mm-hmm.
Give yourself a chance to get another team in? I think absolutely. I think you look at K-State knocking off Arizona State. While Arizona State is certainly not going to be mistaken for anything of a quality basketball team, that's a nice win for K-State, who had real expectations and is a 500 basketball team with that win.
Yeah.
Right? Their story. You look at the SEC tournament today, and you look at, I think one of the games that is so fascinating for me, that I think Arkansas has to win today. What Cal's got going on is a 19-win team, and they're probably in, if we're being totally honest. I think most bracketologists have Arkansas in. If they lose to South Carolina today, there's a chance Arkansas doesn't get in.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a huge game. Texas Vanderbilt.
What is going on at Texas?
They're on the bubble, and I think they're on the outside looking in.
I would agree. I think you're a 17-win team right now. That's not good enough, man.
Is Oklahoma getting in if they don't beat Georgia today? Probably not. I think this is, and you might be right. For K-State,
mm-hmm.
They're not getting in the tournament. That's a good win. For Texas, this is a terrible season, and you need to win, and you need to run through that tournament to have any chance whatsoever.
Right.
Arkansas, Oklahoma. I think there are compelling storylines all over college basketball today. I think Gonzaga's win over St. Mary's. I think that is a story. And I know that there's a lot of people who don't enjoy college basketball.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Gonzaga beating St. Mary's, that's a big story. That's a 28-5 St. Mary's team that just went down to Gonzaga.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is a big deal.
Well, and I think, if you're Gonzaga, you're also living up to the reputation a little bit, right? I mean, you're a program that obviously doesn't play football, and you're a basketball-only school. And, you're also right in the middle of realignment conversations right now. And
huge.
So it's a big win, man. It matters.
Yeah, and I think there's a couple of games in the Big Ten. I think the Big Ten is one of the least entertaining stories. You know what I think is a big deal in the Big 12? I think the layoff is too long. I think because we don't get BYU until tomorrow morning.
Mm-hmm.
You got BYU, Houston, Tech, and Zona sitting at home right now, just licking their chops.
Yep.
While you've got the teams they're going to run into fighting for their lives, playing. And if you wind up, going into the games tomorrow, what would that be? The quarters tomorrow?
Yeah.
You're going to be ready to play ball.
See, and this is my point. The games today, this is my original point. The games today matter because now we can sit here and we can say, okay, cool. If you win this game, now you're looking at this opponent. And I think that's the crazy part about it is you've got, to your point, BYU, Houston Tech, and Arizona sitting here watching these games today, no doubt. And sitting here saying, okay, this is our path. This is who we need to beat. You know, and if we were, just as an example, you know, if you were to get a Houston BYU, you know, semi, that would be crazy, right? If you got a BYU Tech, a Houston Tech, like, you know, I just think that the basketball is all about the Big 12 and the SEC. I like the ACC. The Big 10 is whatever, but the real nuts and bolts of this time of year to me is Big 12 and SEC, figuring out who is going to be, you know, like in the Big 12, who's going to be the team that's got the best chance to go out and win a national championship in basketball.
I think it's huge. And if you're not paying attention to Lopes Fan Gabe when he tells you to hit the like button,
do it.
Please hit the like button. It really helps the channel grow. Hour number 2 of the Monty Show, as always, is presented by the Advocates at theadvocates.com. The best injury attorneys in the business, 24/7, 365. They're available for you because accidents don't discriminate based on the clock or the type of human.
Or if you got your kid drafted.
Truth. Things happen. Things happen. And when you get in a car accident, when you slip and fall, when you get hurt at work, you got to be able to talk to somebody to get quality, risk-free advice. That's what you can count on at the Advocates. Chat with an injury attorney live online, and it won't cost you a dime at theadvocates.com. Make sure you tell them you heard about it on the Monty Show. But if you're not paying attention, look at the Mountain West today.
Yeah.
You look at what's on the line in the Mountain West tournament. UNLV's got some work to do. I think there's no question about that. And you look at what's waiting in the quarterfinals, Boise, San Diego State.
Epic.
You're probably, if you're a Mountain West fan, you're probably pretty happy that those two are going to meet in the quarters because they're both getting in.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any doubt. Boise's had a phenomenal season.
Yeah.
And
favored
San Diego,
too, I might add.
What's that?
Boise State favored in that game.
They are favored in that game. But I think they're both getting in. My biggest question is who's going to run into Utah State. That is going to be very interesting. I look at how is Fresno State 6-25? And if anybody can explain to me how that program has gotten to this point with the scandals and absolutely being decimated to the point where Fresno State is 6-25.
Brutal.
I mean, horrendous. I think the story to watch today, no doubt Air Force UNLV is one of the games of the day.
Mm-hmm.
You've got to pay attention to that game, and I think it is incredibly important. Chrissy, didn't Archie spend so much on NAL because of some new oil sales coach? Yeah, and that red that red jacket that Cal wears. Come on, tell me that thing's not. If you could tell me you wouldn't rock that.
You would.
Yeah, you would. Dude that abides. Hello. My engagement, including some of these tournament games, depends on weather. With spring temps tempting me, hard to sit there and watch. Mostly will be losers for hours on end.
Oh, dude. This is a conversation too. So that hasn't been brought up yet. So you've got Prize Picks and the tournament and the games are on all day. Like, it's perfect. It is. And I understand some folks, like the dude that abides, maybe you're not working a day, maybe it's an off day, or maybe you work outside, you have a job or you're in the field. Totally get it, right? Totally get it. But if you're a desk jockey like we are during the day, dude, it's perfect. It's literally perfect. You can watch the games, you can Prize Picks the games, and you can be totally engaged in it while you work. It's amazing.
I think it is. I think it's very interesting. I'm not the guy that sits on a Wednesday and that's a work day for me. Like it's a normal day. Yeah. Tonight, I mean, I watched finally the last 2 episodes of the Flip Off, last night with Christina and Tarek and Heather.
Can I just ask, how is it that you said to yourself you were going to stay up late to watch that? I can't believe I walked in today and you were like, yeah, man, I stayed up late to watch a Flip Off, and it was a little rough today.
Well, because I also had to watch Suits LA last night.
Right. Such as in like.
And then the plan was Suits LA and then episode 5 of the Flip Off.
Having fun is the name of the game.
Episode 5 happens, but then the drama and, Tarek and Heather winning the miscellaneous spaces challenge.
The miscellaneous spaces.
I mean, and all that's left at that point is the outdoor spaces, like the front and backyard, the accoutrements, the painting, the stucco. Like, you can't just go to bed and leave the stucco hanging.
Because shit's going good.
Right? You can't just go to bed and leave the block wall that's falling down in Christina's front yard. You got to know what happens with the block wall.
Right.
You know.
So going to bed, when you get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you go to bed at 10:20.
Oh my God, dude. I don't know how you do that.
And Mrs. Monty, though, came through with the Peloton app. She put on the sleep meditation. They have this great 10-minute sleep meditation with this hot-ass woman's voice. Funny thing is, went right to sleep. Had one of the best nights of sleep I've had. You know.
Okay.
So you got to what? The flip off in stuff.
Right.
But it's fine. I'm not the guy that's going to sit around and watch a ton of basketball all day. I got stuff to do. Tonight, I absolutely will. Tomorrow morning, I will be watching BYU basketball. I don't know how you don't watch that game. You know, and when we get into who's the best team in the Big 12, I think it's a legitimate question right now. Who's playing the best basketball?
Yeah.
Because before all of our Houstonians lose their mind, because when we talked about this or tried to on Monday, Houston's the best team in the Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
BYU is playing the best basketball in the Big 12 right now. I think this layoff is probably detrimental for BYU.
Right.
I think it's going to be very difficult for KY. That would not be the jelly. That would be the head coach.
Right.
It would be very difficult for BYU basketball to keep that momentum and energy that they had going into what amounts to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 4 straight days of not playing games. That's tough.
It is.
It's tough to keep that energy and enthusiasm.
And we saw that struggle in the college football playoff as well.
I would agree with that. So I think that's a big question. But you look at the Big 12 and you look at some of the storylines in the Big 12 right now. West Virginia, this is a huge day for West Virginia basketball. Like, West Virginia has got to end Colorado's season. I think, legit, if you're a Big 12 fan, aren't you rooting for Cincinnati to beat Iowa State?
Yeah.
Because Iowa State's going to the tournament. That's a 23-win team. They're a no-doubter. They're in. Aren't you rooting, if you're a Big 12 fan, for Cincinnati to make a run here? I think you have to be, right? I think you have to be rooting for them. And I think it's critical they win. I think it's critical that Baylor beat Kansas State. And that's going to be – Kansas State played some really good ball last night.
Yes, they did.
Baylor needs to win this game. They're favored by 7.
Yeah.
They need to win this game. Kansas, I think Kansas needs to do everything they can do to solidify themselves. UCF.
You should roast UCF.
Is a sacrificial lamb here. And I think that if you are a Big 12 fan, you need to
Yeah, I mean, I just think that, the Big 12 is a conference right now. Bless you.
Excuse me.
The Big 12 is a conference right now where, you need it to break the correct way so that you can get the most teams in.
I would agree with that.
And I think that, the Kansas UCF thing, Kansas needs to just take care of business. I would expect Baylor to take care of business, but that West Virginia game, that's going to be a really close game. That's going to come down to execution. That's not going to be some blowout, I don't think. But
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, you would like to see West Virginia win that game, I think.
I think if you look at the bracket in the Big 12, I mean, obviously you're getting Cincinnati, Iowa State goes on to BYU.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado, West Virginia goes on to Houston. K-State, Baylor goes to Texas Tech. And then Kansas, UCF ends up with Arizona. I think that's a very difficult bracket to call.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that I really worry about BYU. That's a team that is built on momentum.
Yeah.
And I think that the biggest question for me is, if you look at this bracket and we start, trying to play the guessing game, I think it's a real coin flip about who's going to win this tournament.
Yeah.
And when you start looking at the way this works out, I mean, BYU or Iowa State, because I have to think Iowa State's going to win that game.
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably taking Iowa State to beat BYU. I'm probably taking Houston to beat West Virginia. And I'm taking Houston to beat Iowa State.
Right.
And the bottom half of the bracket, I think this is where it gets a lot more difficult. I'm probably taking Baylor to beat Oak State. I'm taking Texas Tech to beat Baylor. I'm taking Kansas to beat UCF, Kansas to beat Arizona, and Kansas to beat Texas Tech. And I think that Houston's going to win the Big 12 championship over Kansas.
Man, I think there's a chance Kansas loses to Arizona if Arizona.
I think there's a chance Kansas going to lose to UCF.
Yeah,
right?
And I also think there's this piece about, like, when you look at these brackets, came out that Brett Yormark was saying that he was in favor of 76 teams, expanding the tournament to 76 teams. And when you think about these brackets, 76 teams would mean that you're, 2 more slots?
Yeah.
Per conference, or so, 2-3 more slots per conference. I think, so when you think about that, like, the Big 12 is a conference that really needs as many slots as possible getting into the tournament. You need as many teams as possible. And, if you can get more than 10 in, that's ideal. But I just don't know that happens this year.
Does Kansas win a game in this tournament? When you look at what it looks like.
Yeah.
And you have Kansas, UCF. They're going to beat UCF.
Yeah, they're going to beat UCF.
Kansas, Arizona.
Not confident in that.
You think Arizona is better than Kansas?
I think that Kansas is incredibly inconsistent.
But Kansas is playing really good basketball right now.
They are.
And I think the thing that worries you, if you're an Arizona fan, is, again, you have several days off here.
Right.
Arizona was finally playing better. Kansas is going to be ready for Arizona, because I think I do believe they're going to beat UCF. And I think Kansas has a chance to go to the Big 12 championship game.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they do. I think but that's my point. That's the beautiful thing about it, is you could see it both ways. You could see, hey, Arizona's been resting. They've got the time off. Kansas is playing. They're playing better basketball. But I'm not just going to forget about the inconsistency that Kansas has shown this year. It's not like, you still got the same team there. You're just playing better.
Yeah.
So, if they were to flop against Arizona, and I don't know that a lot of people would be just surprised by that based on how this season went.
Yeah.
But there's no question the teams that have time off are going to have to battle that a little bit and try to get off to a fast start if possible.
I agree. The Hawaiian golfer, Kansas will play outside their normal abilities outside of Allen Fieldhouse. T-Mobile Arena will be Allen Fieldhouse East this weekend. We'll find out. Jeff Seal, Texas Tech makes the championship game from that side of the bracket. That'd be a great story in Lubbock, wouldn't it? But I think Baylor's good. I think Baylor's better than we've seen. I think Texas Tech has had a great year. There's no question about that. But when you look at the battle that's going to be, I think Baylor, Texas Tech, I think, is where that goes.
Yeah.
Okay, take Texas Tech. Texas Tech, you're going to take Texas Tech over Kansas or Arizona. That's going to be tough to do.
Yeah.
Especially if it's Kansas. And I think Kansas, because Kansas has played well below their bar this year. Right? I think we all would agree with that.
Yes. Shockingly below their bar.
And I'm not saying Texas Tech is bad. I just think that.
Well, no, I think what we're saying is that Kansas has a reputation. like Bill Self and Kansas have a reputation for being a great basketball team. And this year, they're surprisingly not a great team. They are solid. They are good enough to beat you. They are a team that's definitely a threat. But I just think for whatever reason, this year's Kansas Jayhawk team is inconsistent. They have games where you're like, hey, they're playing great basketball. They should show up. They should be able to beat Arizona. They should be able to beat this team and that team. And they just don't. And
they lost to Texas Tech, 10 days ago?
Yeah. So, it's hard to say, which Kansas team you're going to get. But I do tend to agree with you. The teams right now that are having to play through their tournament as opposed to sitting here waiting in the quarters is, that's an advantage, I think.
Yeah, I think I think that Kansas is better than Arizona. And I think they're better than UCF. And I think it's going to be this is why you play tournaments, right?
Yes.
Eric Wasikowski, real tournament starts on the 12th. What does that mean? Dude that abides. Sorry, yes, to be clear, at work I have nothing better to do, but over these weekends, if it's 65 and sunny, I'm enjoying that. That's all. Love the sport itself.
Question.
Yeah.
There's no question. If it's 65 and sunny, there's definitely golf happening.
But again, this is the frustrating thing for me. It's going to be like 40 and rainy all weekend.
It's going to be miserable all weekend. Yeah. This weekend's not a good weekend.
No,
There's not gonna be much
I
happening this
am amazed by it. Does Arkansas get in if they lose? I don't think they do. I think if Arkansas, this is one that I would very much be paying attention to. I think the SEC tournament is going to be very tight. Arkansas, I think South Carolina has not been a good team.
Right.
But I think, didn't they beat Arkansas by 20 points? I think that's a get-back game. I think Texas. Where are you guys at on? Does Texas belong in the tournament if they run through this? Through the ACC or through the SEC?
If you run through the SEC tournament, I think you should get in. But I just don't think they will.
I don't either. I think there's a pretty good chance they're going to lose to Vandy, who's favored.
Yeah.
And then I think the Oklahoma game, Oklahoma, Georgia.
Right.
I just don't believe that Oklahoma belongs in.
No.
You're 6-12 in the conference.
Georgia is a team that is physical. They have length. They're athletic. You know, they gave Auburn everything that Auburn could handle. You know, so I just Georgia should win that game in my opinion.
Yeah. Yes, Texas gets in if they run through. I think, but will they? Arkansas will not make the tournament if they lose. I think they need at least 2 games. I don't know. Bracketology disagrees with you. I was listening.
Which is kind of crazy. Like, you know.
I was listening to, like, what is Arkansas's resume? Arkansas, I mean, the Mississippi State win was nice because Mississippi State was top 25. But you start looking at some of their losses. That loss to South Carolina was bad.
Yeah.
Losing to Auburn, A&M, Bama, not losing to Oklahoma. You lose to bad basketball teams. I think that's the problem. Their wins, does Arkansas have a big win? Michigan's probably their best win. But they've lost to Tennessee, Ole Miss, Florida. You lose to Oklahoma, you lose to Alabama, Auburn, Texas A&M. Like, I don't know. I mean, number 15 Missouri is a nice win.
Yeah.
But I don't think Arkansas is in unless they win a couple of games.
I definitely think in college basketball you can look at these teams and say, yeah, they're in or they're not. Like, it's pretty.
Yeah, Damien, they did.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting.
That was a good win.
That is a good win.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, because I don't want to get mired down in this. Is Cooper Flagg going back to Duke?
Duke is Duke.
I think this is a fascinating conversation. Should Cooper Flagg go back to Duke? I would tell him absolutely not.
Yeah.
You don't put off the payday
in
the NBA on that rookie extension. And again, I will just say that's all he's doing. If he goes back to Duke for year 2, he just delayed a $20+ million payday, I would guess. All things remain equal. He probably gave away a mid-20s, high $20 million payday. And I don't see how you can do that.
Yeah, I just don't know how that's best for Cooper Flagg. And I think that, you know, the argument for him going back to Duke is that he doesn't want to play for the Hornets. That's the take, is that, hey, you know, this year with the way the draft is shaken out, it looks like, you know, the Hornets are going to be most likely, obviously it's a lottery, obviously you still got to do ping pong balls, but most likely, you know, the Hornets are the team that appear to be in the driver's seat. And, you know, people saying he's going back to Duke or saying he doesn't want to play for the Hornets. And all I have to say is maybe it is the Hornets, maybe it's not, maybe it's a different team. All I have to say is it's about money at this point, man. Like you can get, like, we've seen guys get traded off of their off of their teams on a rookie deal before. We've seen guys been moved, like we've seen deals happen. And if this season's taught us anything, it's that deals can happen when you don't expect them to. So if you're Cooper Flag, I completely agree. Why not go make the money, establish yourself in the league? Yeah, maybe you're on a bad team, but so is Victor Wembanyama, who is supposed to be this just incredible take over the league guy. He's not on a great team right now. And, he's still making his money, and he'll probably be traded at some point in his career, but that's not his concern at this time. His concern is to go ahead and get better. So again, in college basketball, I agree. Why delay it? Why not just get to the league, do what we all know you can do what you showed us you could do at the U.S. Select Camp, and get on with it? Like, why go back? I don't understand the argument to go back. I just don't. It doesn't make sense to me.
Duke sitting waiting for Georgia Tech, Virginia. The Duke will play the winner of that game tomorrow. Anybody notice the spirit of the Fighting Irish? The boys got the job done.
Monty, it's basketball season, right?
Knocked off Pitt again.
Notre Dame, our mother.
Does Pitt have any value anywhere to anyone?
No.
Knocked off Pitt. Clearly a foul. I don't know that Jason Capel's recovered from the foul call. But anyway, Duke is off today. They play tomorrow in the early game. I think it's pure madness for Cooper not to get in the pooper and go to the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a huge mistake. Speaking of teams that have to win, can North Carolina play their way into this tournament? And I think their road is clearly you got to go through Duke.
Right.
On that side of the bracket. If they beat Notre Dame, it's Notre Dame. Who do I root for in that game?
UNC.
I think so. I'm a huge Carolina.
Notre Dame's not going to do anything either way. Like,
they're going to beat Wake Forest because I think Carolina's better than Wake Forest now.
Yeah.
Are those two wins enough to get Carolina into the tournament?
Nah, I agree with you. I think you need Duke. You need to show that you can beat a quality team.
That'd be a 22-win Carolina team.
If they won those 3 games.
If they won those 2 games. But the thing that worries you is they don't have that quality win.
But that's why I think you have to beat Duke. That's the story. Is beat Notre Dame, then what is it? Wake Forest, you said, is next?
Yeah.
And then beat Duke.
And they're better. We're better than Wake Forest. Carolina's better than Wake
Notice
Forest.
he said we.
I think if you beat Notre Dame and you beat Wake Forest, I think North Carolina's in the tournament.
Yeah.
I think if they get to those, I think 22 wins at the minimum. Yeah, you do. Calford, you've got Stanford. You've got to beat the Ferd and stuff. The Flag brothers are Maine Black Bears.
What does that mean?
UNC needs to pull an NC State and just win the tournament to get an auto bid. Well, that would certainly be nice. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you, having watched every dribble of both North Carolina Duke games, the last 2, Duke is superior to North Carolina. Literally, Cooper would have to pooper himself. And I don't see him doing that. No way he goes back. NBA likes young potential unless he's going to New Orleans, right? Instead of New Squad.
Yeah, what is New Orleans?
I would advise him otherwise to stay. New Orleans is a graveyard. He needs his team if he wants to become a superstar. I will say, I think Cooper Flag is the next face of the NBA. He is dynamic on the floor. He has a great personality.
Yeah.
He is white. He speaks English. I think he's the next star of the NBA. I don't think there's any way he goes back. I don't think there's any way. And again, as I said the other day, New Balance needs him in the NBA because right now he cannot wear New Balance, right? And I think that there is just no way that he goes back and turns away that money. He's probably giving away. If Cooper Flag were to go back to Duke, I have to think that he's giving away or delaying $100 million.
Why would you do that?
The minute that he is not forced to wear Nike basketball shoes and he can wear New Balance basketball shoes, the minute that he becomes an NBA star, because I think we all would agree he's got all the tools. He's going to be a good NBA player.
Yes. 100%.
He's going to be an all-star. We're going to get Victor versus Cooper flag.
Right.
I don't see how he doesn't become a star. His mom can sit in the stands and pound the top of her head when he dunks. Like, do that in an NBA arena. Maybe,
yes.
Maybe you can hang out with Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
Luka Doncic.
Yeah.
All the
Doncic,
Jim Rome names.
James Larden. LeGroin.
I think he would do that.
Yeah.
I thought Jimmer was the next face of the NBA. There you go.
Right.
There you go. James Dillman.
Hey, Dillman.
Oh! It's trending everywhere because people like you are pushing it. And that's what you're doing. I don't give two shits about LeBron or Steve.
Man, Dillman. Wow, dude.
Okay.
Awesome, man.
Okay. Eric Wasikowski. The Jimmer is from Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. Okay. I think Cooper Flag is going to the NBA.
Yeah, and I think you should. I think that the concept of delaying money is one that you can't get away from.
No.
Like, I understand you don't want to play for some garbage organization.
Garbo.
I got news for you. They're Garbo for a reason.
They are.
And they're in the lottery for a reason, bro. And I find it so rich that once again, whether you're a Charlotte Hornets fan or a Utah Jazz fan, like, you're sitting here and we're in that time of year where I believe it was the Utah Jazz are the first team eliminated from the playoffs, I think. So you're bad, and you're bad for a reason. So I don't know, man. Go and get that paycheck.
And I also think Dylan Raiola is fat.
Every day, bro.
I'm just going to tell you, I live a very quiet, unassuming life.
Fat.
Until certain people, and I don't want to call anybody out.
Yeah, you would never name names.
I don't want to say that there are people that
U.S. Americans.
No.
Yeah, I mean, you would never do that.
Routinely text me packages from other dudes.
Packages.
And then routinely text me people of athletes, or routinely text me of athletes looking fat.
We did what we did.
I don't want to call people out for that.
Right. I mean, I would never do that.
Jake sends me a picture, and he was giddy about this.
Not Josh Giddey, just regular Giddey.
Right, over 15.
Right.
He was giddy about the fact that Dylan Raiola is fat. I mean, Patty Mahomes light is fat.
Chubster.
That Nick's Chubb has moved over to Dylan Raiola.
Fat.
Does Dylan Raiola, the fine quarterback at Nebraska, has he been husking too much corn here?
Maybe.
See what I did, Nebraska.
He does look a little pudgy. I'm not going to lie. He's not like cut.
But how do we know that Dylan Raiola, how do we know he's fat?
He's really working on his body composition.
I'm sorry, Matt.
And kick a person when he's down.
Did you just say he's working on his body composition?
Did you just say that Dylan Raiola needs to mix in a salad?
He's really working on his body composition.
Did.
Bro, Matt.
Fat.
So this photo has gone so far on the interwebs that now Matt Rule is having to address fat Dylan Raiola, who barely fit into the Nebraska basketball jersey he was wearing, to the point where his coach has now had to come out and say, he's big bone.
He's really working on his body composition. He won't be a great quarterback at 240 pounds, right? So getting his body composition to one where he can be fleet of foot, where he can slide nimbly and move within the pocket, where he can convert third downs with his feet. I think that's something that we're all bought into and he has to continue to do.
Fat.
Bro, he just called him a fat ass.
He just said he was Zion Williamson.
Dude, he just said, let me get this right. Matt Rule just said he's not going to be a great quarterback at 240, and he's not going to be fleet of foot or nimble in the pocket. He just called you fat, dude.
I'm a man.
Like, bro.
It is every day on this show.
In the gym, Tua.
It is every day on this show.
Zion, I mean James Larden. I mean Hookah Doncic.
LaHookah.
Get your ass off the second floor and get in the gym.
This is remarkable.
My name is Luca.
That every day in this country,
like,
we are fat shaming people. And listen, I'm not even saying he's wrong, but are we really talking like, look how fat he is. You know what? Oh, wrong one. My point is,
right.
You're not only now sending me pictures of golfers and their drivers, but now Jake on a daily basis is like, all right, bro, here's your friend in Fat Hood.
Yeah, dude. Like, I can't believe that because with all due respect, he doesn't look fat in this photo. The jersey looks a little small. He looks a little pudgy, but he doesn't look like way overweight.
Again, can we just agree? Stop wearing turtlenecks, Chubbs.
Yeah, who are you, Stephen A. Smith? Come on, dude.
You can't stop with the turtlenecks. Stop with the yesterday. Do we still have the we do. Yesterday it was Dylan Raiola on a boat.
Fat.
Right? Like it is.
Yeah, is Dylan Raiola going to get on the Ozempic train now, or what's the deal?
Isn't that Dylan Raiola in the background?
Oh, no, that's first team all concussion. Tua. Right. Okay.
Dylan Raiola is not fat, but you cannot play quarterback at Nebraska at 240 pounds.
Come on, dude. Who are you, Ben Roethlisberger? Come on.
And I tend to agree with Matt Rule.
You know, he's really working on his body composition.
Got to burn some fat here, kid.
I don't think I've ever heard a head coach say, he's working on his body composition. That's like Coach and E's for we got him a chef, we got him a workout plan, like he's taking the shot. Like, dude, come on, bro.
How is that? He needs to work hard. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Calford gifting 50 Monty membership. Pick him up, boys.
See, Calford's working on the membership composition,
Jay Chapman. You're such a freeloader, Jay Chapman. Unbelievable. Make 2K the ride share way. BYU football. Alan Corbin. Let's go. Pick him up, boys. Christopher Hull. Tyler G. Hook it up. Appreciate you, Calford. Thank you so much for that. Chrissy probably gaining weight to absorb more hits. Lots of QBs do it. I don't think he's fat. And you got to have that.
He's big boned. It's a thing.
Yeah, he's gelatinous.
Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm a man.
Jeremy Bolton, Dylan Raiola, much like Zion, is a walking cheese wheel. A walking cheese wheel. Okay. Eric and Raleigh, Fat Rule.
Right.
That's not very nice. Dylan was never a dynamic runner. No, he wasn't. Wasikowski, Jake likes the bulge.
Not as much as Colin Morikawa does, which we'll get to in a minute.
5 minutes. The verbiage.
The debauchery that's going to happen on this show in about 5 minutes is
what Colin Morikawa said.
You got to get stroked.
Oh.
Honestly, that's our stroking guys.
Dude, it is Monty show legendary.
Yeah.
It is
awesome.
Dylan Raiola is a high calorie person.
Yeah, dude, he's got a high metabolism, but he just, he's
Look, I've got to get all the people in the right seats on the bus eating the right donuts because we need high calorie.
And Dylan's a 2-seat guy.
He needs a bench seat because he can't fit in. Dylan Raiola is no bucket seat dude.
Yeah.
He can't. Not with that dumper, he's not. Dylan can't live on the second floor with Luca for fear of the floor collapsing.
That's right. Right.
Oh, poor Hookah Doncic. He's a fullback now. Exactly right. Exactly right. Doug Salisbury Steak. We'll never get a Victor Cooper matchup outside of a gold medal game. They'll be teamed up in San Antonio, a la Robinson and Timmy. It's basketball fake. Can you guys imagine
we'll see about all that.
if it was Victor, De'Aaron Fox, and Pooper and the Cooper?
Mm-hmm.
Dude, come on. Sir Bob, 1 minute essay composition, 2:30 body composition.
Right.
Jake is 2 shakes. Raiola is 5 shakes.
That's right.
Listen,
see what he did there?
Dylan, we're going to need you to not have 5 shakes when you go to 5 guys.
We're going to need you to work on the body composition, okay?
Now, we understand you're a little soft, and that's why you go to 5 guys. But just 2 shakes, please. Is the Dylan Raiola, and I want to be, is the Dylan Raiola Patrick Mahomes thing
weird? Yeah, it is.
But is it real? Do you think he's trying to be Patty Ice?
Yes, I do.
You do?
Yes, I do. Notice, Nebraska's a Nike school? No, that's right. They're an Adidas school.
They are.
What does Mahomie wear? That's right. He's an Adidas guy. What kind of haircut is, dude, come on, bro. Seriously, look at this. Look at my guy here.
Wait, hold on.
Let
me get the screenshot.
Dude is a wannabe Patty Mahomes, but he's 30 pounds heavier. So he's, he doesn't look as trim as Buddy.
So you're all in on this.
Oh, I'm convinced
right
100%. I think that he wants to look like, he's even said, he said, if you, he said something to the effect of last year. It was like, to be great, you gotta live it or whatever. Like you gotta imitate it. You gotta conjure.
Oh, he's doing that.
Yeah.
There is no doubt that there is a conjuring.
I have no question that this dude is trying to be Buddy. There's no question.
You really think that?
He wears his number. He's got the haircut. He wears the shades. He's an Adidas guy. Buddy's even working the same arm sleeve look as Mahomes.
Well, look, he's even got the AirPods in.
The AirPods, like, look at how close this is,
bro.
dude.
That is he's even got the facial hair down.
Like, come on, bro. Now, I will admit, you got to give Patty some credit here. Patty's looking trim. Patty's looking real trim. Dylan's not. Like,
this is weird because I tend to agree.
Look at the arm sleeve thing. This is my point.
Yeah.
For all the people trying to say that this is not true, he's got the sleeve. He's got the headband. He's doing the same pregame celebration.
Even look at the left wrist. He's got the play band on the left wrist.
Look at the patch on the jersey. It's all the same, dude. It is literally all the same.
Yeah, it is remarkably close.
So, dude can deny it, but you are trying.
I think this picture, the top picture of Dylan Raiola, is hard. If you look at that real quick, you think that's Patrick Mahomes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is that creepy? Is that?
Well, no, I don't have a problem,
weird.
bro. I don't have a problem with copying greatness. I think we do that all the time in this country. But
Pat Mahomes and Fat Mahomes. That's not nice,
dude.
Now it's not wrong. Fat Mahomes. Hey, did you guys see the Nebraska game this weekend? Fat Mahomes went off.
Yeah, dude. He had a dime piece and 400 yards. It was awesome.
Oh, my God. Look how close that top picture
Yeah, bro.
is.
I mean, it's crazy.
Look at how close
it's absolutely crazy.
That is shocking.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there is definitely a T-Rex in Lincoln, Nebraska, but my water cup in Omaha seems to think so.
Yeah.
Doppelganger, Steely. Yes. That top, this picture right here, that's incredible. That is, is it a stalker thing? I don't know if it's a stalker thing.
I don't think it's a stalker thing.
There's a relationship there.
He's trying to imitate him, dude.
He's going to make Nebraska add orange to the color scheme. Could be. Sir Bob Lob. It's like Arnold and Danny DeVito in Twins. Come on. That's you guys have seen that, I would think. Chrissy, I just think it's a young kid copying his idol. I hope he grows out of it as he gets older. It will become creepy if he's doing this at a later age. Well, is there anybody that doubts that Raiola is wearing Patrick Mahomes underoos? Like, is there any doubt he sleeps on Kansas City Chiefs sheets?
Probably.
Right? Is there any doubt that he is a scumbag Kansas City Chiefs fan and now he's probably buying a Xavier Worthy jersey?
Mm-hmm.
Boy, you took heat in the comments section over that.
Yeah, whatever, dude. People can disagree.
And they did.
Good for them.
They did. Charisse, hello, Charisse. Good to see you. Delaric, think of the State Farm commercials they can do. It would be amazing. Well, Zion is copying his idol, Jabba the Hutt.
Dude, stop, bro. My God.
Zion's actually on the pen now. He's on the needle. Tell me he's not on the needle. I count calories. Tell me he's not on the needle. Are you telling me he's not on the needle?
He's on the pen.
He is. It's the little pen you jab in your leg or whatever. Right?
Yeah.
Jaron Eccles. He gets to spend time with Brittany every Tuesday and Thursday. Who doesn't? I don't necessarily dislike Patrick Mahomes. His sexual assaulting brother and his wife, annoying as hell.
Yeah.
Travis Kelce being photographed in Park City with Taylor Swift. Another fat ass. You're such a jerk.
Well, Monty, I'm going to get in the best shape of my life. It's happening. This is the off season. Okay.
I wish I could.
Believe it when I see it, dude. Believe it when I see it.
My wife wants to go to, so my wife is just busting her ass to train for this triathlon.
Mm-hmm.
She wants to go back to calorie counting, like food diary style.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to do it because it's what I need to do. If somebody's fat, well, who are we talking about here? I don't want to. Can't we just have Little Debbie's and not have to worry about the sugar?
No.
Or the
no.
You know. Loner phone. Good morning, boys. I'm sorry, just able to watch. What do you mean you're sorry?
Well, you can rewind it and watch the show.
Brandon Butler. Still better than him worshipping AA Raj or wearing a headband like Caruso.
Well, I agree with that, dude.
You know.
Yeah, I've been immunized.
Wagovi. Exactly. Alan Corbin. The Nebraska QB will be great in Chicago after Caleb flames out there. Okay. Just ate 2 McGriddles. So good. Okay.
Sweet.
Caruso wears a headband to copy his idol, Joe Ingles. Hey, did you see the Utah Tech won last night in the WAC? Where are you at now? That juggernaut. Where are you at now? Hater? Where are you at now?
Bro, is Joe Ingles still in Paul George's head? Is that still a thing?
We used to have a guy on this show who's like, Joe Ingles will never be traded. Joe Ingles is the greatest under 15 Australian basketball player ever. How'd that work out?
Okay, dude.
How'd that work out? Go Buckeyes. Oh, it's been 9,641 days since I crapped myself. Nebraska quarterback ate too much Omaha steaks. T-O-O, too much.
Right.
All right, let's derail the show. It's time.
More.
You guys.
I can't help these golfer bros, dude. I can't. So before we play the clip, is pace of play this big of an issue in golf that they need to start, penalizing people?
How big are we talking about?
Yeah, I mean, honestly.
dude. Are we talking about big enough to go deep?
Honestly, I'd start stroking guys.
Or not really?
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to explain why we're playing this clip because it doesn't need explanation.
This is self-explanatory, dude.
I think it should be released. I don't know why you wouldn't want it to be released. And I think after talking to some guys, I think you just have to start stroking guys and giving guys actual penalties, whether it be.
That's it. Who cares what else he said?
You just have to start stroking guys. You got to get stroked.
First of all, you're welcome. Second of all,
Now, again, do I get no credit for sending this to you?
I think it should be released. I don't know why you wouldn't want it to be released. And I think after talking to some guys, I think you just have to start stroking guys and giving guys actual penalties, whether it.
You do deserve credit. Jake is the same guy who sends me, honest to God, he sends me photos of dudes who are packing. Juicy. Right? Like,
a lot.
He knows I'm a huge Rory fan.
Right.
Oh, you can't unsee that driver, can you? Bro, you can't unsee that club.
You just have to start stroking guys.
Can't unsee it. And then
I think I've hit it every time.
And then there's Colin.
Yeah, nice, Colin.
You cannot make this up. I'm all about the release after getting stroked.
Whoa.
Full release. 21 can do something for me.
21, can you do something for me?
Oh, I am amazed. I am amazed. You knew. Just listen to the
Yeah, the hesitation tells you the whole thing.
Before he says stroking dudes.
Yeah.
Listen to the
I think it should be released. I don't know why you wouldn't want it to be released. And I think after talking to some guys, I think you just have to start stroking guys and giving guys actual penalties, whether it be strokes or FedEx Cup.
Nice, Colin.
Now, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm talking about pace of play on the PGA Tour.
Right, on the tour.
The tour.
The tour.
I don't know where your minds are.
Right.
And I don't know what 21 has to do with 21.
Honestly, that's our stroking guys.
Brooks, right?
Yeah.
Brooks kept, okay, so.
Can you do something for me?
No, Brooks, you can't. They're talking about how slow some guys are.
Yeah.
At pace of play on the PGA Tour.
Right.
This has been a conversation for years now. It is a problem with certain guys. Tom Kim, Justin Thomas, Patrick Cantlay. And the obvious answer is you have to penalize them.
Right.
Why do we by taking strokes away?
Right.
Why do we have to talk about stroking dudes?
You just have to start stroking guys.
Why? Why do you knew? How many uhs can you fit in before you say stroking dudes?
You just have to start stroking guys.
Like, listen, there's at least two.
I think it should be released. I don't know why you wouldn't want it to be released. And I think after talking to some guys, I think you just have to start stroking guys and giving guys
like,
come on, Colin.
You knew what you were saying.
You knew what you were doing.
You knew what you were doing.
You knew what you were doing.
You knew you were gaslighting the Monty show.
You got to get stroked.
You knew that's what you were doing, Brooks.
Yeah, honestly. So
it's one of the greatest bites ever.
It was the laugh that I needed yesterday.
It is, full release. I mean, innuendo intended.
Yeah.
I'm just, after 18 holes, he can barely walk.
Right.
I mean, this is so bad. Delaric, a member for 24 months.
Okay. Nice.
That's what that was. I am going to say it. That's
that was hey, I'm thinking about this. I'm just going to go ahead and say it.
Exactly. Charisse, he actually said that they have to start stroking guys. LOL, that sound completely wrong.
You just have to start stroking guys. You got to get stroked. Honestly, that's our stroking guys.
Now, who did it better? Because this is the instant replay we all live for.
You just have to start.
So here's more
stroking guys. Honestly, that's our stroking guys.
Brooks Koepka is
Honestly, I'd start stroking guys.
he's the king of stroking dudes.
Yeah, dude, 100%.
There's no doubt about it.
Honestly, I'd start stroking guys.
Oh my God. Boyd Lake, I'm not a golfer, but isn't it standard etiquette to keep moving on the course so people don't get held up? Yes.
Yeah, so the deal is, in all seriousness, so all stroking jokes aside, the conversation is that they're talking about on the PGA Tour publicly shaming guys, essentially putting out a list of the slowest players every week on the tour. And Justin Thomas is a good example of this. He literally said in his availability yesterday, I know I'm one of the slowest guys on the tour. Like, I don't run from it, but there's a lot that goes into it. And he was talking about how, the TV, the broadcast doesn't really help the appearance of things, because what the broadcast does is basically what they do is they follow these groups around, right? Groups of 2 or 3 typically. And they've got a guy who has this tripod with a TrackMan on it and then a camera on it.
Yes.
And they mount that thing up right behind where these guys are shooting or playing from. And it follows their process. And so you have this thing where a lot of guys want to, like, if it's a 100-yard shot, let's say, we run into problems when dude walks the 100 yards up to the green, looks at the slope of the green, then walks the 100 yards back, then has to wait 10 minutes for the wind just to be right. Then, has got to talk about which club. Like, it takes too long. And so they're talking about publicly shaming people for doing this. So Colin is like, hey, yeah, you probably need to start stroking guys or in penalizing them.
And in this bite, he's talking about releasing the list of the slowest players, or perhaps really penalizing them by making it so that you because a stroke, how many swings of the club? Like if you go over time, instead of being -2, you'll be -1.
Right.
And they're going to add a stroke to your total every time you go over a time limit.
I think it should be released. I don't know why you wouldn't want it to be released. And I think after talking to some guys, I think you just have to start stroking guys and giving guys actual penalties, whether it be strokes or FedEx Cup. What I've learned is that monetary fines are useless. We make so much money, and some guys, frankly, could care less about, I don't know how much the fines are, but whatever X amount they are. And I think they care more about playing good golf and making sure they make the playoffs and making sure they make, 70, 50, 30. That's where it hits hard.
Top 70 gets into the FedEx Cup playoffs. Top 50 moves on to the next round. Top 30 moves on to the final.
Yeah.
I think golf is not too slow. I think you do have to keep pace of play. It is a plague for amateurs, guys like us.
Amateurs don't even understand pace of play.
Guys like us, we see it every week. We play with, it's called ready golf. When because you know how it is. If you bang around on the weekends, you'll know that you'll go out to a course and there'll be a foursome in front of you who spends 10 minutes looking for a lost golf ball. And it delays everybody. Like, that's on the PGA Tour. What the problem is, it's guys like Tom Kim's a great example of this.
Yeah.
He'll be 80 yards off the green and he'll go walk all the way up to the green, walk around the green, check the slope of the green, even though he's played 2 practice rounds on that and has it all charted in a book.
Yeah.
He'll walk up there, walk around the green, walk back. Then he'll be like, okay, well, what club are we going to take? Well, the wind. Then he's going to measure the wind. Then he's going to change clubs. Then he's going to stand behind the ball. Then he's going to stand over the ball. You're taking 3 to 5 minutes for something that should take a minute and a half.
Yeah, and the other thing is, too, on the tour, you don't have to look for your tee shot. Like, they know where your tee shot is.
They know right where the ball is.
So you don't have the issue of having to find your ball. And I think that's really the point, is that, even if your tee shot goes awry, which most times it's when these guys miss, it's still very much in play. They don't typically have the just wild other
but you have
fairway.
Volunteers who go and drop stakes if they miss the fairway.
So my point just is that you don't have to spend time looking for your shot. This is purely just a process driven problem. And
I agree.
Aim point has been one of the things that has really, people have talked about a lot, but I actually don't think that aim point's a problem.
It has been studied. Aim point does not. I'm an aim point putter. which means I walk the putting line, I use my feet to feel slope, and then I go back and I measure it with my fingers. It dramatically improved my putting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I made in 9 holes, I made 4 1-putts over the weekend. That's significantly better for me.
Mm-hmm.
I rarely 3-putt anymore.
Yeah.
Like, aim point doesn't take longer. It's guys talking about this and walking like,
yeah, it's all the stuff in between. And so that's why I said, I just think, ultimately I don't know that we'll ever see a system that is penalizing guys for taking too long. But I think that we could very easily see something develop over the course of this season, because it's being talked about so much, where they will start releasing the list and they will start what I call publicly shaming you for playing slow. And at some point, someone will say something to you out on the course.
Jake, if you could address this question from Danny Kiger. He wants to know if there needs to be a stroke clock.
Well, this isn't TGL, right?
But is it OnlyFans?
No, it's not OnlyFans.
Honestly, I'd start stroking guys.
If you're a big shaft stroker, that's on you, but that's not on me. I'm not. That's not my vibe.
If you're a big shaft stroker,
yeah. So to me,
that's
I don't,
on you.
I don't think that there should be, because what would a shot clock be in golf? 5 minutes, 3 minutes? I think, does the shot clock start as soon as they're off the green?
The shot clock starts when they're talking about it in the fairway. Let's talk about on the fairway. You hit your tee shot and because they walk, right?
Yeah,
so
they walk,
you
no
walk
cars.
down the fairway. As soon as you get to the ball, an official will raise his hand, and that's when the 90-second shot clock starts.
See, I just don't think it can work that way, though, because it should start when you're able to make the shot. You know what I mean? So in the Tom Kim example where he walks up to the green, walks back. If the green is clear, and you're able to hit the ball to the green, the shot clock should be running.
Yeah.
And so I think it alleviates that walk, and it alleviates all this waiting around. But what I don't want to happen is what Major League Baseball has done, where you're ruining the fabric of the game. And for me,
I would agree with that.
I think that golf, it is a process-driven sport. I play golf. We play golf. I know what these guys are going through. The difference is they're much more precise in their process. So they know, hey, if the wind is off our right, 5 miles an hour versus 10 miles an hour, that's going to totally and dramatically change the kind of shot shape we need to play and what type of shot we're looking for. The problem is we're trying to play this shot without 10-mile-an-hour wind.
But we do that.
Yeah.
We talk about when we play golf, we actually do a ton of golf video.
Yeah.
We talk through shots, and I still don't think it takes us more than a minute and a half to hit a shot.
No, I think, again, once the green is clear, because and this is the real crux of the situation that I think a lot of pro golfers don't want to kind of cop to, which is there's enough time, specifically on Thursday and Friday, because, again, the way golf tournaments work is you have, and I don't know what the standard number in the field is. It varies a little bit each week, but I think starting the week, it's 100 some odd players are in the tournament trying to make the cut. And so you have, typically it's going to be threesomes walking the course together. So you've got 3 guys going through 3 individual processes, hitting 3 shots every single time.
Now, in that threesome, are they getting stroked?
I'm not sure. At this time, I don't think they are. But that could be a conversation. But the point is,
I'm a terrible person.
The point is that if you have 3 different players, all in the same general vicinity in the fairway, maybe one's in the rough, one's in the middle, one's in the right rough. The process in leading up to the green being available to hit into really shouldn't change that much. Hey, we're in the rough. This is our lie.
Yeah.
This is the club we're going to use. This is what the conditions are. That process, to your point, should take 2 to 3 minutes at most.
And I think in general it does.
In general, I think it does. But you have those guys that take 10 minutes. Patrick Cantlay is the guy that annoys the hell out of me with it, that I just refuse to watch because he just takes forever with everything. The guy will stand over his ball for 20 seconds and just sit there. And it's dude, take the shot.
Does it make you watch less golf?
It doesn't make me watch less golf. I can tell you it makes me choose which, because on ESPN Plus on Thursday and Friday, and early on Saturday, depending on the location of the tournament, you can watch feature groups and marquee groups, like specific groups playing together. I don't want to watch the Patrick Cantlay group. I don't want, and I only will watch him if he's paired with Scotty or Rory or Kyle. I like to watch Kyle Morikawa a lot. I love watching him play irons. Like, there are guys that I like to watch play golf. And the slow player absolutely ruins the flow and the vibe of the experience. There's no question about that. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think they'll penalize guys, but I do think it's worth it to put out a list and have data that says, hey, you take way longer than everyone else.
All right, couple of NFL stories we need to get to because there's actually a lot of NFL free agency this morning. Anybody see that Bosa signed with Buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
Them dudes are spending money. I think that's a huge story. And another story this morning is Patrick Mahomes has restructured his contract. And I think this is going to be very interesting to watch. And I bring up Buffalo because I think this is going to be very interesting to watch with Josh Allen's new $250 million deal in Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
It's inevitable that you're going to have to do this. They restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract and Chris Jones, creating $50 million in cap space for this season. I think it's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. Don't die.
Yeah.
How this plays out, and does Kansas City get back to a Super Bowl?
Mm-hmm.
Because I think they have dramatically seen the Los Angeles Chargers change their roster in their cap. Did you guys see the Chargers re-sign Khalil Mack?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the Las Vegas Raiders have dramatically changed their fate from not so bad to terrible with the Geno Smith trade.
Right.
I think the Chiefs are doing exactly what you should be doing, and this is what we talked about with the 49ers yesterday. I actually don't have that much of an issue with what the 49ers are doing because I think this is what Bob Saleh wants on his defense. And I think you have to prioritize Brock Purdy's deal, and I think you have to find a way to reload that roster. I think, what we're learning is this is what good teams do in NFL free agency.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the new wave. I think it's like, hey, give dude a big contract, let him enjoy the media attention, and then we'll go ahead and pay out a fee to restructure the contract, and get that money off of the cap or whatever to create cap room so we can go out and give him more weapons. That is, that's how teams are doing this. That's how the Cowboys did it. That's how the Niners are doing it. That's how a lot of teams are doing it. And I think, it's we know how this works in the NFL. It's the premise of being the highest paid this or that in the league that guys really care about. And they want to be able to say, hey, I'm the highest paid, like Myles Garrett, I think is the highest paid non-quarterback right now, or, whoever you want to look at. And that's what those guys care about. They want the media attention of the deal, and then they're willing to restructure after you go through that process. So, I'm not surprised by this. I do think that the Kansas City Chiefs need to add weapons. You're asking Patrick Mahomes to, stretch this roster further than it's probably possible for him to. I mean, the idea that you had this lack of weapons on offense and you still got to the Super Bowl is ridiculous.
Yeah, but I also don't think it's accidental that they signed Jalen Moore from San Francisco, the unknown tackle.
Yeah.
Who filled in for Trent Williams. Well, they gave him 2 years and $30 million. When you do that stuff, you need guys like Jones and Mahomes to restructure their deals.
Yes.
And that's what keeps you relevant. And I think this is when you look at NFL free agency and we start looking at winners and losers, let's be cliche. Right? When you start looking at these things, I don't think there's any doubt that the Vikings, I think with Kevin O'Connell there, you're going to have to roll the dice now. I think that when you bring in Ryan Kelly and Will Freeze, Jonathan Allen, I think that now all the pressure is on JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
And I think that's a lot of risk. I think Daniel Jones being there is a huge win for them. I think the Commanders, again, the Laramie Tunsil deal, I think Laramie Tunsil's still a hell of a football player. And I think that that Jaden Daniels is such a good young quarterback. I know that we've never seen numbers like Jaden Daniels put up, except with Caleb Williams in Chicago, who put up almost identical numbers. But I know that now Laramie Tunsil is going to be this unbelievable addition to Washington, and I actually think he will be. I think that's a big deal. I think you look at Deebo Samuel being paired with Terry McLaurin. I think that's a huge deal. I think you look at some of the moves. I actually think the Raiders have had a good run here in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
The Geno trade, I joke, is not the end of the world. Getting Max Crosby there, massive. Signing him before Myles Garrett got his deal in Cleveland, massive. You saved money on that deal now, right? And now there's no more speculation you're going to trade Max Crosby. But I think unequivocally, you look at Josh Allen's $250 million deal in Buffalo. You look at the fact that they did a ton to keep Khalil Shakir. You look at, just Russo, Bernard, Josh Palmer, who we've argued about on this show. Josh Palmer's the number one wide receiver in this league that nobody knows about. I think that's a huge addition.
Yeah, I think the Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson QB competition might be one of the worst in the league. I don't know why the Colts thought that was a good idea.
Huge mistake.
I don't know, who signed off on that, but I want to say, might be wrong, but I want to say those two have the worst and second. Richardson, I believe, has the worst completion percentage in the league, and Danny Dimes had the second. Serves. And so I don't know what the Colts look at. I don't know, like, what is the identification process for good talent? Because I can give you a pass on Anthony Richardson, great college talent, clearly a great athlete. You got to develop him and get him to stay in the pocket more. Okay, I get that. Totally understand that he's learning his lessons. I'll give you a pass on Richardson. Daniel Jones, on the other hand, though, I don't know what you're looking at here, man. You think that him coming from the Giants, leaving that team and now finding his way through that process to the Colts, you think that that's going to help you? You think that he's going to come in here and push Anthony Richardson? Like, I just don't buy that, dude.
I think it's very interesting. And I think the quarterback market, this is an interesting question right here. What do you think Brock Purdy's going to get? Well,
a big deal is what he's going to get.
If Josh Allen just got, what was Josh Allen's total deal? $333 million, $250 guaranteed. You're not paying. You're not paying Brock Purdy anywhere near that. But if you pay him an AAV of average annual value of $45 million, $47 million.
Yeah. I don't know. I
think it's somewhere in there.
Honestly, dude, I'm not putting it past them to pay him on par with Josh Allen. The only reason, think about it. The only reason I say that, I'm not saying they should.
Really?
Not saying they should. What I'm saying is, I think that we saw. Remember when Trevor Lawrence got his extension? You guys remember that? And everyone was like, "Oh, they way overpaid him. They way overpaid him." But now it's like, hey, you either have a quarterback or you don't, and Brock is going to ask for as much money as possible. So is anyone going to be surprised if they overpay this guy in this contract situation?
I would guess because if Allen got $333 and $250 guaranteed.
Yeah.
I could see $300. I could see $200 guaranteed. Has Brock Purdy really done enough to make him? You've got to pay him inside the top 10. You've got to pay him inside the top 10. Are you going to average that guy out at $60 million a season?
Maybe not 60, but definitely in the 50s. Yeah.
I mean, I could see if you give him $300 million in 6 years, $50 million a year, because he's not going to take the 45 they offered him.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it now becomes a thing where he has to be an elite quarterback.
Yeah.
Because if he's not, I don't even know. I don't even know what you do with that.
Now we got problems.
And we do, because TJ Beck gives about 50 Monty.
Nice.
If you're not a member at this point, you're never going to be.
Right.
TJ, always appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. He says Calford dropped 50 memberships yesterday as well. Monty needs to cap space for more draft picks and viewers.
Yeah,
That's
dude,
what I'm saying.
100%, dude.
And don't forget that cap space is going to be needed May 1st or April 1st when we go to afternoons, 3 to 7, 2 to 6 Pacific, 5 to 10, 5 to 9 Eastern. Ooh, 5 to 10. 5 to 9 Eastern. So that is April 1st, right here on the Monty Show.
Yes.
Calford laughs, yes. Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders are the top picks in the NFL mock drafts. I would agree. I can't wait for Tua getting hurt next season. Then Zachy Poo will lead the Finns to the big game.
The Poo Hunter, please.
Steely, be well. Like casuals, yes, we've had way over 1,500 views this morning and only 38 likes. Please hit the like button. That really helps the channel grow. And now something that I never thought I would say on this show. It's time to talk Harry Potter.
Oh, God. Who is it this time?
Do you guys remember Harry Potter?
No.
You guys remember Harry Potter?
No.
Right? Harry Potter, OnlyFans, Harry Potter.
Dude, you can't be serious with this girl.
OnlyFans. Jessie Cave is doing OnlyFans. Stunning. The nerd world.
Bro.
She is going to show her rings. Isn't that what you Harry Potter idiots call it? Like the Lord of the Rings and stuff? She is going to show you her dragon. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Jessie Cave is now an OnlyFans performer. And people are shocked. I've never seen this scene, so, you're really flabbergasted.
Yeah.
Is that a major character?
I wouldn't say a major character, but definitely a top secondary character, like adds to the story.
Known.
She's known. Oh yeah, she's known. Yeah. Gosh, dude. What is this girl's name? I can't remember the name of her character.
Cave. I have no idea.
Hang on. I
have no
idea.
idea
The name of the character to remember.
Lavender Brown is her role as Lavender Brown in the Harry Potter series. Cave announced the venture on Instagram, explaining that her new platform will focus on niche hair content. Oh, God. Niche hair content.
I remember her character, yes. Definitely a secondary character, definitely added to the story.
Cave, whose long, light brown hair is a signature look, described the project as a strange new journey. In a video accompanying her announcement, she is seen brushing her hair while explaining to an off-camera voice, presumably her longtime partner, Alfie Brown. Who is that guy?
Who is Alfie Brown?
That her OnlyFans content will primarily involve stuff like this.
Alfie Brown is a stand-up comedian.
I'm sorry. Alfie who?
In 2022, he was nominated for the main prize of the Edinburgh Comedy Awards.
Who?
So okay, first of all, it needs to be said. You're doing OnlyFans, but you're not doing that type of OnlyFans. You're doing hair content.
I'm gonna guess she's gonna need to wash her hair after her OnlyFans content.
So I'm just trying to understand. Like, man, it is surprising. I have to say, it is really surprising, bro. You did these movies or movie because she was not in every movie. She was in one movie. But
bro,
you did this movie, and it was one of the best movies in the set. The
set.
Yeah.
What set are you talking about?
Honestly, I'd start stroking guys.
Yeah, like I don't know what set you're talking about, sir.
Gosh. I mean, can you imagine if,
Jake is so upset.
I'm not even upset. I'm just shocked.
Okay, what's next? Is Nemo going to start doing OnlyFans?
Yeah, is Nemo going to sell himself out to the sharks? Look, what the hell?
One of my fish died yesterday, by the way. Garbage disposal or garbage can?
Stop.
We had the
dude.
discussion.
You did not put that fish down the garbage disposal. No. No.
Anyway, the point is,
dude,
OnlyFans wins again. OnlyFans wins again. I don't know what to say about this other than
what are the comments saying? Because I am shocked that this girl played a role where she was the lover of Ron Weasley in one of the movies.
I'm sorry, Ron Weasley?
Yeah, he was a character. I get it. You don't appreciate it.
It's a little close to Ron Jeremy, if you ask me.
I know.
You don't even know who that is, do you? Yeah, damn. Ladad, Little Debbie Snacks, Fat Mahomes, OnlyFans, and Stroking.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro.
What an episode.
Like, what a day on the show.
Right?
A slow news day? No, it's actually a big news day. It's just not college football expansion for once in our life.
Yeah.
You got to get stroked.
Gabriel's like, what? What is this world coming to?
It's
no
brutal,
no
dude.
pun intended.
Like, for millennials who watched Harry Potter, bro, if you were a Harry Potter millennial, seeing this makes you feel some type of way. The Harry Potter.
Hang on a second. The show just ended. Did you millennials? It makes you feel a certain type of way, doesn't it, boys?
Stay hard.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's sad to see the characters of our movies jumping on OnlyFans to sell their soul.
Wait, I thought LeBron was LaSoft.
Dude.
Oh, it hurts me so
LeGroin.
much. Oh, it hurts me so much to see Nemo. He's, Nemo, how could you betray the rest of the fish world like this on OnlyFans?
The East Australian current has a new meaning.
I just don't. What's the cowboy to the moon bullshit movie cartoon?
The cowboy to the moon?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to clear. I don't know what you're talking about.
The cartoon movie with the cowboy and the space guy. Oh my God.
Toy Story?
Toy Story.
Oh my
God.
God. Just say
God.
the cowboy movie. What?
Captain Bill to the OnlyFans. I can't think of a single character from Toy Story.
Oh, you mean Woody?
Oh, Woody! Yes!
Woody?
Stay hard.
Yes, Woody! Oh, there's a Woody! Oh, it's a Woody on OnlyFans! Oh,
You
God,
can't remember
Woody!
Woody?
Oh, Woody! Oh, Woody! Notice Jake knew Woody right off the top.
Bro, it's Toy Story, bro.
You just have to start stroking guys.
I can't believe there's a Woody on OnlyFans.
Bro, the disrespect of Toy Story right now is ridiculous. Come on.
What did you want me to do when they left me at the what's the name of the thrift store? Oh my God.
Hobby Lobby.
No, the
Dollar
church
General.
thrift store here, where you donate your.
Oh, Deseret.
No, you left me at the Deseret. I had to go to OnlyFans after you left me at that Deseret.
Bro, I cannot believe you just said what. Oh, hold on. What is the movie where the cowboy goes to the moon in space and stuff?
Yeah.
Like what?
Mom, I saw Woody at the Deseret. Can I pay for it?
Bro.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Expecto Strokenato.
Yes,
exactly
that's
right.
That's right.
Woody, yeah, there's a buzz with Woody. There is no doubt.
There's no question, dude.
About that. Oh
The
my
cat.
Lord. Gabriel says, watch someone actually cosplay Woody on OnlyFans.
Dude,
that would be amazing.
Stop.
That would be amazing. You'd up and Jim, the Cowboy to the Moon movie.
Dude,
That's all I could do.
What?
That's all I could do. TJ Beck, Pac-12 has OnlyFans bidding on their media rights. I've heard that. JD Dicker is leading the negotiations. I've heard that. I guess this has been better than talking about first-round conference tourney games by far.
Yeah,
Stay hard.
By far.
Woody and Buzz, you know?
Famous people on OnlyFans. It's amazing.
I just can't believe it, dude. I can't believe.
Oh,
that,
as millennials, we're in so much pain,
bro. Like, dude,
we're in so much. Millennials are in so much pain because some chick from a movie you didn't know her name.
I didn't know her name, but I knew her character.
I bet you did.
Yeah.
I
get it.
It's weird to me. Exactly. It's weird to me that people get so, I just can't believe she did this to me. Come on.
If the Miami Vice cast jumped on OnlyFans, you would be happy about it.
I wouldn't give two F's about it.
Come on.
I don't care. Now,
this is
Sandra,
Stephen A.
listen,
Smith. Come
Sandra
on.
Santiago. Sandra Santiago. Yeah, go look at Gina from Miami Vice. You want to see Sandra Santiago? I'll show you some Sandra Santiago. And you'll know Sandra Santiago. Hold on. Where's my friend Sandra Santiago? Hold on.
Homegirl's got some hair.
Yeah, and I ain't talking about her hair, goddamn it. I'm not talking about her hair. Sandra Santiago, there's a photo of one in this one right here. I mean, my God. if
Dude, are you going to be okay over there?
If Sandra
Santiago didn't have the option to do OnlyFans, so she did Miami Vice, and she
listen,
looked really
if
good.
Sandra Santiago wants to get on the stroll on OnlyFans, I'm here for it.
Macaque.
Now, maybe not in today's world, but if she wants to stroll herself,
dude,
come on. I mean,
You got to get stroked.
You can say a lot of stuff about the old Miami Vice machine. You want to put them in their current incarnations on OnlyFans? I got to tell you, I'm not even really gonna argue with you about it because I absolutely spent some fine quality paper products.
You did not just say that you burned paper products on Sandra,
dude.
Well, it was a whole roll, Monty. I mean, it is what it is,
dude. Like, yeah.
Wow.
Well, Miami Vice would upset you? No, I'm not a wallflower.
Come on.
What's next? Princess Leia?
Yeah,
I hope so.
Right? Like, come on, dude.
If Blue's Clues guy gets on OnlyFans, I'm there.
Yeah, what's next? Shrek getting on OnlyFans? Come on.
I just said Blue's Clues guy, and you didn't even bat an eye. Now, listen. My limit. Now, listen. Blue's Clues guy, sure, I'm buying that. Thomas the Tank, I'm out.
We're putting a new definition on Thomas the Train with OnlyFans. You know what I mean?
Thomas the Tank. Thomas the Tank. Danny Kiger, Monty in a cowboy hat on OnlyFans. Look, I am Woody. Howdy. Hey, guys. No. Hey, Jake, don't talk smack about Gina and Trudy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
That's
whatever.
Big booty Trudy. Hell yeah. Gabriel, this has gone too far. There's no way she is so innocent to start OnlyFans over her hair. I smell BS. That's not BS you smell. And fishiness, that's
okay. Again, see, we're
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
Mike Smith. Monty would pay big money to OnlyFans if he could see Crockett's tubs.
Right. See, it's possessive. Crockett's tub.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think there are already some Don Johnsons on OnlyFans.
Probably.
Don Johnson.
Yeah, right.
Nick Chubb.
Right.
Is on. Unless OnlyFans is actually paying her something for doing this, things don't add up. There is YouTube TV, TikTok, and even Instagram, but you don't make the money.
Yeah.
Two Shakes pays for the Subi OnlyFans. I believe he does.
Right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I believe he does.
Yeah.
Do we do an and finally, or are you?
No, I'm good, dude. I'm good. We got things to do.
Okay.
We're good.
You're traumatized.
Yeah.
I have to go home and cry myself to sleep.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Because some girl I've never heard of from Blue's Clues is on OnlyFans.
I got to process, Cowboy to the Moon on OnlyFans.
You're ridiculous. You are ridiculous. The Advocates at theadvocates.com. If you've been injured by a millennial, make sure you get to theadvocates.com. Chat with an injury attorney live online. Won't cost you a dime. 24/7, 365. Tell them you heard about it on the Monty Show. And I'm not saying it's going to happen. If Jake recovers.
Right. If.
We'll see you tomorrow morning. Until tomorrow, say goodbye, Jake.
Goodbye, Jake.
Honey, what's wrong?
I got in an accident.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
Okay, did you call the police yet?
Yeah, I did.
I'm gonna call an advocate and you can tell us both at the same time, okay? Hey, Sarah, your dad told me that you need help.
So, is there anything that I need to do? Or...
Just focus on getting better.
With an advocate on your side, you're never alone.
Today's the day. And look who I just met.
Hey, Dad.
You deserve a worry-free recovery. You deserve an advocate.
This is the Monty Show, the truth in sports talk streaming. When you want unbiased opinions about your favorite team without the spin, all you have to do is find the Monty Show, streaming live and available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on YouTube. And now, here's Monty.
Hey, the Monty Show live on Thursday, March 13th, 2025. As always, we are presented by The Advocates at theadvocates.com, the best injury attorneys in the business. 24/7, 365. You can count on The Advocates to give you clear, risk-free advice, and it won't cost you a dime. You never reach into your pocket to pay The Advocates, because you don't pay The Advocates unless and until they win your case at theadvocates.com. A huge day in the Big 12. Obviously, we have the Big 12 tournament really getting into full swing. Round two, if you will, a full slate of games. BYU and Iowa State tip it off. I think this is a critical moment in time for BYU. And I know BYU basketball is one of the media darlings and one of the programs that everybody loves and is excited about. And exactly, Dabo, like it's this a big day. I do not believe that BYU can be a winless team in the Big 12 tournament. I think one of the biggest questions I have about BYU is, was this just a hot streak? What? Because BYU's been playing the best basketball in the Big 12, I think, for several weeks now. Are they better than Houston? No, they're not better than Houston. But when we get Coug on Coug action, right? Houston Cougars, BYU Cougars, you know. I think, yeah, this is a huge day for BYU.
Absolutely. And I think you got to show it's who you are, not that it was just a hot streak. And I think BYU in the tournament has to come out and show that they are actually legitimate. I think this is the narrative around BYU athletics right now. Are you actually a good team against good competition, or are you just a good team in the regular season? And I think you look at how football ended their season. Now we look at how the basketball season's turned out. And I think that this is a narrative that BYU in this tournament, in the Big 12 tournament, can kind of put to bed. And I do think the time off thing is real. I do think that it is something that as a basketball team you have to deal with. I think, you know, if I'm KY, I'm coming out here trying to get my team in a good offensive flow early, run some sets, get some good looks, some high percentage looks, and see if you can't get some momentum built early in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the marquee game of the day, who are we kidding, is Kansas, Arizona. That is the late game. It is on ESPN and ESPN Plus. BYU and Iowa State tip off in about 4 hours at 10:30 Mountain, 12:30 Eastern. That's on ESPN2. Colorado and Houston at 1, and then Baylor and Texas Tech. This is a huge day for that game. That might be the most difficult draw in the second round, because when Baylor's right, I think they're much better than their 19 wins.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. This is a big day in the Big 12. Big day with that ugly-ass court they got going on.
Listen, the court design is about the players, okay? It's about the players.
Well, it is a players program.
You know, representing the conference and making sure we do right by the players. And all I have to say is, how do you mess up the court, bro? How do you mess it up?
Well, you're assuming it's messed up.
I just don't love the design. I've never been a huge fan of the gray basketball court look. You know, like it's just okay. Like it's not.
You guys, I'm certain by now you have seen whatever this is that they are calling a court.
I mean, certainly it's unique. Certainly it's something that stands out. And certainly it was by design, of course. But I don't know that it's just an overwhelming, gosh, I love this so much. It's like the
it's like the NBA Cup floors that are red
But who
and
said
purple
you
and
have
green.
to love it so much? It's a basketball floor, bro.
Yeah, but it's your Big 12 tournament. This is a marquee situation.
Yeah,
and
I
this
mean,
is what you decided to go with. Like, I don't know. I don't love it. I appreciate that they're being aggressive. I can appreciate that they're trying to be unique and stand out. Totally get it, man. I love that energy.
I don't understand the hate for this floor. I mean, I want to. Do you, in the comment section, do you guys hate this floor? I think it's more heinous that the Phillips 66 logo is so prominently. I'm a Chevron guy personally.
Yeah, Chevron with Techron, Monty.
Which is what you need for that nose of yours today. But I don't hate this floor. And I don't understand it's not irrational hate, but the amount of energy being spent on how crappy this floor
Because it's garbage.
is pretty remarkable. Is it really that bad? Is it? Kim Coulter says hideous, ridiculous, and asinine.
Wow.
Is it really that bad? Why not just a classic hardwood? Eric Wasikowskinator. Jake's been negative all week.
Okay.
Mike Smith, Mountain Mama. Remove that floor. That court was hideous. Also, West Virginia needs to get someone to help score with Smalls. He is their only threat, and if he's not scoring, they do not win. Okay. Dana, who's been a member for 1 month. Let's go.
Stay hard.
Looks like a kitchen floor from 1982.
Damn.
It's just a lot going on. You guys really hate this floor.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'm open to the idea I'm just not very smart. And, I understand that somehow West Virginia lost to Colorado, which is why Mike Smith hates the floor. But why does everybody else hate the floor?
It's just really loud, dude.
What is that atrocity? Is this one of the colorblind test images? Look, this is a CAPTCHA. And
I don't really get it.
Okay. This floor sucks. It's terrible.
Is this a colorblind test?
Okay. That awkward guy. Was someone playing tic-tac-toe on the court? Apparently they were. Looks like San Antonio. Be original. Okay. Nothing original ever happens.
You have to give him credit for trying, dude. I mean, at least they tried to do something.
Rick Forrester, the floor sucks. Okay. I'm stunned by this. Alarmy 02, always with the negative waves, Moriarty. Why don't you say something righteous and hopeful for a change? I'm not the one being negative.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean, dude. I'm the one that was hating on the floor. What does that even mean?
Yeah,
kind of
Snot Rocket over here is the one that's being all negative. Mr. Preston, it's too busy. Oak State James, I've already moved on to baseball season.
Okay, well, you're the only one then, because I'm not moving on.
Well, he is a fan of the Tampa Bay Rays. So, I don't think the floor is that bad. I do not. Here's a question for you, because I think it's very interesting. Brett Yormark had one hell of a presser yesterday. Did you guys see this? So I've been telling you, I've heard for 18 months now that the NCAA tournament is going to 76 teams. We've heard that. 60 essentially the big boys are getting in, and then 16 auto bids, the Cinderella path, all that stuff. Heard that for 18 months. And then yesterday, Brett Yormark, who's, him and I have never met, but we're close personal friends, got crazy about whether or not the NCAA tournament should be expanded.
I'm in favor of expansion to 76. I think that's the right number. I think there'll be just some decisions over the next, 90 days, 60 days. I think the economics, candidly, have to work. CBS and TNT have a marquee asset with the tournament. I know they know that. But in order for us to expand, they have to come to the table and provide the right economics. No one wants to get diluted. And we've got a great asset here. So we'll see how it plays out. I know Charlie Baker and Dan Gavitt are working hard at figuring out, where we need to be. And they'll do the right thing, but the economics matter.
Again, I think it's imperative financially that the tournament be expanded. I think 76 is the single number that it can be, because any more than that or any less than that, it's not special. Any less than that, it's not worth it.
Well, and I also think that any more than that in TV networks probably can't afford it. I mean, he's sitting there telling you that they can only expand if the economics make sense, which is commissioner ease for, hey, CBS and company need to pay up more money.
Pay us.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're of that generation that I don't think you've ever experienced. That's probably strong. The NCAA tournament isn't as special as it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not as special as it used to be. And I think it is shocking to me how few people remember what it was like in the 90s and 2000s, early 2000s. How just special the NCAA tournament was.
Yeah, well, I think you look at that timeline. In my generation, we were kids.
Yeah,
I mean, we were.
UNLV Duke was not a thing to you. Christian Laettner.
I didn't appreciate college basketball when Christian Laettner was doing Christian Laettner things, and so it's this whole thing where it's like, I like the energy around basketball tournaments. I really appreciate that now there's actually something on TV during the day to watch. And I appreciate that we hopefully will have, some exciting finishes and there will be a lot to talk about. But I just think that I mean, it probably doesn't feel the same as it used to, but
it certainly does not.
That's why I still try to point out that I like that the Big 12, is trying to get creative with their floor designs. I like that, the Big 12 is trying to do everything they can to grow and to make more money, because that's what you should be doing.
Yeah. And I think, I just think the game has changed so significantly, and I think it is just disappointing to me that the economics of sports have changed so much. And this time of year, of course, I'm always thinking about George Ackles and Jerry Tarkanian's towel, and like that was what my childhood memories were of Stacey King at Oklahoma. Larry Johnson, who had great shoes that I loved. I was a huge fan. UNLV used to have a guard back in the day named Anderson Hunt. Greg Anthony, Anderson Hunt, Grandmama, George Ackles. Like, that was, when I think NCAA tournament, Duke, UNLV is what I think of. And it's just not as unique as it used to be. Now, again, I'm probably the old man on my porch telling you to get off my lawn, and I'm down with that. There are certain, you guys know this, there are certain things, Miami Vice and the NCAA tournament, they're just not it's not what it used to be.
Well, and I think there's a lot of things like that. I think the nostalgia of yesteryear is smacking us in the face almost every day. It seems like several times a week, there's something that we come across where we're like, hey, this used to be better
special
back then and special back then. And now it's just kind of fizzled a little bit. And I think that in that clip we had just played, you heard Brett Yormark talking about, hey, well, nobody wants to be diluted. And I think that's what we're getting a lot in sports right now is dilution. We're getting a lot of like, hey, there's a million different players doing this and that and the other. And there's like with, the NCAA lawsuits, there's seemingly a new lawsuit every single day. So now, lawsuits are just a normal thing, right? There's constantly teams and schools trying to leave conferences. So now realignment is just this normal thing. And I think that, I remember as a kid, like in elementary school, we would do brackets and stuff. Like it was a thing for sure. And I just think nowadays, like obviously we're not in elementary school anymore. We're not, you have to really, I feel like nowadays go out of your way to really enjoy certain times of year, so like this time of year, you got to really go out of your way. You got to like print out your bracket, fill your bracket out, like Like, talk about it, go through it, enjoy it, really have fun with it. And if you don't, then what happens? And this is something we talk about on the show all the time. That Monday turns into Thursday, turns into next Monday in like 2 seconds, and all of a sudden the year's over. And you feel like you didn't really experience anything. And that's what I think is great about the tournament is that it's something that we can all get around. It's one of the few things in sports that everyone can kind of get around and talk about and really feel good about. And it's okay if like I've never had a bracket. We've been doing brackets for probably 5 years on the show now.
Yeah.
I've never made it past. I think I had one bracket several years ago where I got to the round of 32, and that was it. I've never even been close. But the point is that we can talk about it and have fun with it.
You specifically should never, ever bet on sports. Ever. You are so bad at it.
I've never claimed to be good at it. That's the thing. Everyone says, "Oh, you suck." Well, I never said I was good. I never said I was good.
And let me back that up. You're terrible. As your snot faucet continues to plague you.
Yes.
You're just not that guy, pal.
No, not that guy.
You're not that guy,
not
pal.
that guy, pal.
And
at all, even a little bit.
give you credit for owning it.
Yeah.
Like, we'll go to the books in Vegas when we're there playing golf or at CES or for Big-12 Media Day and Big 10 Media Day and everybody else's Media Day.
Your mom's Media Day.
And Jake will be like, "Nah, dude, I'm not doing it."
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
Let's place a few ducats on the Lakers. Nah, bro, I'm not doing it. Jake, at least you're as bad a loser as,
listen, with respect to myself, I mean, at least I've been able to build my Prize Picks money up, right? I mean, I still have, like, I'm close to $1,000 in my Prize Picks account playing that.
Yeah, but everybody wins
So,
on Prize Picks.
well, I mean, I know that's true. So again, this word dilution, it dilutes my ability to say I'm good at something, but at least I don't have $5 in there, right? I mean, at least I've been able to build that a little bit.
Yeah. All right, let's hit the NCAA tournament expansion. Where are you guys on expansion? Like, how do you feel about it? Do you want the NCAA tournament to grow? I think 76 does not dilute it. I think that as long as we keep the school you've never heard of, as long as we keep that school in the NCAA tournament and relevant and give them an opportunity to beat one of the big boys, I think that's what you really need. And those 16 at-large bids, the Timmy State University teapots, as long as they keep getting into the tournament, the Ivy Leagues of the world, that I think that is very important. But I think you have to have more big brands, like West Virginia probably not getting in. Did you guys see last night? The Beloved came through for me. Notre Dame lost to North Carolina.
Notre Dame, our mother.
My Heels are probably going to get in if they beat Wake.
Right.
I told you yesterday, 22 wins gets Carolina in the tournament. They win for 21 over Notre Dame. They got to beat Wake Forest for 22.
Yes.
And I think if they get to 22, North Carolina's in. I mean, North Carolina is the NCAA tournament. And so my point is, it's better for college basketball when the Blue Bloods are in. That Arkansas win last night, huge to get John Calipari in the NCAA tournament, as much as you probably don't like that.
Well, and I think we've talked so much about how the Blue Bloods winning really helps the tournament. When you, like, we remember I believe it was, what was it? The FAU San Diego State Championship 2 years ago, was it? I think, where that viewership had declined and people were like, whoa, the tournament's declining in viewership? What the hell? And we were like,
the world's ending.
We're like, well, dude, it's with all due respect, it's Florida Atlantic and San Diego
State. The pro rata we all deserve.
It's JD Dicker and company, and not everyone's excited to watch that game. So, it would be nice if UNC could go on some special run, or if we had, again, and like Houston is a great example of this. All due respect to Houston, great basketball team. You're not necessarily a blue blood the way that Duke is, or these iconic college basketball brands are. Now,
wait. James is choosing violence again in the comments section. I guess this is who James is.
Stay hard.
He makes moronic statements like, Monty roots for North Carolina and Notre Dame. He gave me a hard time about rooting for two teams. No, bud. Listen, bud. I'm 52. For 51 and a half years, I've been a North Carolina basketball fan. About the same amount of time, I've been a Notre Dame fan. The difference is, see, I grew up in Chicago. Michael Jordan's in my DNA. Michael Jordan went, and I know you probably don't know this.
Easy.
I'm just going to drop some knowledge on you. Michael Jordan went to North Carolina.
Whoa.
One of my first real memories of Michael Jordan was his shot out of the corner. See, I didn't just wake up one morning and be like, hey, let me go and, that's cool. I'm at Champ Sports. Let me get that Chiefs jacket and call
Monty,
myself a Chiefs fan.
Dude, the Kermit is on the Chiefs now.
I gotta get a jacket. Let me get that Chiefs jacket where I can, I really need to represent for my guy, Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
I really need him to understand that he's got support out here. I didn't just wake up one day and become a Kansas City Chiefs fan. I didn't wake up one day and become a fan of Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
Like, that's not who I like. This is not my favorite quarterback.
Patty looks good there, huh?
Patrick does look good there. My point is, James, I've been a North Carolina basketball fan pretty much my entire life.
You fucking donkey.
Unlike you, who's a Baylor fan and a TCU fan.
Gonzaga.
I guess
Gonzaga.
A Gonzaga fan. On some level, you're an Oak State fan.
I like Gonzaga.
You guys don't have a college basketball team, so I get it. There's a big difference. There's a big difference. There's a huge difference. The Hawaiian golfer. I enjoyed that. Real college basketball fans were excited to watch that game. I don't disagree with that. Jeff Sudbeck, hello. Eric, Nebraska out. They missed the Big 10 tournament. Yeah, you're a Nebraska fan now too, Eric. Okay. Okay. According to Monty, you can't root for two teams. No, that's not what I said.
That's
What I
never
said
been the
was,
issue, dude.
I said James shows up here every day with a new team that he likes. All of a sudden, he's a TCU fan and a Baylor fan. And what I said was a BYU fan and a Utah fan. Or, I don't know, like in your case, you can't be a Michigan State fan.
Such as in like
on any level. One, they're detestable, morally bankrupt human beings that allow, sex crimes on their campus in Lansing. But other than that, you're a Michigan fan. You're a Michigan fan.
Donnie, please.
And apparently you're Russian as well. So that's how you become a Michigan State fan,
Right.
which is wild to me that you openly admitted that. And then there's Glenn, who's also a University of San Diego and a San Diego State fan, from what I understand. The Lady Aztecs won the Mountain West Conference tourney last night. Bid stealing baddies. Okay.
Pause, bro. Pause.
I like it. I do. Sergeant Green, just round the tournament up to 100 at this point. See, that's too many because everybody gets in.
Yeah.
You have to find the line, and I think it's 60. I think it's 60 major conference programs and 16 Cinderellas. 76 total. That's what I think the right number is.
Yeah.
So, it is what it is. Eric in Raleigh. Wazzy, you can't root for one team's direct rival. No, you cannot.
Yeah, and that's what you guys are doing, right? Oak State fan, then you're a TCU fan, then you're a Baylor fan. Then you're a Chiefs fan, but then tomorrow you're going to be a Raiders fan. Like, come on.
There's your Chiefs guy for you. See, I even accommodate Oak State James by putting his favorite quarterback in the NFL on the screen.
Yeah, Kermit.
It's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, it's Kermit, dude. Look at him.
Patrick Mahomes.
He's got the sleeve working. He's got the hair. Like, it's all good, dude. Really, it's all good.
It's fine. Let's see. Relax, Monty. I'm giving you a hard time. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not giving me a hard time. What you're trying to do is defend the fact that you like 37 schools and you woke up last week and you became a Chiefs fan.
Stay hard.
That's what you're trying to defend. North Carolina is a great basketball program. I know. See, I've been a North Carolina fan my entire life. I've seen the Dean Dome. Wow. Great facility and arena. Awesome.
Are they building an ops building?
I like it. Mike Smith, Monty hates America.
Stay hard.
Force Ghost Fabio, 128 team tournament. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Good job not getting filtered by YouTube today. Sergeant Green, not in favor of adding teams. I'm more of a traditionalist. Also, start the tournament early in March. The Final Four shouldn't be in April.
When do you want it to be?
I think the first Monday night in April is traditionally when the championship game is played. I don't have a problem with that. I think I understand what you're saying. The issue is we're starting to have college football go into late January. Well, I think you probably are going to get used to that. I think if you expand the NCAA tournament, you're probably adding a week at least to it. So I know what you mean. It stretches out further and further and further.
Yeah.
I just think that's what it is. Let's see. The Hawaiian golfer, when Monty doesn't agree with you, you're called a Russian. No, Jamoke, you're not. You don't understand.
How is this so difficult to understand?
Eric Wasikowski's been on the show for several years, and we've always joked about you guys. Some days you just show up and you're like, you get frustrated, and I don't understand it. Nope, Monty, not a USD fan.
The D.
It's San Diego State and Gonzaga. The Zags, you say. That's where I earned my graduate degree.
Gonzaga.
Okay.
Gonzaga.
Okay. Texas Tech is ass. There, I said it. But bowl today, Baylor going to smack them.
Hot ass.
I don't know. James equals dependable Monty Triggerman. There you go.
100%.
Round robin would solve that issue. But the problem is round robin isn't what the NCAA tournament is built on. Round robin versus win and you win and you go on. The whole point, in my opinion, of the NCAA tournament, what makes it special is that you can be one and you can be the number one team in the country. And if you're not shooting the ball well, if Houston doesn't shoot the ball well, they're going home.
Yep.
And especially in today's game where we all rely on the three so much, that's what makes it special. The Cinderella buzzer beater or that one player every year who seems to get super hot, whether it's Steph Curry was born at Davidson in the NCAA tournament, right? Like that. That's why I've never been a fan of the round robin. One and done. RF, good morning. Monty, I was listening to a random podcast and the guy on the show randomly started to slander you. They all talk about us.
All of them.
Which I'm here for it. Rock and Rant, I'm just catching up on this show. The court for the Big-12 is going to be taught in graphic design school as an epic fail.
Damn.
I usually don't care, but it hurts my eyes. It's hideous. Okay. Okay, my guess is they're never going to make this mistake again. Kansas City has a lot of mistakes, and I'm not. This is probably too much now. But my point is, that Big 12 floor,
it's not getting reviewed well.
People hate it.
Yeah,
people hate it. It's fine. James, bachelor degree, Oak State, doctorate at TCU coming soon. What does that have to do with you being a Patrick Mahomes fan? And a Baylor fan and a TCU fan and an Oak State fan?
Well, he's saying that because he went to TCU that he can be a fan of both. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. But,
we'll see.
The worst one is Eric Wasikowski being a Michigan State fan.
That's embarrassing.
And yesterday saying, well, it's because I'm a Michigan man. I'm from Michigan.
Right.
That means nothing.
Hell out of here with that.
Yeah, when are you going to start rooting for Ohio State then? If you're a Big Ten supporter, there's no way.
Where are we at in society today?
There's no way. I agree, Coach. There's no way that you can,
Yeah.
Maury Alvarez, I am. Okay. Not to disparage the guy, but he never seems to know what's actually happening. Okay. Jeff Sudbeck, round robin, LOL. Okay. He doesn't think that will work. I'm a staunch BYU fan, but when I was growing up, I was a Utah basketball fan. Okay. So you're the one. I always loved it. And for those of you who don't know, there's a lot of new listeners on the show. We live in the state of Utah. I live in Salt Lake City. There are rivalries. And then there is the Holy War with BYU and Utah. The anger and vitriol, quite literally, there are families who do not speak to each other because of the BYU-Utah rivalry. You ask anybody that's a coach of any sport.
Yes.
At Utah or BYU, hey, how do you feel about Utah? I hate Utah.
Yeah.
How do you feel about BYU? I hate Utah. Well, it's only pickleball. Right. They're scumbags. I hate them.
Yeah. That's the energy.
And then you have this really small group of idealists who will show up at work on Friday before the rivalry game, before the BYU-Utah game, football, basketball, no matter what it is, with a half red and a half blue shirt on. And routinely people throw them on the ground and spit on them, which is what I think should happen. I don't understand why that's okay.
Just choose a team.
You can't be a Cubs and a Sox fan. You can't be a Michigan and an Ohio State fan. You certainly cannot be a fan of TCU and Baylor. That's not allowed.
And Oak State.
And and nice IPFs.
Yeah.
That's not allowed. There are certain rules on this show. Eric Wasikowski, my man. See, this is why I love you, Eric. Ohio State lost yesterday, so that ain't happening.
Stay hard.
I'm thrilled that you know they lost because that's what life should be about.
Yeah.
Right? Oak State James, no round robin tournament, 72 team tournament sponsored by Red Robin is better. Red Robin, yum. Okay. Aren't they going out of business? I could be wrong. My God, Steph Curry at Davidson was insane to watch in that KU Final Four game.
Yeah.
Do you guys there are so few instances like that. I mean, when we put Jeremy Lin in that category, his Linsanity stuff.
Yes.
Steph Curry, the Drews, they're just so few. And they are usually a lot of the time. Can a guy get super hot in baseball? Sure, but it's usually Kirk Gibson against Dennis Eckersley or Freddie Freeman.
Right.
It's a one-moment thing. The beautiful thing about the NCAA tournament and basketball in general, when a guy's cooking, look out.
Yes.
When Steph Curry, look out.
Yes.
Christian Laettner, one shining moment. Christian Laettner hitting that turnaround. Unbelievable. Jeremiah Champion. Sullivan - seems like there's some whiners in the comments today. Bro, it's already and only Thursday.
Yeah.
And I totally get it.
Yep.
We would be taking tomorrow off, but we're off next Friday. So we actually need to do shows occasionally. Don't forget, April 1st, we go back to afternoons, which will be 5 to 9 Eastern, 2 to 6 Pacific.
Yeah.
Don't forget. But, it is what it is. Rick Forrester, Houston's defense keeps them in every game. Today is a big day for Houston. Yes. Do you guys think the layoff will hurt the teams the bye teams?
I don't think it'll hurt all of them, but I do think there will be a team or two that struggle. Certainly.
Houston's not losing to Colorado.
No.
No chance. Tech and Baylor. That's the one I really worry about. Tech's a 6.5-point favorite in that game. I think if Iowa State beats BYU, Iowa State's a really solid basketball team. That's a 24-win team. Iowa State's really solid. Baylor is not as good as Texas Tech this season, or at least has not showed us to be.
Yeah, and I think the Big 12 is, is great. I think the parity you get in the Big 12 is what makes the conference so good. You don't know, like, Baylor and Tech is a game that you have no idea who's going to win that game. Like, Tech probably should win the game, but you don't know what kind of Baylor performance you're going to get.
Arizona or Kansas? That game is 1.5 for Arizona, but look at the number, 152.5. That's a lot of points.
Yeah.
That is a lot of points. I think I'm probably leaning KU, but I think that game's going to be incredibly close.
Yes. Agreed.
So, I mean, we'll see. Noel Ramirez. Never thought I would hate a basketball court more than that Oregon one. Oh, the Oregon basketball court. Do you guys remember that? It was supposed to be you looking up.
Yeah.
At the trees, like you're standing on the floor. And what it turned out to be was somebody forgot to clean the Oregon basketball floor, so mold grew on it. And it's one of the, hang on, let me get the shot for you. It's one of the ugliest courts anybody has ever seen. Now, here's the Big 12 court. Okay, like, is it busy? Yes. But the way that the X's line up and, like the symmetry and the geometry
At
and
least the design makes sense.
The astrology and the genomes and, the plate tectonics, the biologics. Like, you can see it on this court. Bro, you got to get some Pine Sol and clean that thing. Get the mold off the floor.
That's rough.
That's one of the ugliest basketball courts I've ever seen.
Yeah.
There is no. Is there defending that Oregon court?
No, it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. And Oregon has always been known for, the unis and doing crazy things, but that was definitely not their best moment.
I think one of the things, and it has evolved. There is no question it has evolved. And this whole, you're deep in the woods. No, I'm not deep in the woods. Bro, I am not deep in the woods. Okay? This whole thing with their deep in the woods BS. No, we're not. We're in a basketball arena and your court sucks. Right?
It was at this moment that he knew.
He made a mistake. Right? Like,
yeah.
That's ugly.
Yeah.
Now, I don't care which incarnation of that court you show, because there are some ugly basketball courts, right? But I don't know. I don't know which is the worst. TCU.
Gosh, the TCU one was.
The TCU court. Let me see if maybe I can find a picture of it. The TCU court is terrible.
I'm not a fan of the gray court. The gray court in college basketball, and even the NBA's done it a couple of times. I'm just not a fan. I want a traditional, hardwood look. I want a nice quality design.
Where is that? This is it right here. This is one of the worst courts I've ever seen.
Like, I just don't understand what they were trying to do with this.
And it is, I just think we complicate stuff. We try to be, at least like as a Notre Dame fan, I know that we're going to have the muted shamrock at center court.
Right.
Right. It is traditional. You always know what North Carolina is going to be. Duke is never doing this.
Yeah, Duke is Duke.
Duke is never doing this.
What is that, dude?
Ugly.
What is it? Is that supposed to be camouflage?
I don't know. But when we start looking at the geology of this court right here, and it sucks, and the astrology of this court right here, I don't understand.
Let's wind the clocks back a year.
Somebody help me understand it, because
Trying to get cute. That's what it is.
I truly don't get it. And again, I'm fine with trying to be creative. But some of these are just.
What's worse, these courts or the NBA Cup courts? Because the Color Rush courts were definitely got some hate.
I think the Pelicans NBA tournament floor is
like, what is this? The Joker's floor?
It's one of the worst courts I've ever seen. I mean, it is, and let me get a picture of it for you guys. It is one of the ugliest floors I think that I have ever seen anywhere. Hold on. God dog it.
Hello.
Pop-up ads flipping all over the place. Let me see if I can get it. I'll just do a screen grab from Google.
Yeah.
This is one of the ugliest courts I've ever seen. And I even think the Bulls NBA tournament floor is horrendous, right? Like and some of these are.
Okay, so before we show that one, do the Oregon one, the first Oregon one. So we've got see, that one's pretty trash. Then you've got this one. That one's even worse.
You've got this one.
You've got the Big-12 one, which I think is better than those two from Oregon, but still not great.
This one.
You know,
how about this one?
What are we doing?
That's one of the ugliest floors I have ever seen.
What are we doing?
That is terrible.
I don't get down like that.
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I think that we don't value a traditional clean-cut design anymore. We want to get cute with it's like the NBA Finals logo that's been talked about so much. Like, you know, the NBA used to have this like massive, iconic logo at center court for the NBA Finals that had like the trophy imprinted on the floor, and like they had the cursive NBA Finals on the floor, and like it looked sick. And they've gone away from that design for whatever reason. And I don't know if you know, Commissioner Ears made that decision, or if LeGroin had a say in that. But my point is that at some point we need to get back to, you know, real nice traditional designs that pop on TV, because the reality is, like the Celtics floor, I love the Celtics floor. I love that design. That's an iconic design. You know, it's rooted in basketball history. You know, it's unique, but it's still a nice basketball floor. Like, we get it. You did a good job with that. But to change the color to gray or like purple and green, like I just am not.
See, I think you need to be a traditionalist.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all.
You need to be a traditionalist and know what you are.
Yeah.
And I go with the
Man's
beloved.
Got to know his limitations, bro.
I go with the beloved because, again, when you look at this New Orleans floor, it's one of the worst floors I've ever seen. Right? So, again, not good, even worse than that worst one. And here's the worst of the worst.
Because it's garbage.
Worst. And TCU.
Such as in like.
And then the Pelicans, but nobody's touching Notre Dame.
Look at how clean that is.
Because we keeps in it real in South Bend. Right? You're not, this is.
It's perfect.
You can't screw this up. You can't. When you look at these floors, I just think that, I don't know. I don't know why everybody's triggered by the Big 12 floor.
Oh, because I know exactly why. Because you're watching the game on an ugly ass floor. That's why. You're anytime the floor is more of a talking point than the game, you've done it wrong. Right? What it should be is, hey, great game, you know, awesome game. Hey, did you see the floor? Like, pretty cool design there, you know? Like, it wasn't hard to watch. Like that's the issue. It's like what they talk about with golf all the time. Right, where they will spray paint fairways green and try to make stuff pop more on TV, but the quality's not as good for the players. You know, like it's this thing where we're always trying to make this stuff better for the TV audience, but the reality is that you don't have to do more than you're already doing. Like with the Notre Dame floor, that floor is awesome. It's perfect. I would even love to see a Notre Dame version of that floor where the inside the three-point arc is the same color as the rest of the floor, and it's just the shamrock, the lighter color. Like, that would be a cool design. Like, look at this. Look at how iconic this is.
That's a basketball floor.
That's a freaking basketball floor, right?
This?
No. Hell no. Yes. Like what have they done here with this floor?
You guys
in
are
Boston.
so triggered.
Bro, they what did they do? They prioritized green and white, the Celtics colors. They have a unique design
parquet
on the floor.
It's parquet. It's the historic.
Like, it's beautiful.
Millennials don't know this, but it's historic. The parquet at the Garden.
It's gorgeous.
Historic. It is. It's everything you want in a bat. Well, it's second best to Notre Dame, which everybody is. I just don't know why so many people are triggered by it, which is fine. it is what it is. Hawaiian golfer Baylor is an odd squad this year. Flashes of brilliance with a lot of lows, right?
Yeah.
Not consistent at all. I think that's very true. Rowdy Runner. Hi, Rowdy. Those green flames at Tech yesterday were a bad omen.
Was there ever any upshot with that? So yesterday on Texas Tech's campus, there were green flames coming out of manholes. And I don't know that there was ever, I might have missed it, but I don't think there was ever a reason that actually officially came out as to what was going on with that. But like fire was called and like all kinds of stuff. It was kind of crazy.
This is a real thing.
Yeah.
What in the world? Good Christ.
Yeah, literally coming out of manholes, green flames.
This is real?
Yeah, dude. Yes.
I thought that was I saw that story on the old X machine yesterday, which was actually working. Congratulations, Elon.
Yeah, nice job, dude.
But I thought this was fake.
Nope.
This is real at Texas Tech yesterday.
Fire and fury.
Credit the New York Post with the photo. What in the world is that? Where's our mailman when we need him?
Yeah, what is this? Game of Thrones?
Dude, that's so strange. I don't want to know. The answer is I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Lopes fan Gabe. Lopes men's and women's survive and advance to the WAC semis. I'm warning you, Utah Tech winning in the WAC.
Giant.
Sleeping Giant.
Oh dear. Oh my.
Mike Smith. Well, it did turn out that the worst fans coming in was the Utah fans. Oh my God. Don't get me started. Don't get me started. Oregon's court still looks better.
No.
Dude. Eric, is it, are you off your meds today?
Like you're just trolling with that, right?
Are you off your meds today?
What are we doing?
Which one? The mold court, where, again, I think they probably need to just tear that thing up and throw it away. Or this one where we're deep in the woods.
And look, this one's better than the green one, but this is still not great. Like,
I think this is what you're looking at is one of the worst basketball courts I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It's not good. Yeah, I mean, it's not this, but it's this.
And by the way, I don't understand why colleges do the NBA line and the college line or whatever.
Men's and women's 3-point line.
Yeah, I hate that. That drives me nuts.
Okay.
Drives me nuts.
Okay. You see that? Okay. Some of the NBA color courts were cool. Others were terrible. Now, okay, let's look at
how much does it affect you guys watching these games, the court? Because I do think this is a major talking point with all the tournaments. Like obviously the Big 12 tried to get cute with this court design and it's not being reviewed well. But like the design team comes up with these court designs for the bigger events, the Big 12 tournament, the SEC tournament, the ACC tournament, whatever. Right. So normally you would just see in the regular season, you would just see a traditional floor. So I'm curious, is it because it's so distracting? Is that why you guys don't like it? Because that is my issue. It's just too distracting.
I think, yeah, like here's one of the bowls I want to show you. I actually think the bowls for the NBA tournament,
yeah,
they embrace all of it. And I think they actually do it the right way.
Yes.
If you're going to do this nasty, gnarly stuff, and the Bulls are not good at anything. Let's just be very clear about that. Until Jerry Reinsdorf falls on the third rail of the L train in Chicago,
yeah,
the Bulls and the White Sox are not good at anything. Unless it's this.
That's a vibe.
This is a home run. That is, when you look at that with the Bulls logo at center court, I absolutely love it. I 100% I'm here for it.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of it. But it's stuff like this where I'm like, dude, what are we doing?
I just don't understand what the whole thought process was.
What are we doing?
Because I understand that the Pelicans have, I believe they have an alternate that is like a purple green kind of colorway jersey wise.
They do.
But I don't when I think of the Pelicans, I think of like kind of like a goldish color, like gold and blue. That's kind of their thing. So I don't know, man. I just the NBA Cup is one of those things that Commissioner Ears is all about. He wants as many tournaments as possible.
Why did we turn into Commissioner Ears?
Have you ever seen his ears?
I'm not into that kind of thing with dudes. I haven't really. I I'm sure, seen his ears at one point or another. But you seem erotically motivated.
I just think that they're aggressive.
Yeah. He's going to get fired, so it's really not going to matter.
Yeah.
But I look at some of these NBA tournament floors, and boys, I'm confused because I don't understand. Like, Indiana probably has one of the worst in the entire NBA. Like, what is that? And the Suns doing La Valley with no, I want to say the Suns don't even have, I don't think the Suns have purple. Do they have purple on their NBA tournament floor? Yeah, they do. My bad. Here it is. It's the blue. Yes, the turquoise. Here's what I don't understand.
It's agave.
You all help me and you tell me, because I'm going to show you a real world, not like what it's supposed to or a schematic. The Phoenix Suns, this does not look like a place where the Phoenix Suns would play. This is not, do you guys think, and if it would ever upload, good Lord, when I look at the Bulls, okay, this looks like a court where the Chicago Bulls would play a game.
Right.
Who are you, the Pelicans? Like, what is this? La Valley. Okay, I understand. Latino heritage. Yeah, totally get it. What's with the turquoise down the middle? Who are you, Indy? Are you dying?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
So are we just going that you're full on sick? Is that
I'm
what
not
we're
saying that I'm full on sick. I definitely have like a,
because you have a huge nose.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, ears, nose, whatever.
Mr. Ears.
Yeah. Whatever it is, dude. Yeah.
Anyway. Well, I hope you feel better. TD Garden. That Pelicans court looks like something that would be a third-rate Euro team.
Yeah, I just don't understand it, dude.
I don't get it.
I don't understand the thought process. I don't understand, like why is that? And you know what the shame is? Correct me if you know the answer to this, but I think the league mandated all these schemes. Like, the league said, hey, you got to put a court together, and there's got to be a center stripe down the middle, and it's got to be these colors.
Yes, because they want it to be distinctly NBA Cup. They don't want there to be any confusion.
Yeah.
We millennials have a short attention span. Courts being busy is a way to keep us engaged. Ooh, that's interesting. Spartans, Michigan, and stop.
Dude, you're not a Michigan State fan. Stop it.
Stop. You are just.
By the way, why do you want to be a fan of first team all Mel Tucker?
I don't understand that. A substation exploded underground, if I'm not mistaken, and made these green flames.
Yeah, that's wild, dude. I've never seen that before.
If anybody wants to explain that to me, I'm all here for it. That is terrifying. Don't you just leave the city if that happens? Are you like, bro? I had crazy dreams last night. I slept like a baby last night. I had dreams that my wife was a military operator, like an operative.
Who are you, John?
And but it's because I was watching FBI International last night. And we were in this like zombie pandemic thing.
Okay, World War Z.
Where there was something going around, a contagion. And then we figured out that it was contagious through drinking cups.
The coronavirus.
My wife was like working with the military. It was crazy dreaming last night. I slept really well, but it was crazy. Tech needs to call the Ghostbusters. You know, huge jazz gamer. I think you're exactly right. They do. D-Rock Irish. Google when copper commonly found in electrical wiring pipes, utility infrastructure, burns or reacts with heat. It emits a distinctive green glow. There you go.
Well, there you go.
I sharded Oregon's court last week. I think I've done that multiple times.
I get the idea, but man, the execution was poor here.
Who greenlit this? Because you and I both know that they sat in meetings and looked at drawings of this court.
Right.
And you and I both know. Somebody's like, oh man, this is amazing.
Are people Myron?
I mean, this is amazing.
Wow.
We got to do this court.
Good Lord.
We got to, this is a hell yeah. Like, wow, Kevin Durant's going to love playing on that floor.
Right.
Or you could just go to Notre Dame, which is crispy. Or you could go to the Garden.
Gosh, that is so good.
So crispy. Don't try to be somebody you're not.
Yeah.
But I agree. You probably did shart that. Oh, well, the Knicks at the Garden? Yeah. But this is what I mean, you guys. Like, the Knicks are never messing with that court, right? They're never, it is.
Gosh, even their NBA Cup court is
terrible.
I mean, at least you know it's the Knicks, but
terrible.
Jeez.
But their floor is iconically simple. You know, like if I look at, well, I don't want to do that one because that's a Getty image, and well, nobody ain't trying to get no sued or nothing. But you look at the Knicks in the Garden. Can I find a 1980s court, like 1989 Knicks court? And you just understand. Yeah, the blue court. This is the one.
Yeah.
Where is it? Of course, it's all the Bulls beating the Knicks. So it's hard to find it. But you just understand that anytime you look at the Knicks floor, here it is right here. This will have to be good enough. Can I find a better one? Man, the pictures from the 80s are not good. They're not HD.
No.
Screw it. The Knicks court is nice and crispy.
Yeah.
Right? That's what you're after.
I think everyone knows what the Knicks floor
That's
looks like.
what you're after. Yeah. Isn't the NBA commissioner the guy in the American Gothic painting, Farmer and Wife? Many people have said so. The color combo for the Bulls works, but it also blends well because the stadium seats match.
Yes.
It's not rocket
beautiful.
Science. Put the T-shirts and the seat covers out.
Yeah.
You pay people to do that anyway, right? Like the whole See Red thing. I love it. I'm a huge fan of it. Sorry, I read that one already. Comment dump. If you can't fart green flames, Jeremiah Champion, there you go. I think there are differences between courts that are just ass ugly and ones that are visually distracting as well throughout the game. Is the Big 12 court visually distracting?
Where do you
throughout
come
the game?
down on the Big 12 court then, if that's your take?
Because it is the X's. The X's are what's screwing people up. And
is that what they're saying? It's the X's specifically that
yes,
are
because
bothering people.
they connect all the way through the design.
Yeah. Yeah.
And obviously, I think you guys all know this. It's 12, X22, X,
right.
Roman numeral 12. That's what it is. Is that distracting throughout the game? I didn't find it to be. Monty gets triggered too easy and doesn't read my full comment.
What did we not read your full comment
Well,
on, bro?
we stop when you say I can't find it. We have too many comments today, but you know. Boise blue court. But see, Boise's different.
See, this is a good conversation right here. Boise, I would agree, is different. Totally different.
I think when you look at the basketball court at Boise and the blue Smurf turf, that's like your identity, dude. Isn't it? Like that's who they are.
That's what you do.
And I actually think
that's gorgeous.
Well, if it would load in HD, that'd be great. They have a blue court look that I can't get to load in HD. It's fine. You'll get I guess you'll just
you'll
have
get the point. It's
trust
fine.
me on that. But the blue court renderings, their normal court is fine. Like they have a really cool,
see, I don't love that at all. I don't like the two-tone.
You don't really?
No, I don't. I would prefer that just be a regular floor with the logo. And
I actually really like both their courts. Let me load them up.
Yeah, load them up, Donnie.
Jeez. The graphics.
Everybody is outraged.
Okay, so first and foremost, put a vision in your head of what an all-blue court at Boise will look like. Okay? I think that looks really cool. Sorry they don't have it in HD.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
But I really like this court. What's wrong with that court?
Yeah, I don't like the orange and blue two-tone. That's my only thing.
Yeah, I think it looks amazing. It's very University of Miami Hurricanes.
Yes, it is.
And I, as a fan of their color scheme, blue playing surfaces and militias. They're what Boise does.
Okay.
And militias. Okay. Load it now in HD, damn it. Monty yelling at his computer. Well, I have a short attention span like a millennial.
Right.
So, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But we have spent the better part of an hour arguing about what's a good-looking basketball court.
Yeah. And
you know what I'm saying?
My takeaway is it better be clean. And if it's going to be loud, you better fully embrace that thing.
Okay. James Lugginsland.
We're going to call you Lugs.
What's up, Lugs? I'm a chemistry professor, and the green flames can occur when copper is burned.
Biologics.
Okay, biologics. This is in Lubbock, Texas.
I like it, dude.
Look of flame test on YouTube. Different metals give off different colors. Okay.
I just don't think most people have seen green flames.
But can't we just go with Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
Isn't that more
why can't
enjoyable?
we just have fun?
That'd be freaky. Because how many of us, Lugs, know that it's copper that's burning? Probably not a lot of us.
I didn't.
You?
I know.
The Pistons teal court is the best. You could have stopped at Piss, but probably
I thought you just said Pistons teal.
He did, and I know what he's talking about. Let me see if I can find a picture of it. It is. Are you talking about? No, that's not it. You're talking about this one. I would assume, because I actually think this is a nice court.
Yeah, I mean, that's clean.
I don't know. Is that the one you're? Let me see if I can find it. Hang on. Damn it. Yes, here it is. This is old Malice at the Palace. This is NBA 2K. I was just going to say it's like old video games.
Yeah.
Biologics.
Yeah.
Come on.
Biologics.
Man, so slow today.
Biologics.
Man, this court right here. I think this was
pretty.
one of the cleanest. The DP.
Bro, this is a family program, dude.
The cock.
Like, what am I supposed to do with that, dude?
You just have to start stroking guys.
If you could not say, what am I supposed to do with that when I say DP, that'd be great.
I think I've hit it every time.
It's the Detroit Pistons.
Right.
Memphis has a hit. No, they don't. Oh, no, okay. Lamont, I know you're a Michigan State. Lamont, let me ask you, you're a Michigan fan. Can you ever be a fan of Michigan State?
Lamont, you've triggered Lamonti.
Yeah, how about in the comment section yesterday on the LeBron videos? Hey, Lamonti. Okay. I actually don't think I love Memphis's basketball court.
I can remember it, but I just can't picture it.
It's got the grayscale in it. Let me see if I can. Where is that picture?
Oh, yes.
This one right here.
Yes.
I love this court. I think this is one of the crispiest alternative floors in all of college. They also have this one.
See, I like that one more. That one's cool.
I'm telling you, Memphis does some of their marketing stuff really well. I need this is the alternate view I wanted. This floor at Memphis, I think, is amazing. Let me upload them. It's going to take 17 hours.
That's not too gray. That's
well, it's grayscale, but it is actually a blue floor.
Right.
And I love it. I think it is when you have the easy style, you have to take advantage of it. And Memphis has two floors that I love specifically. Okay, here's the wide angle of it. I love that.
I have to say, I really like that, dude.
I love
really,
it.
Really like that.
The low angle, the deeper blue is great.
Yep.
But I think this is one of their best courts too.
See, and I really like the whole Tiger Claw vibe because that's obviously their mascot. That's really
love it.
Cool.
I love the tiger stripes. I love the paint.
See, like this is not trying too hard. This is saying, hey, this is our colors, but we're still gonna make it like it's a traditional design. Like
I love
it. Works. Like if you go to see how the M in the tiger is right at center court, like it's prominent. If you go to the Oregon one, I feel like Oregon made their logo like secondary. Like I don't like if you look at that one. Like, yes, it's at the middle, but you see how it's kind of secondary to everything else going on. Like
whatever the symbolage under
yeah,
the
like
O
I don't know what the
is,
symbols mean. I don't know what deep in the forest means.
and
like
I'm distracted by my current want to throw up on that Pac-10 logo.
yeah,
So that makes it hard for me to judge. This is way better.
way better.
Right? And this one might be.
That's gorgeous. I mean, that's
amazing.
amazing.
I love it.
Yeah.
I don't think Lamont, I don't think it's hideous at all. I don't think it's hideous at all. Hawaiian golfer piss pants. No. Detroit piss pants. Pissed in. Okay. The Memphis Tiger claw looks dope, but almost all blue is disgusting. Okay. Lamont says, no, you cannot be a Michigan State fan.
No, hell no.
Thank you. No, Mike Smith, I'm not reading that comment. Those courts are a product of the geniuses in various athletic departments with assists from marketing executives. I don't disagree with that. I don't. Jesus. The Suns have to change their court because it's not in English. Okay.
And, we might also pull up just like the Final Four court or the championship court, because I feel like it's a really good contrast to all these other colorful ones. It's a super clean, super crispy, no nonsense kind of court that they put on for the championship of college basketball. And I just think it's perfect. And we've had so many great moments on this floor. One question I have for you guys, though, does it bother you?
You're such a weirdo, dude.
Does it bother you when for the championship games, the benches are like way lower than the floor and they have to like go down the steps to get to the bench? That's something that triggers me for whatever
People have
reason.
talked about how dangerous that is. But yeah, this is a clean floor.
Like, that's clean, bro.
This is a clean floor. The road ends here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not triggered by the
trigger money.
I'm not triggered by the courts. I actually like them all. Vandy basketball, both teams underneath the basket. Okay, now
what are you talking about?
I have
what
to
are
go
we
and
doing?
find Vanderbilt basketball court comes right up when you type in the word Vandy. Like, yeah, their court just says Vanderbilt Commodores. What do you mean underneath their basket? There's that one. I don't know what you talking about.
Yeah, you're gonna have to specify.
Because here's their basketball court. You
see
hate
that's
it, but
this is the other thing I don't like. I don't like floors that have a ton of space outside of the court. That drives me nuts. I hate that.
What is wrong with you? Like,
what?
you get upset about the weirdest shit. Like, who cares what happens out?
Because I don't like the aesthetic of it. Look at that. Look at how much room there is. I don't want that.
Yeah.
Go back to Memphis's floor and look how cute that is. Look at that.
Did
Perfect.
you just call it?
Look at how good that is, dude. Look at how
You just called a basketball floor cute. Oh boy, Matsuyama's in the water. Your boy's in trouble today.
Yeah,
I don't hate this, but I don't love it. I don't, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine. No, I'm not going to get Louisville Center logo. So many triggers on the show, right? Being a Michigan fan, pretending to be a Michigan State fan, automatic deportation qualifier.
Yeah. DEI and stuff.
Okay. That's fine. We need a Monty Show ESPN tournament group. No, we don't, Buffalo Hunter. Please, God.
No.
Oh, you mean that the player, okay, Lamont Tucker, the player benches are under the basket. I see. Yeah. I see what you're saying. They're not on the sidelines. Yeah. And the scores table and such as and like. Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, I would agree that's a weird setup. I mean, it's not as hip or as cool as this one.
Right. Obviously.
Or this one, or of course, this is the best court.
Right.
Whoever came up with that shit need to be fired.
But I wonder if Patrick Mahomes approved it. I said Patrick.
Kermit.
Patrick. Okay, so we're watching golf in the background, you guys.
The players.
It's a major tournament. Justin Thomas, his ball somehow stopped an inch from the water. I'm not even joking. it's an inch from the water, which is remarkable. So, all right. Hour number 2 of the Monty Show, presented by our good friends at Prize Picks, prizepicks.com. And I don't know. I don't think Heater describes the pure domination and emotions that you feel when you look at my wins and losses.
Right.
On Prize Picks.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know what else I can say.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
I would like to single-handedly thank my boys, the Oklahoma City Thunder last night. I went all in on the Thunder last night. And when I look at Chet the Jet,
Chet,
37.5 points, rebounds, and assists, more or less. The fact he put up 23 and 15, and then 2 dimes, that's going to be a win. Shai Gilgeous Alexander.
Stay hard.
Shai Gilgeous Alexander, 41.5 points, rebounds, and assists. More. 34, 5, and 7. That's what we do.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think probably the single greatest win on Prize Picks we've ever seen was the Iowa State women's basketball. I should not be a jerk. Iowa State beating Cincinnati last night. Cincinnati never showed up. But I had the guy that I told you, Jizzle James. I talked about it on the show yesterday.
Right.
I told you Jizzle James is your bro. And what he did last night on a more or less than 16.5 points. More or less than. I took more. How many points do you think he had? On 16.5 points, more or less, I took more.
Right.
He had 17.
Nice.
It's what we do. It's what we do. 3 for 3. We're getting paid the Skrizzle. I'm not sure what Skrizzle is, but my point is.
Right. Paper.
It's super easy. Download the Prize Picks app. You have got to play Prize Picks during the NCAA tournament, during major golf tournaments, NBA season, Major League Baseball. Unbelievable.
Yes.
Sold my final portion of the Japan series tickets. We netted 10-1.
Stay hard.
Which is different than nutted, but we netted 10-1.
Of course.
Profit on the Japan series tickets for the Dodgers and the Cubs.
Smiles and glory holes.
Life is good. Life is good. Prize Picks. Download the app. Use the promo code Monty to open up a new Prize Picks account. And let's get after it today, because the BYU game, I think, is one that is very, very, this is a big game. BYU basketball has got to win today. I don't think that you can even flirt with a loss here. And I think this is going to be tough, in my opinion. There's a couple here. Where is my point, rebound, and assist number? There's a couple in the BYU game. Igor Demin is 18.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Richie the Jet Saunders, everybody's going to be the Jet today, by the way. 22.5 points, rebounds, and assists. 3 out of his last 5 games, he's hit that. Against Arizona, Arizona State, and Iowa State, when he had 31.5.
I think I've hit it every time.
Which way do you go on that?
More. He's going to have a big game.
I think I'm going more on good old Richie.
Hey, Rich.
Then I think this is where we get into the dark times. I think Arkansas is the other one I like. John L. Davis, 21.5 points, rebounds, and assists. The guy is on an absolute heater. I think you got to go more, right? I think you absolutely have to go more against Mississippi today. And then there's a bunch of other ones that you can take. I think, man, it's tough to bet college basketball. I think I have to go RJ Davis against Wake for more than 23.5 points, rebounds, and assists.
Yeah.
But there's another guy, and maybe you've heard of him, right?
Such as in like
Pooper in the Cooper.
Yeah.
Cooper, who's in the Pooper.
Yeah.
I'm going to stay away from it. I am going to go Richie Saunders more than 22.5, John L. Davis more than 21.5, and RJ Davis more than 23.5.
Right.
So everybody's rooting for anybody named Davis today to win on Prize Picks.
Okay.
So I like that one a lot. And then are you doing a golf one today?
Yes, I have my golf one all set up. Let's see. Let me get over to here.
I'm a little late on the
come
golf.
over here. Okay, here's what I got. I got Scotty Scheffler.
Is he stroking, guys?
Not yet, but at 11:29 a.m. he's going to start stroking, guys. Less than 68.5 strokes. Minwoo Lee more than 70.5 strokes, and Shane Lowry less than 70.
Scotty Scheffler 69. What did you do?
I did less, I believe. I had him at 68.5. Yeah, I had him at 68.5 less.
Ooh. Dude. Do we go birdies or better? Scotty, 5 birdies or better. More or less?
Probably less on 5 birdies or better. Let me see. What is this TPC Sawgrass, right?
Yeah.
Let me just look up what the par is really quick. TPC Sawgrass par.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's a par 72.
I think I'm going to go more.
Yeah.
He plays that course really well. And
it's 7,200 yards, so it's definitely a,
Yeah, Tom Kim 4 birdies or better. I'm going to say I don't know what to do with that. I'm going to
Tom Kim's dangerous, dude. He's not reliable. That's the problem.
No. Because if he gets hot, look out. You're in trouble.
Yeah.
We could start stroking, guys. What do you guys think about Daggone?
Honestly, I'd start stroking, guys.
I think so. Minwoo Lee, 71.5.
See, the projections have changed. I have Minwoo Lee at more than 70.5. So one less.
I'm going to go less. Okay, so we're going to stroke guys with Rory.
Honestly, I'd start stroking, guys.
Less than 70. Scotty, more than 69. And then Minwoo Lee, less than 71.5.
There you go.
I'm going to lose that one. I can just feel it. But that's what we're doing here. We're rock stars. We win cash.
Yeah.
We're on a heater.
Yeah.
Go with your emotions. Go with your emotions on Prize Picks. You're on a heater, bruh. I've won. Let's put it this way. I have not lost in 5 straight now.
Right.
We're on a heater. You got to ride that heater.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All right. Prize Picks. Download the app. Open a new account using the promo code Monty. You deposit $5. They'll give you 50 more. It is the best daily fantasy promotion I've ever heard. The hotter you get, the more stroking you do. I think that's true.
You just have to start stroking, guys.
We do it live, damn it.
That's right.
Core D.
Stay hard.
You do you, bud. I'm starting to believe this show is rarely love. What does that mean?
Yeah, what does that mean, dude?
No way this is live. Okay.
Bro, this is live right now, dude.
So here's the schedule. I'm actually glad you said this. We're live daily right now through the rest of March. We are live 6 a.m. Mountain, 8 a.m. Eastern. Coming up on April 1st, we'll begin live 3 p.m. Mountain, 5 p.m. Eastern. I'm not sure what time it'll be in Arizona.
Always a question.
But here in Hawaii, we'll be live 3 at noon. Actually, it'll be 11,
Right.
Because of the time change. So, yeah, we're live right now. Core D.
Stay hard.
You do.
The
you.
D.
Private equity will ruin football fields and basketball courts across this great nation. I agree. All right, let's get real here, because a couple of Brett Yormark comments I want to get to. After we read Chewy Gonzalez for $2, who killed Barney on that Pelicans court. See, I was going to say that, but I didn't want to traumatize Jake, because Jake was a huge fan of Barney when he was a kid.
Right.
So I was trying to be, generous. Did you watch Barney as a kid?
Yes.
Yeah, you did. You guys really hate the Big 12 floor, which I'm shocked by.
It.
You really hate it, which is fine. Let's talk about Brett Yormark in the Big 12, because he also talked about this expansion thing. I'm really surprised that he went out on a limb like this, because I've told you in our reporting, they're not talking to anybody about expansion. I don't have any reason to think that that's changed. It's been a week or so since I talked to people in the Big 12. There's no indication that they are actively pursuing universities to join their league. Their conferences, they talk to other commissioners. I continue to tell you, these commissioners, especially in the Power Four, are not rivals. They are business partners. They know that. They talk all the time. So I was a little surprised to hear Brett Yormark so openly talking about expansion.
Expansion isn't something that's on my radar right now for obvious reasons. But listen, this is an evolving landscape, collegiate athletics, and we always have to be ready. So I can't sit here and say we'll be 16 for the next 10 years. It'll all depend on the nuances in and around the Big 12. But I love 16.
Are you surprised he said that?
I think that Brett Yormark has always been a guy that wants to take a definitive stance on, expansion or any type of business with the Big 12. So I'm not necessarily surprised he said that. I think, again, he wants to basically say, hey, we're not looking at expansion right now, but that doesn't mean we're closed off to the conversation. He's also saying he really likes the makeup of the conference with 16 teams and, where the conference is going. And I have to agree. I think 16 for the Big 12 is a nice number. It's not too big. It's not too small. It's that nice kind of median, number that allows them to progress forward without having the responsibility of having 20 members in their conference or whatever. So, I'm not necessarily surprised, but, usually when commissioners get asked these kind of questions, there is something in their answer they're looking to put out there. And all I feel like he was putting out there is that they're not closed off to it, but it's not something that they're actively kind of engaged in right now.
Yeah, I think 16 is the right number. I continue to tell you, the people that we talk to on a regular basis on this show, nobody wants to surpass that 20 massive membership number. It's tough. When you get past really 18 is pretty doable for writing a schedule. When you're into the 20s, it is really difficult to write a schedule for all of those sports. Not just football and basketball, but all sports. Think about how arduous that is and how difficult it is to align that. I think the revenue models don't support currently going into the 20s, especially if you're the ACC and the Big 12, who are so far behind financially. I think you're asking for trouble when you get too big at this point in this current economic structure. But I'm surprised that Brett Yormark is so openly talking about where they're at 16 and that he has no desire to expand. I am surprised by that. And I think when we look at who the Big 12 is, Brett Yormark is not a guy that's afraid to say things. He's not a guy that's afraid of the media or struggles to talk to the media like certain athletic directors, north of Tijuana and south of, Carlsbad. But my point is, I think Brett Yormark is very good and very polished as an administrator. I think he wants it known that they are focused on making money right now. And we've heard that. They have their TV contract in place. They are focused on building their basketball division. They are focused on making sure that they are driving as much revenue as possible through their football programs. I'm surprised he is bluntly saying we are not expanding now. I am surprised by that.
Yeah, I think that, it's a situation too where there's so much going on in college football, or in college athletics, I should say, not just football, but in athletics, where you've got the House settlement, you've got the whole ACC thing that just went down, you've got the thing out west with the Pac-12 and the Mountain West, and then you've got the Big 12 kind of sitting in the middle of everything, geographically speaking, and they're sitting here saying, yeah, our conference is really strong, we are in a really reliable place, and there's not any impetus to expand, and I think that's really kind of the point that he was trying to hammer home, but he didn't explicitly say, is that at this time, there's not like this thing that's pushing us to expand. And when you consider all the conversations around, the Super League / new entity that's, being bandied about and talked about, like Brett Yormark is in those conversations, obviously. So I just think that now, because of the Super League thing or the new entity, whatever it's going to be called, there's definitely not a reason to have major change happening in your conference. There's every reason to be really strong, focus on success, focus on making money, stockpile money, and really get yourself in this really fortified position. So that way, when the Super League comes along, you can execute. And I think that's what he's trying to say if you read between the lines.
I also thought it was interesting yesterday that there's a question out there, and Dennis Dodd's the one who lit this fuse, but Dennis Dodd saying that not all P5 teams have opted in, or not all power conference teams have opted in to the House settlement and rev sharing. They're all automatically opted in.
Yeah.
They are, as a power conference member, you are automatically opted in. So it's not like there's a question about that. It's all of this continuing conversation about how unstable college football is.
Yeah.
Instability, unstable, whatever it is. There's a lot of that talk. And I do think Brett Yormark knows who he is, because I think he also said that, hey, we know who we are. And we're the best basketball brand in the country.
Listen, you've heard me say before, we are the best men's basketball conference in America. No doubt about it. And when you look at the historicals over the last 5 to 10 years, follow the data. It speaks for itself.
I don't disagree with him. I think they're the best basketball conference in the country. Are all of their teams playing good basketball? Not right now. They're not. Who's playing the best basketball? Very clearly the SEC. I don't think there's even a question about that. But I do think top to bottom, your best basketball league in the country is the Big 12.
Right.
And you look at the parity in the league, you look at the competition for recruiting in this league, look at what BYU's doing. I would expect BYU to be a top 10 team in the country next year, with the Bansa and the talent that the Bansa's allowed them to go after, the money they have to go after that talent. I would expect BYU to be an elite program next year. I would expect Utah basketball to be significantly better. I would expect the bottom teams in this league, and even the mid-table teams that are struggling, Kansas, West Virginia, excuse me, I would expect those teams to be significantly better next year. And I would expect this conference to be a significantly better basketball conference a year from now.
Yeah, and I think they just got to get the job done in the tournament. I don't disagree that you're the best basketball conference in the country overall. But the reality of the situation is you haven't executed in the tournament. And so you're not realizing those tournament shares that you really should be. And we'll look to see. Obviously, we've talked so much on the show about how the SEC dominated last year's tournament and got a ton of shares and made a lot of money. And that's what the Big 12 needs to do. We can't have a situation where you get, let's call it 8 teams or 10 teams in, but, only 2 of them make a deep run. You really need 5 or 6 of those teams to get to, the Sweet 16 and really pick up a couple of shares each. That way the conference can continue to thrive and continue to, keep that momentum in football. Because I do feel like football parlayed momentum into basketball.
I agree.
Like the ASU performance against Texas, like everyone was talking about that. You had, obviously several different storylines going in. Like Iowa State's a great example. Iowa State was contending for the Big 12 until the last couple of weeks there. And then some things changed, and now they're competing in basketball. So I'm just, my point is that the Big 12 just needs to find a way to win some of these playoff games so they can make some money.
Well, and I also think this House settlement thing has to come to an end. This feels now like it's taking too long. It's hanging over college athletics, but the smart programs, the smart conferences They've already planned for it. They are already executing it, in fact. And I think that's what you have to do. This is not a small amount of money.
Right.
We're talking about billions of dollars, and I don't care who you are. It's a lot of money, and I think the right thing to do is to focus on building your business, as you said, and it should not be about expansion. But I'm going to just keep saying what I keep telling you guys. Arizona State basketball cannot be this shitty for perpetuity.
Agreed.
Like, you have got to win games. And I look at UCF, Cincinnati, Utah down in this league. So Utah, Cincinnati, UCF, Oklahoma State. I don't know what it's going to take for Oak State to get off of their collective rears, their arse,
right,
and win some athletic endeavors. Like, you cannot be this bad in football and basketball and think that you're going to be competitive. You're setting yourself back probably 3 years at a time in football. And then when your basketball team piles on top of that with a dynamic 15-17 season, you're setting yourself back for 5 years.
Yeah.
Because you can't recruit on that. You can't tell me you're building branding dollars. Like, this conference too often finds itself on the wrong side of wins and losses. And it's why, frankly, in football, and I'm trying not to be so, Danny Downer, but in football, does this Big 12 conference have a brand?
Not right now. No.
I think I could make the argument, again, BYU's the best athletic department in this league. And we need to start acknowledging that and talking about it. BYU is the best athletic department in this league. And why am I saying that so emphatically? Because it's a problem. It's a problem that you go and you look at the football standings in this league. Oklahoma State cannot be a winless team.
Right.
That is crippling to this league. Utah cannot have the terrible season they had. You can't have Arizona being 2-7 in the Big 12.
Terrible.
Like, you look at the nameplates at the bottom of this league. Joey McGuire cannot be an 8-5 football team this year. Joey McGuire's got to compete for a Big 12 championship this season.
100%.
Baylor cannot continue to be mediocre in everything athletically. In your revenue generating sports like basketball and football, Baylor is strictly average. Can't be. You can't be terrible like Utah football was and Utah basketball was. You can't be terrible like Oak State has been. You can't be mid like so many teams in this league are.
And then cry a river about how you're not successful. Like, that's what we see in the Big 12 is, hey, we didn't win anything. And now all of our fans are crying a river about how bad we are. And, now we're going to spin the narrative about why we cut dude's salary or fired this guy or that guy or whatever it might be. And I think ultimately, again, as I always say, like, winning helps you win off the field. So if you win on the football field, you're going to help yourself win off the football field with recruiting. And that's going to help you win back on the field again. And I just think that the Big 12, I always hesitate, like, questioning people's motives or like what they prioritize at the highest level. But there are times in the Big 12, especially in football, but now in basketball, where it's like, man, I'm looking at your program and I'm like, dude, like, what is the highest priority? Because if it's not winning, I don't know why you're doing this.
And again, I go to Utah as an example. You completely clean house on the offensive side of the football. You completely cleaned out the basketball program. You fired the coach mid-season.
Yeah.
I mean, if you start looking at what's going on in Utah athletics, when your team at Utah is losing, you're held to account for that. You are held to account for that. Can you say the same thing at Baylor? Can you say the same thing at Oak State? I don't think you can.
No.
Can you say the same thing at Houston? Well, Houston's moving in the right direction in football, and they're dominant in basketball. Can you say the same thing at BYU? You don't have to, because they're dominant at football and they're dominant in basketball. How is it possible that two of the newest members of this league are the best brands in the conference right now?
Oh, I know, because the Pac-12 was one of the best athletic conferences in the country, and it just had awful leadership. And now we're seeing that play out.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to watch going forward. But today is a big day. BYU has got to win today. BYU, this is a huge day for KY and the BYU basketball program. And Iowa State is nothing to be overlooked or trifled.
Nope.
And I think when we look at this tournament today, I probably would lean Iowa State. I would probably lean Iowa State. I think Duke, Georgia Tech, this is a huge moment for Duke basketball. You cannot lose this game. There are games today across college basketball that are just really important.
Yeah, well, I think for Cooper Flagg, it's time to start showing out, right? It's time to start showing in a big game you can be that guy. And I think he'll do that for sure. I mean, I would expect him to do that. I think, for BYU, my biggest concern is how you start this game. There's no question you should win it. You can win it, no question. But if you come out and you're down, they go on a 15-0 run to start the game, 10-0 run to start the game.
Don't do it.
That's going to tell me everything I need to know. I would
Duke is 22.5 points.
Yeah, I mean, I would fully expect BYU to be prepared and to be ready for Iowa State, but we'll see what happens. That's the thing about college basketball is you never know. You really
Huge
never
day.
know. Yeah.
Huge day. BYU, 3.5 point dog at 146.5 points. Huge day.
Yeah.
I think this one right here was big for the ACC. Because if North Carolina doesn't get into the tournament, there's no way to spit shine a turd. That's damaging to the ACC. And North Carolina is not close to done. Let's be honest with it. They're not. I think if it all ended today, North Carolina is not in the tournament.
Right.
And I think when you look at Carolina, Wake Forest at 12:30, UNC's a 5.5 point favorite in that game. And it is a huge game. I think it is a really big game. RJ Davis, you just heard I took him in Prize Picks today. I think he's got to shine out. And I'm really curious because I think SMU, Clemson, Louisville, I mean, that's a good win for Stanford over Cal yesterday. I don't think does Stanford get in?
Probably not.
I think that's tough, dude. Like if I look at Lenardi this morning, I was looking at his he's still got Texas as the first team out right now today. And Texas won last night.
Yeah.
He's still got him out. He's got San Diego State, Indiana, Xavier, and Carolina now as the last four in. He's got Colorado. Boise State is still on the outside looking in. Ohio State and Texas are all out, those four. Boise State, Colorado State, Ohio State, Texas, all out. He's also got Wake. So I'm telling you, the winner of the Wake North Carolina game is probably in, and the loser is probably out.
That's one of the biggest games today.
I
Most
think
on the line game.
I think there's no doubt about that. Villanova. How about Villanova? That like massive. And so he's got the ones as Duke, Auburn,
Yeah, Duke is Duke.
Houston, and Florida. That's who Lenardi's got as his top four. And I think it's going to be tight. Texas is another one, folks, that if you're not paying attention to Texas right now,
right.
Texas, I don't think Texas has to run the table. Let's not get carried away with it.
But they need to write a positive story. They need to show that they are legitimate, that they are good, that they are quality. I don't think that it's just automatic for them.
Arkansas and Ole Miss is a huge game. That's 11 o'clock on the SEC network. Texas and A&M, they're not beating A&M. A&M's a really good basketball team.
Yeah.
But if you're the SEC, aren't you pulling for Texas?
Yes.
Because A&M's in no matter what. If you're the SEC, don't you want Texas in the tournament?
Yes, you do.
If you are the SEC, which way do you go on Kentucky and Oklahoma? Because Oklahoma's not in right now, I don't think. At 20-12, that was a huge win. Can you really tell me that without question, Oklahoma's in?
No, you can't.
I think, and this is what's great about
win.
This is what's great about the NCAA tournament. Because it is going to be, I don't know, we'll see.
They're just playing for a lot today, and that's what makes the games great.
You know what, Eric and Raleigh? I think you're probably right. And again, I tend to take my emotions out of sports when we're talking about how crappy Marcus Freeman is as a coach in big games. I think North Carolina is probably an NIT team. That's the team. If North Carolina gets in the tournament, I think they can win 2, maybe 3 games.
Facts.
I don't know that I can see them. I don't know that.
Yeah, you can't.
I don't know the answer to the question because the ACC. I don't know was the ACC a good league this year? Clearly, it was not. This is a down year for the ACC. It's not a crappy league. Don't get over the top with it. ACC basketball fan always loses their mind. It was a down year. I would expect Duke to be a 30-win team this year.
Right.
I would expect North Carolina to beat Wake Forest. You are better than Wake.
Have?
Both of them 21. They're 21-12. And
see, I think if you beat Wake Forest, you're in. I think
that's probably true.
If you're a blue blood in your low 20s right now and you can win today, you're probably in.
That's probably true.
But again, if you're a smaller school, a Cinderella, and you're only at 20 wins, let's say, then I think you're probably not.
How many SEC teams are getting in? That's going to be the interesting thing.
Well, the projection since before all these tournaments started was 14. That's what
Lunardi's got 13.
Yeah.
And if Texas somehow wins, that'd be 14 teams.
Yeah.
The Big Ten, I think the Big Ten's locked at 9. The Big 12 should be 9. The Big East should be 4. And the ACC should be 4. The biggest question to me is, what about the Mountain West? Is Boise really not going to make the tournament? I mean, they've got the biggest problem for the Mountain West is it's Boise and San Diego State.
Yes.
And the loser of that game very well might not get in.
And by the way, I do want to point out one more thing before we just leave the house settlement stuff behind for basketball tournament stuff as it pertains to the Pac-12. A lot of people said, hey, in the house settlement, the Pac-12 is a defendant, and that means that they automatically are into rev sharing, right?
I don't think is that true?
The Pac-12, because this rev sharing suit came out before the Pac-12 was dissolved. So the Pac-12's problem
that's true. Very true.
And Ross had this yesterday, talking all about it, is that the Pac-12 schools are automatically into revenue sharing.
So Oregon State and Washington State.
Yes, are into automatic rev sharing, but are not. The Pac-12 as a conference is not designated as a power conference at this time.
The new Pac-12 is not.
The
Washington State and Oregon State are because of the old Pac-12.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
Thinking through that makes sense.
And so the question becomes, just while we're talking about, the new Pac-12 teams here, the Mountain West teams, is for Washington State and Oregon State, what do you do about that? Because, again, I just don't see. I don't. That's where the unknown gray area comes in.
But did you guys see the UNLV story yesterday? And again, not to tell you I told you so.
You would never.
How long have I been telling you guys that UNLV is not well financially? I have talked to the very tippy top of that university.
Yeah,
they are not financially well. They are. I would even go as far as to say I think they're only in the Mountain West still because they don't have the financial wherewithal athletically.
Yeah.
To file a lawsuit, to pay an exit fee, right? Did you guys see this yesterday? Where is it? Now it's all behind all the courts. Look at this. Mick Akers from Las Vegas Review-Journal. UNLV Athletic Director Eric Harper told the Board of Regents last week that his department, the athletic department, let this sink in. The athletic department at UNLV only has the funds to pay the first 2 years of football coach Dan Mullen's 5-year contract. Look at these numbers. Because you have $3.5 million of for 5 years, you're running nearly $30 million in the red. What is the plan to pay the coach, and how is it going to get done? Harper said, the athletic director at UNLV, we have the funds to pay the coach over the next 2 years. We have been working with our donors to assist with philanthropic dollars. So, and I know, Monty don't know nothing, but I told you, They're struggling to fundraise. They are struggling to financially support their football program.
Yes.
And this goes back to Allegiant Stadium and paying rent there, or UNLV has got to be singularly focused on making more money. They've got to play better basketball. They've got to win football games.
Does this not further the narrative around Matthew Sluka and his NIL situation?
This is a really scary time at UNLV.
And the other thing too that I don't know if it was in that article or not, but there was a lot of talk yesterday about how in the offseason for basketball, you had extended your basketball coach and raised the buyout to, I think it's $2.5 million for the basketball coach. The buyout is, and you're not going to be able to afford that if you let him go. So you're either going to pay him or you're going to buy him out, and you can't afford it really either way. And so my thing here is UNLV is a school and a program athletically that can actually have success. You're not one of these schools that just never competes and basically is just, terrible, but you put the pads on. That's not what UNLV is. UNLV is a program both in basketball and football that can compete. And it just surprises me that these decisions have been made, because everyone thought the Dan Mullen hire was awesome, and it was. But the fact that you're paying him that much money and you can't afford it, that makes you look second class.
Yeah.
And no Pac-12 fan, don't tell me this is why UNLV, couldn't go to the Pac, or the Pac didn't want UNLV. This has nothing to do with it, right? That those two conversations are not linked together, in my opinion.
They're not linked together.
I just think that UNLV has to figure out how to make more money. Like, that is not unique to them, but they unfortunately are the ones that are the poster child.
Not going
right
to the
now.
NCAA tournament's not good.
It's killing you. Right.
Not good.
Yeah, that's not
and
good.
I like Kevin Kruger, and I understand why he's the guy. And you can't, what were they, 17-14 or whatever their record was this year? Like, come on, man. Like, I cannot continue. And it is unfathomable to me today that at 9:30 this morning at the Thomas and Mack Center, UNLV's season is going to come to an end because Utah State is very good. In a home game, how close is that? Because Utah State's favored by 7.5 points.
Yeah.
At Thomas and Mack Center. You lose this game, and you're not in a good place. And I hear constantly about, well, we've got casino money, and
No, you don't. You don't, actually.
Because if you did, and I continue to tell people this, people at UNLV say to me all the time, casinos don't invest in Las Vegas when it comes to marketing. A lot of their marketing dollars are spent outside the market. And why is that? Because they've got to get people to travel to Las Vegas.
Well, that's right, because Las Vegas is a transient town, right? People come through there. They travel to Las Vegas. They come to Las Vegas to experience it.
When we were in LA, what did we used to do? We used to market to Las Vegas casinos for Super Bowl week and for the NBA Summer League. When we were going to NBA Summer League and doing live shows there, we were doing it at the Palms and giving out discount codes to our listeners to come and book rooms. And that's how they market outside. They market internationally.
Yes.
To the whales of the world.
So it wouldn't make sense for them to invest in UNLV as a program to do what? To get the person that's in Summerlin?
Yeah, it right now, I'm just going to tell you guys, the economics of G5 sports is not great.
And I think
it really is not great.
You use that word, because what did Brett Yormark say earlier in the show? In order to expand the tournament, what do we need? We need the economics to add up. We need essentially the TV partners to pony up and pay if they want us to, if we're going to have more slots.
Yeah.
And so I think about the economics of college athletics, and whether you're Brett Yormark in the Big-12 and you're answering a question about expanding the tournament and being in favor of that, or you're UNLV trying to survive, bro, you're damn near $30 million in the red, and you don't have a way out of that. And so my question is, at what point, what's going to take place to fix this? Because again, as when we had Dr. Ed Scott on the show, you guys remember what he said about private equity, right? And schools looking at that. Hey, we've looked at it in an exploratory way, but I'm not in the business of taking loans that I don't know how I'm going to repay.
It's wild.
So-
and what Gloria Navarez said when she was on this show about the economics and talking about, the money of TV deals.
Yeah.
And I know, again, I don't know anything. But I'm telling you, the Pac-12 and the Mountain West, whoever gets that first TV extension, and it's a very different conversation because the Mountain West has a TV deal.
Right.
They're looking for an extension. The Pac-12's out looking for a brand new relationship. I think there's one deal out there. I don't think, and Gloria says that I'm wrong, but I don't think there's two deals for both these conferences. Is there enough money for two deals with the Pac-12 and the Mountain West? And again, not survival, because I don't know that anybody just wants to survive. Can the Mountain West and the Pac-12 both get deals that allow you both to survive and to thrive in the same marketplace?
Yes, I believe so, because, the deals, part of it is financial, certainly, but also it's exposure and getting your games and products out there to a wide audience that then also increases value. So I do feel there is money out there, certainly because we're competing against each other and there's two different packages of inventory in the market. I think we're pulling each other down to some degree because there's competition. But I don't think it's mutually exclusive.
You're pulling each other down.
Yeah. How does anyone disagree with that?
I think there's one deal that is, in my opinion, $8 million, and there's another deal that's below that. And I was talking to somebody the other day that said the Pac-12 has a pretty good idea of what they're going to get in their media rights deal. And it's a matter of time. And I hope that's true. These two conferences should merge. Period.
I remain very concerned about how the Pac-12 is going to get to 8, 9, 10 teams, or schools, I should say, not teams.
I don't know.
I don't know, because again, and this is where the vitriol Pac-12 fan typically rolls into the comment section, but I'm unchanged on this. I don't doubt that you have a media rights negotiation happening. I don't think anyone doubts that, but what I doubt is where you're going to go to add schools and really fill this conference out, because
no idea.
Because if you're right, and I think you are, that the media rights deal the Pac-12 has on the table is somewhere around that $8 million mark. Based on what folks like Dr. Ed Scott said and what Gloria has said and what Brett has said over the past couple of years, just hearing them talk about, like, hey, for stuff to work and happen, the economics have to be right. Like Dr. Ed Scott flat out said, hey, it doesn't make sense for us to put our student athletes in a bad position and try to fly them out to Washington or try to fly them out to this far West Coast destination for their weekend of athletics. That doesn't make sense for us, and it doesn't make us money, and it doesn't allow us to thrive. So at $8 million, let's say that happens, I still don't know how you're going to go out and reapproach the market. And that's where I say, to what you just said, the merge makes the most sense. And
by far.
And I don't know what's going to have to take place for Teresa Gould and company to get on the same page. Because I will say, leaving the Gloria Navarez interview, I did feel like Gloria was, based on what she said, was open to it, like just from her personally was open to that concept of merging and trying to figure that out. But it seems like that the Pac-12 is really on its own track. Whether you listen to Gloria or Dr. Ed Scott said that, hey, he'd only talked to Teresa Gould that one time. So it very much to me feels like
that was really telling.
Yeah, it feels like the Pac-12 is just in its own thing right now, its own bubble, if you will, and they're not really looking to partner with anybody or work with other people to get something done. And that to me is I guess is surprising when you look at the fact that you're not talking about a $15 or $20 million school media rights deal. You're talking about $8 million. It doesn't get it done.
No, it doesn't. It's just something to watch.
Yeah.
You look at the fact that, again, the Mountain West and the Pac-12, they should merge. Gloria Navarez has offered to talk about a merger with the Pac-12, and the Pac-12 said no multiple times. That's what our sources are telling us, that the Pac-12 has said we're not going to merge. I still consistently hear And I will again ask, hey, have you picked a mediator? Do you have a mediation date?
Right.
Last week, the answer was no. You've got to, if you are the Mountain West and the Pac-12, you've got to get on with the business of getting on. One, you have a looming court date, and two, you're on a tight timeline because you've got business in both ends of this conversation that's got to get done for 2026.
Yeah.
So it'll just be interesting to see how all this plays out. But make no mistake about it. What happens today in the NCAA tournament is huge, and it starts with the Big 12 with UNLV. With BYU and Iowa State.
Yeah.
And I think today is a massive day for UNLV.
Yeah, and we're in that time of year where schools are trying to make money. And I think that, when you watch these games today, keep that in mind. The buzzer beaters, those last second wins, how important those are to these different institutions.
Yeah, and I think as we go through today, if you view this through a mindset of, hey, what's the financial impact of this outcome? It'll change the way you watch the game.
Yeah.
It will absolutely change the way you watch the game. And I think that's right. I think there's a belief in this world that TV money is endless. I am here to tell you it is not.
Right.
I can only say it so many times. I talk to people in television. I have worked at the highest levels of television. TV money is shrinking. It is not growing. These guys are not going to continue. And I think ESPN and Disney is a great example of this. They're not just going to continue to write checks and be like, yeah, who cares? Here's $10 million a year. Here's $50 million a year. If they were going to do that, they would have done it already.
And again, to that point, and I just want to keep pointing this out because Brett Yormark just said this. Hey, if we're going to be able to do something, the TV partners have to be willing to pay for it.
Yes.
So he's literally telling you what we're telling you.
Yeah, I think it's really important. I go to Las Vegas to connect to San Francisco. Okay.
Right.
I can tell you, I am I don't even know what status I have, but I have pretty good status with Delta Airlines. They send me weekly emails, $57 each way to fly to Las Vegas from Salt Lake.
Yeah, that's what that town is, man. Go there for the weekend, have 2 nights of fun, and go home. That's what, bro. Did you see? Perfect example. F1 tickets this year, $50 a pop.
I could not believe when you sent me that story.
$50 a pop this year, not $500 or $5,000, $50. And why is that? Because they need people to attend that event.
They figured out that you can't just throw a price tag out there and people will pay it no matter what it is.
$3,500 a night, Monty.
Brandon Butler, a member for 26 months.
Nice, dude.
Thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you. So what you're saying is UNLV doesn't have enough butter for all the toast. Not right now, they
Facts.
don't. Not right now,
Bro,
they don't.
It's not that they don't have enough butter. They don't have butter.
Do you guys see the conversation and the direction our conversations are going now when we talk about the economics of college athletics?
Yeah, more and more they're going to people don't have enough money.
UNLV only has enough money to pay Dan Mullen for 2 years. That's wild. That is wild. And that was said in a public forum at a Board of Regents meeting by the athletic director.
And again, I would also point out that's pretty unprecedented.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I've never heard of a school signing a contract with somebody or signing someone to a contract and then only having 2 of the 5 years funded.
When's the last time we heard something like that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
The $240 million abacus mistake in Tucson.
Yeah, great example.
The
right?
accounting mistake that, well, how did that mistake happen? Oh, that's right. They were using their daily cash to pay for athletics. They were making so little money on athletics at Arizona through the pandemic that they went to dip into the University of Arizona's daily cash, like how they pay the janitor and the professors and the people for pencils and paper.
Yeah.
That's how they were paying for athletics. And then somebody put a decimal in the wrong spot and they misplaced $240 million.
Yeah.
That's what these stories.
I thought you said they misplaced $240 million.
Read that headline. My friends, read the headline. They've only got 2 years of money on hand at UNLV football to pay the coach. So if you can only pay your coach for 2 years, what does that say to Rydell about helmets?
Yeah.
Training table,
Yeah.
Paying for football, stadium facility issues.
What does it say to kids who were
Dude.
considering you? They're not going to go there.
Dude, like it's a big deal.
Yeah.
I am. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that could be true. UNLV only has margarine.
Right.
How much are hotels for the race, though? Probably
I don't know.
significantly more expensive. Probably more expensive. What's up, Shouty? Shouty. And donuts. Apparently, the PAC network is basically useless. Not useless. Is it an asset or a liability?
I think it depends who you ask.
I think that's exactly
right. It
right.
depends who you ask.
If you are producing your own games for the CW, having all that equipment in that facility is an asset.
Clutch.
If you wind up selling your games to ESPN, let's say, who will only produce their own games, that's a liability now. It's a liability now. So I don't think we know the answer to that in all situations. I really don't. The Hawaiian golfer. Is this a surprise? UNLV already had skimped out on NIL payments for its quarterback last year, which is what Jake said. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, and again, we don't have proof that these two are tied together, right? The NIL
We don't.
thing.
We don't.
We don't have proof of that. But what we do have is the optics, if you will. The optics are not great around, hey, well, if you guys only have 2 out of the 5 years for Dan, is that why you didn't pay Sluka or what?
Maybe Sluka wasn't lying.
Yeah, maybe, like, you know what I mean? So we don't have proof, hard evidence that they're connected. But when you start talking about not having money for Rydell and the training table and Dan Mullen, yeah, probably, that doesn't help you.
Not going to be wearing jock straps next year at UNLV, are you?
Yeah, that doesn't help your case.
Shouty. Shouty Konsinabong. Guy absolutely dismantled that.
Good
name.
luck.
Shouty. Love y'all. Love the show. Appreciate you. Thank you, Shouty, who's been a member for 7 months.
Nice job. Appreciate you.
I cannot tell you how much you guys, your memberships support this show. I really appreciate you hitting the like button every day. Helps this show. I know we've had over 2,000 views already today. And we only have 52 likes. I've got to do a better job of driving home. Please hit the like button.
Yeah, hit the like button.
Please hit the like button. Please hit the like. Please hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? That really helps the channel grow. If you have not hit the like button already, please do. TJ Beck, good morning to you, sir. Is UNLV trying to do what Colorado did with Dion? Getting enough money to pay the coach based on future success? Maybe the QB issue was not getting paid at UNLV. Maybe the QB issue not getting paid at UNLV has teeth. I think it does. I think it absolutely does. And donuts. Maybe UNLV should play in Sam Boyd to save money.
Oh,
I don't know what that looks like.
It begs the question. You're renting space at the Raiders Stadium, Allegiant, and you have all this extra cost, and that's where I say, like, with the UConn conversation, the USF conversation, the Gonzaga conversation, certainly, because they don't even play football. Like, these programs that they don't play football or they don't have stadiums on campus, or they're building a stadium on campus, but it's not open yet. Like, all those little minutia details matter when you talk about profiting, because that's all these schools care about, profit. We want to make sure that we can keep making money through athletics. And if you can't, to the point where you're $30 million into the red, now we got problems. And I don't know if, again, just speculation, I don't know what the right thing to do for UNLV is. I don't know if part of this, like, I was looking at, anytime you get a story like this, you go and look at all the replies and you look into some of the people replying, there are a lot of folks that are UNLV fans that, there was like there was a writer guy who has an independent outlet in Las Vegas, I guess, who was saying that they feel like they need to fire some of the leadership at UNLV because that's why they're in this situation. All I'm saying is you got to do whatever you got to do to get back to making money, dude. Like, you can't just sit here and be in this spot constantly.
Yep. Sal Capone says, hit the like button. Yes, please do. Danny Kiger, 53 likes. Howdy, boys. Yeah, please hit the like button.
Yeah. Can we get to 100?
See, I mentioned it, and we're at 64.
Just get us to 100.
Just like that.
When we get to 100 likes on a show, it booms.
Yeah, that makes a big difference. Smash the like button. Monty will do better April 1st with the new timing of the show. I will be better about saying hit the like button. You're right. TJ Beck, UNLV has to be banking on a windfall from the Pac-12 poaching fees suit to pull them out of the fire financially. I think that's a very interesting conversation.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know where else you're going to get a windfall.
Rock and Rant, Miami doesn't pay rent to the Dolphins. They rev share some things, but not ticket sales. UNLV needs a similar deal. It's going to be tough with the Raiders. I'm interested, and I don't pretend to know all the working parts of the deal with the Raiders. Hit the like button, Shouty says, yes, please. I just think it'll be really interesting to see how all that plays out.
Yeah.
I think it'll be very interesting. A couple other stories real quick. Did you guys see this? Nick Saban. Now, Nick Saban retired as the Alabama coach, goes to work for ESPN.
Right.
Goes on Pat McAfee's show every week, which seemingly now is the quickest way to end your career.
Nick Saban is a better man than you are.
Nick Saban drew multiple complaints to and from the FCC, not the ACC.
Right.
The Federal Communications Commission, for cursing on ESPN. Are you telling me that rivals of Alabama, Georgia, Florida, other SEC programs, Mississippi State, are you telling me that they are not the ones filing these complaints?
Yeah, allegedly he's got 3 complaints with the FCC, and the complaint reads something to the effect of, I don't turn on ESPN to hear cursing. I turn on to be educated and, to hear what Nick Saban and others have to say. And it's constantly in your face with all the cursing, and it's terrible.
You should not do that.
And it's like, okay, dude, the Nick Saban does not curse constantly. He clearly cursed once or twice, but come on.
First of all, let's be very clear. Nick Saban's a better man than you are.
100%, dude.
Nick Saban is a better man than you are.
I just think it's petty BS.
It is.
But isn't this, and you guys, I know every time I talk about Pat, well, you just hate it. You're jealous of him. I'm not jealous of Pat.
Kiss my butt.
Guy's on a completely different stratosphere than we are.
Yeah.
But isn't this the Pat McAfee-ing, the McAfee effect at ESPN? When we're talking about F this, and he called somebody the B word, and isn't that what this is turning ESPN's talking head shows into?
Yeah.
This is Stephen A. and the Bum yesterday.
Yeah.
This is all it's been.
Yeah.
And now Nick Saban, who again is a better man than you are.
Yes.
Nick Saban is a better man than you are.
Now Nick Saban, who is a better man than you are.
Nick Saban is a better man than you are.
Is cursing like he's Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
That's what this is. And is it a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know.
I mean, I do think that the whole, Pat McAfee, Nick Saban, cursing on ESPN, at some point that's got to, ESPN's got to clean that up at some point.
You would think,
whether they like it or not, it's it's the beauty of YouTube, right? I mean, we curse occasionally, but really not all that often, and it's fine because we're on YouTube, and it's one of those deals where I think everyone always says, oh well, we thought Pat would change, and Pat didn't change, and no,
Pat was never going to change.
Yeah.
Welcome to the nightmare. What was Ice Nipples thinking? I don't know.
Ice Nipples.
I don't know. Bill Belichick with them diamond cutters and glass, she put some tassels on those things, Bill.
Yeah, we're not making any changes.
You probably should think about making some changes, man. Cover them.
Cover that up, man. We don't need no ice nipples on the Ring doorbell.
This is a family show, man.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
It's amazing.
Come on.
What was Ice Nipples thinking?
Yeah.
Okay. Eric Wasikowski, Nick Saban is washed up.
Please.
I think he's fabulous on ESPN. I think he's very good. Old Tatanka. Now we just need that raccoon opening the dumpster door.
Yeah.
We're not going to pander. You guys, I understand you want these videos, but just because you ask for them, you think we're going to play them?
Oh, fucking God.
Bill Belichick walking out the door in the morning.
Aaron Rodgers coming back to the world to let us all know if he's decided to be a Steeler or not. You know, I'm already sick and tired of it, dude. Already, bro. And I'm really trying.
So you're sick and tired of LaDad.
Yeah.
You're sick and tired of Rodgers.
I'm sick and tired of Buddy the superstar having it both ways. And that's exactly what Aaron Rodgers is doing. There was speculation yesterday that, Aaron was on a trip and, he was like this picture. I didn't bring this up because it was unverified. There's a picture going around on Twitter right now of Aaron Rodgers on a beach wearing a blanket. And people are saying that this is him pondering what he wants to do and pondering if he's going to retire or not. And all I have to say is, who the hell knows when this picture was taken of Aaron Rodgers? But ultimately, here we are again. And I know I don't watch the documentary. I get it. I don't know this dude. But here we are again.
Why are you being a red ass?
Waiting for Aaron Rodgers to make a decision on his future that affects like 5 other teams who are trying to get him. That's my point. That's why I felt like yesterday we had officially entered the Aaron Rodgers twilight zone of free agency.
Why I see, and again, this goes back to I don't know why this is such a thing for you.
Because this guy's had 2 weeks probably.
But how often do we talk about Patrick Mahomes?
Never.
Like all the time. Look at this guy. We talk about Patrick Mahomes all the time.
I'm so bricked up right now.
I don't know. This picture lit the world on fire on
This
Twitter
is
yesterday.
allegedly Aaron Rodgers pondering retirement. To which I say we have no evidence that this was taken anytime recently. We have no idea.
I just don't care.
Yeah,
let the guy do what he does. I'm very much about, listen, if you want to take as many days as you want to make a decision, do it.
No.
If you're allowed to do that, that's not on Aaron Rodgers. That's on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Right? Because I think everybody pretty much agrees that Russ is done. I think Russell Wilson ends up with the Giants. He is visiting Cleveland, and then Friday tomorrow he'll be flying to New York to visit with the Giants. My guess is he'll wind up being do you want to throw the ball to Malik Neighbors? Yeah, I do. Okay, great. Let's get a contract done. Right. Why does Aaron Rodgers have to make a decision right now? Because the Steelers aren't telling him that. I think if I'm Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers' job is the one that I want. And my guess is it's either done or it's about to be done.
Right.
Because what is there to contemplate on a beach? It's not like he's in the darkness crapping himself again.
A lot.
Right? Mr. Ayahuasca is not.
Hey, maybe listen, maybe he's already made his decision and he's just enjoying it. Maybe he's already got his decision made.
So much.
Yeah, I do. I there's no like you're dragging this process out, bro.
Because he's allowed to.
Right. That doesn't mean I have to like it.
Yeah. I think when we look at Aaron Rodgers, it's remarkable that for the first time in his entire NFL career, he's a free agent.
Which kudos to you. Seriously, kudos to him.
I think it's going to play out over I can't believe this would be weeks. The Steelers cannot wait weeks. They can't. They need to make a quarterback decision because now that Darnold's not available anymore, I thought he was the best available quarterback option for Cleveland, the Giants, the Jets. He's not available. The Steelers cannot stay with Justin Fields because Fields is not good enough, and now he's a New York Jet. Russ, who was your starter last year, is probably going to end up with the Giants. How many guys do they have? How many options are left at quarterback, and how many teams are going to sign Aaron Rodgers?
Right.
It's going to happen, right? But I'm just not triggered by it. You guys, everybody being pissed off that he's wearing a blanket on the beach. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Do you, right?
Yeah.
Phenomenal Hebrew. I think Aaron Rodgers gets more hate now than Donald Trump. Nobody gets more hate than, although Donald now apparently is not the president anymore. He's selling cars. He works at Tesla now. Did you guys see that whole thing yesterday?
This is corny stuff.
Donald Trump selling Tesla. Do you guys believe that Donald Trump knows how to drive a car? They were, I have to think he knows how to drive a car. Why are they explaining what the brake and the gas pedal is? I have no idea.
Yeah.
Just thought it was interesting. Russ will be a good team guy and a bridge for either Shedeur or Cam Ward. I think that's true. TJ Beck, listen, if Aaron Rodgers, a future Hall of Famer, wants time, fine. If 2 shakes takes to a 3-shake level, same thing.
Yeah, you know.
Is Aaron Rodgers a first ballot Hall of Famer?
Yes.
I don't think he is unless he wins another Super Bowl.
No, he is.
I think there's a media bias that will make him a second ballot Hall of Famer. You know. Dan from Queens, presidents aren't allowed to drive cars. Well, then why is every president pretty much on film driving cars at the White House? His father, Obama.
Who was famous for driving a Corvette around? Was that?
Could not tell you.
One of the presidents might have been Barack. I can't remember.
Yeah, they are allowed to drive cars.
Yeah.
That's completely not true.
Yeah.
That's out there.
This is why we don't talk politics.
Yeah, this is why we don't talk politics. What's Jakey 2 Shakes drinking?
Usual.
Yeah, nothing that's going to make him feel better because Jakey's got a cold today. You know. Did you guys see Deion say this year his team is better than last? I did. But what else is he going to say?
Yeah.
I don't know what else he would say. Okay. Before we decline to continue speaking, what are you guys doing? Did you guys see this story? Let me put a graphic up that will blow your mind. What? I'm sorry. Did you say that global fast food from 2025 to 2029 will see a 35% increase? 3% this year? That you're going to grow $120 million? Who's going to eat all that fast food? Who is going? 21,000 reports covering niche topics on fast food have been aggregated to say $120 billion in growth over the next several years in fast food.
Yeah.
How much fast food are we eating, you fat asses?
Fat?
That's wild.
Yeah, dude. It's you know what it is too. I think it's just a matter of convenience. People don't want to cook. Like,
okay, what is fast food? You got it through a drive-through window?
Yes, in my opinion, fast food you have to have a drive-through. You do.
So is Chipotle fast food?
Chipotle's fast casual. The Chipotlane is not a traditional drive-through.
Is Starbucks fast food?
Yes, Starbucks is fast food. Yes. You can order from your car.
Dutch Bros. That's all fast food.
That's all fast food.
McDeezy, Culver's,
Wendy's,
all of
Jack,
it is fast food.
In-N-Out.
When's the last time you ate fast food?
Last week, I think.
2 weeks ago at Jack in the Box when I curb rashed a wheel.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
So last time I ate fast food.
Yeah.
Now Chipotle's different. I had a Chipotle burrito last weekend. Not fast food. I think when you look at this, it is shocking to me that we spend this much money in this country on fast food.
Yeah.
We don't have jobs. We supposedly are broke. We aren't making our credit card or car payments regularly anymore.
Right.
But fast food's going to grow $120 billion.
Yeah.
Do you view it like, is fast food bad for you?
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think that there are levels to it. Like, I think obviously like Chipotle is not terrible for you. I think you can do pretty well at Chipotle, honestly. I think, like McDonald's, just as an example, you could choose any of them, but like McDonald's as an example, like I think, people don't think about sodium levels. Their breakfast is amazing. McDonald's by far has my favorite breakfast selection, but they have a lot of sodium in their breakfast food, in their breads and in their muffins and the things that they have. And so that's not great for you, but yeah, I think that fast food is not great for you. I mean, there's no getting away from that. If you were to, fry 3 eggs with a whole grain Dave's Killer Bread and, like some sausage, let's say from Costco, that's going to be a lot better for you than a sausage McGriddle, like it just is. So that's why I say, I think it's a matter of convenience. I think that, one thing I think is definitely in play is that people don't have time, don't want to, whatever it is, They don't want to meal prep, and I think a lot of people think it's more expensive to meal prep when in fact it is less expensive.
It's far less expensive.
It's less expensive when you add it all up. So I don't know, man. I think that look, I enjoy fast food just as much as anyone else. I love food, man. It's we all do, but ultimately at some point, we as people can't be so busy that fast food is really our only option. Because I do believe right now in our country, that's a lot of people's problem is they're so busy with their kids, with life, with their job, with things they're doing, that it becomes difficult to take 5 hours on a Sunday and prep and do all the things you need to do.
I don't disagree with that. I just think it's really interesting that it's billions of dollars.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
And
to me.
fast food companies are excellent at marketing and always having something new and always having that thing you want to chase.
Dan from Queens says presidents can't drive. Look it up. Bro, you make it so easy. You make it so easy. I can put dozens of photos of current and former presidents driving cars. They can drive.
Yeah. And by the way, why is this the hill we're dying on?
I don't know. I don't know why it's the hill you're dying on. Dale Donuts. I only eat fast food in Orlando every 3 months. Okay, I like it. I repeat, Aaron Rodgers is exhausting. Don't disagree.
100%.
Eric in Raleigh. Chipotle is medium healthy food made fast. I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
TJ Beck. What fast food joint really isn't fast food? Chipotle, Five Guys. What makes it not fast food?
Well, Chipotle and Five Guys don't have drive-thrus. Those would be considered fast casuals.
That's fast food.
Yeah.
It is. Hit the like button, you freaking casuals. Yes, please. We have over 2,000 people watching the show. Now, if you're on YouTube, please hit the like button. If you're not on YouTube, if you're watching on X or Facebook or TikTok or Spotify, please come over to YouTube. Just Google search The Monty Show, Monty, The Monty Show. First thing that'll come up is YouTube. Hit subscribe and give us a thumbs up. It really helps the channel grow. We appreciate that. Let's see. Phil Venzer. I'm on keto, no carbs. I've lost 30 pounds, no fast food for me, and blood sugar's low. Man, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
I always tend to, when I am trying to trim down, such as in like myself now, I always tend to try to limit anything sugar. The only high carb meal that I eat is breakfast, and it's oats. And most of the carbs are in whole grain form or like berries, which have a lot of carbs. Or lunch yesterday was one of the single greatest lunches I've ever made. I had 3 scrambled eggs and ground turkey, and I ate I almost licked my plate. It was so good. When you make something and it's just so good. So good. Like we went to Ruth's on Sunday.
Yeah.
And had a filet that was
excellent.
Buttery. So good. I don't eat a lot of carbs to begin with. So, Chris E., people are dying of heart attacks early and eating too much fast food that clog your arteries with cholesterol. Why are 30-year-olds being encouraged to get colonoscopies? Because we eat so much processed food.
Yeah. So
much seed oil. Like in our house, the only oil that we eat when we're cooking is olive oil. That's it. I just don't think you can't be somebody eating canola oil, any seed oil. Like it just isn't. It's not great for you.
Yeah.
And I think we do this stuff. What's the worst thing I probably do every day? Drink energy drinks. I drink one. I try to drink one, but yesterday was a 2 monster day.
Yeah.
Right. You have to limit that stuff. I'm a big believer you can't drink calories. I drink a small bottle of orange juice every morning. Right. Other than that, I drink water all day long. I rock with this blender bottle metal cup that I got from Ghost Protein. But I think the biggest mistake we make in this country, and it's funny, it was a memory on Facebook yesterday. The last soda I had was August 26th of 2012. That's the last time I drank a soda. So 13 years ago, going on 13 years.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't think you can drink soda, diet, or regular and think you're going to be fine.
Right.
I think sugar is the bane of all health.
Yes.
I think fat is not the problem. I think it's sugar. So I think fast food, if you're going to eat fried potatoes, you're going to die earlier than you would if you didn't. If you eat them every day, you know what you're doing, right? I think if you eat a lot of red meat, you're asking for trouble. I think if you eat bacon ever on any form, you're asking for trouble. But when you look at fast food, what do?
Yep.
Burger with bacon, cheese, and fries. That's one of
my God, it is so good.
It is amazing. Five Guys, in and out.
Incredibly good.
What a burger. Fantastic. Terrible for you.
Yeah.
It's why the health insurance industry in this country is so dominant, right? It's time for Wedge Talk, guys. Kind of a big tournament this week, and it is ugly this morning. It is really, really ugly this morning.
Yeah, the course is definitely playing. It's been tough. There's been a lot of guys in the water. There have been
a lot of
guys,
putts lipping out.
A lot of guys lipping out. Like it's major tournament conditions. No question about it.
Yeah, it is TPC Sawgrass for the players. What is JT's score there, Jake? Can you see it?
No, but I can look it up.
Our studio light is blocked by our studio TV. Here in our studio, we have a bunch of lights and cameras in front of us, and our TV is in the background, so I can't see the graphics on the top.
2 under.
So JT's 2 under,
and there's a bunch of dudes at 2 under the top. Let's see.
Oh my God, did he just put it in the water on 17?
The top 13 guys are all at 2 under. 13 guys tied for first right now.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a tough day.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a very, very tough day. And it's going to probably get better for the guys in the middle of the day than it is early. But we'll see. I love golf. I absolutely love it. Nacho Libre. I inspect fast food restaurants, which keeps me from eating at fast food restaurants. Amen to that, dude. People want convenience, but fast food is horrible for you. Terrible. Look at the lines at In-N-Out. Isn't it crazy in donuts? Like we have several by us. We have several In-N-Outs by us, and they're always around the building. The food is good. It tastes fantastic. If you are going to take if you're going to take a potato, we victimize potatoes. Potatoes are not the issue. The issue is how we prepare that potato.
Yeah.
The potato's not the problem. It's the bacon, the sour cream, the loaded baked potato. The French fries are the problem because you took a potato and you dropped it in a bunch of oil and you heated it. So it turns the potato into a lethal weapon, right? Like that's what we don't fully understand. Yeah, that's exactly right. We're effing a friend of mine. We're effing lazy. So we'll let somebody else cook for us knowing they're trying to kill us for profit. That's exactly what fast food is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is because they know it's not good for you.
Yeah.
I hate food. Don't need it. I'm a machine. I love food.
Yeah.
I love it. Sergeant Green, McDonald's alone sells roughly 6.5 million burgers a day globally. How many cows is that? Good Christ. Don't even get me into that.
That's not. Yeah.
Right. Last fast food was Del Taco a couple of weeks ago. Time before that, 6 months. Moderation. I agree with that. Jeremy Bolton, the mayor of Montytown. Hello. Zion James Larden and Tua are single-handedly keeping fast food alive in this country.
Fat.
That's exactly right. You know, UW fan Jim, they probably don't drive on public roads for safety. Well, okay, so talking about presidents.
Oh, my God, dude. Bro.
The Secret Service will not let presidents drive. A president can't get in a car and drive off of the White House compound alone. Right? That's for obvious reasons. But there is this belief. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Who cares?
President can't drive on the road. They can drive on their property. Okay. Trump has never been in the front seat of a car. Elon's Tesla stock price go boom like his rockets. It was so weird yesterday.
Yeah.
Donald Trump was selling Teslas. They got in. Donnie gets in one of the Teslas and they're explaining to him about the brake and the accelerator. You figure it out. The Big Lubbock, I eat fast food 3 times a month. Okay. I think I'm going to make a Monty character on my PGA Tour 2025 game or 2K25 game. You should.
Yeah.
I played exceptional golf last weekend. Well, one round was terrible, but I was not there for it.
Yeah.
And the Monday round of golf was awesome. I shot a 3 over, hit the driver. Dude, I'm telling you, the PXG mini driver, it is called the secret weapon. And I am telling you right now, that PXG mini driver, I'm hitting at 300 yards. On your shorter par fours, on your 400-yard par fours, you rarely are able to control a driver in that atmosphere. The PXG secret weapon, I'm hitting a cut exceptionally well. The number one tee to our home course is Glenmore. You have to hit it over the driving range net. There's a corner. It's not a dogleg left. It's a straight into a left turn. I pulled out the PXG secret weapon mini driver and hit it 302-ish, 300. I hit a rocket. It was amazing. The next hole is a dogleg right. I hit a cut shot, which means it goes a little right. I mean, it's an amazing club. Yeah. I don't know why we haven't had mini drivers all the way around. And if you're somebody that plays golf, I don't know if you guys are mini golf or are mini driver guys, you should get one. And I think most people recognize it's either the TaylorMade or the PXG secret weapon. I've hit both of them now. I think the secret weapon just performs better. Mm-hmm. At the amateur level. What they do on the PGA Tour, I don't know. The amateur is going to hit the PXG secret weapon better as a mini driver, and I love it. All right, before we get out of here, let's read a couple more. What does Damien say? Good morning, Damien. Good to see you. Morning, boys. Jake, try the neti pot. Yeah, Jake's struggling with his cold and flu this morning.
Yeah.
So the Big Lubbock, I'm pro oil gas, so Texas Tech can buy another portal class. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's
all
what I'm
money.
saying. Richie Dubs, good morning. How you doing, Richie Dubs? Good to see you. The Monty Show is always, The Monty Show is always presented by The Advocates, theadvocates.com. April 1st, we're going back to afternoons. 2 Pacific, 3 Mountain, 5
You're
Eastern.
welcome.
Everybody's been asking for it, so we're doing it. We'll be here tomorrow morning on a Friday. Yes, next Friday we are off. We're going to be out of town. Back tomorrow morning. Thank you all for being here. If you have not hit the like button on your way out, please hit the like button. It really helps us. Are you going to feel better tomorrow?
No idea. Hopefully.
There you go. Until tomorrow, say goodbye, Snot Rocket.
Goodbye, Snot Rocket.